Volume 1 The First Encounter with Nobility. Supong, Shakin Bethune expected Mizofa close friend, find Shimzulf drawn into a mysterious martial arts game. Chapter 1 A Supernatural Death. Oh, intestimes, life feistral yarduous. After much furt, if an Eliza Cordiab with Thasalary exceedington, thou sand a month, and just look at that, it's going to damn. Within an aging, solitary residence, are relatively handsome young man in his 20s stewed before he vacant, dilapidated wine cabinet, drinking be rain lamenting aloud. Seated beside him, Suping in some dread be fure kai while, listening to Thun's grievances. The young man was Shaolin, a colleague from Suping's brief employment. Isn't thought you found rather promising? It's a te gamma studio and pace exceptionally well. How did you jet fired? Suping inquired, munching goen his snack and sipping beer. Dont Avinjitma started. Although Hepe was generous, Thena Charif Torquoise Rother peculiar had ta play Gamathathus to Vin been released diet, and Signa Bizarra contract the character to Gankati, Notavine and Sif Thedo, Yuri out of the studio. But today, that character of Mindeed. Shaolin had consumed, Twabital soft beer and dwa starting to feel thefects. What sort of game aim possess stringent requirements? Suping gasketsly, savouring the jerky, subtly probing for information. It's a martial arts game with an extraordinarily high level of realism, a Trinix generation experience. Honestly, apart from the Nodiath stipulation, they gamma impeccable line terms off graphics and gameplay, not to mention thesophilic equipment to still wanna play it, even without pay arched, and apart from Thatudio, there is na tray suffthigamy anywhere. Shaolin leaned in closer, whispering to Supong, Brother Su, illituanona secret. Thakami might be thele test generation off online agamies. Thesitings, with an unprecedented andatorily phonistic theditails are impeccable. If it ever gets released, we should establish our own game studio, focusing solely in it. What do I think, Brother Su? Anothergame studio? Suping pondered for a moment before replying, I'll have it think it over. Without you, Brother Su, it wouldn't work, Shaolin insisted, not merely being polite who was aware of Suping's abilities. Suping Gajo and the renowned game studio Nirvana Rebirth through a short-term position. Shaolin was an advanced player, while Supong, having been her for list hand 3 months, had ascended to the rank of Keef DPS, that expert. In fact, had Suping no been so adamantine declining, he would have nearly become a vice president of Nirvana Rebirth. The studio had long been active in al worthwhile games and held a prestigious reputation, boasting over 60mers, a lawful more experts, Theolidio Thegaming World. Suping's rapid receipt of prominence in just 3 months sways it to his exceptional skills. One notable advantageha possessed the Trindred Imnir lie unbeatable Beother player Swastats pingardly needed to sleep. In his teens, Suping Gad survived a car accident that left them with a brain injury, resulting in a peculiar alteration in his brain tissue. Hakuden lie sleep Farani Huraday, yet that single hur was sufficient for him to fully restore his energy. Dr. Satributed Thisto and Animali and Suping's pituitary-gland brought in accident, leading to abnormal hormone secretion. This recondition, why let us advantage must aspects, provided Spingwithin unmatched thermofgaming. His nearly double-led playtime elowed him to master games with unparalleled proficiency. Thus, Hestudas the formist Stekperton Nirvana Rebirth. However, Thegaming willed dad being gradually declining amidst to surge of countless free games. No matter how skilled Anuas, they could not compete against players who spent money, and the studio president made Azirius off per decisions. To months prior, Nirvana Rebirth dissolved, and both Suping and Shaolin went theirs per twisto different companies. These was their first reunion since at the studio's disbandment. What Suping Gad never disclosed was hat the downfall off Nirvana Rebirth stemmed from the studio's continued miscalculations. Arrival are in player organization to predict the irreverai move the gam, leading torpedoed failure and a loss of over 300,000 in initial investments. That Tarim player was, in fact, Theklian Toph Supong, a private investigator. It could be said that the collapse of Nirvana Rebirth was largely driven by Suping's actions. In this case, Suping addressed Yavita fee 500,000 from Tharim player. Shaolin was completely unaware of this. Suping Gadnwa intention of revealing his motives for joining Nirvana Rebirth, which were a purely tour chestrady its downfall to him. It was Moriak case without nip psychological burden. Of course, the connections and friendships formed during Thate employment were a different matter altogether. As Shaolin continued to drink, he rambled in about this Gaminj experiences, lamenting the difficulty of leveling up, recounting how he was ultimately defeated by Acharkter reminiscent of Mei Chaufing, wo shadaradis limps with a bona dislocating technique and hin dispatch them with a single strike. Brother Su, is shouldn't say to McTheresa contract with the company, and leaky game content could costa compensation often million RMB. Im just sharing thice with you please don't spread it around, Shaolin slurred, pouring himself an other drink. Understood, Su Ping nodded but noticed said thought both the beer and jerkai were nearly finished. His say to Shaolin, way the roll go buy some member drinks. With that, Su Ping stepped outside. As she emerged from the old house, night had fallen. A kill ran down his spiny sudden lie remembered the thie had left thighs wallatin, his coat inside the house. He turned back and dreamed. Upon entering, Hua start led to hear Shaolin's terrified voice, don't call me Anna closer, stay away from. Where are you talking to? Su Ping furrowed his brow upon hearing Thysandra shed towards the hall. Asher reached at the hall, he saw Shaolin orange in the corner, his face filled with her, seeming lie staring alone before him. Yet, there was nothing there. Brother Su, please, help me. Upon seeing Su Ping Russian, Shaolin cried as if he had found a survivor, scrambling towards him. Beauty thatment, it appeared as though an invisible force had lifted Shaolin, pinning him against Thul, and hubby gone Tori's along Thul. What? Su Ping felt a chill run down his spine he's on her but Shaolin, seeming lie levitated by some supernatural force. Daunting kilm, Shaolin creduit in agony, beauty twas futile. His slims were a twisty date natural angles, snapping like matchsticks under an immense force. Shaolin screamed in pain, and suddenly, a handprint shaped indentation appeared in his chest, causing him to be wamist off blood before collapsing. Xiaolin, Su Ping shouted, kicking a wood into a nearby and tossed splinters before grabbing gay leg from a and rushing towards Shaolin. He swung the makeshift weapon wildly in front of Shaolin, attempting to strike the invisible entity. The supernatural forces seemed to dissipate, and Shaolin's bodis lit on full. Xiaolin, Su Ping knelt beside him, checking for signs of life. Shaolin struggled to speak, his lips moving as though trying to form words. Su Ping leaned closer, hearing faint whispers resembling a mosquito's buzz. After uttering those words, Shaolin suddenly coughed up black blood, mixed with fragments of a shiart, and then his body went limp, lifeless. As Su Ping's edge upon Shaolin's lifeless form, an ice sensation coursed from his tail benito the crown fished, clearly hard Shaolin's final words to tuck that game. Exiting Thepolis station, it was near 11 o'clock at night. Su Ping squinted. Through eeriness and headache it had a grievous lie plagued him benished entirely. He paid no heed to Bangla Bila damned man betheficers. However, Shaolin's death had struck occur within Su Ping. Thepolis were unaware if Tibin Shaolin had shared with him during their timiest colleagues, although Su Ping initially met Shaolin with the intent of undermining Nirvana Reincarnation Studio. They younger Shaolin her board in a doll-like admiration for. At the time, due to certain reasons, Su Ping discreetly hired several young individual stophases members so Foder Studios had been nutter defeated by Nirvana Reincarnation. Under his orchestrations, they locate an internet calf frequented by Su Ping gone disassociated stoker near them. Su Ping stepped out first, receiving a blow, after which he pretended dead to Banger Dan unconscious. To his surprise, it was Shaolin Ho, in a frenzy, wielded dagger to carve out top to rescue him from Thikoff. At the hospital, Su Ping's forehead wound appeared severe, bleeding profusely, while Shaolin, injured himself, insisted that the doctor draw his blood to transfito. Though Su Ping found the pretensio fun consciousness somewhat amusing, Heffel to genuine essence of gratitude. In the face of Shaolin's demise, Su Ping could not remain indifferent. Moreover, he had no reason to pursue the matter further. What on earth is happening? Su Ping gazed at the Palamun and Theski, the cine of Shaolin's death linger in his mind. Rather than returning home, Su Ping made his way to a Fasi building. He unlocked the glass door of T building with Thaki and entered at Twazel Rieta past midnight, and the Fasuus near Limpty. The sound office leather show a stapping against the marble floor trigger read the motion activated lights, casting Gaineri silent saken toasina from a horror film. Riding the leave toward the 13th floor, have found himself in the spacious cabin, which reflected a silhouette-like a mirror. Observing his own reflection, Su Pinkelton felt but smirk, muttering, if this silhouette were re-totern around now, it would be type a Miofukliker movie. Ding! Unfortunately, the silhouette did not turn the leave to arrived at the 13th floor. Su Pinjexit Dan turned left towards the door market with the signage and affairs. Strangely, this office had no access card instead of a Sardredder. There was relatively large display screen showing a complex Sudoku game. Glancing at Sudoku puzzle, Su Ping swiftly inputted a dozen Emerson thicky board. Ansa open. Has stepped inside. Up and entering the office, headed no turn on the lights. Instead, head up li prepared imsel facupov coffee and carried ito in the office. Welcome back, Mr. Apple. Your Hoffen Horlate compared tour scheduled time. A slightly husky voice agreed him. Su Ping paused momentarily, then smiled a turned with his coffee, remarking, you always appear sound expectedly in arly spilled my coffee. That's your own fault. Use a thief a during sesto sudoku game. All that puzzle like kanji severit in second sandisantisi, underestimate people. Thworldis never short off clever minds. From the shadow soft tirumo merge a dam and cladina trenchcoat, his face obscured bithhood. The door was never me onto blacanyon. If Simeon can complete a preferred jamu within minimilimit, why not let them in? There is nothing of value here anyway, Su Ping replied with a smile. Let's not waste two words in our personal preferences. Housed high investigation ito thegami I commissioni you for progressing? Thema 9 the trenchcoat inquired. A week prior, this a mysterious figure had abruptly appeared in Su Ping's office, offering a deposit of 500,000 for him to investigate the mysterious game. The lead shaved temporarily dried up. I searched algamus in the market, and theory is nor Kordoftigame mentioned, suggesting it hasn't been released. However, nav my informant seems stoke no booty. I arranged to me them today, but that eat supernaturally in front of him. Su Ping stated, omitting the fact that Shaolin was, Nathi's informant and the Thehud, stumbled upon Shaolin's workbeachants. These ways to calculate Teddy's play of competence, a meance of self-protection, merely asmal tactic. A thismament, his leg rumor rifa baesha sudenliast, doest the shavia nirrelevant sitothegamy? Yadvisi autok na less it's for your own good. Thema 9 the trench coat stretch at the scholar and added, it will deliver the final payment toy why naik, and this matter will be concluded. With that, he excited Su Ping's office. Su Ping squinted, sipping his coffee while watching Thema 9 the trench coat his office. 7 days later, returning home from Shaolin's funeral. A Sanner fan with few friends, Shaolin's belongings were entrusted to Su Ping his landlord. Recalling this moment left Su Ping restless, prompting him to sit up and open the black bag. Incident the black baglaya PS2 console, several discs, a fortical soft clothing, 2 magazines, a newspaper, and ring nothing more. Su Ping lacked the inclination to handle thegama console. He retrieved Thetwa magazine in the newspaper, skimming through them. The magazine is swergaming related, and knowing Shaolin Hadaha by Toff purchasing such publications, Su Ping dismissed theme in Sethema side, focusing in Thenis paper. Up and opening Thenis paper, he discovered it was a Joe Breck root mint advertisement, with several sections marked with a full pin. Bored, Su Ping flipped through it, but suddenly on piece of information captured his attention. Ah? There is recruitment notice for Ragama Studio? The salary is quite high? In the bottom right corner of the newspaper, Hinata said highlighted Joe Blisting stating T&E Studio issuing game boosters. Attractive conditions, starting salary off 8,000 per month. Requirements under 25, proficient in gaming, studio experience preferred. Is this the studio where Shaolin previously worked? Su Ping stirred. He instinctively felt that this company might be significant Larliteto Shaolin's death. Issued go and check it out this matter must have an answer. Su Ping silent lar solved. Chapter 2 The Job Assessment. The following day, just before noon, Su Ping arrived at the Bay Sofa Touring building over 20 stories. Tiani Studio, 7th floor off Tian Pong Properties. Su Ping again seated the newspaper in Hishand, confirming the recruitment location was indeed this building. What extravagant expenditures. There at foreign floor must run into 100 soft house and annually. Why not just rent residential space like ordinary studios? Su Ping mused while observing the central city skyscraper this company hard lysimid like a scam. Taking a deep breath, he entered the tower inchtifis. Upon entering the building gone taking the leave torto east of nth floor, as soon as Su Ping stepped out, he witnessed a group of individuals supporting Guinea and other, retching as the exit through the bullet-proof glass door marked with Tiani Studio sign. A receptionist approached Su Ping, inquiring, excuse me, sir. Are you here to play for the booster position? Yes, Su Ping nodded, and the receptionist gestured, please follow. Su Ping followed here inside his Houston Axis scarred town locked the bullet-proof glass door. Upon entering, he found the interior comprised numerous small rooms. Their receptionist thought Dan instructed, please waither, on dinner theorems for your interview and beyond. During this time, conversation with other applicants prohibited. Su Ping nodded, taking gassier and observing his surroundings. Hinata said several security personnel in the hallway, and even spotted a few individuals swole appeared tobe Caucasians, towering gandrabust, exuding gonorrheo formidable strength. This company possesses considerable capabilities, Su Peng thought to himself. After waiting a while, feeling gabbit bored, the door to the first interview suddenly opened, and a bespectacled man emerged, glancing at Asha said, "You may enter now." Su Peng followed the bespectacled man into the room, which contained 2 computers. "Please show me your resume. You can start with a test over the The bespectacled gentleman, who exuded a doctor-like demeanor, instructed, pulling up a test form on off the computers for Su Peng again set aside from entering so many personal information. The majority of the test focused on psychological aspects and personal health reports. The questions were unfamiliar to Su Peng, but judging by the nature of the test, the appeared to be highly precise professional assessments. In addition, there were portions dedicated to intelligence and creativity testing. The difficulty level was not insignificant, yet it ignited Su Peng's desire for challenge, prompting him to engage earnestly. Nuna knew that the car accident the endured die Earsega not only left them with a rare condition that eliminated the need for sleep butyl so-caused mutation. In Su Peng's mind, there existed a particular tissue thought would appear as a tumor on X-ray, yet in reality, it weighs a peculiar mutated mass. This fragment of cerebral tissue enables Su Peng's mind to function akin to a biological hard drive, capable of instantaneous learning approximately 40 megabytes of information. Consequently, conventional intelligence assessments concerning memory posana challenge for SUPA. Coupled with this commendable intellect, has like completed the evaluation. At the conclusion of the test, there was survey inquiring about the participants' gaminj experiences. Tohich Su Peng gad an objection san promptly filled out. 235 points a remarkably high score, remarked the bespectacled individual, exuding an air of professionalism in Tatato fa physician. Hethan inquired, "How is your physical condition? Do you experience motion sickness? Additionally, do you suffer from mental fatigue after prolonged periods without sleep? Most importantly, have you ever encountered any supernatural experiences?" Su Peng found the final question rather peculiar ways in other world lie experience a prerequisite for employment. Was the company relying on mediums? After some contemplation, he replied, "I mean excellent physical and mental health typically, I'd not feel loverly fatigue from staying up late. As for supernatural experiences, I wish I had some, but I have edo encounter eve nazing eon." "Excellent, you may proceed to interview room 2, the physician-like individual said, handing Su Peng a slip-off paper directing him to the specified room. Upon entering interview room 2, Su Peng was taken aback to discover a zitov pilates indicament within. Thesis. Hamust, recalling his shy school days at an aviation-focused institution, where had undergone similar assessments. The sight of these apparatus was not familiar to him, prompting him to inquire of the individuals present. "The Sirsome physica fitness test quintessimple," on off the individualese replied, taking Theslapov paper and instructing into the equipment. After more than half an hour of exertion, Su Peng finally completed the serious oftists. His sense of balance proved exceptional as she navigated the equipment without significant difficulty, thoughtful feelingly arid in his mind. What sort of game necessitates a pilot's balance and physical prowess? Heppendered, curiosity piqued. "Very well, let's proceed to the third testing room," Onio the individual said, handing Spingano third testing form. Intrigued, Hinter at the third testing room on to find an acrylic device awaiting him. The sizement tall pressuretist, designed yet to assess or capacity to process this volume of information, the testing personnel explained, guiding him to participate in the evaluation. On sensitive the apparatus, Su Peng discovered the tight resembled a cylindrical caber filled with screens. Kiwasaku read to a metal frame means subject to dizzy and Garyov constant light shifting, 360-degree aerial perspectives. Surrounding him were various supernatural photographs. How is it that Eiffel sound affected? This company isn't solely focused on horror games, is it? Su Peng mused internally, while observing the surroundings. The information density on the screen is astonishing. Hurry called up psychology lecture had attended, during which the instructor presented a complex photograph featuring multiple subjects alongside a Simplemagio Faklirsky. The latter contained information thou sans soft time as greater than the former. Su Peng surmised that the imagera surrounding him was similarly keen information. It felt as though hundreds of individuals were speaking simultaneously, attempting to inundate his mind with their massages. Strangely, perhaps due to the uniqueness of his cerebral structure. have found the pressure off die Test Tobmerle moderate. However, the Sins of peculiarity intensified. After 30 minutes, the evaluation concluded. You may return to the initial room now, the tester instructed, filling out a document for Su. After completing Thethritis, Su Ping found himself back at the entrance of the first testing room, awaiting further instructions. Before long, the door swung open, and a security officer beckoned him inside. Excellent work, Mr. Su. You have successfully passed our evaluations with outstanding results. If you have objections, your hair be accepted. Your base salary will beat 1,000 yuan, and for yak virtual asset to submit, you will receive a word. After signing Thi's agreement, you will officially become a member for Sampani, said the bespectacled individual, now standing on deck tending a shan for a handshake. Su Ping felt a sense of calm wash over Himashashu nith the individual shan and accept the agreement presented. Game character sera not permitted dietith will be considered an automatic resignation, and Dao will receive your salary for theme and upon departure from the company. A ownership of in-game items resides with the company players possess own lie the right to, not town. Outside of working hours, employees must remain within company designate accommodation sleeving is prohibit dex on rest days. Discussion of the company's gaming activities with individuals outside of work is strictly forbidden any breach resulting in the disclosure of games. Chapter 3. Future colleagues. Su Ping glanced at the terms and conditions, and despite being mentally prepared, he still found them somewhat peculiar. He pointed to the clause that prohibited discussing the company's ongoing games with anyone outside of work, which stated that the company reserved the right to claim compensation of up to 10 million RMB for any leaks of game secrets. He inquired of the physician, "Isn't that compensation a bit excessive? 10 million. It's not even worth selling myself for." This clause was indeed a restrictive one, typically not enforced, merely present in the agreement. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and responded before asking, "Does Mr. Su agree to this contract? If so, we can proceed to sign." Very well. Su Ping examined the agreement and inscribed his name upon it. After Su Ping signed, the physician-like man smiled and nodded, collecting the contract before summoning a man wearing dark sunglasses. This individual, though not tall, exuded an air of competence, clad in casual black attire, his sunglasses giving him a somewhat aloof demeanor that might easily lead one to mistake him for a security guard. "Hello, I am Shi Qianjun, the leader of the logistics support team. Should you encounter any trivial matters in life, feel free to approach me." The cool fellow in sunglasses nodded and extended his hand towards Su Ping. "All right, let me show you to your workplace." After a handshake, the man in dark glasses led Su Ping out of the interview hall. Upon exiting, Su Ping noticed several others who appeared to be fellow interviewees. Among them stood a tall man over 6 feet with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Another shorter man, perhaps only around 5 feet 6, looked shrewd, resembling a scheming merchant, while the third, a slender young man in glasses and a black t-shirt, bore the demeanor of a student. The young man in the t-shirt flashed a smile at Su Ping, who nodded in acknowledgement, while the other two merely cast him a cursory glance. "Let us go." Shi Qianjun led the way, using a card to access the elevator for this level. As the 5 entered the elevator, Su Ping observed that it directly traveled from the 7th floor to the 18th. Without any buttons for intermediate floors. A dedicated elevator? Su Ping pondered. Shi Qianjun pressed the button for the 18th floor, then entered a password on a keypad within the elevator. The elevator soon arrived at its destination, and as the doors opened, Shi Qianjun guided the group onto the floor marked 18. Before them lay a corridor adorned with several sofas. Shi Qianjun explained, "This is the public rest area." Continuing further inside, they encountered 3 corridors, 2 on the left and right, and 1 extending deeper into the premises. The left corridor led to a pantry stocked with various beverages and equipped with small basketball facilities and billiards, providing a space for employees to unwind. Shi Qianjun gestured towards this shorter corridor. The central corridor was designated as the workspace, divided into 4 teams based on their functions: the Shadowhawk team for intelligence gathering, the Dragon Tooth team for elite dungeon boss strategies, the Tiger Legion team for outdoor boss strategies, and the Crimson Feather team for logistics equipment. However, newcomers would not be assigned to a specific team right away. They would undergo a month-long probation period during which their performance and character development would be assessed for team allocation. He then pointed to the right corridor, stating, "The right corridor leads to the dormitory area, where each of you will have a private room equipped with a separate bathroom. At the ends of both side corridors, There are also public restrooms. My office is located at the far end of the left corridor. Feel free to come to me with any issues. He added, private conversations during work hours are strictly prohibited. Be mindful of what you say, as the company can hear and see everything. He indicated a circular 360-degree camera above. Having concluded his briefing, Shi Qianjun produced 4 cards and handed them to Su Peng and the others, saying, these cards serve as both your access and identity cards. Please keep them safe, as you will be unable to leave the company without them. All right, I have no further matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With a nod, he headed toward his office. Once Shi Qianjun had departed, the bespectacled student, Sun Shijia, remarked with a playful tongue, the rules are quite stringent. Aren't they? He then turned to Su Peng and introduced himself. I am Sun Shijia, a fresh university graduate, here for my first job hunt. I am Fu Kong, 25 years old. As for my profession, I prefer not to disclose, given the contractual constraints, replied the shrewd-looking, stout man. I'm Ji Ming, 24. I found the working conditions here quite appealing, so I came, said the tall man with thick eyebrows. Haha, I'm Su Peng. 23. Nice to meet you all. Su Peng greeted them with a warm smile, and encouraged by his amiability, the others exchanged a few more pleasantries. However, given the company's regulations, there was little else to discuss. Shall we tidy up and settle in? Su Peng suggested, taking the initiative in the conversation. Sun Shijia, seemingly residing in a youth hostel, readily agreed, while the others had no objections and proceeded to their designated rooms as indicated on their cards. Su Peng located his room, swiped the card to unlock the door, and found himself in a space reminiscent of a business hotel, complete with a private bathroom and shower facilities, tastefully decorated. On the desk sat an Apple computer, and a small refrigerator stocked with an assortment of sodas, beers, and snacks. Not too shabby, Su Peng mused, noting that the accommodations were equivalent to those of a business hotel. Rather than returning to his rented apartment, Su Peng headed to the Yojian office, waiting until noon. You are quite punctual today. Just after 12, a somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the room. I never know how you managed to come in unnoticed. Su Peng remarked from behind the desk, addressing the figure in a trench coat. The person did not respond but stepped forward, handing over a check while stating, the remaining balance, 500,000. Please verify. Su Peng smiled, pushing the check back with a finger. Thank you, but the matter is not yet concluded. What do you mean? The trench-coated figure inquired. I have successfully infiltrated that suspicious company, and if all goes well, I will soon encounter the mysterious game you mentioned, Su Peng replied. What? The figure responded in a low tone, their face hidden beneath the hood flickering with unease. I recall you mentioning this game is quite extraordinary. As you put it, it could usher in a new era for humanity. Su Peng gazed at the figure, attempting to pierce through the hood to connect with their gaze. Very well, let the commission continue. If you can procure the mysterious game console from this company, I will offer 30 million for it, the figure declared. Chapter 4. Entering the game. The following morning, Su Peng awoke early. In truth, he had spent most of the night lying in bed, requiring only an hour of sleep before feeling completely refreshed. Late last night, he had returned to the company and settled into the dormitory. Upon entering the dining hall, Su Peng discovered that Sun Shijia, Fu Kong, and the tall Ji Ming had already risen. Seemingly even earlier than him, Su Peng served himself a hearty breakfast. The food was exceptionally plentiful, featuring a variety of dishes including pan-fried sausages, roasted pigeon, milk, steak, and wheat bread, alongside traditional Chinese options like century egg and lean meat congee, mushu pork, and stir-fried meat strips. After filling his plate, Su Peng approached the table where Sun Shijia and the others were seated. Sun Shijia greeted him, then returned to their discussion point. 80,000. Such a high salary? I wonder what kind of game we will be playing. Perhaps it will be a martial arts game, Fu Kong, the stout man with a shrewd expression, interjected, his eyes darting. Don't forget our testing content. Moreover, I overheard some veteran employees discussing topics like Hong Pai Chong Quan, Dali Jin Gangzhong, and Wu Hu Duan Min Dao yesterday. It sounds like a martial arts game. Oh, so it's developed domestically? Sun Shijia mused. There haven't been many good martial arts online games in recent years. Perhaps it's a space-themed game. Considering our testing, as Su Peng listened to their conversation, he subtly probed for more information. Meanwhile, Ji Ming, the seemingly amiable individual, suddenly twitched his mouth but remained silent, prompting Su Peng to take note of him. Does Ji Ming know something? Su Peng wondered. Ji Ming, not engaging in conversation, took a sip from his cup of soy milk and declared, "I'm done eating." He then stood up and walked outside. Once Jiming had distanced himself, Sun Shijia whispered, "This Jiming looks quite friendly, but it seems he is not very sociable, almost like he doesn't fit in." Fu Kong nodded, glancing at Jiming, before continuing to enjoy his cola chicken wings. Su Peng cast a glance at Jiming's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense that Jiming seemed to harbor some secret knowledge. After Su Peng and his companions finished their breakfast, they proceeded to the office of Shi Qianjun, located opposite the tea room. After knocking on the door and receiving a positive response, the three entered the office. Su Peng noticed that Jiming was already present, likely having arrived earlier than the others. Upon seeing Su Peng enter, Jiming tightly pressed his lips together, saying nothing. "Now that everyone is here, let me explain the game," Jiming began. "The game you're about to play is a brand new, next-generation title called Death Rebirth. It is a martial arts game with some unique settings. Characters cannot die. Should a character perish, all game data will be reset to 0. This game account is exceedingly rare. Each account can only create one character. The company has already established your characters, and if they die, you will be dismissed. So, remember this. This game adopts an innovative gaming model, featuring a unique physiological signal sensing system and a brainwave gaming capsule. It does not utilize keyboard controls but instead relies on consciousness control and a reverse hypnosis wave system, which is what we refer to as a real game, accurately simulating your physiological states. This is the sensing device, as he spoke. Shi Qianjun retrieved 4 black packaging boxes from beneath the desk. The boxes, made of a metallic material, boasted a matte finish that exuded an air of luxury. What? A real game? Su Peng and the others were utterly astonished. As avid gamers, they were well aware of the most cutting-edge gaming equipment available. Currently, the most advanced gaming gear on the market was Japan's V-Model series. A full-body sensing suit complete with a helmet and gloves, capable of simulating certain temperature changes and tactile sensations. However, the V-Model series was merely an upgrade of existing motion sensing games, while Shi Qianjun had just claimed that this game operated on consciousness control. It was well known that 99.9% of online games still relied on keyboard controls. The group approached to examine the boxes, which bore their photographs. This is the physiological sensing device that can detect numerous bodily signals. You must wear this ring while playing, otherwise your account will not activate. Of course, there is also a large sensing apparatus in your studio, which is essential for the game. Please make sure to wear them. Shi Qianjun instructed Su Peng and his companions. As they took the boxes and extracted the rings within, Su Peng observed that the rings were quite archaic in design. They resembled finger guards rather than traditional rings, adorned with mysterious runes. "How exquisite!" Sun Shijia exclaimed. Fiddling with the ring, Su Peng felt a sudden stir in his heart, as the ring bore a striking resemblance to one among the relics of Shaolin. You must wear the ring at all times, but hand it over when you leave the company premises, and do not lend it to anyone else, as that could lead to data corruption. Should such an incident occur, you would be liable for a sum that could potentially ruin you for a lifetime. Shi Qianjun warned, leaving the group in stunned silence. "I will have a dedicated person explain the specifics of the game." Shi Qianjun continued, pressing a button on the desk. Soon after, a stout man in a black suit entered the room. "This is Lei Ming from the Tiger Bin team, and he will be your supervisor during the novice period. You will work with him for the next month," Shi Qianjun informed Su Peng and the others. The robust man nodded and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Hello, I am Lei Ming. Please follow me." Su Peng and his companions followed Lei Ming out of Shi Qianjun's office, with Sun Shijia cautiously closing the door behind them. They walked down the right corridor and entered a room filled with individuals resembling doctors and nurses. "You will first undergo a basic health examination. Once that's complete, I will take you to the work area," Lei Ming instructed. Su Peng and his companions nodded and proceeded with the examination, which was thorough, including inquiries, vision tests, internal organ assessments, and blood work. Nothing was overlooked. After nearly half an hour, they completed the process. Lei Ming nodded and led Su Peng and his companions deeper into the corridor. They arrived at a room that spanned over 150 square meters, divided into several sections. "This will be your workplace. Shortly, you will receive your machine numbers. This area is designated for novice training. A reminder, before entering the game, make sure to wear the ring," Lei Ming advised. Su Peng, Fu Kong, and Sun Shijia hurriedly unwrapped their rings, placing them on their fingers. Su Peng glanced at Jiming, who had already donned his ring. "All right, let's distribute the number tags. You may proceed to your machines," Lei Ming announced, handing out the tags. Su Peng checked his number. It was number 7. Approaching the designated cubicle, Su Peng observed that the machine resembled a hospital CT scanner, allowing a person to lie down without any restraints. Is this the game console? Su Peng pondered. Lie down, and you can begin the initial operation, Lei Ming instructed. As Su Peng reclined on the machine's leather surface, he followed Lei Ming's guidance to activate it, finding himself transported into the gaming capsule. Inside the capsule, the atmosphere was not stifling. The interior was lined with cylindrical displays, and Su Peng noticed that the screens displayed Microsoft's classic blue sky and white clouds, along with a game startup screen. Lei Ming, is this a computer? Why are there no icons like i.e., my computer, or recycle bin? Sun Shijia, despite being reclined in the gaming capsule, called out with curiosity, given the immense value of the game accounts. Although the gaming capsule possessed all the functionalities of a computer, the company had removed or hidden non-gaming aspects to prevent operational errors. For internet access, you could use the laptops in your rooms. Lei Ming explained. Sun Shijia acknowledged this and ceased his questions. How do you operate this thing? Fu Kong inquired. Simply focus your gaze on the game icon for 10 seconds, and you will enter. Lei Ming replied as Su Peng fixed his eyes on the game icon. In less than 10 seconds, the screen surrounding the gaming capsule ignited with black flames. As Su Peng logged into the game, he found a virtual keyboard before him. He attempted to control it with his gaze and was pleasantly surprised by its responsiveness, swiftly entering the game account provided by Lei Ming, which quickly led him to a login interface. Upon inspection, he noticed a character that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Ah? So this is indeed a next-generation game. The company has created a character based on our photographs, Su Peng chuckled. He then examined the character's attributes, which read, Character, Su Peng Gender, Male Occupation, Civilian Basic Attributes, Perception, 12, Exceptional Memory, Good Comprehension, and Decent Insight Strength. 8. Can carry 56 pounds, Attack Power 8, 1 point of strength corresponds to 7 pounds of carry weight. 1 point corresponds to 1 point of attack, agility. 8. Your running speed is relatively fast stamina. 9. Physical strength 90, 1 point of stamina corresponds to 10 points of physical strength, indicating your excellent endurance, constitution. 9. Health value 135, 1 point of constitution corresponds to 15 health points, dexterity. 10. Your hands are quite nimble, charm. 9. Your appearance is fairly decent, awareness. 14. Your will is remarkably steadfast. And your mental state is exceptionally alert, possessing excellent insight and intuition, fortune. 9. Your luck is slightly better than average, though don't expect to win the lottery. As Su Peng perused his character's attributes, a subtle smile crept across his lips. He had always prided himself on his strong intuition and insight, and these attributes aligned closely with his own. However, how did those who created his character acquire such knowledge? If one were to stretch for an explanation, it might be through some form of testing, perhaps a cross-sectional assessment? Su Peng mused as he logged into the game. Please select the depth of the game. Shallow mode, medium mode, deep mode. The screen presented 3 options. Allow me to explain. Shallow mode allows for free physical movement, medium mode restricts physical movement but permits hearing external sounds, and deep mode immerses both body and mind in the game, rendering you unable to hear outside sounds. This equipment enables brainwave control, with a slight hypnotic effect, allowing for minor feedback on the body. I recommend starting with medium mode, Lei Ming suggested. Su Peng nodded and selected medium mode. An animated transition appeared on the interface, and soon, he found his character, controlled by his thoughts, standing on an ancient, charming street. The graphics of this game resemble holographic photography. It is hard to discern any polygonal models. Su Peng contemplated as he admired the visual splendor of the game. The game's visuals are extraordinarily exquisite, with details rendered so realistically that the colors of the earth and sky resemble a photograph. Allowing Su Peng to discern the faint textures on his character's skin, he finds himself wandering through a street cloaked in night, which, while seemingly ordinary, exudes an antique charm reminiscent of the Tang and Song dynasties. As he navigates his character deeper into the street, he experiences a sensation akin to truly walking. At the far end of the street, there lies a peculiar shop, its entrance designed to resemble the head of a beast, its gaping maw serving as the door, as if it were poised to swallow anyone who dared to enter. Approaching the shop, Su Peng gazes into the creature's eyes and notices them blink, an intriguing detail that stirs his curiosity. Recognizing that this is the only point of entry, Su Peng hesitates not and resolves to step inside. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Shop. as he takes control of his character. The door swings open, and he feels the resistance against his arm as he enters. Amidst this enchanting sensation, a chilling cackle echoes, welcoming him. Inside the strange establishment sits an elderly man, reminiscent of an ancient court attendant, who greets Su Peng with a smile. The sinister laughter sends a shiver down Su Peng's spine, prompting an involuntary chuckle as he muses about the oddities of the game designer. How does one engage in conversation with an NPC? Su Peng inquires of Lei Ming outside the partition. The game operates on a medium mode, allowing players to control their characters. There is a spherical device at hand. Placing it nearby enables the NPC to hear your speech. The NPC will respond based on your words and actions. Tapping the sphere 3 times activates continuous voice dialogue, while another 3 taps will silence it. A firm press logs you out, explains Lei Ming. Adjusting his sunglasses, however, exercise caution. Your words will influence the NPC's reactions, directly affecting the game's progression. Strange utterances have previously led to character death. Su Peng nods, his heart racing at the prospect of conversing with NPCs. Is this an automated dialogue system or a sophisticated AI? The computational demands must be immense. If what Lei Ming claims is true, this game is indeed worth 30 million. Perhaps it is a competitive endeavor between 2 gaming companies. He speculates that at that moment, the NPC elder suddenly coughs. Politeness is not to be scorned, Su Peng muses, controlling his character to bow slightly in respect to the attendant. He then touches the sphere and asks, "Good day, might I inquire who you are and where I find myself?" "Ah, you are quite courteous. Would you like to know why you're here?" The attendant responds. "Please enlighten me," Su Peng inputs, recognizing this NPC as a guide for newcomers. "Ah, I shan't tell you," the attendant chuckles, only to quickly add, "I jest. How could I withhold such information? You are on the brink of leaving the mundane behind and entering a wondrous, mysterious realm. A world where immense power awaits you." Though everything comes at a cost, as Su Peng reflects on the earlier programmer's sense of humor. "Theo, enter this world. You will need this." The attendant presents a card-like object before Su Peng. Examining it, Su Peng perceives it as an ordinary card adorned with illustrations of martial artists in combat. This is the point card for the world of death and rebirth. Do not underestimate it. Each card requires the sacrifice of 30 years of your life in exchange for 30 game points. Each day spent gaming consumes 1 point, and should your points be exhausted, you can no longer play. If 30 days pass without gameplay, you will perish. The attendant explains earnestly. Su Peng cannot help but laugh at the game's creator's audacity, marketing point cards within the game's narrative, complete with a death concept for immersion. Be wary. I speak no jest. The cost of the point card has been made clear. In the game, you will encounter similar mysterious shops in large cities. Acquiring high-value items allows you to trade them at these shops for point card points. Yet only upon amassing a full 30 points can you exchange for a single point card. Moreover, point card points serve as internal currency for special transactions. The attendant extends the point card towards Su Peng, stating, "The choice to accept the point card lies with you." At that moment, a prompt appears in the lower left corner of Su Peng's view. Do you accept the point card? Yes, no? Refusal would render gameplay futile. Su Peng contemplates accepting the card. Holding the point card, he follows the attendant's instructions to tear it open, unleashing a surge of black flames that swiftly envelop him. May you find joy in the world of death and rebirth. The flames gradually engulf Su Peng, and the screen fades to black, indicating a loading phase. Whether uncovering the truth behind Xiao Lin's demise or stealing the gaming console, neither task can be completed in haste. For now, he resolves to immerse himself in the game and explore its intricacies. After a brief interlude, the screen brightens once more, revealing Su Peng in a village bustling with NPCs. One elderly man with white hair spots him and greets. "Hello, young man." Su Peng's gaze falls upon the NPC, noticing his name, Village Chief Handaifu. "Greetings, Chief," Su Peng replies, approaching him to inquire, "Might you tell me where I am?" "Ah, welcome to Qingshan Village, not far from Jiangning County. You must be a newcomer, eager to make your mark in Jiangning." The chief responds. Su Peng nods, then asks, "As I am unfamiliar with this place, could you provide some insights about the surroundings?" "Of course. This is Qingshan Village, situated 30 li from Jiangning County. Many young adventurers seeking to prove themselves frequently visit our village. However, life in Jiangning can be challenging. Without a skill, it is tough to thrive. I suggest you explore the village or learn a trade to gather some funds for your future endeavors in Jiangning. I see." Su Peng nods thoughtfully, asking, "Are there any tasks available in the village?" "Indeed. I noticed Aunt Li was seeking some ingredients. You might inquire with her," Chief Han Daifu replies. "Thank you, Chief." Su Peng acknowledges with a bow, then, having learned the location, the NPC departs, leaving him alone. Lei Group Leader. "Can we leave the village now?" Fu Kang's voice suddenly rings out, addressing Lei Ming. "Leave the village? If you possess sufficient skills, it may be possible, though I do not recommend venturing out just yet." Lei Ming's voice responds. "The game presents considerable difficulty. Outside the village, you will encounter wild dogs, and further afield, yellow cattle and wild horses. Beyond that, wild wolves lurk. If you face a wild wolf, you are certain to perish. You might have a 60% chance of defeating a wild dog, but you will undoubtedly sustain injuries. Healing wounds is not as simple as consuming a health potion. It requires proper treatment, complicating your leveling efforts. Focus on strengthening yourselves before venturing out." "What?" Fu Kang exclaims, clearly disheartened. "Your character's abilities likely mirror your own in reality. Consider your encounters with wild dogs, yellow cattle, and wolves, and gauge your chances accordingly. However, this game lacks resurrection. I do not advise you to take on challenges beyond your means. The more cautious you are, the better. Completing ordinary tasks within the village will enhance your attributes and teach you basic combat techniques before you leave." Lei Ming provides a detailed explanation to the group. Fu Kang acknowledges and resumes gameplay. Su Peng explores the village, noting its considerable size, with various establishments, a combined inn and dwelling, a blacksmith shop, a butcher's stall, a carpenter's workshop, several nurseries, small livestock farms, and many homes. The inhabitants of this village number around 200 to 300, making it quite a sizable settlement. However, apart from Su Peng and his 3 companions, the rest seem to be mere NPCs. At this moment, after about 10 minutes of gameplay, Su Peng suddenly spotted Sun Shijia approaching from one end of the village, visibly flustered, with several chicken feathers adorning his head. "What's the matter? Did you go chicken catching?" Su Peng inquired as Sun Shijia's character reached him. "Damn, don't even mention it. This is no quest at all. It's sheer torture. Those wild chickens have surprisingly high health, and the moment you strike, they take off running, flying up to 10 meters. I simply can't catch them." Sun Shijia lamented, before adding, "That NPC offers 12 copper coins for 1 wild chicken. I never anticipated the difficulty to be so high." "Well, I'll just take another look with that." Sun Shijia's character sauntered towards the residential area. Su Peng pondered whether the high difficulty of the beginner village was due to Sun Shijia's relative weakness. This game is indeed challenging. To acquire wealth or skills, one must invest a considerable amount of effort, think deeply, observe keenly, and work diligently. Your hard work will undoubtedly yield rewarding returns, Lei Ming remarked at that moment. Su Peng found himself in agreement with Lei Ming's words. Suddenly, Su Peng noticed a group of playful children forming a circle, and just then, a cry of pain erupted from one of them, followed by wails as they scattered in fright. Rushing over, Su Peng glanced in the direction of the commotion. He saw a child sprawled beneath a large tree near the carpenter's workshop, weeping uncontrollably, with a black snake adorned with golden spots coiling around his leg. Chapter 6. Flying Dagger Technique. It's a venomous snake. Su Peng instantly recognized the creature he had encountered in his childhood while playing in the mountains back home. It was indeed a highly poisonous serpent. Without hesitation, Su Peng approached and picked up a branch from the ground. The sensation in his hand felt remarkably real, as if he were genuinely grasping a branch. He marveled at the game's feedback system. Using the branch, he deftly pried the snake away from the child's leg. He then scooped up the child and pulled him away from the perilous vicinity. Examining the child's injury, Su Peng noticed 2 small puncture wounds on his leg, with darkened blood oozing from them. He tore strips from the child's clothing and fashioned a makeshift bandage for the bite. Following that, he began to squeeze the wound, expelling some of the dark blood. "Old Carpenter Chow is here. Old Carpenter Chow has arrived." At that moment, Su Peng heard the child's voice exclaiming as a man in his 40s, clad in villager garb, hurried over. The man wielded a dagger in his hand. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger, which struck the snake cleanly in its head. The serpent thrashed wildly, but its head was pinned to the ground. Soon becoming still, the villager approached, retrieved the dagger, and moved to Su Peng's side. The child's parents, along with the village chief, Han Dafu, rushed over, with Han Dafu taking the child away for treatment, followed closely by his parents. Only Su Peng and the carpenter remained. Fu Ping's gaze settled on the NPC, which was identified as Chao Mujiang. The thought struck him, and he approached Chao Mujiang, greeting him. Hello, Master Chao, I must say, your throwing knife skills were impressive. I've been working with wood for years and enjoy carving. It comes naturally to me, the carpenter replied with a hearty demeanor. Master Chao, would you be willing to teach me this flying knife technique? Su Peng asked earnestly. You wish to learn? Chao Mujiang responded. To master the flying knife, one must possess keen eyesight and nimble hands. If you truly wish to learn, I must test you. All right, Su Peng affirmed. Chao Mujiang then produced a copper coin from his possession, holding it between his hands and swiftly manipulating it, causing it to dance and spin with astonishing speed. Dazzling the onlookers. Stop, which hand is the coin in? He asked suddenly. Left hand, Su Peng replied confidently. Chao Mujiang opened his left hand, revealing the coin nestled within. Once may be luck, but if you guess correctly 3 times in succession, I shall teach you the flying knife technique, Chao Mujiang instructed, resuming his hand movements. Before long, he halted again. Still left hand. Impressive, that's the 3rd time, Chao Mujiang acknowledged, but just then, a gust of wind swept through the village, sending debris into his hair, which he brushed aside before continuing his display. Stop. Where's the coin now? Lying in the gaming pod, Su Peng contemplated. Is this game truly this realistic? The NPCs exhibit such intelligence? Despite his thoughts, he smiled and said, Master Chao, that's rather unfair. I see the coin hidden in your hair? Haha. You caught me. Chao Mujiang chuckled, slightly embarrassed, as he produced a copper coin from his hair. System notification. Your perception has increased by 1. Su Peng received the system prompt with delight, realizing he had gained a slight attribute boost, albeit not a foundational one. Meanwhile, Chao Mujiang retrieved his dagger and began to explain. To wield the flying knife, one must align their eyes, hands, and heart. After a minute-long cooldown, Su Peng received another notification. You have learned the basic flying knife technique, current level LV.0. Overjoyed, Su Peng felt a surge of happiness. Noticing that Chao Mujiang seemed a bit sheepish after being caught in a ruse, he taught Su Peng the flying knife technique and invited him to his home, gifting him a flying knife, not the one used to slay the snake. Su Peng now found a flying knife added to his inventory. After bestowing the knife, Chao Mujiang bid Su Peng farewell. At last, I possess a skill, Su Peng mused, noticing a new skill bar in the upper right corner of his vision. Equipping the basic flying knife technique to the skill bar, he approached a large tree in the village, retrieved the flying knife from his backpack, aimed at a point on the tree, and released it with a flick of his wrist. Clang! The flying knife embedded itself firmly into the tree. Su Peng discovered that the game's attack system did not employ a locking mechanism. The knife flew forth, leaving a white line in its wake, entirely reliant on Su Peng's dexterity to strike the tree. This game is indeed challenging. The attack system is not locked, nor is it controlled by thought. It entirely depends on skill. It seems I need ample practice. Su Peng reflected, observing the knife lodged in the tree before retrieving it. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt satisfied to have learned an attack skill. After practicing the flying knife technique for a while in front of the tree and gaining some familiarity, he stowed the knife and prepared to leave. At that moment, Fu Kong suddenly called out, Leader Lei, does this game impose any restrictions on job transitions? I just accepted a quest, and the system is prompting me regarding a potential class change. Jobs? There are no restrictions. In Death Cycle, any job is attainable as long as you meet the requirements. You could switch to a dozen different jobs if you wished. Everyone's attention was captured as Lei Ming continued. You all have entered the beginner village, right? Completing quests here will boost your favorability with NPCs. Once it reaches a certain level, you can transition jobs. Generally speaking, newcomers can transition within half a day. So I'm assigning you all a task. You must achieve at least 1 job transition before the end of the day. Understood? The group responded, and Su Peng sensed a shift in the atmosphere, an undercurrent of tension and pressure among them. Sun Shijia exclaimed dramatically, Fu Gu, is it true? Have you already transitioned? Indeed. I've become an apprentice at the blacksmith's shop, Fu Kong replied, striving for a tone of nonchalance, though a hint of pride seeped through. That's incredible, Fu Gu. You must give me a discount when I buy weapons in the future, Sun Shijia replied with admiration. Fu Kong laughed heartily. No problem. Someone has already transitioned. It seems I shouldn't be too complacent about acquiring an attack skill. Su Peng thought to himself, realizing that Fu Kong, who appeared to be a cunning merchant, was just as capable in the game as he was. As Su Peng approached the inn, he spotted a woman in her 40s. An NPC, seated on a small stool outside a residence, gazing at the weather. "Hello, Aunt Lee. I was sent by the village chief. I understand you're in need of some ingredients?" Su Peng inquired, placing his hand on the orb. "Indeed, I'm planning to prepare some salt-baked wild chicken, but I lack the ingredients. A young lad promised to fetch me some wild chickens, but has yet to return." "Alas, that impetuous boy is truly unreliable," Aunt Lee replied with a tone of complaint. The young lad she referred to was likely Sun Shijia's character. Given the game's realism, it seemed Sun Shijia might find it challenging to receive another quest here. "Aunt Lee, why not leave this task to me?" Su Peng suggested, assessing his capabilities. "You? It seems that the young lad is somewhat more dependable than before. Very well, could you assist me in capturing 10 wild chickens? They can be found in the woods to the east of the village. I shall pay you 15 coins for each one," Aunt Lee said to Su Peng. At that moment, Su Peng received a prompt. "You have accepted Aunt Lee's ingredient quest?" To be completed within 1 day, Su Peng confirmed, and then made his way toward the eastern edge of the village. Upon arriving at the forest there, he indeed discovered a few vividly colored wild chickens fluttering about. Equipping his flying daggers, he thought to himself, "Let us see my flying knife technique in action." A single dagger transformed into a streak of white light, piercing the body of one wild chicken. The left wing and leg of the chicken were injured, and it squawked and flapped, attempting to escape, only to be swiftly caught by a shadow that seized it and snapped its neck. Su Peng held up the wild chicken in his grasp. This was his 6th capture, and half an hour had already passed. Wild chickens were not easy to catch. They were extremely vigilant and would take flight at the slightest approach. Their agility and speed exceeded even Su Peng's. Some chickens, even after being struck by a dagger, managed to fly away, nearly taking Su Peng's dagger with them. However, as time went on, Su Peng became increasingly adept with his daggers. Apart from the initial misses, he found that he could hit a chicken nearly every 3rd throw. Just 4 more to go, Su Peng thought to himself, continuing his search for wild chickens. After a few more minutes, Su Peng finally captured 10 wild chickens, and his basic flying dagger technique upgraded to LV.2, enhancing both his accuracy and range. The task was complete. Su Peng wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, the wild chickens weighed between 5 to 6 pounds each, and the 10 he captured perfectly met Su Peng's carrying limit. Wiping his brow, he began his journey back to the village. "Wow, Su Gu, how did you manage to catch so many?" Upon entering the village, he encountered Sun Shijia, who was carrying a hoe and appeared ready to head out. He exclaimed, noticing Su Peng draped in wild chickens. "With flying daggers," Su Peng replied, making his way towards the village while still adorned with feathers. Chapter 7. The Invitation from Fu Kong. As Sun Shijia looked on in astonishment, Su Peng arrived at Aunt Lee's shop. Feathers still clinging to him, Aunt Lee sat at the entrance, seemingly enjoying the cool breeze. "That was quite fast," Aunt Lee remarked upon seeing Su Peng, her smile brightening. "With your ingredients, I can prepare salt-baked wild chicken." "Excellent. Now, let us settle the payment." Su Peng nodded and followed Aunt Lee into the shop, where she retrieved a piece of silver and 50 copper coins, handing them to him. In the currency system of the cycle of death, the lowest denomination is copper coins, followed by silver, and then gold. 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, and 100 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold. After receiving the copper coins and silver, Su Peng thanked Aunt Lee and was about to leave when she suddenly said, "Young man, you work quite diligently. I can recommend you to Butcher Zhang for a job." "Ah, thank you, Auntie," Su Peng replied. Aunt Lee nodded, saying, "Butcher Zhang is looking for an apprentice, someone reliable. I wouldn't recommend just anyone, but you seem to handle matters quite well. Go find Butcher Zhang. His shop is to the right as you exit mine, and tell him I sent you." Su Peng understood, thinking that Butcher Zhang might offer a career transition. However, he realized that without building a friendly rapport with some villagers, it might not guarantee success. Securing a position with the butcher could potentially allow him to learn skills related to knife techniques. Grateful to Aunt Lee, Su Peng spent 10 copper coins to purchase 10 steamed buns from her shop before leaving the inn. By this time, nearly 2 hours had passed in the game, and it was approximately 11 o'clock in the real world. The sun in the game was nearing its zenith, and Su Peng felt that such a realistic game should incorporate a sustenance system. Upon inspection, he discovered that, indeed, there was a hunger mechanic in the game. Players must eat at intervals, or their stamina and other attributes would decline. On his way to Butcher Zhang's shop, Su Peng began to munch on a bun. And perhaps under some hypnotic influence, he noticed that as his character walked and ate, he could almost taste the bread himself. Soon, he arrived at Butcher Zhang's shop. It was a bustling meat market. With various cuts of meat displayed at the entrance, a burly man, bare-chested and clad in a grease-stained gray apron, wielded a short knife and was busy butchering meat. "Hello, I was recommended by Aunt Lee. I hear you're looking for an apprentice?" Su Peng greeted him. The robust NPC looked up, assessing Su Peng. "Aren't you the young lad who just arrived in the village? You seem quite sturdy and capable." "All right, step inside." Butcher Zhang set down his knife and beckoned Su Peng into the shop. "First, practice your skills by helping me sell meat. I'll pay you 20 copper coins a day, but you must work at least 3 hours. Are you willing?" Butcher Zhang inquired. Su Peng calculated in his mind. 20 coins a day seemed a bit low, but if it led to learning professional skills, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Working in a butcher's shop, he was sure he would eventually be taught various skills. "Very well," Su Peng replied. Butcher Zhang handed him a meat cleaver, instructing him to learn the art of dismemberment. After successfully breaking down some pork, Su Peng transitioned to the role of butcher's apprentice, acquiring the basic skill of dissection at LV.0. "Now, break down the various meats. I'll inform you of the prices. You must sell at the exact price. Not a coin less," Butcher Zhang remarked, noticing Su Peng's quick learning. He patted Su Peng on the shoulder with his greasy hand before retreating to the back to rest. "Hey, Su Peng, you're working at the butcher's." Just as Su Peng was organizing the meat for sale, he heard a voice. It was Fu Kong, who had an air of a merchant. "Yes, I just transitioned," Su Peng replied. Then asked, "What brings you here? Looking to buy meat?" "Indeed. My master asked me to fetch some pork," Fu Kong said. "All right, pork is 8 coins per pound. I'll weigh out 2 pounds for you." Su Peng measured out 2 pieces of pork, totaling exactly 10 pounds. "Su Peng, could you possibly give me a discount? If my master inquires, you could say it's 10 coins per pound, but privately sell it to me for 8, Fu Kong suggested. "I'm afraid that's not feasible. I haven't yet earned the right to set my own prices. If I did, it would cause quite the stir, and this village is large. If my master finds out, I might not be welcome here anymore," Su Peng explained, realizing Fu Kong sought to swindle his master. "Very well, I'll take the meat then," Fu Kong said, seemingly disappointed as he paid for the meat. "By the way, Su Peng, it's already noon. I'll drop off the meat, and then we can log off for a meal together," Fu Kong suggested, his earlier gloom dissipating. "Sounds good. All right, just wait for me. I'll be back after delivering the meat," Fu Kong said, then left as Su Peng glanced around, temporarily closing the butcher's shop before logging off from the game. "Let us go have lunch, before long, in the real world," Fu Kong called out, and Su Peng responded, standing up and stepping out of his pod. "You all go ahead. I'll catch up later." Sun Shijia remained engrossed in the game, focused on something. Fu Kong noticed and smirked, saying to Su Peng, "We'll head out first." Su Peng nodded, casting a glance at Ji Ming's seat, only to find that Ji Ming had already departed. Truly a lone wolf, Su Peng mused, then followed Fu Kong to the dining hall. Su Peng and Fu Kong arrived at the cafeteria, perusing the menu before selecting a stone-grilled steak, a roasted knife fish, a portion of calamari, and a bowl of stone pot soup. They found a table to sit down and prepare to eat. Fu Kong chose several dishes that were considerably greasier. As they settled in, Fu Kong produced 2 cups of cola, handing one to Su Peng, saying, "Here, we can't drink alcohol during work hours, so let's enjoy some cola as our drink." Su Peng nodded, accepting the cola and taking a sip alongside Fu Kong. "Refreshing," Fu Kong exclaimed, leaning in to quietly ask, "So, Su Peng, what do you think of this game? It has immense potential, striking realism, and great playability." Su Peng pondered before responding, "Indeed. But the difficulty level is quite high. It seems that only you and I have managed to transition in the game thus far," Fu Kong observed, hinting that he had more to say. After taking a bite of the stone-grilled steak, Su Peng inquired, "What's on your mind, Fu Kong?" "I have a thought," Fu Kong replied, taking a bite of his braised pork before continuing in a hushed tone. "Su Peng, today marks the first day of playing this game, and it's evident that some dynamics are already taking shape. That fellow, Sun Shijia, talks a good game but has average skills and hasn't transitioned yet. As for Ji Ming, he is clearly a lone wolf, not mingling with us. This cannot continue." The supervisor mentioned that the game's difficulty escalates in the later stages, and our group assignments will depend on our performance. "Oh, what do you propose?" Su Peng asked, Looking at Fu Kong glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and leaned in closer, whispering, Su Pong, how about we form a duo? Let us mutually support one another. Any information I receive, I shall discreetly pass on to you, and vice versa. This way, our leveling speed may accelerate, and as long as we surpass that Sun Shijia and Ji Ming, we can at least secure a favorable position in the human group this time. Upon hearing this, Su Pong maintained an impassive expression as he pondered, then lifted his gaze to reveal a benign smile, remarking, that proposal is indeed commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, Fu Kong replied, adding, Sun Shijia might prove to be a liability. While Ji Ming clearly underestimates us, only by banding together can we effectively continue to navigate this game. Let me think it over, Su Pong said, inwardly more curious about the connection between this game and Xiao Lin's death than the notion of collaboration. Very well, consider it, and I shall seek you out later tonight, Fu Kong suggested. Su Pong nodded, and the two commenced their meal, which was quite delectable. Before long, they had nearly finished, as it was the first day of the game. They intended to maximize their time. After a brief digestion, they planned to return and resume playing. As they made their way back, Su Pong noticed Ji Ming seated alone in the dining hall. Eating. Su Pong offered a nod, to which Ji Ming merely glanced at him momentarily before returning to his meal. Upon returning to the gaming room, Su Pong and Fu Kong discovered Sun Shijia still reclining within the gaming pod. Oh yeah, I've finally learned an attack skill, Sun Shijia exclaimed as they entered the room. Fu Kong paused, asking, You've changed your class? Yes, I just did. I transitioned to a farmer and was busy plowing just now. My plowing skill has reached LV.3, and I've learned a skill called Polearm Specialization. Now at LV.5, I've acquired an attack skill named Chaotic Dance, Sun Shijia replied, remaining motionless. Hearing this, Fu Kang's eyes began to dart around. As if formulating a plan, Fugu, I'm off to eat. Sun Shijia finally decided to log off and bid farewell to Su Pong and Fu Kong as he sprang out of the gaming pod. All right, both Su Pong and Fu Kong responded. Su Pong reigned in his joy over his class change, logged into his account, and continued practicing dissection at the butcher's shop. Time swiftly passed, and Su Pong, utilizing the materials within the butcher's shop, soon upgraded his dissection skill to LV.3. With the skill's enhancement, Su Peng's agility increased slightly, allowing him to learn a related skill, skinning, while also acquiring a skill called one-handed weapon mastery. At that moment, the butcher, Zhang, emerged from the inner courtyard. Shaking his head, Fu Pong handed him the silver from selling meat, and Zhang appeared quite pleased, subsequently teaching Su Pong a new skill in the backyard. You have learned the skill, butchery, current level LV.0. Your courage has increased slightly, the system notified Su Pong, marking another skill acquisition. Occasionally, the village hunters will come here to sell game. I'll leave the pricing to you, Zhang instructed, explaining the prices for the meat he would collect before returning to the backyard to indulge in his drink. After a day of processing meat, Su Peng's attributes experienced another boost. Your arm strength has increased slightly, your power has increased slightly, and your waist strength has increased slightly indeed. The butcher's profession yields greater attribute points compared to that of a farmer, Su Peng mused. Just then, he heard someone outside calling for Zhang, and upon peering out, he recognized it was Hunter Hu from the village. However, Hunter Hu was not alone. A figure followed closely behind him, and Su Peng did a double-take upon realizing it was none other than the lone wolf. Ji Ming. Perhaps due to the game's hyper-realism, Su Peng noticed Ji Ming's character squinting in surprise at the sight of him. Master, I know him. I'll speak with him, Ji Ming said to the hunter beside him, who replied, all right, since you know him, have a chat and secure a good price. Zhang is notoriously stubborn when it comes to negotiations. Ji Ming nodded and approached the butcher's shop, addressing Su Peng. You're Su Peng, right? You're quite skilled at this game. From what I gather, becoming an apprentice at the butcher's shop requires a certain level of reputation, far surpassing that of a farmer. Haha, and you are equally impressive? Having transitioned to a hunter, a fine profession for ranged attacks, alleviating concerns for your safety. After all, in this game, a character's life is singular, Su Peng replied to Ji Ming. Ji Ming chuckled, stating, later stages may prove challenging. Especially since this is a martial arts game, and archery skills are almost non-existent. Oh? Then why did you choose it? Su Peng inquired, intrigued, as Ji Ming did not strike him as a short-sighted individual. Although this game allows for infinite class changes, individuals' time and energy are finite. Archery seems appealing at present, yet without future development, one might find the pursuit of proficiency to be a futile endeavor. Jiming chuckled but did not answer the question, instead shifting the topic. My master and I have hunted some game outside. Take a look and see what you can offer. I'll make sure to compensate you later. Very well. Su Peng nodded. Zhang's goodwill towards him had notably increased, granting Su Peng a degree of pricing authority, albeit with reasonable limitations. Upon inspecting the game Jiming brought, Su Peng noted it was indeed commendable. A small wild boar. Its eye pierced by an arrow, its hide well preserved, alongside a sizable snake, shot through the head, and several wild chickens. This is quite good. However, they do not accept animal pelts here. I shall assist you with the dissection free of charge. You can take the pelt back, and I shall classify the meat as top quality, Su Peng proposed to Jiming. Su Peng felt positively about Jiming. Although he exhibited a somewhat solitary demeanor, Su Peng sensed that his true character was different, as if he harbored secrets. However, given their limited acquaintance, it was not the time to probe deeper, but an initial engagement seemed appropriate, as it would also reflect Zhang's generosity. All right, thank you, Jiming replied as Su Peng utilized his dissection skill, swiftly processing the wild boar and snake meat, while also removing the pelts. His dissection skill then advanced to LV.4. Su Peng realized that dissecting these wild game likely contributed more to his skill progression. In total, it amounts to 5 taels and 25 1. Here you go. Su Peng handed the silver to Jiming, who nodded in acknowledgement. The hunter, witnessing this, expressed his delight, praising Jiming profusely. This boy is truly remarkable. He reminds me of a female apprentice I had long ago. Alas, I haven't seen her in quite some time. Why doesn't she come to visit? The hunter remarked as he accepted the silver. For a brief moment, Su Peng thought he perceived a flicker of discomfort on Jiming's character's face upon hearing the hunter's words, but it vanished almost instantly. It must be an illusion. How could a person's expression transfer to their game character? Su Peng contemplated, dismissing it without further inquiry. Thus, Su Peng spent several hours working at Zhang's establishment, as the sun in the game world gradually set, mirroring the reality of the afternoon. The company's working hours mirrored a conventional schedule, from 9 to 5, and with just over an hour remaining until the end of the workday, Su Peng completed his tasks for the day. Having processed the wild boar brought by Hunter Zhao, Su Peng concluded his work. Zhang, having finished his drink, inquired about the day's accounts, to which Su Peng provided a summary and settled the payments. Zhang nodded, seemingly indifferent to the earnings, but his goodwill towards Su Peng remained intact. Upon exiting Zhang's premises, the sun had dipped below the horizon in the game, and the village was devoid of work. Save for a few children frolicking about. Su Peng stretched lazily. Now a butcher apprentice, his dissection skill had finally reached LV.5, granting him a new passive skill, bone removal, acquired during the process of discarding bones. His butchery skill had also upgraded to LV.3, further enhancing his courage and bestowing upon him another passive skill, bloodletting, which had a certain probability of triggering during attacks, inflicting between 12 to 15 damage over 3 seconds. Today, he had essentially fulfilled his tasks. As Su Peng stretched again, he noticed his game character mirroring his actions, prompting a chuckle as he glanced at the ring adorning his finger. Let's engage in a fighting game, he declared. Just then, a group of children dashed past him, one of whom shouted, I'll go first. Ha! While striking a pose reminiscent of a martial arts film. All right, I'll be second. Ha! Another child chimed in, mimicking a stance. Su Peng smiled as he observed the children playing, which reminded him of his own childhood. Just as he was about to relax and watch, his keen perception caught something amiss. Hey, kids, who taught you those moves? Su Peng finally could not resist stepping forward to inquire. As he observed the children, he discerned that although their postures were not proper, their demeanor was clearly not that of ordinary play. It bore traces of martial arts techniques. The children exchanged glances, some appeared apprehensive of the adults. After a moment, one child, referred to as the leader of the group, spoke up, I learned it from a little figure. What little figure? Could you show me? Su Peng inquired, addressing the child leader. The child leader hesitated for a while before producing a wooden figurine from his belongings. Upon inspection, Su Peng noted that the wooden figure was a rough carving. Yet it depicted a standard martial arts stance. Is this a standard martial arts stance? Su Peng mused inwardly. Do you have more of these little figures? Would you mind showing them to me? Su Peng crouched down, addressing the children. The children looked at one another. Several shook their heads, While the child leader seemed to want to reclaim the wooden figure, Su Peng quickly understood that the children were afraid he might take their toys. Rest assured, I have new toys for you to play with, Su Peng said, moving to a nearby moist dirt pile. Where he scooped up a handful of clay, he set to work, and before long, he had crafted a remarkably lifelike figurine of Crayon Shinchan. Impressive indeed, Su Peng thought to himself, recalling how as a child, he had learned to mold dough figures from an elderly neighbor who had seen his talent and shared some of his skills. Molding the clay figures now came easily to him, unexpectedly useful in this playful context. Upon seeing the Crayon Shinchan figurine in Su Peng's hands, the child leader's interest was piqued. After contemplating for a while, he approached and asked, "Uncle, can I have that clay doll? I'll trade you my little wooden figure." "Sure. Anyone who has a wooden figure can trade it with me. I'll make you clay figures of all kinds." "One wooden figure for one clay figure," Su Peng replied with a smile. "Deal." The child leader approached, reluctantly parting with his wooden figure, lured by the greater allure of Crayon Shin-Chan. Su Peng handed over the clay figure, and the rest of the children, eager to join in, clamored for their own clay figures, with some rushing home to fetch their wooden figures. Soon, they gathered over a dozen wooden figures. Su Peng tirelessly crafted clay figures, producing Crayon Shinchan, Ultraman, and Doraemon among others, knowing well that these modern toys were designed to captivate children. Before long, Su Peng had amassed 18 wooden figures. "That's it," he observed, realizing that the children seemed to have exhausted their supply of wooden figures. He clapped the dirt from his hands, signaling the children to disperse. A few children who had not received clay figures watched him longingly. After dispersing the children, Su Peng began organizing the 18 wooden figures. After arranging them in a sequence, they appeared much more pleasing to the eye. These wooden figures resembled a set of martial arts forms, Su Peng thought, becoming entranced in his contemplation. You have begun to comprehend the wooden figurines. You have started to grasp the fundamentals of Yakyukan. Understanding requires a comprehension level of at least 10 points, and a martial arts experience of 300 points. A prompt appeared on Su Peng's screen, accompanied by a light blue CD bar. Chapter 9. Familiar faces. The CD continued to read without interruption, and Su Peng felt as though knowledge was being imparted into his consciousness. The CD bar read only about 1/6 of its capacity before abruptly halting. Your martial arts experience is now 25 points. Comprehension failed. You have mastered the first 3 techniques of Yakyukan. A notification appeared on Su Peng's screen. He quickly checked his skill bar and indeed found a new page labeled Yakyukan. Opening it revealed 3 techniques: Step Punch, Horizontal Strike, and Whip Kick. Su Peng equipped the skill and tried it out, executing a powerful side kick that demonstrated considerable force. Not bad. I can enhance my martial arts experience later. Mastering this set of Yakyukan is merely a matter of time, Su Peng thought, feeling pleasantly surprised. At that moment, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of an electronic bell, signaling the end of his shift in reality. "All right, time's up, everyone. Please log off in a safe location." Lei Ming clapped his hands. Although Su Peng and the others felt a twinge of reluctance, they pressed the large round button beside the main console. After about 3 minutes, their characters faded into faint silhouettes, disappearing from the game world. The gaming pod, resembling a CT machine, ejected, and Su Peng and the others stepped out. Sun Shijia asked, "Team Leader Lei, can we log on again after dinner? I want to level up my profession." "That would be against the rules," Lei Ming replied, glancing at Sun Shijia. "Newcomers are only allowed to log on during work hours. If you wish to work overtime, you can do so once you become a full-time employee. Many dungeons and tasks require extended playtime." "I see. All right then." Sun Shijia rubbed his nose, while Fu Kong, standing nearby, patted him on the back, and the two prepared to leave the room. As Fu Kong turned to leave, he caught Su Peng's eye, and Su Peng nodded in acknowledgement. However, Fu Kang's expression remained somewhat indifferent as he slightly nodded before exiting with Sun Shijia. Did I offend him? Su Peng wondered, puzzled by the encounter at that moment. Jiming approached from behind Su Peng and remarked, glancing at Fu Kong as he departed, "My in-game mentor, the old hunter, keeps boasting about how I sell goods at great prices." I saw that Fu Kong heard him say that. Su Peng chuckled softly, realizing that Fu Kong felt slighted for not receiving a discount like Jiming did. Such trivial matters. Yet, it's often the small things that lead to misunderstandings. Su Peng said, not intending to elaborate further. "Let's go eat," Jiming suggested, and Su Peng nodded as they left the studio together. In the corridor, Su Peng subtly probed Ji Ming for information, but he seemed reticent, revealing nothing substantial. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Su Peng ordered a cured meat set meal and noticed Sun Shijia and Fu Kong seated at a two-person table, animatedly discussing something. Fu Kong noticed Su Peng watching them but maintained his aloof demeanor, prompting Su Peng to refrain from approaching them. After finishing dinner, as Su Peng was about to return his tray, he suddenly halted. He had spotted a woman in a light yellow tracksuit with a ponytail entering the dining hall. This woman had a delicately shaped oval face and large, expressive eyes that sparkled vibrantly. Surrounding her were several girls who seemed to be her companions. Noticing Su Peng staring, the ponytailed woman returned his gaze. Giggles erupted from the girls nearby at the sight of Su Peng's fixed stare. Su Peng quickly averted his eyes, feeling slightly taken aback. As he turned away, the girls continued to chuckle, and the ponytailed woman flashed a victorious smile before joining her friends in the food line. Su Peng overheard her say, "My watch has been acting strange lately, always stopping at 1 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes, when I get up to use the bathroom, I see that time and think I still have time left, almost causing me to be late for work. You're so lazy." One of the girls laughed, and the group of lively girls moved on to get their meals. Su Peng sighed softly and returned his tray to the sink before heading back to his room. He powered on his Apple computer and began researching topics of interest, including news on Japan's V-Mold series, cutting-edge motion-sensing gaming technology, and information about the gaming pod and the game he was playing. Unfortunately, there was limited information on gaming equipment, and he found no information online regarding the Death Cycle game. Thus, he spent his time browsing the web until past 9 o'clock, later opening a video site to watch a few fantasy films. Around 11 o'clock, feeling a bit fatigued, he collapsed onto his bed without even changing out of his clothes. After about 2 hours, around 1 o'clock, Su Peng suddenly awoke, stretching his body and searching for a cigarette pack. He then opened the door and made his way to the communal restroom. Soon, Su Peng arrived at the public restroom down the right corridor and lit a cigarette just outside the restroom entrance, where the camera's view was obstructed. Inside, a woman's voice rang out. The restroom was divided into male and female sections, sharing a sink area. Leaning against the door of the ladies' restroom was a woman in pajamas, none other than the ponytailed woman Su Peng had seen earlier. "Don't you think this feels a bit conspicuous?" Su Peng remarked, observing her while smoking with his back to the corridor. "I have a habit of coming to the restroom for a smoke in the middle of the night. The person monitoring the camera should be used to it by now. But you, on the other hand, might attract suspicion," the ponytailed woman replied to Su Peng. Before Su Peng stood a woman he knew all too well. Her name was Ning Xie. Su Peng had not grown up in this city. Rather, he had met this woman in a small town from his past. It could be described as a fateful entanglement, as they were neighbors, classmates, and even desk mates. Like all childhood sweethearts, their relationship was rife with playful antics, pranks, and the occasional round of jabbing with compasses. In his youth, Su Peng was quite fond of mischief. While this woman relished playing the role of the police officer, they shared many stories together, but after advancing to junior high, Su Peng left the small town, and they parted ways, never expecting to meet again in this place. Yet, he was perplexed by her sudden appearance here. "You smoke too? Steel-toothed girl, what brings you here?" Su Peng exhaled a puff of smoke. "Cut the small talk, 2 things. First, act as if you don't know me, and I shan't admit to knowing you. Second, leave this company. Any excuse will do, car accident, malignant tumor, whatever. Just refrain from engaging with this game any further." "What do you know?" Su Peng inquired of Ning Kai. "Don't ask me. It's ultimately harmless to you. If you stay in the company and something goes awry, I won't be held accountable," Ning Kai replied, then added, "After you finish this cigarette, go back. I usually smoke a few in the restroom. And I won't be suspected for at least 20 minutes. I won't leave the company, but I also won't reveal that I know you." Su Peng retorted, "We can communicate occasionally, exchange information. Why are you staring at me like that?" "Fine, I understand you're upset because I left without saying goodbye. I'll take my leave now." Su Peng extinguished his cigarette in the trash bin and exited the restroom. He hadn't anticipated she would be here as well. It seemed she knew something. After returning to his room, Su Peng lay on his bed, pondering. Having already lost an hour of sleep, he figured he might as well indulge in some Sudoku puzzles stored in his mind to pass the time. Before long, dawn broke. In the following days, Su Peng carried on with the game in accordance with company regulations. He diligently completed Aunt Lee's ingredient tasks daily, accumulating a substantial sum of silver. Skills he learned at the butcher's shop quickly advanced to level 10 within 3 days. His dissection and slaughtering skills evolved into a unique technique, a butchering method that, upon reaching a certain proficiency, became a self-taught martial art, focusing on vital points with the ferocity of a Gale. The butchering technique was currently at level 1. This was the notation in Su Peng's skill panel. Upon opening the skill list, he found it divided into 6 techniques: shoulder meat chop, elbow chop, hindquarters chop, rib chop, hind leg chop, and bone chop. This unexpected boon left Su Peng both amused and bewildered. After maxing out 2 skills, he lost interest in working at the butcher's shop, purchased a steel knife from the blacksmith, and set off to hunt wild dogs to fulfill Aunt Lee's ingredient tasks. During this time, Su Peng also grew quite familiar with the NPCs in the village. He had even taken a glance at the mysterious carpenter. Chow. The carpenter was watering a strangely shaped jujube tree at his doorstep, which had several large bulges on its trunk. Upon seeing Su Peng, the carpenter was notably warm, yet Su Peng sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that the carpenter was less than pleased with his proximity to the jujube tree. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 days had passed since his initial foray into the game. On the 6th day, as per usual, Su Peng logged in. He had been part-time at the carpenter's shop, collecting wood and chopping firewood, which not only earned him extra silver but also taught him the skills of firewood chopping and tree felling. Soon enough, he leveled these skills up to level 10, learning the techniques of tree chopping and firewood splitting. Now, he could effortlessly slay wild dogs at the village's entrance, armed with his steel knife and medicinal herbs, making a profit from cowhide and beef. Each wild dog he killed granted him 5 points of practical experience, while a single cow yielded 12 points. Sun Shijia, Fu Kong, Jiming, and others seemed to be thriving as well. With Sun Shijia and Fu Kong growing increasingly close, with a swift strike aimed at a cow's foreleg, the beast let out a bellow and turned its head, its sharp horns directed at Su Peng. He nimbly sidestepped, then thrust his knife into the cow's chest, a vital attack, inflicting a lethal blow. Activating the bleeding skill. A notification chimed in Su Peng's ear as the cow trembled violently, suffering a damage of 120 points before collapsing to the ground. You have gained 12 points of practical experience, the screen announced. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Peng noted that this was the 2nd cow he had slain that day. Skillfully drawing out his dissection knife, he employed his butchering skills to quickly skin the cow and carve out the finest cuts of meat. To his surprise, this cow yielded a large piece of gallbladder, which the village chief, Dr. Han, would pay handsomely for. With the gallbladder in hand and a bundle of beef, Su Peng made his way towards the village. In the distance, smoke billowed from the village, likely from someone's damp firewood, producing a thick, black plume. Upon returning, Su Peng faintly heard the sound of galloping horses approaching. The bandits from Qinglong Mountain. Quickly, shut the village gates. Close the gates. The NPCs within the village, upon spotting the approaching horses, displayed expressions of panic and shouted loudly. As the horses drew nearer, chaos erupted in the village, with 20 or so villagers rushing to secure the wooden gates. The gates, constructed from thick tree trunks and standing 4 to 5 meters tall, were quickly fortified by the strong men of the village. Su Peng observed as Chief Han emerged from his home and ascended a high mound within the village, followed by Ji Ming and his mentor. The old hunter Su Peng trailed behind, standing atop the mound to gaze down, discovering that outside the gates had gathered 70 or 80 horsemen, brandishing weapons, spears and sabers alike, while behind them loomed over 200 henchmen, all wielding steel knives and iron swords, glaring menacingly at the gates. Chief Han surveyed the scene below, his expression grim. He called out, "Chiefling, our Qing Shan village has consistently provided its monthly dues in full. What brings you and your brothers here today?" Su Peng, equally perplexed, glanced at the riders below. Beside him, Jiming explained, "The Qinglong bandits are a group of marauders located between Jiangning County and Qingshan Village. They are notoriously fierce and typically subsist on tolls collected from passing merchants while also raiding villages for firewood. Most villages pay a fee to avoid trouble." Nodding in understanding, Su Peng continued to observe the bandits on horseback. Leading them was a man clad in green armor with dark red hair, who laughed boisterously. "Ha ha, Chief Han. While it is true that your village pays its monthly dues, it seems this region has recently become quite unstable, with several groups of unruly scoundrels causing trouble. Our Qinglong Mountain has dispatched troops to quell the unrest, But we cannot allow our brethren to starve while ensuring your peace, can we? You must offer something in return." Upon hearing this, Chief Han furrowed his brow. He was aware of the recent unrest, with some wandering merchants being robbed and possibly at the hands of the Qinglong bandits. The so-called bandit suppression could very well be a case of the thief crying "Stop thief," merely a ploy to extort money from Qingshan village. However, he knew that he could not refuse to pay. Otherwise, these bandits might indeed attack the village. "Chiefling, it's just money. Please hold for a moment," Chief Han called out, then turned to instruct several robust young men beside him. The young men appeared visibly agitated, but were quickly silenced by Chief Han, who turned away in discontent. Before long, the young men returned, carrying a sizable chest. The chest was secured with a heavy lock, and they carefully lowered it down using ropes. "This chest of silver shall serve as the labor fee for you and your brothers," Chief Han declared, nodding at the old hunter beside him. The old hunter, usually a bit lethargic, suddenly seemed to radiate vigor. He drew his bow and swiftly loosed an arrow, with barely a glimpse of its trajectory. Su Peng watched as the arrow struck the chest, exploding the iron-lidded top with a resounding bang, sending wooden splinters flying and spilling coins across the ground. "Incredible," Su Peng marveled, glancing at the old hunter. If that arrow had been aimed at him, he surely would not have evaded it. He then turned his gaze to Ji Ming behind the old hunter, pondering whether Ji Ming was aware of the old hunter's hidden prowess, which was why he chose to apprentice under him. Impressive. Below, the red-haired chiefling became serious, stating, "I never expected that such a humble village as Qingshan would conceal a master archer of the Hunter King caliber. I underestimated you." "Not at all," Chief Han replied, then added, "Chiefling, we have provided the funds for the bandit suppression. May we take our leave now?" "Ha ha ha. Since Chief Han has allowed my subordinate, the Hunter King, to showcase his skill, how could I let this opportunity slip by? Watch my arrow." Chief Ling laughed, dismounting from his horse and retrieving a green longbow, nocking an arrow, and drawing it back before releasing it towards the village. In the village, the seasoned hunter had long been poised for action, with a long arrow nocked on his bow, ready to be released. At that moment, both arrows were unleashed almost simultaneously, with a resounding crash. The two shafts collided in midair, moving so swiftly that they seemed to cast no shadow. Su Peng felt a stinging pain as the rush of air struck his face. Astonishingly, both archers infused their arrows with internal energy. However, there was a discernible difference in their skill. Although the old hunter's arrow struck Master Ling's long arrow, it was shattered upon impact, while Ling's arrow pierced into the village, shattering a flagpole with a thunderous boom. "Ha ha ha! This arrow is a gift for you. We always charge for our services. Boys, lift the chest. We are leaving," Master Ling commanded, tugging at his horse's reins as he spoke to the ruffians trailing behind him. Instantly, 7 or 8 henchmen surged forward to gather the coins from the chest into their bags, and soon, the bandits of Qinglong Mountain rode away from the encampment. Su Peng's gaze remained fixed on Master Ling, only to notice a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth as he glanced back at the gate of Qingshan village, his eyes gleaming with the predatory glint of a beast. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Peng. He keenly sensed that this man harbored murderous intent. "Old Hu, what do you think?" Dr. Han turned to the old hunter, eyeing the severed flagpole behind them. "This young fellow is quite formidable. His aim may not surpass mine, but his internal energy is far greater, and his bow is superior to mine as well," the old hunter remarked, observing the departing figure of Master Ling. Dr. Han's expression darkened with worry. With such a powerful leader among the bandits of Qinglong Mountain, our lives are bound to become increasingly difficult. Su Peng also watched the retreating bandits, an instinctive feeling gnawing at him that this matter was far from resolved. "Let us go," they left. "We should head down," Ji Ming suggested, patting Su Peng on the shoulder. Su Peng nodded, though his unease remained unabated. Back in the village, order quickly returned to its usual state. Su Peng first visited the butcher to sell the beef he had on him, along with several snakes he had skillfully dispatched. Recalling that the carpenter, Chow, had mentioned a willingness to pay handsomely for snake meat, Su Peng made his way to Chow's residence. As he approached the vicinity of the carpenter's home, he suddenly overheard a hushed argument between 2 individuals around the corner of a nearby dwelling. "Did I not instruct you to notify the people from Qinglong Mountain to come quickly and lie in ambush nearby, to watch for my signal tonight to attack the village? Why did Ling Tian and his men come during the day?" Su Peng was taken aback. Could there be a mole within the village? How would I know? I'm merely tasked with making contact. Who can predict the thoughts of the Qinglong mountain bandits? Furthermore, is your intelligence reliable? Are you certain that the target is indeed Qingshan village? One voice questioned, only to be met with a lowered tone. I suspect something unusual. It's highly likely that it is in Qingshan village. I have already identified the individual in question. We must attack Qingshan village tonight, or he may flee, for his true identity is... The conversation abruptly hushed, and as Su Peng intended to draw closer, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. Alarmed, he quickly turned around the house, only to find that the speakers had vanished more swiftly than he could pursue. Examining the ground, he discerned two distinct sets of footprints, and he followed them, only to find them abruptly disappear. This situation was certainly more complex than it appeared. From their conversation, it seemed that Qinglong Mountain was after something of great value, prompting the bandits to covet Qingshan village. Perhaps even infiltrators had made their way into the village. Su Peng mused. Realizing he could no longer track the speakers, he decided to proceed to the carpenter's home. Soon, he arrived at Chao's residence, where he sold the two snakes he had killed and observed the carpenter's reaction. The earlier discussion had taken place quite close to Chao's home, and it was conceivable that one of those speakers could be him. However, Chao appeared somewhat inebriated, his face flushed and his tongue thickened. As he insisted that Su Peng join him for a drink, Su Peng, possessing some common sense, noted that Chao had likely been drinking for a while. Thus, the possibility of him being one of the conspirators was slim. But who were those two individuals? Su Peng pondered. Politely declining Chao's offer to drink, he hastily made his way toward Dr. Han's abode. Upon entering, he found the elder at home. Su Peng greeted him and immediately addressed Dr. Han. Chapter 11. The Mole Master. I believe the arrival of the Qinglong Mountain bandits is not merely a simple extortion for money. Su Peng asserted, I share your sentiment, but what can we do? Shall we summon the Blackwater troops from Jiangning to exterminate them? I have heard that half of the money seized by the Qinglong Mountain bandits lines the pockets of the deputy commander of the Blackwater troops, which is why they are allowed to operate here. Even if we report to the Blackwater troops, they will merely send a contingent to observe and will not take further action. We still need to pay them. And the village is running low on funds. We cannot afford it, Dr. Han sighed, confiding in Su Peng. Master, the situation is far more perilous than it appears. I suspect that if we delay closing the village gates any longer, those bandits may very well breach our defenses. Moreover, with the traitor still unaccounted for, should they conspire with the bandits, Qingshan village would be in grave danger. Our immediate course of action must be to identify the mole. Su Peng whispered urgently to Dr. Han. As evening fell, smoke began to rise as the villagers prepared their meals. Within a modest dwelling in Qingshan village, a man in his 40s, appearing quite ordinary and resembling a typical peasant, was cooking when the door creaked open. Old who? The farmer was slightly taken aback upon seeing the old hunter enter. Su, what are you cooking? Let us share a cup. The old hunter, whose face bore the marks of time and hardship, smiled as he held up a smoked rabbit and a jug of old wine. I caught this rabbit a few days ago, and Antley smoked it for me. I was looking for someone to share a drink with. And here you are. Sounds good, the farmer replied, rubbing his hands together before rising to join the old hunter in the inner room. Once inside, the old hunter tore into the rabbit while the farmer produced 2 chipped wine cups. After pouring a cup for his companion, they toasted and drank. The old hunter then filled another 2 cups for the farmer, saying, Time flies, Su. It's been 3 years since you've been living in Qingshan village. I still remember the day I found you in the woods, covered in blood. After I revived you, you told me you were a traveling merchant who had encountered trouble. You said you lost all your goods and had no money left. So I brought you to the village, provided you with a home and land to cultivate. Now, 3 years have passed, and I was even planning to find you a wife, but you never mentioned wanting one. Hee hee. The farmer chuckled awkwardly, seeming to struggle with words, before raising his cup. I'm not good with words, so here's to you, my friend. He downed the cup in one go. The old hunter, however, shook his head, refraining from drinking, and with a look of regret said, I just can't comprehend why, after all the kindness the village has shown you, you would resort to such treachery. The farmer's gaze faltered slightly, as if taken aback, and he retorted, What have I done? What are you implying? Just then, the door swung open, and Su Peng, Ji Ming, Dr. Han, and several robust young men surged in. "Master, what have I done? Why this commotion? Are you here to arrest me? What crime have I committed?" The farmer seemed bewildered upon seeing the ropes in the hands of the young men, calling out to Dr. Han. "Alas, has Qingshan village wronged you in any way? To think you would become a mole," Dr. Han sighed, addressing the farmer. "Everything has been laid bare by this young man. Let him explain." Dr. Han gestured towards Su Peng. Su Peng nodded and said, "Su Guohan, I overheard your conversation with that traveling merchant after the Qinglong mountain bandits surrounded the village today. There is no need for further resistance. Surrender peacefully." "What are you talking about? I don't understand," the farmer exclaimed loudly in response to Su Peng's assertion. "Hee." Su Peng was not in a hurry to speak. He first chuckled and then said, "Do you still wish to deny it? The black smoke billowing from your chimney clearly indicates everything. It serves as your signal to contact the bandits of Qinglong Mountain." Jiming nodded and remarked from behind Su Peng, "I have observed that only your household emits black smoke that rises high into the sky without dissipating." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Su Guohan, a peasant, unable to contain himself. "I do not understand what you are talking about, and even if what you say were true, my fireplace produces a bit of black smoke. What law have I broken?" "While black smoke is not illegal, the addition of wolf dung to the fire certainly raises suspicions," Su Peng replied, adding, "Search his home for any wolf dung." Several young men immediately complied, rummaging through Su Guohan's fireplace. And soon someone shouted, "Here lies a pile of wolf dung covered by firewood." Su Guohan's expression shifted momentarily, and after a long pause, he said, "But wolf dung does not prove anything at this moment." His tone seemed different from usual. "You truly are relentless until the bitter end." Su Peng gazed at Su Guohan with a hint of pity and continued, "Today, I overheard a conspiracy while near the carpenter's house. Unfortunately, I startled the two conversing. I did not see the individuals involved, but I caught a whiff of a pungent odor. I had a sense of familiarity with this scent, yet could not identify it at the time. However, I discovered a crucial clue. Among the conspirators, one was tasked with relaying messages to the bandits of Qinglong Mountain, and it is highly improbable that anyone in the village would possess this capability. Qinglong Mountain is not nearby. It takes considerable time for a round trip, and there are no suspicious individuals in the village. Thus, I turned my suspicion towards the itinerant merchants arriving in the village. Recently, the area has been unstable, causing a decline in merchant activity. Yet this individual continues to peddle nearby. I inquired with Antley at the inn, who informed me that the merchant had visited every month for the past 3 years. But this time he returned merely 7 days later, making him the most likely candidate to relay information to the bandits of Qinglong Mountain. However, there is another inconsistency. During the conversation, you claim to have signaled the bandits, not the merchant. Given that the village is in a state of lockdown, I became suspicious of the means by which you conveyed this signal. At that moment, I recalled the source of the foul odor. It was wolf dung, the scent of burning wolf dung. Thus, everything falls into place. The conspirators utilized wolf smoke to transmit their signal. The smoke from burning wolf dung is black and lingers in the sky for an extended period. Precisely like wolf smoke. My memory serves me well. Reflecting on the afternoon, I realized that the smoke emerging from your home was indeed black. Most would overlook this detail, assuming it was merely damp firewood being burned. But a discerning eye would recognize that you were burning wolf dung. The individuals most likely to acquire wolf dung in the village are Uncle Hu and Ji Ming. The rest would not dare to provoke wolves. I inquired, and Ji Ming mentioned that just a few days ago, you spoke of wolf dung being a cure for chronic leg pain and even paid him to collect a significant amount. The pungent odor is easily explained. After signaling, you did not anticipate the bandits from Qinglong Mountain rushing in, and in your haste, you sought out the itinerant merchant. However, you failed to realize that the acrid scent of burning wolf dung had not dissipated. Revealing your flaw, the traitor within the village is you. Su Peng pointed an accusing finger at Su Guohan. Humph! Su Guohan scoffed, his expression cold. He grasped a wine cup, his face remaining ordinary, yet a glimmer of intensity shone in his eyes. Years of hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by one. To think you, a mere youth, could spot my flaw. Prepare to pay with your life. Suddenly, Su Guohan erupted, raising his hand to hurl the wine cup at Su Peng. The cup flew swiftly, and Su Peng, taken by surprise, instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Instantly, He felt a tremendous force emanating from the cup, as if his entire arm might be shattered. The overwhelming power sent Su Peng flying backward, crashing against the wall. May you all perish. Su Guohan's face contorted with rage as he shouted. Chapter 12. The Call for Aid. My internal energy. Just as Su Guohan was about to unleash his fury, he suddenly felt his limbs weaken, stripped of strength, unable to channel his internal energy. At that moment, a hand seized his arm, locking him in place, and a dagger pressed against his throat. Old Su, if you move, my dagger will not recognize you. It was the old hunter, having successfully restrained Su Guohan. Internal energy dissipated. You all drugged my wine? Su Guohan finally displayed a look of panic, addressing Su Peng and the others. Did you truly believe that I would engage in such lengthy discourse without reason? It is not due to any drug that I have spoken so much, Su Peng replied, rubbing the painful spot where the wine cup struck him. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Su Guohan's martial skills were commendable, yet he had fallen victim to Dr. Han's unique tranquilizing powder. The old hunter had taken the antidote in advance, thus remaining unaffected. Bind him. Dr. Han commanded, and several robust young men, eager for action, stepped forward with coarse hemp ropes to secure Su Guohan. Dr. Han approached and searched Su Guohan, retrieving 3 thin books, a gold piece weighing around 3 taels, and a small, fist-sized mask, the purpose of which was unknown. Lock him in the village prison. You two keep watch over him, Dr. Han instructed the young Ian. Su Peng, Ji Ming, the old hunter, and Dr. Han returned to Dr. Han's residence. This time, it was entirely thanks to Su Peng's keen insight that the conspiracy was unveiled, for which Dr. Han expressed gratitude on behalf of the hundreds of villagers. Dr. Han first bowed to Su Peng, who hurriedly assisted him to stand. Dr. Han then produced the 3 books and the gold piece, saying, Su Xiaoyu, these items would not have come to light without your efforts. Thus, I entrust them to you now. Su Peng felt a surge of delight. The rewards for this hidden task had finally arrived. He accepted the 3 books, which were titled Transformation Rain Technique, Heavenly Flower Rain, and Land Flight Technique. Upon opening them, he discovered that Transformation Rain Technique was an internal martial arts method, Heavenly Flower Rain pertained to concealed weaponry, and Land Flight Technique was a form of lightness skill. That old fellow, while lacking in many areas, certainly has a discerning eye, the old hunter remarked to Su Peng. The Transformation Rain Technique is quite a decent internal skill, and both Heavenly Flower Rain and Land Flight Technique are commendable as well. The martial arts taught in Jiangning County's academies, while not inferior, do not compare to these 3. Su Peng's heart brimmed with joy. These 3 martial arts manuals were undeniably rare treasures in this era. He recalled group leader Lei Ming mentioning that items in the game were categorized into 9 grades: gray, white, light blue, dark blue, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, and sungrade. Among them, gray represented the most commonplace items, while white was ordinary. Light blue was moderately rare, dark blue was quite good, silver was exclusively dropped by minor bosses, and gold, dark gold, diamond, and sungrade represented increasingly scarce tiers. These 3 martial arts manuals were already classified as light blue. In contrast, the knife techniques he had learned from butchering pigs were merely gray-grade martial arts. Su Peng tucked the manuals away and glanced at the old hunter and Dr. Han, sensing something unspoken. This gold should also be entrusted to you, my young friend, Dr. Han said, dividing the 3 taels of gold and handing them to Su Peng. With a slight smile, Su Peng addressed the village chief. Dr. Han, saying, Chief, is there anything else you wish to entrust to me? Please, do not hold back. Haha, my young friend indeed possesses a keen mind. Dr. Han laughed heartily before gradually adopting a serious demeanor. The bandits of Qinglong Mountain are clearly plotting something. I fear they will not disperse easily. Should they disregard casualties and attack our Qingshan village, I worry I may not be able to defend against them. Su Xiaoyu, might I implore you to journey to Jiangning County tonight and summon the Blackwater Army for aid? As Chief Han uttered these words, a prompt suddenly appeared in the lower left corner of Su Peng's screen. Hidden task. The call for aid from Qingshan village. Do you accept? Yes, no. Su Peng glanced at Ji Ming, who had been present in the room and seemed to envy the 3 manuals he had received. His eyes sparkling with unspoken desires, Su Peng felt a stirring in his heart. Deliberating before replying, Chief, I fear I cannot accomplish this task alone. I would like to enlist a few companions to assist. as long as we can bring in the Blackwater army for assistance. It suffices, but too many people may draw the attention of the hidden bandits of Qinglong Mountain at it. Would be best if no more than 5 accompany you. Agreed. Su Peng nodded and turned to Ji Ming, approaching him and asking, what do you say? Shall we undertake this journey together? What are the benefits? Ji Ming blinked, inquiring about the internal strength manual. Well, that might be difficult. To be frank, I do not intend to share these 3 manuals, as such light blue techniques are quite rare at this stage. However, I can certainly part with some of the gold. Of course, I ask that you keep this matter confidential and not disclose my acquisition of these items to others. Su Peng responded. Very well, however, I shall forego the gold. Yet, if there are particular benefits associated with the task at King Shanzhai, I must be prioritized in acquiring them, Ji Ming said to Su Peng, who felt a twinge of surprise. As it seemed Ji Ming was quite financially comfortable, yet he appeared more intrigued by the prospective benefits yet to be obtained. Agreed, but let it be clear that I will only relinquish the benefits meant for others, and not my rightful share, Su Peng replied to Ji Ming. This hidden task was initiated by Su Peng, and when it came to future rewards, he was likely to reap more than the others. I see, Ji Ming contemplated, nodding as he spoke. You wish to enlist Fu Kong and Sun Shijia to complete the task together, don't you? Why not? Su Peng replied. Having more people will make the task easier to accomplish. Very well, Ji Ming said. However, taking on the task may require overtime, and we need to inform Lei Ming. Su Peng sought out Fu Kong and Sun Shijia within the village, sharing the details of the hidden task with them. Incredible, Su Gu, you found the hidden task so quickly, Sun Shijia exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rescue? The task reward should be substantial. Surely, it must include a full set of leather armor, right? After some acquaintance with Sun Shijia, Su Peng had developed a fair understanding of him. This recent graduate had some cunning about him but seemed a bit naive, often speaking his mind without much restraint. However, this could merely be a superficial impression, and his current demeanor was advantageous for Su Peng's plans. Fu Kong, standing beside Sun Shijia, cast a sidelong glance at him, slightly annoyed at Sun Shijia's quick enthusiasm, as it left him feeling at a disadvantage in negotiations. I just spoke with Lei, and he consulted with Shi Qianjun, who agreed to our overtime. Team leader Lei will also accompany us, Su Peng informed Fu Kong. I have no objections to joining, but I must say, if the reward is monetary, it should be divided into 6 parts, with Sun Shijia and I receiving 4, Fu Kong stated after some deliberation. Are you more handsome than others? Ji Ming interjected from behind Su Peng. Fu Kong shot an angry glare at Ji Ming, grumbling, You all sought me out. He, who had a somewhat unsightly appearance and was not particularly tall, felt a sting to his pride at Ji Ming's remark. Ah, Fu Gu means no offense. He simply requires a significant sum for his blacksmithing skills. Thus, Sun Shijia quickly interjected, accustomed to mediating in such situations, hoping to preserve this opportunity without being wasted by pointless squabbling. Fu Kong, perhaps I was not clear enough. This task is a result of our collective entry into the game. Su Peng believes the task is not overly challenging, and the anticipated rewards may enhance our reputation. That's why I invited you along. It's not that we cannot proceed without you. Thus, your demand for the monetary rewards to be divided into 6 parts, with you taking 4, is unacceptable, Ji Ming explained to Fu Kong. Su Peng also turned his gaze toward Fu Kong, who since the minor incident involving the meat had been somewhat aloof towards him. Although it was a trivial matter, Fu Kong seemed to lack grace, harboring ill feelings towards Su Peng. Understanding Ji Ming's intention, Su Peng quickly chimed in, Let us all take a step back. Fu Kong and Sun Shijia need to advance their skills, so relinquishing some benefits is reasonable. However, it cannot be an unreciprocated division like that. It should be 1 reward per person among the 4 of us. I can lend you my share initially, but you must repay me with an additional 20% upon return. In truth, Su Peng was indifferent to the additional 20%. He had already secured 3 skill manuals and some gold. However, sacrificing without reason was not his style. He merely sought to symbolize a form of compensation. On the other side, Sun Shijia was already intrigued. His farmer character had reached level 10, allowing him to upgrade to a spear soldier within the village. Unfortunately, he could not afford the training costs. If given some initial capital, he was confident he could significantly enhance his skills in a short time, making repayment relatively easy later on. Fu Kong was also somewhat tempted. Although he would owe an additional 20%, the value of money in the early stages of the game was notably high, and once his power increased, returning such a sum would be trivial. Sun Shijia seemed to persuade Fu Kong. And Fu Kong, feeling pressured, ultimately relented. The four reached a consensus with Fu Kong and Sun Shijia borrowing future earnings from Su Peng at a 15% interest rate. What a petty-minded individual. Such a person will never amount to anything significant, Ji Ming observed coldly, watching as Sun Shijia and Fu Kong conferred in hushed tones. Indeed, Su Peng smiled slightly as he led the group back to the home of the village chief. Hondafu. There, Hondafu presented Su Peng with a letter he had just penned for his nephew, who served as a centurion in the Blackwater Army, urging the group to return promptly. Chief, there is another individual in the village who warrants caution, Su Peng whispered into Hondafu's ear. Hondafu, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment and replied, Him? That cannot be. He has contributed significantly to the village. Nevertheless, it is wise to be cautious, Su Peng urged, and Hondafu, perplexed, slowly nodded in agreement. The group then bid farewell to the chief and, under the twilight sky, embarked on their journey towards Jiangning County. There were two routes to Jiangning County. One was the main road traversing the plains, which required crossing a major river via a ferry, taking 2 days to reach. The other route wound through Qinglong Mountain, a shortcut frequently taken by merchant caravans who, in return for safe passage, paid tribute to the bandits of Qinglong Mountain. This path would only take a few hours. Which route shall we take? Ji Ming inquired, producing a hastily drawn map shortly after departing King Shanzhai. Chapter 13. The clever Wang Erga. Some people, while possessing good looks, are truly empty-headed, Fu Kong scoffed, still resentful over Ji Ming's earlier rebuttal. Isn't it quite apparent? The chief has instructed us to travel overnight to Jiangning County, which means we must bring the Blackwater Army tomorrow. How will we achieve this via a longer route? Oh, not only are you handsome, but your hearing seems superior as well. I seem to have missed the chief specifying when we must complete this task. Moreover, since you feel so strongly about it, are you prepared for the bandit lookout set up by the Qinglong Mountain bandits at a crucial ravine along the shortcut? Ji Ming countered. Fu Kong, taken aback, let out a heavy huff. Seeing this, Su Peng shook his head. Fu Kong was truly small-minded, and Ji Ming was no pushover with words. The two together were bound to create conflict. However, this was merely a brief collaboration, and Su Peng cleared his throat, stating, Our objective is to complete the task, both routes present options. Let us analyze the pros and cons and make an informed choice. It is quite evident. Taking the shortcut saves time, but we may encounter the Qinglong Mountain bandits. If they are fully mobilized, it could spell trouble. However, if only a few weaker bandits are stationed at the checkpoint, we might manage to break through. Conversely, if we opt for the longer route and King Shanzhai is attacked tonight, we may not complete the task, leading to failure, Ji Ming succinctly explained. Perhaps we should take the shortcut? I don't think the bandits will simply give up on attacking the village tonight. Sun Shijia tentatively suggested that I too believe we should take the shortcut. Su Peng concurred, adding, There are 3 reasons. First, as Sun Shijia mentioned, the Qinglong Mountain bandits likely have their sights set on capturing King Shanzhai, as there seems to be something they covet. Second, since they already have insiders signaling their intentions, they won't return empty-handed. Third, given the high likelihood of the first 2 points, the number of bandits left to guard should be minimal, and the checkpoint is merely a small barrier. With sufficient force, we have a good chance of breaking through. In truth, Su Peng harbored a 4th reason he kept to himself. He had a strong premonition that a fierce conflict would erupt at King Shanzhai that night. This was one of the reasons he had not hesitated to accept Chief Han's task, as he could not ascertain whether remaining in the village would lead to being ordered to defend it, or worse, whether the village would be sacked by bandits. Su Peng's instincts were remarkably accurate. He seldom had premonitions, but when he did, they were almost always correct. He could still envision the glance cast by the bandit leader of Qinglong Mountain before departing. Akin to that of a beast eyeing its prey, I mentioned that this task is urgent. It is clear we must reach Jiangning County tonight. Fu Kong huffed indignantly. I too believe we should take the shortcut. He affirmed, It is obvious that the longer route is less challenging and poses little danger. Given the nature of this task, the difficulty of the chosen route may influence the final rewards. Ji Ming echoed his thoughts. What, did you not just say you wanted to take the longer route? Are you suggesting I take shortcuts as well? Are you attempting to contradict me? Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, Fu Kong could not help but exclaim, Humph! When have I ever stated my intention to take the long route? I merely proposed a possibility, assessing potential, suggesting alternatives, and deciding to traverse the long path are entirely different matters. Your full remark, I believe, can be aptly returned to you. Jiming cast a cold glance at Fu Kong and remarked, "It seemed Jiming was not particularly interested in Fu Kong." Su Peng observed this interaction and thought it prudent to mediate, saying, "All right, since we share a common goal, let us devise a concrete plan." Jiming disregarded Fu Kong and began to outline his own strategy. Ultimately, the four of them decided to take the shortcut to Jiangning County. Jiming had a rudimentary map of the area and sketched out a rough route. They discussed how to handle encounters with enemies and how to avoid areas with formidable wild creatures. After settling these matters, they swiftly advanced through the mountains towards Jiangning County. As they moved, Su Peng scrutinized each individual's equipment. Each person had their own gear. Jiming bore an iron sword on his back, wielding a hunting bow in his hands, accompanied by a quiver of arrows. It appeared he had completed the preliminary tasks for both hunter and swordsman, enabling him to engage in both ranged and melee combat. Fu Kong carried an iron hammer and surprisingly donned 2 pieces of leather armor, indicating that he had been faring well as a blacksmith apprentice. Given Su Peng's experience with butchering, he surmised Fu Kong might have developed a few self-taught martial arts techniques. Sun Shijia had a small round wooden shield slung on his back and held a spear, which seemed somewhat mismatched. Fu Peng speculated that the wooden shield was likely a reward from a task. And Sun Shijia probably possessed a few grade-tier martial arts skills as well. However, it was evident that neither of these two had any significant internal power. As Fu Peng examined his own equipment, he wielded a steel knife capable of executing the butchering technique and wore a piece of leather armor, which he had purchased with funds earned from his task for Antli, providing a modest 3 to ordinary defense. More importantly, the leather armor had been modified, featuring several pouches under the arms capable of holding 4 throwing knives. Additionally, Su Peng possessed an iron claw in his left hand, obtained from a minor task at the blacksmith, granting him a 2 attack. Better than nothing in terms of skills, Su Peng had the grade-tier butchering technique, a white-tier street fighting skill, and surprisingly, throwing knives also classified as a white-tier skill. However, in terms of damage output, the butchering technique likely had the upper hand, as Su Peng had experimented and discovered that this world did indeed feature critical hits. Striking the right spot could lead to devastating blows even against heavily armored foes. As for the 3 martial arts manuals he received from Su Guohan, his martial arts experience and practical skill levels were insufficient for study at the moment. Though he was close, the moonlight illuminated the scene, and the moon in this world appeared larger than in reality. The 4 traveled in silence, with Jiming moving at the front, while Su Peng and Sun Shijia maintained a moderate pace. And Fu Kong, wielding the hammer, lagged behind. Jiming's chosen path proved effective, as they encountered only 2 solitary wolves along the way, which were swiftly dealt with by the group. After approximately 3 hours, they finally arrived at the checkpoint established by the bandits at Qingshanzhai, as Jiming had described. Upon nearing the checkpoint, Su Peng and the others observed that this indeed was a defensible position. Ahead lay a terrain with 2 cliffs forming an inverted V-shape. The cliffs on the north and south sides approached closely, with the nearest gap measuring only 2 to 3 meters apart. An ordinary adult could make a daring leap with sufficient momentum. However, beyond this point, the distance between the cliffs rapidly widened, reaching over 10 meters at its broadest. The cliffs rose several dozen meters high, with a chaotic stony ravine below. A fall would certainly be fatal for Su Peng and his companions given their martial arts capabilities. At the point where the cliffs were closest, there was a wooden bridge, 3 meters wide and 4 meters long, connecting both sides. The distance between the cliffs widened rapidly beyond the bridge. Opposite the bridge stood a rudimentary 2-story wooden structure resembling a tower. Due to the terrain, it spanned about 20 square meters in area, and under the bright moonlight, it appeared to be unguarded. On Su Peng's side of the bridge, the A-shaped terrain extended less than 30 meters on both sides, with 2 more towers, each manned by a patrol consisting of a 3-man and a 4-man team, continuously surveying between the towers. In front of the bridge, several wooden barricades were scattered about, while additional barricades adorned the tower across the bridge. With some caution, one could navigate around them. Behind the left side tower, perched on the cliff's edge, a narrow path led up the mountain, presumably the route to Qinglong Mountain Zhai. Beyond the ravine, dense woods enveloped the area, extending to the center of the A-shaped cliffs. At this moment, Su Peng and his companions concealed themselves within the thick foliage. Lo and behold, there truly are guards here, Sun Shijia exclaimed, observing the three towers and the wooden bridge ahead. Su Peng and Ji Ming remained silent, and after about 5 minutes, Ji Ming spoke. Among the three towers, there are a total of 8 individuals. Notably, one person in the left tower has emerged twice within 5 minutes. Seemingly overseeing the patrols, he does not participate in the patrols himself, indicating a relatively higher rank among the bandits, likely accompanied by superior strength. Additionally, there is a patrol team on both sides, each making rounds every 3 minutes. Due to the terrain, they cannot see the dense woods in between, and their patrol likely aims to prevent anyone from crossing the cliffs using branches or other means. After crossing the bridge, a flat path extends about 20 meters ahead. There are obstacles before the bridge, which can be navigated, but the time taken would surely alert the patrols to our presence, Su Peng noted. What shall we do? We cannot simply pass through. From the looks of those guards, their combat capabilities may match ours or even exceed them slightly, and they have the advantage of position with double our numbers. Not to mention a leader, we would certainly not be able to overpower them, Fu Kong remarked, growing increasingly anxious. While crossing the bridge is likely to lead to a confrontation, we can strategize on how to approach the battle. We may not be able to defeat the guards directly, but we can aim to divide and conquer, Su Peng suggested, gazing towards the checkpoint. That's easier said than done. They are not without intelligence and won't easily disperse. Even if we send one person to create a distraction, what if they do not respond? That would make it even harder for us to cross. Moreover, if we cannot draw them apart, we would still have to face all 8 enemies together. Fu Kong argued. Ha, have you ever heard the tale of the clever Wang Erga? Su Peng suddenly inquired of his companions, looking at the 3 towers ahead. Wang Erga? What does that mean? Fu Kong asked. Confusion evident in his voice. During the War of Resistance, in Japanese-occupied territories, there was a rear organization, and among them was a young liaison named Wang Erga. He needed to deliver a crucial message to the guerrillas. But to do so, he had to pass through a Japanese artillery tower and cross a large bridge. The Japanese soldiers patrolled every half-minute, leaving a half-minute gap during which no one could be seen passing the tower. However, that brief interval was insufficient for anyone to run across the bridge without being spotted. If Wang Erga attempted to cross the bridge directly, he would inevitably be discovered and shot down by machine guns. Yet, the clever Wang Erga devised a plan to cross the tower effortlessly and relay the information to the guerrillas. Can you guess how he managed to do it? Su Peng smiled as he spoke. Fu Kong was momentarily taken aback, while Sun Shijia quickly articulated the answer. I know. He took advantage of the half-minute gap to sprint across the bridge, then turned around halfway. When the Japanese soldiers ended their patrol and spotted him, they would see him running back towards the city, assuming he intended to return. Thus, they would let him go, allowing him to slip out of the city. Very astute, Su Peng remarked, snapping his fingers. That's the correct answer. Have you not noticed how our situation mirrors that of Wang Erga? Are you suggesting we replicate the story you just told? Take advantage of their patrol gaps to reach the bridge. Then turn back, leading them to believe we are approaching from Jiangning County? Ji Ming inquired. Intrigued. Su Peng nodded, and Fu Kong interjected. No way, that's absurd. You're talking about a story for children. How could that possibly work in reality? Not to mention, what if those bandits don't fall for it and simply capture us? There are 4 of us, and it's the dead of night in the deep mountains. How could such a ruse possibly succeed? Who says we must all go together? We only need one person to proceed. As for them not allowing us to turn back and instead capturing us, let them. We are not merely relying on the assumption that they will think we are coming from Jiangning County and allow us to return. Since we can communicate, we can easily mislead them, Su Peng asserted. Are you suggesting we deceive them with lies? Ji Ming inquired, his interest piqued. In a direct confrontation, we may not stand a chance, so our only option is to sow discord among them. Moreover, the strategy one previously mentioned is not aimed at allowing them to return that individual to Jiangning County, but rather to establish our own identity as originating from Jiangning County, which will enable us to further mislead them with misinformation. For instance, we could inform them that the Blackwater Army intends to take a shortcut before dawn, heading towards Qingshan Stronghold. Su Peng continued to elaborate on his plan. What? Isn't that revealing intelligence to those bandits in advance? Sun Shijia interjected. Isn't that even better? If we disseminate false information, and it reaches the main body of the bandits, it could alleviate the crisis at Qingshan Stronghold. If that fails, we can proceed with our next plan to eliminate these few ruffians as they cross the river. Su Peng asserted. That doesn't make sense. What if the bandits suspect how we acquired this information? Fukong frowned. There are countless justifications. For example, you could claim to be a blacksmith from Jiangning County who learned of the news while shoeing horses for the Blackwater Army, and that you wanted to send a message to a relative in Qingshan stronghold and procure some military supplies to earn a bit of money. Supeng replied, "What's the complete plan? Lay it all out. How do we proceed next?" Jiming inquired. Supeng glanced at the tower by the bridge and remarked, "Regardless of the veracity of our information, the guards at the bridge will not dare to ignore it. As it is a matter of great significance, they will undoubtedly report it to their superiors, but consider this. Would that minor guard in the tower dare to not personally convey such critical intelligence?" Jiming pondered for a moment and replied, "He wouldn't dare. There are only 8 individuals here, indicating that the bridge isn't overly significant. However, the importance of that false information is exponentially greater. If I were that superior, I would certainly report it myself, for any delay in conveying this intelligence would incur substantial responsibility on my part." Exactly. The bandits will also seek to evade responsibility. That minor leader would never dare to make a decisive call. The significance of the situation will compel him to refrain from allowing the lower ruffians to report, for if something goes awry, he cannot bear the consequences. The most likely scenario is that he will meet with the messenger to convey the information to his superiors. But the bridge will not relinquish its guard, and at least one of us will need to be taken along, requiring 2 ruffians to accompany him, which could effectively divide the bandits present here in half. Supeng elaborated. There are only 2 routes for them to take. One is the path we initially traversed to contact the main body of bandits lurking near Qingshan stronghold, or they may head towards the bandit camp at Qinglong Mountain, which lies 8 to 9 miles away. We can ambush them en route, as long as they cannot assemble their forces to confront us immediately. After eliminating the separated bandits, we can then proceed to wipe out the remaining half crossing the bridge. That's absurd. We haven't even begun to fight, and we've already lost 1 person? Furthermore, how do we know which route they will take? Additionally, the most ridiculous aspect of your plan is, who will act as the bait? You? Fukong exclaimed, lowering his voice in disbelief. They will head towards Qinglong Mountain, Jiming interjected, seemingly grasping Su Peng's train of thought. This minor leader lacks the authority to know the ambush location of the bandit chief at Qinglong Mountain. It's far more likely that he will return to Qinglong Mountain, where I suspect there is a leader in charge. I believe this plan is feasible. The individual luring the enemy may not necessarily lose combat capability. With a stroke of luck, they may even retain their weapon. Furthermore, the potential loss of 1 person in exchange for the division of half the enemy seems worthwhile. Additionally, should we lay an ambush in advance? I am 90% confident we can incapacitate a bandit, Jiming asserted, patting his bow. I concur. This plan seems promising, quite appealing, Sun Shijia chimed in. Very well. Even if your proposal is feasible, who will act as the bait? You? Fukong, noticing the diminished opposition from the 3, shifted to pose a question. Jiming scoffed and ignored him, while Fukong smirked and said, I believe we should vote on who will act as the bait. I propose Jiming. I think he is quick-witted enough to spin a good tale. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Shijia, as if silently urging him to agree with his suggestion. Sun Shijia, feeling somewhat conflicted, glanced at Jiming. He inherently wished to avoid offending anyone, but sending Jiming in this instance would indeed mitigate his own risk. After much hesitation, he finally stated, I agree to let Jigu go. Fukang's expression brightened instantly as he looked at Su Peng, as if to say, vote for Jiming. Let him go, and you'll be safe. Su Peng furrowed his brow, sensing that Fukang's call for a vote was inherently suspicious. It was evident that Fukang sought to exploit the alliance between him and Sun Shijia. If Jiming were allowed to proceed now, the next time a collective decision was required, it would be Fukang's turn. I believe the voting method is rather unfair, as it undermines individual interests, Su Peng remarked after some contemplation. Then what do you suggest? Perhaps you should go yourself. After all, you are the one taking on this task and proposing the plan. What do you think, Jiming? Fukang seized the opportunity to vent his displeasure towards Su Peng. Su Peng glanced at the sneering Fukang, retorting, I can eliminate a bandit and know a path across the bridge that will not lead to pursuit by the bandits at Qinglong Mountain. He then added coldly, moreover, I am not fond of the voting method. Let us draw lots, Su Peng suggested, his expression shifting to a congenial smile as he glanced at Fukang. In truth, the danger of luring the enemy is not that significant, as long as one adheres to the bandits' directions and behaves like an ordinary person. The risks are minimal. Even during an ambush, with a weapon at hand, one can swiftly counterattack. Without a weapon, the enemy may momentarily lose focus, providing an opportunity to escape. However, since everyone is averse to this task, we shall resort to drawing lots, as it is the most equitable option. I agree. Jiming nodded slightly in approval. I also concur. Sun Shijia, who had been observing the tense atmosphere, finally spoke up, supporting the idea of drawing lots. Drawing lots? Humph, Fu Kong scoffed. Although dissatisfied that his objective had not been met, he recognized the budding alliance between Jiming and Su Peng and begrudgingly acquiesced. Su Peng looked down at the ground, plucking 4 dry grass stems and manipulating them until they formed 3 long and 1 short. He then declared, "The one who draws the short straw will act as the bait. It's all a matter of luck." "Is everyone agreeable?" Humph, Fu Kong grunted, but he remained silent thereafter, while Jiming and Sun Shijia nodded in agreement. "For fairness, you all draw first. The last one remaining is mine," Su Peng stated, extending his hand to hold the grass straws. To ensure they appeared uniform in length, he paused briefly before passing the straws to Jiming. Jiming drew one and received a long straw. Su Peng then extended his hand to Sun Shijia, who also drew a long straw. Finally, only Su Peng and Fu Kong were left. Fu Kong inhaled deeply and drew one. "A short straw, damn," Fu Kong exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Su Peng maintained a blank expression as he drew the last straw from his hand. "A long straw, Fu Kong. It seems the role of the bait falls to you," Su Peng remarked, prompting Fu Kong to spit disdainfully, his face darkening, yet he begrudgingly accepted the outcome. "Fu Kong, listen. You must remember to appear compliant. And they won't harm you," Su Peng cautioned him earnestly. "Understood, humph. It's just luring the enemy. If I die in the game, so be it's not like I'll truly perish. Damn, what terrible luck," Fu Kong muttered under his breath. "Attention! The bandits have revealed a gap," Sun Shijia shouted, observing the 2 patrol teams at the tower. In an instant, Fu Kong hefted the iron hammer and dashed out of the woods, sprinting towards the bridge. Su Peng and the others watched anxiously, situated in the horizontal section of the A-shaped terrain, as the trees in the middle concealed them from the patrol teams, ensuring they would not notice Fu Kang's approach from this side. Fu Kong quickly covered half the distance, with the patrol team still facing away from him, oblivious to his presence. At last, Fu Kong reached the bridge, where obstacles awaited. He struggled to maneuver around the thorny wooden fence, then turned to appear as though he had come from the direction of Jiangning County. At that moment, the patrol team's gap had ended, and they spotted Fu Kong. "Who goes there? Stay right where you are." "Halt!" The shouts erupted as the patrol teams rushed forward. Within 6 or 7 seconds, both patrols had converged on the bridge. Fu Kong stood frozen in place, appearing dumbfounded. The ruffians rushed past him, encircling him. The leader in the tower to the left seemed to sense the commotion and stepped out, making his way towards the bridge. Su Peng and the others awaited anxiously, observing a flurry of chaotic activity at the bridge, which subsided slightly as the leader approached. Next came a series of indistinct conversations interspersed with the ruffian shouts. After a brief period of peculiar silence, it seemed the leader was deep in thought. Soon after, a conclusion appeared to dawn upon him, and 3 ruffians surrounded Fu Kong, shoving him towards the left. "We did it," Sun Shijia whispered excitedly. "Go," Jiming urged, bow in hand, as they slipped into the dense forest. Su Peng and his companions stealthily advanced through the dense forest, making their way towards Qinglong Mountain. They occasionally paused to observe their surroundings, and soon spotted the bandit leader accompanied by 3 henchmen, escorting Fu Kong along a narrow path leading up the mountain. Lowering their voices, Su Peng and his companions continued their stealthy approach until they identified a suitable location for an ambush. "This spot will do," Jiming declared. Su Peng and Sun Shijia nodded in agreement as Jiming selected a vantage point behind a massive tree that 3 men could barely encircle. Drawing forth a feathered arrow, Su Peng and Sun Shijia also found their respective hiding places, their gazes fixed on the bandit leader and Fu Kong as they ascended the mountain. Soon, the figures came into view. Jiming had already knocked an arrow onto his hunting bow. At this moment, Fu Kong was being jostled by the 3 henchmen, trailing the bandit leader up the mountain. Fortunately, his iron hammer had not been confiscated, likely because the bandits deemed him compliant and the hammer, not being a conventional weapon, was too cumbersome to carry. Although this was merely a virtual game, beads of perspiration formed at the tip of Fu Kang's nose. To claim he was untroubled would be a lie, especially given the high stakes of the lucrative job at hand. Aware that ambush awaited them on the ascent, yet uncertain of when it would strike, he found himself in a tormenting state. He could not help but glance at the wolf-toothed club wielded by the bandit leader, swallowing hard. That club appeared significantly heavier than his own hammer. Could the four of them truly contend against the bandit leader? As Fu Kang's mind raced with these thoughts, suddenly, a white streak shot forth from the forest. Bang! A feathered arrow soared from the thicket, striking the bandit leader on the shoulder and erupting in a spray of blood. Kill! Two figures sprang forth from the underbrush in a moment of utter surprise for the four bandits. Chapter 15. The Death of the Blacksmith's Apprentice. In the midst of the bandits' astonishment, Su Peng and Sun Shijia charged out from the dense foliage. As Su Peng burst forth, he fixed his gaze on a henchman wielding a saber, and in a single motion, drew a flying dagger. A white line cut through the air. Su Peng's proficiency in the basic flying dagger technique had reached level 8, significantly enhancing both accuracy and force. The dagger embedded itself in the right side of the henchman's neck. Although it did not deliver a fatal blow, it dealt a critical hit, inflicting -77 damage. Su Peng surged forward, employing a technique from the pig slaughtering knife method known as shoulder meat cut, aimed directly at the henchman's neck. With the execution of this skill, the speed of Su Peng's steel knife increased by at least 40%, and its power escalated considerably. The henchman, already wounded by the dagger, bled profusely, yet in a desperate surge of life, he recklessly lunged at Su Peng, swinging his saber in a last-ditch effort. Clang! Su Peng felt a chill as the henchman's blade grazed his chest armor, while his own strike veered slightly, landing on the henchman's right shoulder, dealing -34 damage but fortuitously triggering the bleeding passive skill. Blood gushed from the henchman's neck, where the dagger had struck, yet he stubbornly refused to fall. Wildly flailing his saber as if invoking some hidden skill, Su Peng deftly leapt back, and the combination of bleeding and dagger damage continued to inflict -19, -18, -20 sustained damage upon the henchman. He could not hold on much longer. Calculating in his mind, Su Peng noted that his health was at 165, estimating that the henchman's vitality could not be much higher. Indeed, mere moments later, the henchman collapsed from excessive blood loss. Utterly exhausted, without hesitation, Su Peng advanced and delivered a final strike to the henchman's neck, executing a critical throat-cutting attack that finally claimed his life. You have gained 17 points of practical experience. Receiving the notification, Su Peng did not linger on it, shifting his focus back to the battlefield. While he battled the saber-wielding henchman, Sun Shijia had not been idle. After charging forward alongside Su Peng, he unleashed a flurry of thrusts with his spear. The spear danced wildly in Sun Shijia's hands, resembling a frenzied whirlwind. This area of effect attack swept across a fan-shaped area, catching two henchmen as well as the bandit leader in its path. Damn it! Why are you hitting me? In the chaos, Fu Kang cursed as he inadvertently took damage from Sun Shijia's attack. In the death cycle game, there were no exemptions for allies, and he lost over 20 points of health. Yet Fu Kang was quick to react. As Su Peng and Sun Shijia charged, he had already activated a skill, his level 10 forging ability, aptly named Refined through repeated hammering. With a sweeping motion, Fu Kang's hammer swung wide, the centrifugal force generating a formidable momentum that nearly sent the weapon from one henchman's grasp flying. Another henchman was grazed by the hammer, suffering -53 damage, along with additional blunt damage that reduced his attack speed and movement speed, causing a continuous loss of -8 health. Put in more effort, Fu Gui, Sun Shijia called out. Aside from his whirlwind attack, he had another skill called horizontal sweep. With a swift motion, he spun his spear behind him, leveraging the force to unleash a powerful thrust. Bang, however, just as he executed the move, a massive weapon intercepted it. The wolf-toothed club. The bandit leader, having regained his composure, bellowed, "I will kill you," despite the arrow lodged in his shoulder. The bandit leader wielded the club with ferocity, disrupting Sun Shijia's skill. Boom! The bandit leader swung the wolf-toothed club directly at Sun Shijia, who, startled, executed a maneuver akin to a donkey rolling to evade the blow. Skill activated, donkey roll, reducing his target size by 50% and increasing his evasion rate by 30%. In that instant, only Fu Kang remained before the bandit leader, who swung the club toward him. At that moment, a henchman armed with a spear unleashed an AoE skill of his own. A chaotic whirlwind attack? Damn it. Is this ever going to end? Fu Kong shouted, his agility insufficient as he realized he could not evade the looming wolf-toothed club. Suddenly, another feathered arrow shot forth from the thicket, striking the bandit leader in the back of the neck, delivering a critical hit of -102 damage. The bandit leader staggered, his grip on the wolf-toothed club faltering as he missed Fu Kong, who let out a sigh of relief. Yet he grimaced as the spear-wielding henchman had already stabbed him twice in the legs, causing him to lose over 40 health points. Another henchman with a saber charged up, wielding his weapon with fervor, seemingly activating some skill of his own. What the hell? Is this never-ending? Fu Kong cried out, swinging his hammer with newfound vigor, the trajectory precise as it struck the saber-wielding henchman squarely on the head. -198, a critical hit. The henchman, whose weapon was shorter than Fu Kang's hammer, had his head smashed in, collapsing to the ground like a broken sack. This powerful attack seemed to consume a considerable amount of energy, leaving Fu Kong leaning heavily on his hammer, unable to move. Whoosh! Another feathered arrow flew forth from the forest, striking the spear-wielding henchman in the neck. At that moment, Sun Shijiao rose, charging forward to thrust his spear into the henchman's heart, ending his life. Only the bandit leader remained. Kill! The bandit leader roared, his remaining henchmen displaying remarkable tenacity. Despite having sustained multiple arrow wounds, he raised the wolf-toothed club, intent on sweeping the group away. Whoosh! A white line streaked through the air as a flying dagger found its mark in the bandit leader's eye socket, delivering a devastating critical hit of -167. The bandit leader reeled, uttering, "I will not accept this," before swaying and collapsing to the ground. You have gained 43 points of practical experience. Su Peng received the notification. Realizing the bandit leader lay dead, the battle concluded. Fu Kong and Sun Shijia gasped for breath as Ji Ming finally emerged from the depths of the forest. You said you could take down a bandit. You failed miserably. You nearly got me killed. Fu Kong glared at Ji Ming, his anger boiling over. I hadn't anticipated the bandit leader's resilience. Ji Ming shrugged, responding, I intended to declare that whoever slays the bandit gets the spoils. But given the circumstances exceeded my expectations, I shall forego the distribution of loot. Damn it! Fu Kong cursed, though he could do nothing to Ji Ming, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Su Peng crouched down to retrieve his dagger from the bandit's corpse, and while searching the bodies of the bandit leader and the saber-wielding henchman, he surprisingly uncovered over 8 taels of silver. Let us quickly recuperate and restore our strength and health. There are still 4 henchmen at the wooden bridge. Su Peng advised the group that I lost over 60 health points and sustained a stab wound in my leg. My agility has temporarily decreased. Fu Kong assessed his attributes. Addressing Su Peng, Su Peng nodded in understanding. This game was not merely about healing with potions. Depending on the type of injury, various afflictions such as cuts, arrow wounds, stabs, and poisons could occur, necessitating treatment at a clinic or the application of medical skills to recover. Otherwise, attributes would suffer. Proceeding onwards, Ji Ming reached into his backpack and retrieved a porcelain bottle, tossing it to Fu Kong. Upon receiving it, Fu Kong opened it and inhaled its contents, discovering it was the golden wound medicine sold by Dr. Han in the village. At least there's a semblance of conscience, Fu Kong remarked with a hum, noting that the medicine cost 1.5 taels of silver per bottle, which was rather expensive. Although he wouldn't need an entire bottle for his injury, Fu Kong had already resolved to keep it as his own compensation. Humph, small-mindedness is indeed small-mindedness. Seeing that Fu Kong had no intention of returning the medicine, Ji Ming chose not to pursue the matter further, his disdain for Fu Kong only deepening. Hurry up and pack. If we disturb the bandits left behind in Qinglong Mountain, we'll be in trouble. We must cross the bridge swiftly, Su Peng urged. Having regained some stamina, after their skirmish, Su Peng had roughly gauged the strength of these bandits. The lackeys seemed to possess slightly stronger vitality and base attributes than his group, even wielding skills. However, their skills were singular and not particularly versatile. Despite this, his group managed to triumph over the ordinary lackeys in one-on-one confrontations, though facing 2 at once was uncertain as for the bandit leader. Su Peng estimated that it would take the combined effort of 2 or 3 of them to secure a victory, and they might still suffer some injuries, with their earlier success largely attributed to Ji Ming's remote ambush. From this perspective, employing strategy to divide the enemy forces was indeed prudent. At that moment, Fu Kong had also tended to his wounds, while Sun Shijia cast a regretful glance at the weapons strewn on the ground. The single swords sold at the blacksmiths were quite costly, but given the urgency of their mission today, they couldn't carry any of these weapons with them. The four swiftly arrived at the wooden bridge, where 4 lackeys were stationed. Although they heard the sounds of the bandit leader's skirmish, the distance was too great, and their duty to guard the bridge left them conflicted about whether to intervene. As Su Peng and the others charged forward, Ji Ming's arrows flew with precision, taking down one of the lackeys before any confrontation could occur. With their skills now off cooldown, they engaged in a fierce battle and easily dispatched the 4 guards at the bridge. Upon searching the lackeys, they found about 3 taels of silver and made their way toward the wooden bridge. "Wait for me. My leg wound hasn't healed. My agility has decreased. I can't keep up with you," Fu Kong shouted from the back, already burdened by weight and now further hindered by diminished agility, becoming a liability. "You're too slow. If you hold us back, you might as well stay here. We'll come back for you," Ji Ming remarked, glancing back at Fu Kong as he had already crossed the bridge. "Don't even think about abandoning me. If I fail my mission, it reflects on all of you," Fu Kong retorted through gritted teeth. Glaring at Ji Ming merely snorted in response and continued onward. Ignoring him, Fu Kong clenched his teeth and hurried across the bridge and tower to catch up with Su Peng and the others, leaving only his silhouette behind for the tower. Just as Su Peng and the others were preparing to move quickly, a sudden sound resonated, a bowstring vibrating with tension. In an instant, there was a loud thud, followed by a sickening crunch, leaving Su Peng and his companions stunned. They turned to see Fu Kong, mouth agape, slowly turning his head to look back there. Atop the bridge tower they had just crossed stood a bandit archer, striking a pose as if he had just released an arrow. To their horror, a half-buried arrow protruded from the back of Fu Kang's head. Chapter 16. The Blackwater Army of Jiangning County. Both Ji Ming and Su Peng reacted simultaneously. Ji Ming raised his hand and shot an arrow without aiming, the shaft cutting through the air and embedding itself into the bandit archer's eye socket. The bandit let out a scream as he toppled from the tower to the ground, and Su Peng dashed towards him, launching a throwing knife that struck the bandit in the head. The bandit let out a muffled groan and fell silent. Rushing to Fu Kang's side, Su Peng glanced at him, only to find that his character had already lost all vitality. A low humming filled the game room, the red lights on Fu Kang's gaming pod flashing ominously as it ejected him to eye in the room. The team leader, Lei Ming, heard the sound and frowned, abandoning his book to approach, witnessing Fu Kang's bewildered expression as he was expelled from the pod. "No, this can't be real," Fu Kang stammered, suddenly erupting in agitation, exclaiming, "This is a conspiracy. It has to be a conspiracy. They set me up, deliberately leaving one archer behind." "Fu Kang, your character has perished. According to the contract, you are hereby dismissed," Lei Ming stated coldly, glancing at Fu Kang before sighing, seemingly lamenting that Fu Kang hadn't even lasted long enough to sign a formal contract. "You may collect a month's wages from the military at your departure. Now, leave," Lei Ming instructed. "This isn't my fault. Su Peng and the others are responsible. They caused my death," Fu Kang shouted, gesticulating wildly, his eyes reddening as he suddenly charged towards Su Peng's gaming pod, seemingly intent on confronting him. Lei Ming snorted disdainfully, raising his hand. Despite being only slightly taller than the stocky Fu Kang, he effortlessly seized Fu Kang's belt and hoisted him up. "Behave yourself," Lei Ming commanded, flinging Fu Kang towards the door of the room just as it swung open, revealing 3 Caucasian security personnel rushing in. Lei Ming clapped his hands and instructed the guards in English, "Take him out and let him calm down. He'll leave shortly." The towering security guards nodded, lifting the still ranting Fu Kang and escorting him out of the room. "Everything is fine now. You may continue," Lei Ming said, addressing Su Peng and the others before returning to his book, as if the earlier incident was merely a minor inconvenience. In the game, Su Peng had retrieved his throwing knife, exchanging glances with Sun Shijia and Ji Ming, all 3 astonished at how abruptly they had lost a companion. "Sun Shijia, go collect any belongings from Fu Kang's character. After a player dies, their body remains for 20 minutes before vanishing. There might still be something to find," Ji Ming instructed, glancing at Sun Shijia. Oh, I'll go," Sun Shijia, still in shock, responded numbly, moving to search Fu Kang's body. Watching Sun Shijia walk away, Ji Ming lowered his voice slightly and said to Su Peng, "You shouldn't blame yourself too much." Su Peng looked at Ji Ming. "When I was young, my family was poor. And I often played with wild children who had nothing to lose. They played with items that cost nothing, but I found it quite enjoyable. Ji Ming suddenly shifted the topic, prompting Su Peng to regard him with curiosity. Ji Ming continued, seemingly oblivious to Su Peng's gaze. One of those wild children taught me a trick. There is a certain wild grass that, when dried, can be compressed into a whistle. If you press one half into the other, it can be blown like a whistle. Su Peng narrowed his eyes, realizing Ji Ming's implication. Sure enough, Ji Ming smiled and said, previously, when we drew the short and long straw, I noticed you used the same kind of grass I played with as a child. You appeared to draw 3 long and 1 short straw, but while you were arranging them, you pressed the upper halves of the straws down, making them short. When you held them in your fist, with your thumb pressing down on one end, during the drawing, if you press down, it would come out as a long one. If not, it would be a short one. Clearly, Fu Kong and Sun Shijia didn't notice. As a result, you ended up giving Fu Kong the short straw, which might be seen as a form of retribution for his prior manipulation. Ji Ming spoke nonchalantly, his voice low enough that Sun Shijia, a few meters away, couldn't overhear. Su Peng's expression remained neutral as he replied. So, are you planning to report me? I'm not that petty, Ji Ming shrugged. Now that Fu Kong is dead, let us consider the matter settled. I just wanted to inform you that I'm not a fool, is that all? Su Peng smiled slightly at Ji Ming, though he had no real intention of seeking a definitive answer. At that moment, Sun Shijia returned from rummaging through Fu Kang's character's belongings, carrying the golden wound medicine Ji Ming had given Fu Kong and 5 taels of silver. Additionally, Sun Shijia also held a bow, the one belonging to the bandit archer, and said to Ji Ming, Brother Ji, this bow seems better than the one you have, so I took it. Ji Ming examined the bow and confirmed that its attributes were indeed superior to his hunting bow. He nodded in gratitude to Sun Shijia and equipped the new bow. Let us go. Now that we've crossed the bridge, we should hasten to Jiangning County for reinforcements. Su Peng took a deep breath and urged the others. All right. The remaining 2 had no objections, and the 3 quickly departed for Jiangning County. An hour and a half later, Su Peng and his companions finally arrived at Jiangning County. The nighttime ambience of Jiangning County still radiated a majestic aura, and upon reaching its base, they marveled at the 12-meter-high stone walls constructed entirely of solid stone. The city gates have been closed, yet there are guards atop the walls, upon hearing the identities and intentions of Su Peng and his companions. The side gate of the city opened, allowing several soldiers to usher them into Jiangning County. Within the confines of Jiangning County, Su Peng and his companions encountered the nephew of the village chief Han, who, by fortunate coincidence, was on duty guarding the city that night. Such a turn of events? The military officer, a commander with a somewhat darker complexion, perused the letter and furrowed his brow as he spoke. From the titles bestowed upon him by the surrounding soldiers, it was clear that he was called Han Tuo. Without further ado, I shall promptly report to the Supreme Commander. You 3 shall accompany me shortly to quell the bandits. The excitement and bloodlust concealed within Han Tuo's expression were palpable as he addressed Su Peng and his companions. The Blackwater Army stationed in Jiangning County had limited opportunities for military exploits. Thus, the prospect of action invigorated Han Tuo. Soon, Han Tuo led Su Peng and the others to the headquarters of the Blackwater Army, where they received the military orders and a tiger talisman. Dispatching Han Tuo to lead 200 Blackwater soldiers to rescue at Qingshan Village. In the deep of night in Jiangning County, the city gates swung open, and 200 fierce black-armored cavalrymen galloped forth in an orderly fashion. Su Peng and his companions also managed to secure 3 swift steeds. The Blackwater soldiers were uniformly clad in black armor, riding towering, well-trained horses, and although Su Peng and his companions had no prior experience in horsemanship, they managed to mount their steeds. The journey was silent as the black-armored cavalry took the shortcut that Su Peng and his companions had previously traversed, galloping at a speed 2 to 3 times faster than before. In less than 2 hours, they had arrived near Qingshan Village, where a blaze illuminated the surroundings. Su Peng and his companions followed closely behind Han Tuo, and just then, a scout on a swift horse returned, dismounting to report to Han Tuo. Reporting, my lord. Qingshan Village is under siege by bandits. A rough estimate indicates that there are approximately 300 of them. 300, you say? Upon hearing this, Han Tuo's lips curled into a cruel smile as he remarked, just a couple of charges, and they shall be annihilated. Blackwater Army, heed my command. Charge into battle. Roar. The Blackwater Army, undeterred by the risk of being discovered by the bandits, though outnumbered, was confident of victory. Han Tuo, seizing his exaggerated spear from his saddle, raised it high and proclaimed, "Follow my orders, and let the entire army charge, roar." The Blackwater soldiers echoed in unison, with Han Tuo leading the charge down the slope. Chapter 17. Who slayed Suguahan? Su Pong and his companions, swept along with the Blackwater army, though lacking formal training and formation, found that their well-trained black steeds instinctively knew how to charge, disregarding the intentions of Su Pong and his companions as they raced towards the bandits at Qingshan Mountain. The 200 knights, mounted on their black steeds, surged forth like a torrent of iron, crashing into the unsuspecting bandits ahead. Although many of the bandits were also mounted, their horsemanship and combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Blackwater army. "Kill!" Han Tuo, at the forefront, bellowed, and Su Pong beheld as this black-armored warrior, enveloped in a shroud of internal energy akin to a mist, propelled both himself and his steed forward at an astonishing speed. He brandished his exaggerated spear, unleashing a flurry of deadly spear flowers that seemed to emit lethal energy from the tip. The first to suffer were the bandits without horses. Han Tuo's charge sent a dozen of them soaring into the air, their bodies pierced by the formidable force of his spear, leaving gaping holes the size of human heads in their wake. Is this the might of a centurion of the Blackwater army? The bandits impaled by his spear felt as though they had been struck by a heavy sniper rifle. Su Pong and his companions, a short distance behind Han Tuo, were momentarily stunned by the shocking scene of the black-armored warrior dispatching the bandits. "Kill!" Behind Han Tuo, the 200 Blackwater soldiers wore expressions devoid of emotion, resembling a cadre of cold-blooded reapers. Though lacking Han Tuo's prowess, each soldier displayed considerable combat strength, excelling in both horsemanship and internal energy. Executing their weapons with precision, systematically slaughtering the bandits flanking the Blackwater army's formation. Positioned within the ranks of the Blackwater soldiers, Su Pong and his companions were spared the direct confrontation with the bandits on either side. Yet they were nonetheless awed by the formidable capabilities of the Blackwater army. Each of these 200 warriors possessed commendable combat power. Compared to the Blackwater army, the bandit leaders they had slain on the wooden bridge were mere trifles. An ordinary Blackwater cavalryman could easily dispatch 8 of those bridge-guarding bandits. Su Pong felt a surge of astonishment, mentally calculating. The Blackwater army carved a bloody path through the ranks of the bandits besieging Qingshan village, ruthlessly cutting down at least 60 to 70 of them. Though the Qingshan bandits were fierce, they faltered in the face of such one-sided slaughter. "Who has slain my men?" Suddenly, a voice rang out among the bandits, and a warrior with somewhat reddish hair, clad in green armor, emerged from their ranks. Behind him trailed 40 formidable bandits, armed with weapons suited for mounted combat, glaring menacingly at the black-armored soldiers. Han Tuo, the centurion of the Blackwater army, snorted derisively, wheeling his horse around as all the Blackwater soldiers encircled the bandits, transforming their formation into a sharpened spear aimed directly at them. Han Tuo bellowed, "Ling Tian of Qingshan Mountain, today shall be your day of reckoning." With that proclamation, Han Tuo led the Blackwater army into another charge. "Do not think for a moment that this village chief fears you." Up ahead, the red-haired Ling Tian shouted fiercely, suddenly drawing a powerful bow from his saddle and loosing an arrow at Han Tuo. Bang! The arrow flew forth, the bowstring emitting a sound akin to that of a sniper rifle. Han Tuo chuckled coldly, raising his spear, and with a speed that rendered the spear's trajectory nearly invisible, he struck the incoming arrow. Boom! The overwhelming internal energy shattered Ling Tian's arrow into splinters, sending wooden debris flying, and the arrowhead was obliterated. Ling Tian howled in rage, firing off 3 more arrows in quick succession, but Han Tuo dispatched each one with equal precision, shattering them before they could reach him. Is he truly capable of such feats? Both Su Pong and Ji Ming were taken aback by the display. "You vile scum, today shall mark your demise." At this moment, Han Tuo led the Blackwater army into a fierce charge against the 40 bandits led by Ling Tian, their momentum unyielding. Ling Tian, roaring defiantly, dismounted and brandished a long spear, rallying his 40 bandits to charge forward. As the two forces closed in within mere meters of each other, Ling Tian leapt from his mount, soaring an impressive 4 to 5 meters high and thrusting his spear directly at Han Tuo. Han Tuo let out a cold laugh, unleashing his internal energy and propelling himself into the air as well. The two warriors met mid-air, their spears clashing with a resounding impact, boom. The collision sent shockwaves that even Su Peng and his companions felt on their faces. Puff. In the end, Ling Tian's internal energy was insufficient to match Han Tuo's. The force of their clash sent him spiraling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Han Tuo, however, landed gracefully on his horse, which galloped forward, though it stumbled slightly as if affected by the preceding clash. Continue the slaughter, Han Tuo bellowed, his internal energy swiftly replenishing as he charged towards the 40 bandits once more. The melee did not last long. Although the Qingshan bandits were bold, their actual combat ability was vastly inferior to that of the Blackwater army. If the ordinary Qingshan bandits' combat strength were rated as 1, then each Blackwater soldier was at least 10 times their equal, and the formation of 200 Blackwater soldiers was not something this disorganized rabble could withstand. Soon, the bandits besieging Qingshan village were decimated by the Blackwater army, with their leader Ling Tian wounded and forced to retreat. Rescued by the remaining mounted bandits, a significant portion of the bandits managed to flee. Yet 70% of the 300 bandits fell to the Blackwater army's blades, while the remaining 30%, having lost their morale, knelt in surrender. Surrendering bandits are still bandits. Kill them all without exception. Han Tuo, a ruthless character, issued a pursuit order when the Blackwater soldiers inquired about the fate of the surrendering bandits, leaving no one alive. Meanwhile, the gates of Qingshan village swung open, and over 30 villagers emerged. Su Peng observed that leading them was the village chief, Han Dafu, followed closely by the old hunter, Chao the carpenter, Zhang the butcher, and several younger men, with some farmers trailing behind. Upon seeing them, Han Tuo rode over, dismounted before Han Dafu, and inquired, "Uncle, are you unharmed?" "I am well, however. Those accursed bandits dared to launch a midnight raid, even using fire arrows to attack the village. Fortunately, the village gates had been treated for fire resistance, preventing a conflagration. Nevertheless, we still lost a dozen people, all struck down by Ling Tian's arrows. It is a pity, as they were all skilled fighters," lamented the village chief Han, his face etched with sorrow as he spoke to Han Tuo. "As long as you are safe, that is what matters. By the way, I noticed in your letter that you captured a spy." Han Tuo inquired of the village chief. "Indeed, it was thanks to Su, my young friend, that we uncovered the traitor. Otherwise, had that spy opened the village gates, the consequences would have been dire." The leader Han remarked. At this moment, Su Peng and his companions had dismounted and approached, just in time to catch the grateful gaze of Han. They had traveled overnight to Jiangning County to deliver a message, summoning me for assistance, which could be considered a notable military achievement. Upon hearing this, Han Tuo glanced back at Su Peng, his expression softening slightly. "Tuolang, allow me to introduce you to the informant. It will be opportune to inquire about the situation," Han said to Han Tuo. Han Tuo nodded and replied, "I must also report in detail to the commander and the lord of the city." "Lead the way, we shall go together," Su Peng interjected. Han Daifu nodded, and the group entered Qingshan stronghold. They arrived at the residence of Su Guohan, opened the door, and stepped inside. However, as soon as they entered the room, Han Daifu's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This is bad." The faces of Su Peng and Han Tuo also changed. There, in Su Guohan's home, the seemingly honest Su was bound with hemp ropes, resembling a zongzi, yet a dagger protruded from his neck, and a pool of blood lay beneath him. His eyes were wide open in a final expression of unwillingness, as if to burst from their sockets, but he was already lifeless. How could he have been murdered? He was the informant, skilled in martial arts. How could this have happened? Han, the leader, remarked, his words faltering. Besides him, there are indeed suspicious individuals in the stronghold, Han Tuo said, his face devoid of emotion. "Uncle, did you not assign anyone to watch over this informant?" Han Tuo turned to Han Daifu and inquired. "I did assign 2 young men to guard him, however. When the bandits from Qinglong Mountain attacked the stronghold fiercely, those 2 ran out to assist us in defending. This informant was subsequently killed by an unknown assailant." Han Daifu explained, casting a glance toward Su Peng. This friend Su is also aware of this matter." Han Tuo noticed the unusual look in Han's eyes and immediately turned his cold gaze to Su Peng. "Not quite. When Su Xiaoyu departed the stronghold, he cautioned me that there might still be other suspicious individuals in the stronghold who could come to eliminate this informant. advising me to not only station guards in this room, but also to add 2 sentinels. Han Daifu pondered. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu has proven to be quite astute. Uncle, did you add the sentinels? Han Tuo asked Han Daifu at that moment. I thought little of it, but since Su Xiaoyu had previously deduced the presence of an insider in the stronghold, I kept a watchful eye. In the adjacent residence of the villagers, I instructed 2 children from the stronghold. Their positions would allow them to see the entrance of this room. I presume they are still there. I shall inquire with them now, Han Daifu stated. Upon hearing this, a shadow of uncertainty crossed the face of someone behind Han Daifu. Leader, I shall check on those 2 children. Zhang the butcher stepped forward. Before Han Daifu could respond, Chao the carpenter interjected, Allow me to go instead. Ah, my good sirs, it would be unwise for you both to go. If the murderer were one of you, would it not provide the perfect opportunity for your escape or to eliminate those 2 children? Han Tuo scoffed, addressing a soldier from the Black Water Army following him. You go? Yes. The soldier complied and exited. Zhang the butcher and Chao the carpenter exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between anger and disbelief. Soon after, the soldier returned with the 2 children, who immediately pointed at Chao the carpenter. Leader, we saw the carpenter enter that room, then come out. One of the children indicated toward Sao. It was you? Han, the leader, furrowed his brow deeply, while Zhang the butcher and the old hunter stepped back, disbelief etched on their faces. Ha! I never imagined that after a decade of hiding in Qingshan's stronghold, in the end, it was a mere child who uncovered my tracks. Chao the carpenter suddenly erupted into a strange laughter, and an ominous aura seemed to envelop him. You are the second insider, are you not? I suspect you shall remain silent about your identity, but that is of little consequence. Soon enough, you will reveal what you know in the torture chambers of the Black Water Army. Han Tuo's expression turned icy as he regarded Chao the carpenter, coldly asserting, You think you can escape us? With that, Chao the carpenter suddenly raised his hand and struck the approaching soldier from the Black Water Army, sending him flying against the wall like a mere sack of sand. I shall not be captured, Chao shouted, and in an instant, 2 streaks of light shot forth, aimed at Han Tuo and the old hunter, while Chao's body darted through the broken window and leapt outside. Han Tuo and the old hunter both reached out to intercept the streaks of light, which turned out to be 2 gleaming flying daggers. Pursue! Han Tuo shouted, charging out the door, followed closely by 2 soldiers from the Black Water Army. Su Peng and the others also emerged, witnessing Chao the carpenter leap like a great bird, bounding 6 or 7 meters at a time. Han Tuo called out, Bow! The soldiers from the Black Water Army swiftly drew their black longbows. Knocking an arrow, Han Tuo pulled back the bowstring and released it with a resounding twang. The arrow soared toward the fleeing Chao, who, astonishingly, appeared to predict the trajectory, kicking the arrow away without looking back. Seizing the momentum from Han Tuo's shot, he floated effortlessly like a falling leaf outside the stronghold, his voice echoing in the air. Who am I, and what is my purpose? You shall never comprehend. Ha ha ha, humph. Han Tuo, realizing his arrow had failed and inadvertently aided the escape, snorted disdainfully and cast the bow to the ground. Who is this man? His martial prowess seems superior even to that of Ling Tian from Qinglong Mountain, whispered Ji Ming beside Su Peng. Chao the carpenter has resided in Qingshan stronghold for a decade. With such skills, what is his true purpose in concealing his identity here? Is he merely evading disaster? The old hunter mused, gazing in the direction Chao had fled. Yu Peng squinted, casting his gaze toward Chao's residence, as if sensing something significant lay hidden within. Chapter 18. The Medicine King's Medical Cannon. The fugitive left in haste. There may still be crucial items concealed within his home. Han Tuo instructed his subordinates. Several soldiers who had entered the stronghold followed Zhang the butcher to investigate Chao's residence. Su Peng exhaled deeply, recalling the secret conversation he had overheard between Su Guihan and a man who might be a traveling merchant. He deduced that someone in the village was the target of both Su Guihan and the bandits from Qinglong Mountain, or perhaps he possessed something of great value. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Ling Tian and his men to expend such effort to attack the stronghold. Su Peng could not ascertain whether that valuable item was information or a tangible object. However, if it were a tangible object, while it was most likely carried by Chao, there remained a chance it was hidden in his home. Su Peng intended to search Chao's residence discreetly when no one was watching. But Han Tuo beat him to it. Once again, this is thanks to you, Su Xiaoyu. Had you not advised me to set up a sentinel, this person might have slipped through our fingers. I never imagined that Chao the carpenter, who had lived in Qingshan's stronghold for 10 years, would Han Tua sighed heavily. Indeed, human hearts are treacherous. That carpenter harbored malicious intentions from the very beginning. His exposure may not necessarily be detrimental to Qingshan's stronghold. Han Tua consoled Han Daifu, who appeared somewhat improved. Then, recalling something, Han Daifu produced a fist-sized ghostly mask from his possession, presenting it to Han Tua Lang. This was found on the deceased informant. Do you recognize it? This is a token of the Bei Chou, Han Tua exclaimed, surprised at the sight of the ghostly mask. General Han, what is Bei Chou? Su Peng inquired. Bei Chou is a clandestine organization, a highly secretive one, with members scattered across the land, thriving on the trade of intelligence. Regardless of your standing, whether official or outlaw, as long as you pay, you can procure information from them. I have had dealings with Bei Chou on official matters and never anticipated that this deceased informant was linked to them. Han Tua remarked, glancing at the room of Su Guohan behind him. General Han, is this token of any use to you? Su Peng asked. Han Tua shook his head. It holds little significance. Such tokens are not particularly special. When a deal is successfully made with Bei Chou, they often provide a token. You can use it to contact them in the future. This one is relatively advanced but lacks substantial value. Since it is of no use to you, may I take it? I intend to make my way in the Jianghu. It may come in handy, Su Peng suggested. Han Tua had no objections and handed the ghostly mask to Su Peng. After waiting a while longer, the soldiers who had searched Chao the carpenter's home returned to report to Han Tua, my lord. We have thoroughly searched the thief's residence and found nothing of particular note. Only 10 taels of gold. As he spoke, he presented a gold ingot with both hands. Han Tua nodded, accepting it without expression and placing it in his pocket. Su Peng and Ji Ming exchanged knowing glances. Their hearts secretly amused. The 10 taels of gold had undoubtedly found their way into Han Tuo's private pocket. Tua Lang, the assistance from the Black Water Army to Qingshan Jai has come at a most opportune moment. As our forces prepare to march, we must allocate some funds for refreshments. We cannot allow our brothers to toil for nothing. Let us go and procure some silver to provide for your comrades, said the leader of the Jai, Han Zhaizhu. Han Tua declined several times. Yet the intent of Han Zhaizhu was unmistakable. In truth, Han Dafu was keenly aware that although the bandits of Qinglong Mountain had been vanquished, the future did not guarantee tranquility for Qingshan Jai. Additionally, there lingered the enigmatic figure of Chao Mujiang, who had been lurking here for a decade with unclear motives. The Black Water Army might still prove useful in the times to come. Establishing connections now would facilitate matters later. Though Han Tua was his own nephew, the Black Water Army was not his personal domain, and bestowing some silver upon the soldiers would be beneficial for Han Tuo's standing. Moreover, while Qingshan Jai was not excessively populous, it was quite affluent, with ample silver within the village. Han Dafu himself had significant savings, and so he reluctantly decided to part with some funds. When Han Tua realized he could not refuse, he did not press further. Han Zhaizhu added, "We must also express our gratitude to Su Xiaoyu and the others. Su Xiaoyu, please accompany me." Upon hearing this, Su Peng and his companions felt a surge of joy. It seemed they were to be rewarded for their task. Su Peng, Ji Ming, Sun Shijia, and Han Tua of the Black Water Army made their way to Han Dafu's residence. Han Dafu rummaged through his belongings and emerged with a small pouch, presenting it to Han Tua. Tua Lang, here are 10 taels of gold, equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver, representing last year's surplus from Qingshan Jai. Dividing it among the soldiers, each will receive 5 taels. Take this as your uncle's good intention. Han Tua nodded in acknowledgement. Although he held the rank of a 100-man commander, he could command no more than 300 of the Black Water Army. Rumors suggested he would soon be promoted to another deputy commander. Advancement in the military primarily depended on merit from battle, but the affection of subordinates was also a vital consideration. The 10 taels of gold from Han Dafu were just enough to win the loyalty of his men. General Han, we should also search the bodies of the bandits outside. Those rogues came to Qingshan Jai during the day to extort money and likely did not have the time to return their loot to their camp. With the impending night assault, it is probable that the bandit leader will incite morale and might distribute the wealth among his men, Su Peng suggested to Han Tua. Han Tua nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The soldiers cleaning the battlefield should have completed their tasks by now. I shall go take a look with that. He bid farewell to Han Dafu and, taking the gold, proceeded outside Xu Xiaoyu. It is truly thanks to you and your timely arrival in Jiangning County to summon reinforcements that I have no means to repay you. Here are 5 taels of gold, my personal savings, which I present to you as a token of gratitude, Han Tuo said after stepping outside, retrieving a small gold ingot from somewhere and offering it to Su Peng, and the others exchanged pleasantries and accepted the gold. Observing that Su Peng had accepted the gold, Han Dafu's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Su Peng, saying, I cannot fathom why, but I feel an instant camaraderie with you, Su Xiaoyu. It seems to be fate. I would like to have you as a friend across the years. Would you be willing to forge a bond with an old man? Certainly, Su Peng replied, nodding. Han Dafu reciprocated, and at that moment, Su Peng heard a voice whisper in his ear, your reputation in Qing Shanzhai has reached 1,000 points, attaining a level of respect. Your friendship with Zhaizhu Han Dafu has reached 70 points, attaining a level of close acquaintance. There are reputation levels? Su Peng was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Han Dafu produced a book from his robe and handed it to Su Peng, saying, Su Xiaoyu. I have no other gifts to offer, but this item, which I fortuitously obtained 30 years ago, has proven most beneficial. I now entrust it to you as a gift. I cannot accept this, Su Peng protested. Yet his hand reached out without hesitation. Under the envious gaze of Ji Ming and Sun Shijia, Su Peng took the scroll and discovered it was inscribed with Yao Wang Yi Jing fragments. His heart soared with delight as he opened it, revealing the first page that read, General Annotations of the Yao Wang Yi Jing. This medical scripture pertains to human bloodlines, meridians, bone marrow, yin and yang. Exterior and interior, elucidating the origins of countless ailments, the distinction between life and death, and the application of medicinal prescriptions and fire treatments. Flipping through, he noted that the Yao Wang Yi Jing fragments comprised 5 chapters, Bin Zong Pian, and I Shun Wu Ti Pian, Jiuzhen Jiluan Pian, Wu Shi Pian, and Zhen Jing Pian, covering topics such as an overview of human constitution, internal organ classifications, acupuncture methods, pulse diagnosis techniques, and a compendium of various medicinal herbs, demonstrating a commendable breadth of knowledge. The usage condition for the Yao Wang Yi Jing fragments was a comprehension level of 11 points or higher. This is splendid. With this, I will possess a certain capability for recovery, and perhaps I could earn some income as a physician in my secondary occupation, Su Peng mused, once again expressing his gratitude to Han Dafu. At this point, Su Peng already possessed 8 taels of gold, 3 martial arts manuals, and 1 medical book. We can divide the gold later, Su Peng whispered to Ji Ming and Sun Shijia. This game is remarkable in many aspects, but it is excessively realistic. Dividing 5 taels of gold solely among ourselves is unfeasible. We will need to find a gold shop to break it down or convert it into silver, Xu Xiaoyu. You were initially heading to Jiangning County to seek your fortunes, weren't you? Since you intend to go there, why not join the Black Water Army alongside my nephew? With his recommendation, you will quickly establish yourselves in Jiangning County, Han Dafu suggested. Su Peng and his companions exchanged thoughtful glances, evidently intrigued by the proposition. Zhaizhu, allow us to deliberate for a moment, Su Peng respectfully addressed Han Dafu. Haha, of course, but since we are peers, please refrain from calling me Zhaizhu. Simply refer to me as Han Lao Tu. Han Zhaizhu chuckled, stroking his beard. Su Peng smiled but did not respond, then turned to Ji Ming and Sun Shijia, asking, do you both wish to join the Blackwater Army? I find it quite appealing. I have heard that there are skilled archers among the Blackwater Army. If one joins and earns some military merit, one can learn archery, horsemanship, swordsmanship, and other skills, as well as gain access to internal martial arts. Why not pursue it? Ji Ming replied. I also wish to join the Blackwater Army. Today, witnessing Han Tuo single-handedly dispatching so many bandits was incredibly impressive. I too aspire to follow the path of a martial general. Sun Shijia added. In that case, let us agree, Su Peng proclaimed, then turned back to Han Dafu, stating, thank you, Han Lao. We have decided to join the Blackwater Army. We kindly request your recommendation. Haha, no problem at all. Han Dafu replied, leading Su Peng and his companions outside. Han Dafu communicated with Han Tuo, who was speaking to the soldiers outside, regarding Su Peng and the others. Han Tuo nodded, saying, no problem. The Blackwater Army recruits every year. Though you have not yet formally joined, you have already achieved military merit. I can recommend you for enlistment. You will only need to undergo some standard physical tests to join the Blackwater Army. I see that you all possess commendable physical conditions, and this brother Su seems to possess quite a bit of cunning, calculating every strategy. Recruiting you will certainly benefit the Black Water Army. In that case, we are most grateful to General Han, they replied. Han Tuo's stern expression softened into a smile. Once you join the Black Water Army, we shall be comrades. There is no need for excessive formality. Since you are entering the Black Water Army by my introduction, I shall ensure your safe passage. Su Pong and his companions understood that Han Tuo was clearly seeking to recruit them, and they reaffirmed their intent, which pleased Han Tuo. My lord, we have recovered a total of 900 taels of silver from the bodies of the bandits, a soldier reported to Han Tuo. Only 900 taels? Han Tuo replied, feeling slightly disappointed. General, if you seek to acquire more silver, there is another possibility. Su Pong stepped forward, speaking up. These bandits have occupied Qinglong Mountain for many years, and over that time, they have plundered surrounding villages and merchants, amassing quite a fortune. Why not lead an assault on Qinglong Mountain and eradicate those bandits' stronghold? Their main forces have already been defeated here, and even if there are some remaining to defend, their numbers are likely few. This would be an excellent opportunity for a swift and decisive strike, Su Pong proposed to Han Tuo upon hearing this. Han Tuo's eyes lit up. Excellent. I had momentarily overlooked this. In that case, we shall not delay, and we will march on Qinglong Mountain at once. Yes. The soldiers in front of Han Tuo responded in unison. Han Tuo instructed that the horses and weapons captured in the battle at Qingshanzhai would be temporarily stored there, and that they would return to retrieve them after annihilating the bandits of Qinglong Mountain. Su Pong and the other three mounted their horses, designated as guides, leading the Black Water Army toward the assault on Qinglong Mountain. They encountered no objections and quickly set off, the Black Water Army following closely behind. This time, their advance was significantly swifter than their earlier journey. Within an hour, they arrived at the wooden bridge. General Han, if you follow this small path for 6 or 7 li, you will reach Qinglong Mountain. The main bandit forces have already fallen at Qingshanzhai, and the remaining defenders are likely no more than a few dozen. I believe you can easily seize the stronghold, Su Pong informed Han Tuo. The Black Water Army has been trained in siege tactics. This shall serve as excellent practice, Han Tuo replied with confidence as the group galloped forward, soon arriving at the bandit stronghold of Qinglong Mountain. It was a stronghold perched precariously upon a rather steep cliff, with dense forest enveloping one side and a sheer drop on the other. A narrow path, not particularly wide, led to the front, where the gate stood a formidable 4 to 5 meters high, now firmly shut. Su Pong and his companions seemed to hear the anxious breaths of someone within the fortress. People of Qinglong Mountain, heed my words. I am a soldier of the Heishui army from Jiangning County. Your chieftain's assault on Qingshan stronghold has been uncovered and dealt with. He has met his demise. Open the gates forthwith and allow us entry. Or else do not blame us if we raze Qingshan stronghold to the ground. Ahead of Su Pong, an advance officer, filled with ferocity, shouted towards the stronghold. Silence reigned within Qinglong Mountain for a moment, until 2 torches flickered to life, revealing a man in his 40s who called down from above, Heishui soldiers, we of Qinglong Mountain have sent considerable sums of silver to Jiangning County twice a year without fail. In light of this, I implore you to spare us, audacious, on the brink of death, and still you utter such nonsense. It appears you court your own demise. The advance officer, catching a glance from Han Tuo, retorted vehemently. The man atop the stronghold furrowed his brow and declared, if it comes to that, then we cannot sit idly by. We shall defend our stronghold to the last breath, desiring to perish together? You ought to consider whether you possess the qualifications for such a fate. Han Tuo scoffed, raising his hand. Behind him, at least 50 mounted archers, armed with formidable bows and arrows, swiftly assumed their positions. Rather than aiming directly at the stronghold, they drew their bows skyward, releasing a volley of arrows. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A cacophony of bowstrings echoed as over 50 arrows ascended into the air. Each archer, though not necessarily a master of marksmanship, was confident in their ability to adjust their angles to ensure the arrows rained down within the confines of the stronghold. Soon, a torrent of arrows cascaded down, all landing within the stronghold's gate. The sight sent chills down Su Pong and his companions' spines as they contemplated their chances of survival should they oppose the Heishui army. I've been hit, my head. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from within the stronghold, revealing that there were barely 20 defenders left. Han Tuo, undeterred, signaled for the archers to unleash another volley. Simultaneously, two warriors from the Heishui army, wielding long-handled axes, galloped forth from the ranks. These two axe-wielders charged down to the foot of Qinglong Mountain, their eyes gleaming with determination. Almost in unison, they swung their axes, which were ingeniously designed for combat. The front served as an axe, while the rear bore a sickle-like weapon. With a swift cut, they severed the ropes binding the gate. Bang, bang! The sound of the gate's winch being cut echoed from within. Xu Peng, having perused historical texts on ancient fortifications, recognized the ominous noise as the gate's mechanism being compromised. Go! Han Tuo commanded once more. And 8 knights armed with long weapons surged forward to the gate, thrusting their weapons into the wooden barrier. With a mighty push, the warhorses strained against the gate, producing a series of creaking sounds. Crack, at last, the gate's bolt succumbed to the might of 8 horses and shattered, allowing the knights to force the gate open. They did not rush inside. Instead, the 50 archers unleashed another round of arrows. Clearing the vicinity of enemies before Han Tuo commanded, changed to melee weapons. The archers, hanging their bows upon their steeds, retrieved their melee armaments, long spears, sabers, and the like, before entering the stronghold in an orderly fashion. Eliminate the bandits within Qinglong Mountain. Spare those who are unarmed and kneeling, but those who show resistance shall be slain. Han Tuo ordered from atop his mount, and the knights charged forth, pursuing the remaining bandits within the stronghold. Even Han Tuo dispatched his trusted guards, each with their own tasks, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The situation within Qinglong Mountain was brought under control. My lord, within this stronghold, there are over 40 bandits, along with more than 200 elderly, women, and children, likely the bandits' families. How shall we proceed? An officer from the Heishui army dismounted to report to Han Tuo. Take them all back. These families of the Heishui army's bandits shall be taken to Jiangning County as war captives and slaves, which will also yield a tidy sum. Han Tuo replied. Understood. The officer acknowledged and departed. Look at what your schemes have wrought. Over 200 souls have become slaves, Ji Ming murmured to Xu Peng, who sat beside him. Your perspective is quite peculiar. They are merely NPCs. Furthermore, if Qinglong Mountain is allowed to persist, would it not be akin to failing to eradicate the roots of a weed, allowing it to flourish anew? Xu Peng replied calmly. After a week of gameplay, do you truly perceive them as mere NPCs? Ji Ming scoffed. Xu Peng's expression remained unchanged as he replied. What they are will be revealed to me in due time. Ha. It seems you are not entirely oblivious, Ji Ming remarked, though he refrained from further commentary. Report. In a hidden chamber within this stronghold, we have discovered the treasure trove of the Qinglong Mountain bandits. Suddenly, another soldier rushed forward to inform Han Tuo. A flicker of excitement crossed Han Tuo's face. This was precisely what he sought. The bandits' accumulated wealth. Lead me there, he commanded, glancing at Xu Peng, Ji Ming, and Sun Shijia. You 3, accompany me. Xu Peng nodded, casting a glance at the soldier who had delivered the news. He recognized him as one of Han Tuo's trusted guards, his armor slightly distinct from that of the regular soldiers. Following Han Tuo and the soldier, they traversed the mountainous terrain of Qinglong Mountain, soon arriving at the entrance of a cave guarded by 2 sentinels and 10 soldiers. Together, Han Tuo and the others entered the cave, where they found the walls had been treated to prevent dampness. Inside lay treasure chests, as well as an array of swords and daggers, with the chests brimming with silver. At least several thousand taels by mere estimation. Venturing further inside, they discovered a partition within the cave, and upon entering, found a lone chest. Open the chest, Han Tuo commanded the soldier who had initially reported the treasure. As the soldier lifted the lid, the room was illuminated in a golden hue. It was a small chest filled with gold. Sun Shijia, upon seeing the gold, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He estimated that the gold bars and small ingots within amounted to no less than 300 taels. The 5 men stared, breathless, at the chest overflowing with gold. Even Han Tuo, a captain of the Heishui army, could not help but feel his heart race at the sight of such wealth. How many know of this gold's existence? Han Tuo suddenly inquired of the soldier. Though the soldier felt parched with excitement, he managed a knowing smile, replying, Only I am aware. My lord, I recognized this as a crucial location and ensured no outsiders were permitted entry. Well done. You are quite astute. I shall seek to promote you in due course, Han Tuo acknowledged, then turned to Su Peng and the others, saying, "Those gold bars should weigh 10 taels each. You may each take one." Upon hearing this, Sun Shijia swallowed hard, as Su Peng considered this a stroke of fortune. Over the days, he had gained a tangible understanding of the currency's value in this world. One copper coin roughly equated to 1.5 renminbi in purchasing power, making 10 taels of gold approximately 150,000.300 taels of gold represented a staggering 4.5 million renminbi in value, and likely even more, as inflation was non-existent in this realm. And basic commodities like grain were quite cheap, thus enhancing gold's purchasing power. To Su Peng and his companions, it was indeed a considerable fortune. "Then I shall not be polite," Jiming remarked, displaying no particular emotion as he approached the chest to take a gold bar. Su Peng followed suit, pocketing a bar of gold, while Sun Shijia, still salivating, secured his own. The soldier, though tempted by the remaining gold, understood that it would be prudent to take only what he could manage and thus also took a gold bar. "You have all taken your share of gold. Forget this room and the chest. Should you remember, it may lead to unforeseen troubles," Han Tuo stated impassively, a veiled threat accompanying the tempting offer. Su Peng and the others recognized this 10-tael gold bar as Han Tuo's hush money. And feeling justified in their acquisition, they had no intention of disrupting Han Tuo's scheme. "You shall assist me in transporting this chest of gold. As for the silver outside, it shall be divided into 3 portions, one for the men here, one to be sent to my estate, and one to be deposited into the public treasury of the Heishui army," Han Tuo decreed. Not overly greedy, he did not neglect the several thousand taels of silver outside. As this was the implicit rule for distributing spoils among the Heishui army, he understood that deviating from this norm could arouse suspicion. Naturally, Su Peng and the others had no objections. The soldier ventured out, procuring a cart, likely pilfered from merchants by the Qinglong mountain bandits, and the group proceeded to load the chest of gold onto the vehicle. Su Peng and his companions took their seats atop the cart. As Sun Shijia gazed forlornly at the chest of gold, Su Peng couldn't help but chuckle. He approached and patted Sun Shijia's shoulder, saying, "Do not fault them for taking the lion's share. 300 taels of gold is not something we can easily digest at our current standing. However, if our strength and skills were greater, or our status elevated, it would certainly be a different matter." Upon hearing this, Sun Shijia seemed to regain a semblance of awareness, nodding slightly, yet he soon fell back into a daze, staring vacantly at the chest of gold. Su Peng shook his head, and alongside Jiming, they drove the carriage towards Jiangning County, escorted by loyal soldiers, while the Black Water Army transported the families of the bandits they had apprehended. As for Qingshan village, it was quickly engulfed in flames, torched by countless torches thrown by the Black Water Army, transforming it into a sea of fire behind them. Observing the burning Qingshan village, Su Peng sighed lightly and shook his head, continuing to drive towards Jiangning County with Jiming and the Black Water Army. In Chapter 20, Mysterious Items, the trio followed the Black Water Army, escorting the bandits' families. Although their pace was slower than when they arrived, they still returned to Jiangning County within 2 hours, by this time. It was already the early hours of the morning. Su Peng calculated it to be around 2 or 3 o'clock, as summer was giving way to autumn. The Black Water Army brought the bandits' families into the city, while the soldier who had received the gold separated from the group, guiding Su Peng and the others to a small courtyard within Jiangning County. This was Han Tuo's residence in Jiangning County. The soldier and Su Peng's group unloaded the gold and brought it into Han Tuo's home. "Lord Han does not have any family yet. He usually resides here alone. I shall keep watch over these spoils tonight in his stead," the soldier said with a smile. Su Peng and his companions sensed the implied dismissal in his words. Han Tuo had entrusted the house key to this soldier, indicating a greater level of trust in him. As Su Peng and his companions were still relatively unknown. Nevertheless, the soldier's words were considerate, leaving no impression of distrust, and he provided Su Peng with a wooden token, stating, "This is the Black Water Army's insignia. With this, you may find lodging in the city. You also have silver on you, so feel free to seek out an inn. Tomorrow, go to the Black Water Army's training camp on the outskirts of the western city to find Lord Han. He will surely offer you a way out. We are comrades, so please bear with us." "Thank you," Su Peng replied, accepting the wooden token. He found the soldier perceptive, and thought that he might have a bright future ahead. When he inquired about the soldier's name, the soldier kindly replied, "My name is Zhang De, one of Lord Han's 10 personal soldiers." "Then I shall rely on you," Brother Zhang. In the future, Xu established a rapport with Zhang De before taking his leave, bidding farewell to Ji Ming and Sun Shijia as they departed first. The three of them walked through the streets in the early morning, the east still shrouded in darkness, while the moon hung low in the sky, casting a faint, muted glow. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional sound of the night watchman signaling the hour. Feeling somewhat weary, Sun Shijia suggested, at this late hour, the inns may not be open. Perhaps we should find a place to log out. Whatever you say, Ji Ming shrugged, noting that he had gained some rewards that night, making the mission worthwhile. Xu agreed. Let us find a secluded spot to log out. I have yet to try logging out in plain sight. Sun Shijia and Ji Ming nodded in agreement, and the trio sought out deserted streets, quickly finding themselves in a dead-end alley. Upon entering the alley, Xu suddenly noticed a shop at the end, its entrance adorned with two white lanterns resembling ghostly flames. What on earth? Opening a shop here? Is there money to be made? Sun Shijia and Ji Ming also spotted the shop, which had the character for longevity written on the white lanterns. It was a funeral goods store. This is quite an eerie establishment. We should log out now, Xu, Ji Ming remarked, glancing at the funeral shop. However, Xu squinted, for he noticed that the funeral shop had a rather distinctive decor, with a beast's head above the entrance, making the shop resemble a ferocious creature with its mouth agape. You two log out first? I want to take a look inside, Xu said, as the shop reminded him of the strange street he had entered when he first joined the game. Oddly enough, it seemed that Sun Shijia and Ji Ming were oblivious to its peculiarity, which piqued Xu curiosity. If you wish to explore, go ahead. We'll log out first, Ji Ming said, already activating the logout device. In an instant, Sun Shijia and Ji Ming's bodies gradually became transparent. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they had vanished from the game world. Once they had logged out, Xu slowly approached the funeral shop. Entering the shop, he pushed the door open to find that green candles were burning within. Hee. Greetings, we meet again, said a shopkeeper resembling a waiter, who was seated and sipping tea at ITSU, the shopkeeper. Xu recognized him immediately as the same proprietor from when he first entered the game. Hee. Indeed. So, within less than a month, have you found yourself in need of a point card? The shopkeeper inquired. Perhaps, but why is it that only I seem to recognize you and your shop while my companions appear oblivious? Xu asked. Not everyone is deemed worthy to enter this establishment, the shopkeeper responded with a mysterious smile. Since you're here, don't leave empty-handed. Take a look at what I have. Perhaps you'll find something you need. With that, the shopkeeper raised a hand, and Xu was startled to see a selection panel composed of green flames appear at his fingertips, displaying items and prices in fiery script. In a way, this game is consistently immersive. This feels more like a game now, Xu mused, glancing at the menu, which presented only 5 items. Universal point card, 30 points. Exclusive point card, 30 points. Mysterious yellow paper. Mysterious talismans. An old tattered paper. Xu examined the list and asked, what is the difference between your universal point card and exclusive point card? Hee. When you first entered this world, I mentioned that a point card represents your life for the next 30 years. And the value of the point card is quite high. The universal point card, as the name suggests, is a standard card usable by anyone, but it comes at a steep cost, likely unaffordable for newcomers. Hence, the exclusive point card exists. It is a card that can only be used by the purchaser, priced more affordably, with a difficulty level akin to your current capabilities. Using the exclusive point card allows you to navigate the novice phase smoothly. However, you may only purchase one per month. Once you reach a certain level of strength, you will no longer have access to the exclusive point card and must rely on the universal point card. Is that so? It sounds rather convoluted, Xu remarked, glancing at the prices, which left him speechless. The universal point card was priced at an astonishing 100 taels of gold, while the exclusive point card cost merely 1 tael. Well, since I'm here, I'll buy an exclusive point card, Xu decided, handing over 1 tael of gold. He felt that such a game wouldn't include a design as useless as this. If he truly lacked point cards, he might risk having his account deleted. Hee. Don't forget to take it, the shopkeeper nodded, handing Xu a point card, which he tore open, causing it to dissolve into flames and disappear into him. Boss, what about the other items? Those yellow papers, talismans, and tattered paper? Xu inquired about the remaining options on the transaction list. All are miscellaneous items, however, they are not ordinary goods you can find elsewhere. Read the descriptions for yourself, the shopkeeper suggested. As he spoke, additional text appeared on the transaction panel, offering descriptions. Supong looked at the mysterious yellow paper, which read, "A paper imbued with faint mysterious power, seemingly capable of crafting higher-level mysterious items. The price was 1 tael for 100 sheets," the mysterious talisman stated. Talismans possessing various mysterious powers, a set of 3, the specific effect of each talisman depends on your luck in drawing one. The price for the mysterious talismans was 1 tael for a set, and only 3 sets were available. As for the old tattered paper, it noted, "A paper that seems to contain extraordinary power. Though worn and tattered, it still holds potential, inscribed with peculiar characters." This item was priced at 10 taels of gold, with only one available. "Too expensive," Supong remarked after examining the items. "That's entirely up to you," the shopkeeper replied. After some contemplation, Supong felt a strong curiosity about the mysterious talismans and their potential powers. Surely, they wouldn't be a complete scam, and since he had sufficient funds for the time being, he decided to purchase a set for further investigation. With that thought, Supong produced another tael of gold and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a paper bag appeared in his grasp, which he handed over to Supong. "This will suffice for now," Supong remarked, engaging in some courteous exchanges with the shopkeeper before taking his leave from the establishment. It was nearly midnight. Upon exiting the shop, Supong gazed at the moonlit sky, feeling a tinge of sentimentality before logging off. As Supong emerged from the game pod, he noticed Lei Ming still present. Upon seeing Supong log off, Lei Ming addressed him. "The two of them have already retired for the night. Once you've completed your tasks, you should also get some rest." After a brief pause, Lei Ming seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, tomorrow is a day off, so you can go out. However, if you do venture outside, be sure to report to Qianjun first." "Understood," Supong replied as he departed the gaming room. After resting for an hour, Supong regained his energy. Out of boredom, he occupied his mind with a few Sudoku puzzles, feeling as though time dragged on until dawn broke. At 6:30, he made his way to the dining hall, only to find Jiming and Sun Shijia still there. Following last night's mission, the group had grown more familiar with one another. Supong served himself some food and approached the two to greet them, joining them for breakfast. "Once we're done, let's go pay Qianjun a visit. It's been a week since we've gone out, and I'm feeling a bit restless," Jiming suggested to Supong. Nodding in agreement, the trio cleared their plates and proceeded to Qianjun's office. After knocking, they entered to find Qianjun engaged with his computer. Upon their arrival, Qianjun nodded and said, "Chapter 21. Company background. You have all been in the game for a week now, and I am aware that you harbor many questions. Fortunately, today is a day off, so feel free to ask me anything, and I will do my best to provide answers." The three exchanged glances, and it was Sun Shijia who spoke first. "Minister Shi, regarding this game, how should I put it? It's exceedingly realistic. The technology utilized, as well as the mind-sensing operational mode, are groundbreaking. I would like to know who exactly developed this game. It must be from a major corporation, right? And when will it be released?" "That question has already been posed by many," Qianjun replied, picking up a pen from his desk and tapping it lightly on the surface. "The technology employed in this game is indeed the most advanced in the world, yet it does not stray too far ahead of its time. If you recall, back in the year 2000, when Microsoft launched the Windows 2000 operating system, there was also news of Microsoft researching devices for holographic brainwave sensing, correct?" "Yes, I remember that," Supong acknowledged, nodding slightly. "I saw that report, and the accompanying image depicted a person wearing a helmet, reclining in a chair, although the helmet was connected by numerous tubes. The text mentioned that this device could only project holographic visuals and some level of mind sensing. Your memory is commendable," Qianjun remarked, nodding that at that time, the most popular film was The Matrix. However, Bill Gates made a bold claim, stating that if he could connect 100,000 information lines to the brain, he could allow anyone to enter the world of the Matrix. His confidence stemmed from this holographic sensing technology. "Are you suggesting that our game was developed by Microsoft?" Sun Shijia asked, his expression brightening with excitement. "Not quite. You are oversimplifying matters. The research behind this game is incredibly complex. It is a synthesis of reverse hypnosis techniques developed by top psychologists from the American Psychological Association. Microsoft's holographic sensing technology, certain mind-sensing techniques from Japan, German hardware manufacturing expertise, and the collaborative efforts of several outstanding individuals. This approach to development can only be likened to when President Truman assembled top scientists to create the atomic bomb. However, this research was not state-driven but rather orchestrated by our company behind the scenes. Of course, these research entities received certain benefits and assurances, and the participants signed confidentiality agreements with immense compensation clauses, making it impossible for you to uncover the game's or the company's background through your usual channels. As for our company, I can only say that it is a colossal entity far beyond your imagination. Yet it is a multinational capital that remains ungoverned by any nation, which is why the aforementioned organizations agreed to collaborate with us. Regarding the release date, the game is still in the testing phase, and given the groundbreaking nature of this game, numerous issues are bound to arise. Our ethicists and various researchers are currently conducting tests, so it will not be released within the next 3 years. Qian Jun informed the trio. Sun Shijia nodded in a seemingly puzzled manner, while Jiming furrowed his brow and remarked, "This defies logic. If the companies you mentioned are involved in the research, why is the background Eastern rather than Western? After all, from what you have said, the primary contributors to this game are Westerners." "That is a misunderstanding on your part," Qian Jun responded, twirling the pen in his hand. "The entities I mentioned primarily focus on hardware development and technological conditions, such as the gaming pods you are currently using and the reverse hypnosis techniques for engaging with the game world. However, due to certain factors during the software development phase, the game was temporarily set in an Eastern martial arts world." He continued, "Due to technical reasons, researchers discovered that a Western background introduced an element of uncertainty, whether in societal structures or otherwise. While the game could compensate for these discrepancies during its operations, the overall development remained fragmented. In contrast, the computational model for an Eastern background, particularly that of ancient China, exhibited a stability that could be likened to what the Chinese often refer to as Tao. Consequently, during the game's development, we enlisted the help of some Eastern metaphysical masters, resulting in the game you see today. Our company has not hesitated to explore the development of similar games with Western backgrounds. It simply has not succeeded thus far." Jiming nodded contemplatively, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "And you, Su Peng, do you have any questions?" Qian Jun inquired, lifting his sharp-featured face to look at Su Peng. "I wish to inquire about the NPCs in the game. Their intelligence is remarkably sophisticated and anthropomorphic, resembling what one might call artificial intelligence. Their cognitive abilities are on par with those of an average person, if not superior. How has this been achieved? Moreover, what kind of computer serves as the main server to support such a vast and realistic game world?" Su Peng posed this question. At last, someone has broached this topic," Qian Jun replied with a slight smile. "You need not worry about the server issue. You may have heard of holographic capture systems, typically employed for mapping intricate terrains using a specialized scanning system to capture the landscape, which is then digitized. The entire game utilizes an upgraded version of this technology to scan real-world terrains, necessitating extensive travel across various locations in reality. As for server stability, there is no need for concern. We are currently in the 4th generation of supercomputers, and our company possesses a supercomputer named Ziguang, which boasts an unimaginable computational capacity per second. Furthermore, our Ziguang supercomputer is dedicated solely to supporting this game of death and rebirth, with 2 backup server matrix arrays available as contingency systems, ensuring that computation will not be an issue." Regarding the intelligence of the NPCs, artificial intelligence has indeed advanced significantly. What you may not know is that 3 years ago, leading AI technology was already capable of mimicking the intelligence of creatures at the level of hummingbirds. And there have even been developments in AI with the intellect of gorillas and dogs. During our game development process, we initially intended to piece together NPC intelligence using vast datasets. However, unexpectedly, the use of the supercomputer and certain specialized scanning methods stimulated a leap in AI development. Throughout the game development, we generated 2 intelligent samples, referred to as Adam and Eve. Remarkably, within the game's simulated environment, they exhibited human-like intelligence, albeit lacking other personality traits. Subsequently, our brilliant programmers developed a personality habit intelligence plugin, which, utilizing just these 2 original intelligent samples, produced NPCs with varied personalities and habits, while the core remained tied to Adam and Eve. In essence, despite the multitude of NPCs you encounter, they are fundamentally rooted in just 2 original intelligent samples, akin to human DNA. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, these intelligences remain unaware that they are merely datasets and cannot exist outside the gaming environment or be downloaded onto other devices. Consequently, research on them continues. Su Peng furrowed his brow slightly but chose to remain silent. Nodding in acknowledgement, no longer wishing to speak, by the way. Within the realm of the game, aside from your presence, there exist other players, all of whom could be considered beta testers. However, given the company's vastness, they may belong to different departments. And some individuals might even be playing through special channels that allow them to access the game consoles externally. In adherence to confidentiality principles, the company, in principle, permits you to communicate with them. So do take note. Well, I have shared quite a bit with you today, and it should all be regarded as company trade secrets. You ought to be aware of the sensitivity of this information. Frankly, although I hold the position of a department head, our studio is merely one among countless subsidiaries of the parent company, hence my understanding is not overly comprehensive. I am privy to certain secrets solely due to my responsibility for these gaming consoles. And you are in the same boat. These matters must not be disclosed. Otherwise, substantial penalties await you. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee the measures the parent company may employ to uphold confidentiality. As he spoke, a significant smile appeared on his face. And he added, "You must understand, our parent company is involved in various sectors, including arms. As for those who threaten the company, aside from fines, they are indifferent to physical annihilation." Upon hearing this, Sun Shijia's complexion turned pale, while Su Peng and Ji Ming remained unfazed. "All right, do not let this burden you too heavily. Simply refrain from mentioning it. If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. The company requires to be able to reach you at any moment, so a company mobile phone has been provided for each of you. Please keep it on at all times while you are out. Should any issues arise, the company's personnel will summon you back. Additionally, please return your game sensing rings." Afterward, Su Peng and the others returned their sensing rings, and Shi Qianjun collected them before handing each of them a relatively high-end black mobile phone, stating, "All right, you may now depart." After receiving the phones, Su Peng and the others exited Shi Qianjun's office. Shortly after they left, a figure emerged from a concealed door within Shi Qianjun's office. "Ha ha ha, you are quite the talker." I was left speechless inside. The American Psychological Association and Microsoft, a mysterious and colossal multinational corporation. Aren't you afraid that your words might backfire? The person stepping out from the hidden door was clad in a black, somewhat vintage outfit, sporting short black hair and sunglasses. Addressing Shi Qianjun, "I relish it. The more fantastical the claims, the less likely they are to be unraveled." Shi Qianjun replied with a mischievous smile, suddenly bursting into laughter himself, saying, "Isn't it delightful to deceive? Hee hee." However, they are not fools. Within a year, they will realize the discrepancies between your words and reality, and some are already harboring doubts about you, the mysterious man in black cautioned. And what of their doubts? We merely require them to toil for a year or so. After a year or two, their value will diminish significantly, at which point we can— A glint of coldness flickered in Shi Qianjun's eyes as he spoke. "Is there anyone among this batch who requires special attention?" The man in black inquired, glancing at the sensing rings that Su Peng and the others had removed from their fingers. "Keep an eye on Ji Ming. He appears to have some issues," Shi Qianjun suggested. "Very well, I shall attend to him today." The man in black nodded, stepping out of Shi Qianjun's office. Watching the man in black depart, Shi Qianjun let out a cold laugh. Picking up a cup of tea and bringing it to his lips, his gaze becoming distant. Chapter 22. Family Gathering, Part 1. Su Peng and the other two took the dedicated elevator to the 7th floor, used their access cards to exit the studio, and then took a regular elevator to the 1st floor, ultimately stepping out of the Tianpeng property building. Phew. Merely a week has passed, yet I feel an uncanny sense of unreality regarding the real world. Observing the people on the street, I felt an impulse to approach and inquire whether there were any tasks available, Sun Shijia remarked as he watched the men and women walking by. "That is quite normal. After spending over 8 hours daily in such a realistic game environment, I too sometimes struggle to distinguish between reality and illusion." Su Peng chuckled in response to Sun Shijia. "Perhaps the other side is more genuine," Ji Ming suddenly interjected. Both Su Peng and Sun Shijia resonated with this sentiment, leaving a lull in conversation. "All right, it's a holiday today. Where do you plan to go?" Su Peng asked, sensing the odd atmosphere and trying to break the silence. As for me, I plan to meet up with some classmates for a meal, and then spend the afternoon at the Anime and Gaming Center. Sun Shijia replied a bit shyly. "Hee hee, so you're off to see your girlfriend, are you?" Su Peng chuckled upon hearing this, causing Sun Shijia to bashfully scratch his head and grin. Today marks the anniversary of a relative's passing. I will visit the cemetery to pay my respects and then head back to the company later, Jiming stated. Su Peng nodded in acknowledgement, tactfully refraining from probing further. What about you, Sugo? Sun Shijia inquired. Just as Su Peng was about to say he had nothing planned, his phone rang. Su Peng picked up the call, glanced at the number, and furrowed his brow slightly before answering. A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Su Peng? Where have you been this week? I've tried calling your phone, but it's always out of service. Third uncle. I'm employed at a company with stringent regulations regarding communication. Today is my day off, and I just stepped out of the office, Su Peng explained. Indeed, he realized he hadn't received any calls throughout the week, and his signal had been consistently non-existent. Well, don't forget what day it is today. It's your grandfather's birthday. There will be a family gathering at noon. You may have been carefree in the past, but you must attend today. So, get here right away. The voice on the phone conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Su Peng felt a wave of uncomfortable emotions wash over him, responding coolly. My grandfather? Perhaps today is the only day he symbolically remembers my existence as his grandson. After a moment of silence on the line, the voice continued. We can hardly fathom the elderly's feelings, but you must be present today as the eldest grandson. Your absence would be quite inappropriate. Su Peng exhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to dispel the faint emotions swirling within him. Saying, fine, I'm in the city center and will be there shortly. All right, the voice on the other end acknowledged, adding a reminder to drive safely before hanging up. Su Peng put away his phone. The company had not confiscated their devices, they merely provided an additional one. He shrugged and said to Sun Shijia and Jiming, You've heard the gist. I have some matters to attend to today, and I likely won't return to the company until late at night. Well, that settles it then, Sugu, Jigu. My classmate just messaged me to hurry up, so I'll take my leave. Sun Shijia bid farewell to Su Peng and Jiming. The two nodded in acknowledgement as Sun Shijia left, hailing a taxi that quickly vanished from view. Simplicity truly is bliss, Jiming remarked. Watching the taxi disappear, hee, as if you're any more complicated, Su Peng chuckled. Jiming shook his head in response. Do you believe Shi Qinjuan's explanations? You're just like him, Su Peng shrugged. Jiming couldn't help but laugh, saying, Eventually, the truth will come to light, but don't get caught in the game before you fully grasp the situation. Likewise, Su Peng replied, and Jiming nodded. All right. Let us strive together to uncover the mysteries of this strange game. Well, I must take my leave now, Su Peng said, bidding farewell to Jiming as he hailed a taxi. Where to? The taxi driver inquired. Su Peng provided a destination, prompting the driver to exclaim, That place is quite remarkable. There are armed soldiers stationed at the entrance. Why would you take a taxi there, at the very least? You should be in a military-plated Mercedes. Su Peng smiled but offered no response. The taxi driver did not pursue the topic further, pressing the accelerator as they sped toward their destination. After nearly an hour and a half, the taxi arrived at the location Su Peng had specified. This area was situated in the western suburbs of Zhonghai City, surrounded by barriers, revealing a neighborhood of three-story villas. At the entrance of this area stood a guard post, where 4 soldiers clad in green uniforms, equipped with semi-automatic rifles, were stationed. As the taxi approached the guard post, the electronic barrier descended, blocking the way. A soldier emerged from the guard post, saluting the taxi, and said, Hello, external vehicles are not permitted to enter. May I ask if you are here to see someone, or if you are a resident? Su Peng nodded and provided a name. Upon hearing it, the soldier's demeanor shifted, displaying greater respect and inadvertently using more respectful language. He asked Su Peng to wait a moment before entering the guard post to make a phone call. Su Peng waited in the taxi for a short while. Within 10 minutes, a green Land Rover SUV emerged from the post. Observing the license plate, Su Peng paid the taxi fare and walked toward the guard post. The Land Rover honked twice, and the door swung open, revealing a boy of around 16 or 17 years inside. Pungo, the young lad clad in a military vest called out enthusiastically to Su Peng, who smiled in response and asked, So, you've come by car. Do you possess a driver's license? Haha, with a military vehicle, who would dare to check for a license? The young man inside chuckled and replied, Brother Peng, hurry up and get in. Aside from the lad from the 4th branch, there are only a few others who haven't arrived yet. Everyone else is already here. Su Peng nodded and leapt into the Land Rover. As he settled in, He began conversing with the young driver, who was his cousin, Su Weiwei, the son of his second uncle. Although engaged in conversation, Su Peng's thoughts began to drift. By contemporary standards, Su Peng could be classified as a third-generation official. However, his circumstances were somewhat unique. For various reasons, he had seemingly never enjoyed the so-called benefits of his lineage, instead striving on his own. Su Peng's grandfather was a quintessential member of the second generation of revolutionaries. The son of a prominent general of the founding era, he inherited his father's legacy, joining the military at the tender age of 14, serving before the establishment of the nation, and eventually rising to the position of commander of the South Sea military region. Later, he secured a place in the military commission and married the daughter of a family with a storied political background. Su Peng's father was the eldest son of this commander. He generally adhered to his family's wishes, enlisting in the military as his father desired, yet there was one matter he adamantly refused to comply with: the arrangement of his marriage. Su Peng's grandfather had orchestrated a union with the daughter of another political family, aiming to strengthen ties and influence between the two clans. However, unexpectedly, on the eve of the wedding, Su Peng's father pulled a dramatic stunt and fled, subsequently taking an extended leave from the military to evade capture. It is said that Su Peng's grandfather was nearly driven mad by this turn of events, even contemplating dispatching a special operations unit to capture his son. Yet, Su Peng's father evaded him for 5 long years. And when he finally resurfaced before his father, he was married to Su Peng's mother and presented his 3-year-old son, proudly introducing his grandson. This incident undoubtedly challenged Su Peng's grandfather's authority. He held a rather dim view of Su Peng's mother, who hailed from an ordinary background, yet Su Peng's father was unfazed by such sentiments, choosing to live life on his own terms, only occasionally visiting for family gatherings or on the elder's birthday. If it had ended there, it might have been bearable. However, when Su Peng was 11, a tragic accident occurred while his father was bringing him to visit his grandfather. A car crash left his father with a severe head injury, and he fell into a coma, becoming a vegetative state. This was also the moment that marked a significant shift in Su Peng's life. The blow was immense for Su Peng's grandfather, who had invested great hopes in his son. Only to witness this calamity, he stubbornly blamed Su Peng's mother for this misfortune and, consequently, developed a distaste for Su Peng himself. Thus, the children of the Su family were all assigned predetermined paths, while Su Peng, as the eldest grandson, was left to forge his own way, largely ignored by his grandfather. It can be said that Su Peng received no assistance from the Su family throughout his journey. Because of these circumstances, aside from the elder and a select few, most family members regarded Su Peng with a mixture of pity and a sense of obligation, which he found distasteful, leading to infrequent contact with his uncles and aunts. Conversely, he shared a cordial relationship with the younger generation of the Su family, such as with Su Weiwei. Although they met infrequently, their bond remained strong. Lost in thought, Su Peng realized the Land Rover had arrived at a courtyard resembling a 3-sided Sihiyuan, with modest 2- and 3-story buildings on each side. The 4th side was built alongside the water, encompassing a substantial area. This was the residence of Su Peng's grandfather in the South Sea. The car halted at the entrance, and both Su Weiwei and Su Peng alighted, making their way inside, directly ascending to the tallest of the 3-story buildings. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lively group of children at play. One particularly bright-eyed boy, around 8 or 9 years old, spotted Su Peng and Su Weiwei, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Peng, you've arrived. Have you done anything fun lately?" Seeing this young boy, Su Peng couldn't help but smile. He was Su Weiwei's younger cousin from the 3rd branch. Su Peng's grandfather had 4 brothers, with him being the eldest and the other 3 younger by several years. Together, they divided the Su family into 4 branches: the 1st branch, led by Su Peng's grandfather, and the military-oriented lineage of Su Peng; the 2nd branch, involved in the armed police system; the 3rd branch, engaged in politics; and the 4th branch, dedicated to military supplies. Each branch had its own trajectory, with the 1st branch at the core, while the 4th branch had amassed considerable wealth over the years, far surpassing the 2nd and 3rd branches. The young boy, named Su Can, was part of the 3rd branch, with a rather amusing name, perhaps a nod to tales from the late Qing dynasty. This spirited little fellow was filled with energy and curiosity, eager to try his hand at everything, and he held Su Peng in high regard, particularly due to Su Peng's talent for modifying toys. This little rascal had previously visited Su Peng's detective agency in the office building, where he played with a model helicopter that Su Peng had enhanced with a power system and radio receiver. The helicopter was equipped with a camera capable of remote operation within a 400-meter range, allowing for aerial photography. Su Can was utterly captivated, his admiration for his older cousin boundless. As Su Peng observed the energetic Su Can, he felt a sense of upliftment and ruffled the boy's hair. He then retrieved his phone and said, "This phone has been modified. It can intercept wireless signals within a 50-meter radius. Although it cannot intercept calls, you can catch a glimpse of some information when someone connects to a wireless network. Here, take it and have some fun." "Really?" Su Weiwei, standing beside Su Can, perked up, grinning as he snatched the phone from Su Peng's hand before Su Can could take it. "Brother, let me try it first. I love this kind of high-tech stuff. If it works well, can you make one for me too? I've got my eye on a few female medics in the army. They love chatting on QQ and reading novels. I'd like to sneak a peek at what they're giggling about every day. You little rascal, why not just ask them for their QQ?" Su Peng chuckled, scolding Su Weiwei playfully. Su Weiwei laughed sheepishly, replying, "But Dad forbids me from dating in the army." "Brother Peng, look, Wei Gu is bullying me." Su Can pouted, his chubby cheeks puffing out in annoyance as his toy was snatched away. Su Weiwei shot him a fierce glare. Pinching his cheek playfully, "Su Can, what's that bulge in your sleeve? What are you hiding?" Su Peng chuckled, noticing Su Can's right hand concealed beneath his shirt, appearing more swollen than the left. "Oh no. Brother, you caught me." Su Can stuck out his tongue and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a thick, black snake, roughly the width of 2 adult fingers, coiled around his arm. Goodness! Su Weiwei nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight. He was unafraid of most things but had an aversion to snakes. Su Peng too was startled. It was evidently a venomous snake. "Haha, Wei Gu, you're such a coward. This snake has had its fangs removed." Su Can laughed at Su Weiwei's reaction. "Even if it has no fangs, it's still a venomous snake. Where did you get that?" Su Peng frowned, directing the question at Su Can. "I bought it." Su Can replied nonchalantly. "A few days ago, an old man set up shop near the school with a jar full of snakes, claiming they had their teeth pulled. I thought it looked interesting, so I bought one for $20. It feels pretty cool wrapped around my arm." "Wei Gu, do you want to play with it? You can trade it for brother's phone." Su Weiwei shuddered, saying, "No way. Stay far away from me." Su Peng's frown deepened. "Be careful with that snake. Su Can, the fangs of venomous snakes can grow back in a month or so. If it bites you then, it could be serious." "What?" Su Can gasped, momentarily frightened, but reassured himself that the snake likely hadn't grown its fangs yet, saying, "I almost got tricked by the snake seller. All right then, when I get home, I'll take it to the Wildlife Museum." Su Peng nodded. Despite their mischievousness, both Su Can and Su Weiwei were receptive to advice and possessed a degree of kindness, unwilling to harm others or take life unnecessarily, which is why Su Peng chose to engage with them. Having not secured a toy, Su Can puffed out his cheeks and wandered off to play elsewhere. Just then, a few more individuals entered from outside, the younger generation from the 4th branch. Noticing that it was almost lunchtime, Su Peng called out to Su Weiwei, who was still fiddling with the phone, and together they ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, Su Peng encountered an entirely different assembly of individuals. These were the uncles and aunts of Su Peng, relatives closely connected to the venerable Su patriarch. The old gentleman had 3 sons and a young daughter, with Su Peng being one of his most immediate kin. The remaining attendees comprised various cousins from other branches of the family. Numbering over 30, Su Peng was not acquainted with all of them, yet he did not cease to extend greetings as he moved through the gathering. "Su Peng, you have arrived." A composed man in military attire approached him. It was Su Mingli, Su Peng's second uncle, who had ascended to the rank of colonel in the army and was poised to potentially become a general before he turned 55. Ever since Su Peng's father became incapacitated, Su Mingli had assumed the mantle of the foremost military figure under the Su patriarch. "Greetings, uncle," Su Peng replied, to which Su Mingli nodded, stating, "Originally, the younger generation was playing downstairs, but now that you, the eldest grandson, are here, it is more fitting for you to remain on the 2nd floor along with Wei Wei." Su Peng acquiesced, although he felt somewhat discomfited by the prevailing atmosphere. Despite being surrounded by family members of commendable character and the absence of the usual chaotic ambience typical of family gatherings, he found the spaciousness, spanning several hundred square meters on the 2nd floor of this 3-story building, did little to alleviate his discomfort. However, Su Peng need not wait long, for soon it was time for the birthday banquet to commence. The hired help, along with the life secretary of the Sioux patriarch, efficiently transformed the second floor into a banquet hall, arranging several tables and serving the array of dishes. The Sioux family members, exhibiting a remarkable understanding of their relationships, took their seats accordingly, while the younger children were summoned by the adults to prepare for the feast. Yet, no one took a seat immediately. The gathering remained standing until footsteps echoed from the third floor. Su Peng turned to see four sprightly elders and a woman appearing to be in her 50s descending the stairs. The room erupted into applause, accompanied by the heartfelt chorus of happy birthday to the patriarch. Among the group was the Sioux patriarch himself, whose hair was entirely white yet whose physique remained robust and lean. The sound of the well wishes, a hint of a smile broke through his stern demeanor as he waved to those below. Su Peng's grandmother had passed away, and the patriarch had not remarried. As the patriarch reached the second floor, he raised his hand slightly to signal for silence, and the hall fell quiet. "Please, be seated," he said succinctly, his words carrying weight. The members of the Sioux family complied and took their places based on their standing. The patriarch, his four siblings, and his two sons occupied one table, while the second generation from the other branches filled the remaining tables. The patriarch, adhering to traditional values and leaning toward a preference for males, did not permit his daughters to sit at his table. The younger generation of the Sioux family took their seats at several other tables. As Su Peng contemplated joining the table with Wei Wei and his peers, he was unexpectedly beckoned by his third uncle, Su Mingfa, who was also clad in military garb. With a resigned sigh, Su Peng approached the seat occupied by the patriarch. "Grandfather, happy birthday," he greeted as he reached the table. The patriarch nodded in response. In truth, he did not harbor any animosity towards Su Peng, merely a distant demeanor due to family circumstances. As the family banquet commenced, Su Mingfa encouraged Su Peng to take a seat at the table, affirming, "You are the eldest grandson. You belong here." Although Su Peng felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized his uncle's genuine concern for fostering a connection between him and the patriarch. The fact that his uncle had invited him to this table indicated that he had received the patriarch's tacit approval. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Su Peng noticed a seat had been intentionally left vacant for him. A warm sensation of belonging began to stir within him, and he settled into his chair as the banquet officially began. While the focus was on celebrating the patriarch's birthday, the elders at his table engaged in discussions regarding family affairs and achievements of the younger generation. Sharing news of marriages and academic accomplishments, as Su Peng quietly partook of his meal, the elders, aware of the patriarch's implicit endorsement of Su Peng's presence, subtly redirected the conversation towards him. "What are you engaged in these days, Su Peng?" inquired his fifth aunt, drawing attention to her own son's professional endeavors. "Me? I'm currently employed at a company, working as a gaming coach," Su Peng replied candidly, wishing to keep his true identity as a private investigator from his family. "Gaming coach?" The elders paused, taken aback. It was understandable, given that the children of the Sioux family typically pursued careers in the military, politics, or business. A gaming coach was indeed an unfamiliar term among them. Su Peng sensed a flicker of surprise in the patriarch's eyes, followed by a complex expression that seemed to soften, tinged with a hint of remorse. "A gaming coach? I suppose that is a burgeoning profession. We seem to be falling behind the times," the patriarch remarked. "Su Peng, would you have any interest in venturing into business with your fourth grandfather?" One of the elders interjected. "Business?" Su Peng was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at the patriarch, he knew that the patriarch generally preferred family members to forge their own paths without reliance on familial connections. The fact that his fourth grandfather was suggesting his involvement in family business ventures indicated an endorsement from the patriarch. Seeing Su Peng's gaze directed towards him, the usually formidable patriarch coughed and took a sip from his glass, seemingly avoiding eye contact with Su Peng, which struck him as peculiar. "Not at the moment. I quite enjoy my current profession and wish to continue for the time being." Su Peng politely declined the proposal. It is commendable for a young person to have aspirations. However, Su Peng, should you ever wish to pursue business or politics, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your grandfathers, his third grandfather encouraged. Bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, Su Peng responded, "I do not currently have such aspirations, but should I ever consider it, I will certainly reach out for your guidance. Indeed, you may also consult your second grandfather. If anything arises in Zhonghai, reach out to me or your Uncle Hui. After all, Our family still holds considerable influence in the military and police systems surrounding Zhonghai. His second grandfather, Su Zhongda, added. Understood, Su Peng replied, his mind swirling with confusion. Why was the patriarch, who typically disapproved of family members leveraging their connections, seemingly encouraging him today? The banquet unfolded in a harmonious atmosphere. Yet Su Peng felt a sense of strangeness surrounding him, as he struggled to find common ground in conversation with the elders and uncles. Observing Su Peng's discomfort, his third uncle, Su Mingfa, chuckled in understanding and suggested, if you find yourself ill at ease at this table, feel free to join Wei Wei and the others. Relieved, Su Peng nodded and was about to bid farewell to the patriarch when he suddenly felt a tug at his back. Turning around, he discovered young Su Can had approached, having dashed over without anyone noticing. What brings you here? Su Peng inquired, noting that Su Can's father was seated at the same table, who promptly admonished him. With a downcast expression, young Su Can looked at his father and greeted the patriarch. Hello, great-grandfather. Then, leaning closer to Su Peng, he whispered, Brother Peng, there's been a problem? Huh? What is it? Su Peng asked, puzzled. I lost my snake while playing. It was right here in the dining hall, but now I can't find it, Su Can lamented. What? Su Peng's brow furrowed in alarm. That snake was undoubtedly venomous, and given the vastness of the Su residence, if it found a hiding spot and developed fangs, it could pose a grave threat to the patriarch. I am at a loss as to how it was misplaced. I am equally uncertain whom to confide in. If my father discovers this, it will spell disaster for me. Su Can's delicate face was on the verge of tears as he whispered to Su Peng. What are the two of you discussing? Su Peng's uncle, Su Mingli, furrowed his brows and turned to address them. Just as Su Peng was about to clarify, a piercing scream erupted from the far corner of the dining hall. Startled, Su Peng glanced in that direction and saw a small girl, seemingly no older than 6 or 7, in tears, exclaiming, A snake! A snake! The children at her table sprang to their feet, scurrying about the room as if trying to evade something. The adults at the other tables also rose, evidently having witnessed something alarming, creating a chaotic scene. The expression on the elderly Su's face darkened, and Su Mingfa and Su Mingli exchanged worried glances, preparing to investigate the commotion. Su Peng exhaled deeply, realizing what was amiss, and stood to make his way toward the tumult. It was then that Su Mingli and the others discerned that the source of the disturbance was a black, venomous snake, about the thickness of 2 fingers and nearly a meter long, slithering across the floor. Su Peng, be careful, Su Mingfa called out from behind him, to which Su Peng responded without turning, no worries with that. He swiftly retrieved a fruit knife from a nearby basket, brandishing it with a flick of his wrist. Thwack! The knife sailed through the air, slicing a white arc before embedding itself in the serpent's head, effectively pinning the creature to the ground. The snake writhed, clearly nearing its end. That moment, the room fell silent. Both Su Mingfa and Su Mingli were momentarily stunned, while Su Peng himself was also taken aback. Having been somewhat dazed by the peculiar reactions of his elders and the effects of a few drinks, Su Peng instinctively believed he was still in a game, equipped with the skill of throwing knives. As reality dawned on him, he realized he was, in fact, in the real world, having been overly immersed in gaming. Yet, how was it that the throwing knife technique he employed in the game had translated so effectively to reality, allowing him to strike a venomous snake from 6 or 7 meters away? Su Peng found himself at a loss for answers. Chapter 24. Family Gathering, Part 2, Penggu, a soft voice called. Bringing Su Peng back to reality, he looked up to see Su Weiwei approaching. Nodding, Su Peng took a deep breath and moved forward. The black snake had ceased its writhing, and Su Peng walked over to retrieve the fruit knife from the serpent's head before tossing the lifeless snake into a nearby trash bin, folding the knife away as well. All is well, just a minor incident. Please, everyone, continue your meal, he smiled reassuringly at the Su family members, who murmured amongst themselves before settling back down, seemingly reassured. This is certainly the mischief of that little rascal. Su Can he's in for it now. Even his father won't be able to save him, Su Weiwei remarked, not intending to hide the truth. Seeing his father still bewildered, Su Weiwei approached him to quietly explain the situation. Su Peng remained enveloped in a strange sensation, the feeling of having thrown that knife still reverberating in his hand, akin to being equipped with a skill in a game, as if some system support had assisted him. Yet, He felt uncertain that he could replicate such precision again. Could it truly have been a fluke? Su Peng pondered, acutely aware that the matter was more complex than it seemed. Slowly, he returned to his seat, where Su Weiwei had already thrown Sukin under the bus, leaving the latter with his head drooped in unease under his father's disapproving gaze. It's just a child's folly. We've all been through such things. Su Peng's second uncle chuckled, while Su Kan's grandfather showed no intention of reprimanding the children. However, Su Peng's third uncle turned to him, remarking, Su Peng, when did you master such knife-throwing skills? Remarkable. Hitting such a small target from 6 or 7 meters away is no feat even for those trained in special forces. Oh, just a bit of practice during my idle time, Su Peng replied, still unsure of how to explain the situation. All right, Su Peng, you and your companions should return to your table, second uncle Su Mingli instructed. Nodding, Su Peng, along with Su Weiwei and Su Kan, departed from that table. As they walked, Su Peng continued to reflect on the moment he had thrown the knife. After a rather tasteless meal, the elderly Su and others finished and retired upstairs. While the remaining relatives gradually took their leave, Su Weiwei returned Su Peng's phone before bidding farewell himself. The small building gradually emptied, leaving only a few adults still engaged in their own matters. Feeling somewhat bored, Su Peng noticed his third uncle beckoning him from the doorway. Su Mingli summoned Su Peng to a study adjacent to the second-floor hall, closing the door behind him. Su Peng, this is an opportunity for you, one that you should have sensed. Due to certain events, the old man's attitude towards you has shifted significantly. You should strive to mend the relationship between you and your grandfather. An opportunity, you say? Su Peng chuckled, shaking his head. Third uncle, I am quite curious about what could have prompted such a drastic change in grandfather's disposition. Has this transformation been orchestrated by you, you rascal? Su Mingfa chuckled in response. I merely discerned the old man's sentiments towards you and seized an opportunity for a deep conversation, helping him to overcome his mental barriers, which led to the current situation. Oh, do tell, I am quite intrigued, Su Peng replied, adopting an eager expression. It was nothing too complex. I approached it from a psychological standpoint. As you know, your grandfather is a deeply traditional man who places great importance on family lineage. Yet, his attitude towards you has been perplexing. He prohibits the family from intervening in your life's path and disallows them from using their influence to assist you. Yet, he does not harbor any animosity towards you. As evidenced by his insistence that you return for birthdays and New Year celebrations, this contradiction clearly signals an internal conflict. I began my inquiry from this point, engaging in a profound emotional and psychological analysis. Your grandfather genuinely values you. Otherwise, he would not insist on your return. However, his apparent coldness stems not from you but rather from your father. I have long understood that, in your grandfather's eyes, my status and that of your second uncle pales in comparison to that of your eldest uncle. Despite your second uncle achieving the rank of colonel, the marriage of your eldest uncle brought immense disappointment to your grandfather, a fact he refuses to acknowledge. In this regard, he felt defeated in the presence of your eldest uncle, whose departure left your grandfather questioning his own decisions. This emotional turmoil is something your grandfather would never confess. He is far too proud. Thus, it led to years of coldness after your eldest uncle returned with you and your aunt. Nevertheless, your grandfather's expectations for your eldest uncle remain unchanged, and your eldest uncle is well aware of this, leading to a more relaxed pace in his life. However, the unforeseen circumstances surrounding your eldest uncle exceeded your grandfather's expectations, delivering a severe emotional and psychological blow with no outlet for expression. Regret, guilt, disappointment, and sorrow. These myriad emotions formed a peculiar fixation within your grandfather. His hopes and disappointments regarding your eldest uncle, combined with the traditional sense of legacy, became projected onto you, the still young child, whom he viewed as a surrogate for your eldest uncle. This is why he forbids the family from intervening in your life, not out of indifference or disdain, but rather as an extreme counterreaction. He desperately attempted to control your eldest uncle but failed, suffering a backlash and unexpected pain, leading him to subconsciously establish two extremes in his relationship with you, granting you absolute freedom and refusing to impose any plans upon you, not as a means of abandoning you, but due to his subconscious belief that control equates to the destruction of another eldest uncle, leading to a reflexive resistance against providing any guidance. When I laid all this out for your grandfather, he initially reacted with anger, but soon after, he seemed to come to terms with it. Your grandfather is, in fact, someone who possesses a keen understanding of himself. He recognized the truth in my words. According to psychological principles, when a fixation transitions from the subconscious to consciousness, the symptoms manifesting outwardly dissipate, allowing him to re-accept you. Su Mingfa spoke slowly to Su Peng. Su Peng listened in silence for a long while. And after some time, he finally remarked, "Third uncle, you certainly do not strike me as someone capable of such insight. You underestimate me too much. Your third uncle possesses many talents," Su Mingfa retorted. "Heh, third uncle. Do not flatter yourself. Let us be honest, the insights you shared, were they not imparted to you by third aunt?" Su Peng said, a smile gracing his face. "You rascal," Su Mingfa exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. Su Mingfa's wife, Su Peng's third aunt, Xing Na, is a Ritterni who earned dual doctorates in psychology and law in the United States. After returning to China, she married Su Mingfa and has since proven to be an exceptionally skilled psychologist. From what Su Peng understood, third aunt's consulting fees in China are approximately 5,000 yuan per hour. It was clear that Su Mingfa struggled to grasp these intricate matters, and it was highly likely that Xing Na had imparted this wisdom to him. In the residence of Su Peng, Xing Na is quite an independent woman. Although gentle in demeanor, she possesses considerable acumen, earning the admiration of even her somewhat patriarchal grandfather. However, today, the third aunt was absent. And during the gathering, it was mentioned that she had recently traveled to the United States for an important psychology conference. "Uncle San, regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful to you." Su Peng finally exhaled deeply and respectfully bowed to his uncle. Su Mingfa, haha, there's no need for thanks among family. You should go visit the old man later. Ever since he came to terms with things, he has been inquiring about you quite a bit. He even asked several times about the scar on your forehead from last year, and when I told him it was inflicted by a rogue, he immediately informed your second uncle to keep an eye on you. Su Mingfa chuckled. Su Peng then understood the peculiar atmosphere at the gathering. At that moment, he could not tell if it was merely his imagination, but he felt a warm current flowing through him, as if he had rediscovered a source of motivation. "All right, I'll go see Grandpa shortly. By the way, Uncle San, isn't Aunt Santa Minter at Harvard? I recall she is currently the vice president of the American Psychological Association." Su Peng suddenly recalled and inquired of Su Mingfa. "That seems to be the case. I remember her mentioning it." Su Mingfa nodded and replied, "Why do you ask? Uncle, there's something I need Aunt Santa's assistance with. Could you please ask her mentor if she could inquire whether the American Psychological Association has ever participated in the development of a technique called reverse hypnosis? This matter is of great significance to me." Su Peng stated earnestly. "I see. That's fine. I'll give her a call this evening." Su Mingfa agreed with a nod. Su Peng set aside this particular concern for the moment and, after exiting the study with Su Mingfa, intended to ascend to the third floor to see the old man, only to be informed by the old man's personal secretary that he had consumed too much alcohol and had already retired for the evening. "I see." Su Peng sighed and said, "Uncle San, I still have some matters to attend to at my company, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, I'll have the driver see you off." Su Mingfa replied. Su Peng nodded, descended the stairs, and entered the car, where a driver was already waiting to take him out of the community. However, he remained unaware that as he departed, an elderly gentleman in military attire on the third floor gazed affectionately at the receding vehicle. Instead of going directly back to the company, Su Peng instructed the driver to take him to the office of Eugene Affairs. He was unperturbed by the possibility of being followed, as the driver was a reconnaissance soldier with heightened vigilance. Any potential pursuers would be swiftly detected. Upon entering the office building and reaching the 13th floor, it was still a little past 5 in the afternoon. Su Peng unlocked the door to the office and stretched his body. "Well, I seem to have absorbed quite a bit of positive energy at home today. I cannot afford to fall behind," he muttered to himself, rummaging through a toolbox to retrieve a set of tools. He then took out the company-issued mobile phone and placed it on the desk. After fiddling with it for over 20 minutes, he had dismantled the phone into several parts. Indeed, they have provided such a device. "They are quite willing to spend," Su Peng remarked with a cold smile as he examined a small black component extracted from the phone. This was a 6th-generation listening device combined with a tracker. During his time as a private investigator, he had procured numerous controlled electronic components from the special unit managed by Su Mingfa. He recognized this particular item as military-grade from Germany, stable, compact, and powerful. This small device alone had a black market value of 50,000. The phone S-Core was similarly equipped. Even when powered off or completely dead, the phone S-Core contained a heat-sensitive weak power device that could determine his location within 2 hours. Supeng mused, however, the accuracy of the tracker on the phone's core is inferior to that of the small device I extracted. It can only ascertain that I am in the vicinity of this office building, not the specific floor or location. Fortunately, having worked with such devices before, I can enhance its capabilities. After a little over half an hour, Supeng finally completed the modifications to the phone. He added an electronic component to the small listening and tracking device, such that pressing a button on the phone would temporarily disable IT.AS for the phone's core's heat-sensitive weak power device. He applied an insulating film, so that pressing 3 zeros would render it inactive. Once the modifications were complete, he reassembled the phone to its original appearance. For now, this will suffice. However, given such underhanded tactics, this company is certainly not benevolent, Supeng concluded satisfactorily, stowing the phone away before heading downstairs to hail a cab back to the company. Upon returning to Tianpeng property, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Supeng ascended to the 7th floor, used his access card to enter the studio, and then took the dedicated elevator to the 18th floor, where he reported back to Shi Qianjun and retrieved his gaming ring. Since it was still relatively early in Supeng's view, he decided to visit the tea room on the left side to see if there was any amusement to be found. As soon as he entered, he spotted Ji Ming, who, looking quite dejected, was slumped on the sofa surrounded by several empty bottles on the coffee table. "You're back quite early," Supeng remarked as he sat down on the opposite sofa. Ji Ming remained silent, cracking open a can of beer and pushing it towards Supeng, while he himself downed the contents of his own can. "Feeling down?" Supeng inquired as he accepted the beer. "Supeng, let me ask you something. If you earned $1 million a year and I borrowed $400,000 from you, would you lend it to me?" Ji Ming suddenly turned his gaze, his eyes flickering as he posed the question with apparent seriousness. "Why? Are you in dire need of money?" Supeng responded, somewhat perplexed by Ji Ming's inquiry. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Just answer me. If you earn $1 million a year and I ask to borrow $400,000, would you lend it to me?" Ji Ming's gaze bore a slightly obsessive intensity as he pressed on. "Your question is rather peculiar. Firstly, I have yet to achieve an annual income of $1 million. Secondly, many factors influence this situation. Of course, I could generously say I would lend it to you, but that would be somewhat dismissive and irresponsible." Supeng replied, casting a glance at Ji Ming. "Haha. Even you refuse to give a straightforward answer. Can't you just be honest?" Ji Ming laughed, his tone unexpectedly profound for someone of his appearance. "In truth, from the perspective of an ordinary person, I already know the answer without you saying anything. If I were also earning $1 million a year, you might ponder whether to lend to me. However, if I were someone incapable of sustaining myself, you would likely think more deeply about it. That's rather uninteresting to say, but I must admit, you do make a valid point." Supeng nodded in agreement. "Since you understand the answer, why ask the question?" "It was merely a moment of reflection," Ji Ming replied, opening another bottle of beer. "When it comes to human interactions, there are always considerations at play. Aside from family, most individuals will evaluate their own worth and standards. Even if not in terms of income or financial factors, many other considerations come into play. From this perspective, human relationships can indeed be quite complex and cold. I don't quite agree with your sentiment. While familial bonds are certainly precious, I believe that human relationships are not purely utilitarian and devoid of warmth. There is also genuine concern," Supeng countered. Recalling the influence of the woman with braces, he organized his thoughts and added, "Are you perhaps reflecting on visiting a grave for a family member? Has something stirred your memories?" He noted that Ji Ming's demeanor seemed inconsistent with someone of his disposition, suggesting he had experienced significant upheaval in life. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming fell silent, merely lifting his drink. As Ji Ming consumed his beer, Supeng noticed a detail. There was a deep scar on Ji Ming's right wrist. Supeng squinted momentarily, then glanced at Ji Ming's left hand, keenly observing that both of his wrists bore signs of deep cuts. Such profound scars. The marks looked as though they had nearly severed a vein. Was it a suicide attempt? Supeng pondered, sensing that Ji Ming did not fit the profile of such a person. Quickly forming a judgment in his mind, he noted that at that moment, Ji Ming set down his beer can and, upon noticing Supeng's attention on his wrists, seemed to awaken to a realization. He tugged at his shirt sleeves to conceal the marks. "I've had enough to drink. I need to head back and sleep, or I won't be able to sober up by morning and will miss my flight," Ji Ming sighed. standing up to address Su Peng. Take care. I'll stay for a bit longer, Su Peng replied. As Jiming was leaving, he suddenly heard Su Peng's voice behind him. Actually, if you were in need of money right now, I could lend you some. Perhaps we have a connection. If I had $1 million, lending you 400,000 seems feasible. Ha. Jiming paused, turning around to smile. No need, but thank you. With that, he grabbed his coat and exited the tea room. This Jiming undoubtedly has some issues, Su Peng reflected as he watched Jiming's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in Shi Qinjun's office, he adjusted the images on the television wall with the remote control, observing Jiming as he departed from the tea room. Have any abnormalities been detected? Shi Qinjun mused aloud, seemingly to himself. That moment, from the shadows in the corner of the room, a mysterious figure clad in black emerged silently, remarking, "Nothing particularly special. I merely purchased a bouquet of flowers to pay respects at the cemetery, then spent a morning lost in thought, followed by 3 hours of solitary drinking at a bar. Without conversing with anyone, I also observed the grave he visited. It should belong to his parents, correct?" Shi Qinjun watched as Jiming returned to his room on the monitor and, noncommittally, remarked, "He appears quite normal. You've worked hard. Perhaps you should rest." The man in black nodded, his form oddly blurred in the corner, as the shadows shifted mysteriously, causing him to vanish from the room. Jiming. Shi Qinjun picked up his pen and inscribed Jiming's name on a piece of paper resting on the table, drawing a line beneath it, then adding a question mark, which he subsequently crossed out, replacing it with a period. The night swiftly passed, ushering in a new dawn. Su Peng, Jiming, Sun Shijia, and their team leader Lei Ming gathered in the gaming room to log into the game. The trio entered Jiangning County, where daylight had already broken in the game, yet they found themselves still trapped in that dead-end alley. "Hey, look, that shop has vanished," Sun Shijia exclaimed, having just logged in and gesturing towards the alley's entrance. Su Peng and Jiming turned to look, and indeed, the uniquely decorated coffin shop had completely disappeared, leaving only a tall wall. Where could the shop have gone? How strange, Jiming remarked, while Sun Shijia speculated. Could it be a bug? In such a vast game, encountering bugs seems normal. Only Su Peng, feeling in his pocket, realized he still possessed a set of talismans purchased from that mysterious store, confirming that the previous night had not been a mere figment of his imagination. Let us not dwell on it for now. When we log off, we can mention it to Lei Ming. For now, let us head to the Blackwater Army camp, Su Peng suggested to Jiming and Sun Shijia. The two had no objections, and the trio made their way westward from the city. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the Blackwater Army camp. Jiangning County housed a total of 20,000 Blackwater soldiers, with 12,000 in active service, 5,000 in reserve, and 3,000 in logistics, covering a vast area. Unable to station within the city, they were divided across 2 major camps on either side of Jiangning County. Armed with the insignia provided by Han Tuo, the 3 entered the western camp of the Blackwater Army, where they learned that Han Tuo was engaged in military discussions, prompting them to wait. They stood before a tent, observing the training grounds of the Blackwater Army, where numerous soldiers were engaged in drills, galloping horses paraded in formation, infantry practiced battle formations, and archery was underway, all contributing to an atmosphere laden with tension. Soon, Han Tuo concluded his meeting and approached, donned in black armor. Despite what appeared to be a sleepless night, he radiated vigor. "You've arrived just in time. Ha ha ha, good news brings good spirits. I must tell you, last night's battle was a rare achievement for the Blackwater Army in recent years. I've been informed by the commander that I may soon be promoted to deputy commander of the Blackwater Army." "Ha ha ha ha," Han Tuo exclaimed, tossing his helmet to a nearby aide, his laughter echoing warmly towards Su Peng and the others. "Congratulations, General Han," they chorused, having previously learned from the aide that Han Tuo was a formidable presence within the Blackwater Army. Likely the strongest among the centurions with sufficient credentials, he merely lacked military achievements, which the recent battle had rectified, paving the way for his promotion. "Upon promotion to deputy commander, my aides will double, and you will serve as my aides. Ha ha ha, as long as you prove yourselves capable, advancement will come swiftly." Han Tuo seemed particularly jovial as he addressed Su Peng and his companions. After offering their congratulations once more, Han Tuo shifted to matters of importance, providing them with a note to register at the Military Affairs Office, thus formalizing their status as reserve forces of the Blackwater Army. "Your skills require further enhancement. There are instructors in the camp who will teach you various combat techniques essential for new recruits. Of course, some advanced techniques require military achievements to access, or you may need to purchase them, but you all have sufficient funds. Additionally, cultivate a good rapport with the military instructors. They will naturally provide more attentive guidance. Han Tuo advised, hinting at the necessity of bribing the instructors for additional training. Grateful for the insights, Su Peng and his companions thanked Han Tuo before proceeding to handle their registrations. Following this day, things became relatively straightforward. After officially becoming reserve members of the Blackwater Army, Su Peng and the others received their insignia, allowing them to traverse Jiangning County without scrutiny from the official military. At the new recruit training center, they finally rediscovered the essence of the game. The new recruit instructors offered training in basic military gun techniques, basic military knife techniques, basic military sword techniques, basic military axe techniques, basic archery, basic horsemanship, and basic battle formation. Among these, the gun, knife, sword, axe, and archery techniques were tangible white-level skills, while the basic horsemanship promised a significant increase in riding speed. Furthermore, mastering basic mounted combat would yield a 20% attack bonus. The basic battle formation was a combat formation used in military skirmishes. Currently, new recruits could only learn the 3 talents formation, which required all 3 to have trained in it to deploy, enhancing both defense and attack by 10%. New recruits could learn 1 white-level attack skill for free, but any additional skills would cost 10 taels of silver. The formation could also be learned for free, as long as it was the foundational 3 talents formation. Horsemanship, however, was the most expensive. Training in horsemanship before being selected as a cavalryman required 1 tael of gold. Fortunately, Su Peng and his companions were not lacking in gold, allowing each to choose a military skill along with horsemanship. Then began their training and accumulation of learning points in the Death Reincarnation game. Enhancing martial arts levels involved 2 pathways tied to 3 types of data. The 2 pathways were through combat experience or through comprehension and practice, while the 3 data types were martial arts experience, practical experience, and learning points. Combat experience, as the name suggests, involved defeating NPC monsters to accumulate practical experience, which could be directly used to enhance martial arts. However, this method was only applicable to white or light blue level skills, which typically range from 9 to 10 levels from basic to maximum. When trying to enhance martial arts above white or light blue levels, one would encounter checkpoints, such as Su Peng's current transforming rain technique, which faced a checkpoint at the 4th level, preventing further advancement through practical experience alone. This led to the concept of martial arts experience. Martial arts experience is not consumable. It continually grows as long as the game is played. Engaging in combat, self-training, receiving guidance from others, and observing battles all contribute to increasing martial arts experience. Though the amount gained is not fixed, this data imposes restrictions on the learning of certain martial arts. For instance, Su Peng currently lacks sufficient martial arts experience to comprehend the transforming rain technique, including the wooden figure in his inventory. Learning points, meanwhile, resemble practical experience and are akin to skill proficiency. However, they do not require killing monsters, as merely practicing on wooden dummies suffices for increase. After an entire day of training at the western camp of the Blackwater Army, Su Peng and his companions amassed a significant number of learning points. Su Peng himself elevated his military sword technique to the 3rd level, while his horsemanship reached proficiency, granting him an additional 5% speed boost. It seems that in about 3 or 4 days, I can elevate my military sword technique to its maximum level. After all, it is just a white-level skill, Su Peng mused as evening approached. Signaling the time to log off. As the electric bell rang, the trio logged out and emerged from the machines. Leader Lei, I have something to report, Sun Shijia said first, finding Lei Ming and recounting the peculiar shop they encountered during the day. What? Lei Ming exclaimed, his brow furrowing. Adjusting his sunglasses, he replied, this matter exceeds my jurisdiction. Follow me to meet Minister Is it that important? Sun Shijia asked, momentarily taken aback, but he nodded. Su Peng and Ji Ming, having just logged off, felt the situation was being blown out of proportion, yet they followed Lei Ming to Shi Qinjuan's office. So, you encountered a coffin shop with a beast's head in the game, which mysteriously vanished during the day? Shi Qinjuan inquired, seated behind a grand desk, resting his chin on his hands while wearing sunglasses, seemingly deep in thought. There's something amiss. Minister Shi? Ji Ming asked, curious about Shi Qinjuan's contemplations. There are certain issues. Well, since you encountered it, I might as well inform you. The company's game operates on fourth-generation supercomputers as servers. However, due to the game's high computational demands, some redundant data may appear. The shop you encountered is a manifestation of such redundant data, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Sometimes, only a select few players can witness it, while others remain oblivious, Shi Qianjun elucidated to Su Peng and the others. Redundant data? Su Peng pondered, sensing a contradiction in Shi Qianjun's explanation. Was the peculiar shop he entered, along with the shopkeeper he encountered and the point card he received, merely redundant data that only he could see? However, Su Peng did not pose a direct question. Instead, he inquired of Shi Qianjun, what, then, is the manifestation of this redundant data and the consequences it incurs? Should we avoid these stores? Avoiding these stores is indeed the wisest course. Shi Qianjun nodded in agreement. This redundant data primarily manifests in the form of bizarre shops that could vanish at any moment. They offer peculiar items, and utilizing these items could lead to a certain degree of data chaos, potentially resulting in the deletion of game characters' accounts. Hence, I strongly advise you not to engage with anything from those shops. Should you encounter such items, report to me immediately, and I will enlist specialists to address the matter. I see. Well, is there any reward for reporting this data? Sun Shijia asked Shi Qianjun. It depends on the circumstances. If, upon reporting, the redundant data shop has not vanished, we will consider offering a reward, likely ranging from several hundred to 1,000 yuan. Shi Qianjun replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Shijia appeared somewhat excited, nodding, if I discover anything next time, I will report it without delay. Ji Ming also nodded in agreement to Su Peng, while following suit with a nod. Internally struggled to fully accept Shi Qianjun's assertions. The shop was indeed strange, but both the intelligence of its proprietor and the items for sale seemed well-ordered and did not resemble mere redundant data. As for Shi Qianjun's claim regarding the deletion of accounts, Su Peng quickly understood he was referring to the potential depletion of game cards, which could indeed lead to account deletion. Overall, this appeared to be a matter of differing rules between two systems rather than meaningless redundancy. A sense of doubt lingered in Su Peng's mind. He felt Shi Qianjun was withholding significant information. Remembering this point of contention, he said, Minister Shi, if there is nothing further, we shall return for dinner. Very well, go ahead, Shi Qianjun replied, nodding to Su Peng and the others. As Su Peng and his companions exited the office, Shi Qianjun pressed a button on the side of his desk, and shortly after, a woman entered his office. Minister Shi, did you call for me? Removing her sunglasses, Shi Qianjun addressed the woman, Ning Kai, regarding our previous discussion about that old man in the game and that peculiar shop. It has resurfaced. Is it the mysterious shop that led to the account deletions of one member from the Tiger Bin group and two from the Longya group? The woman, none other than Su Peng's childhood friend. The steel-toothed girl Ning Kai seemed slightly taken aback as she questioned Shi Qianjun. Indeed, this matter requires thorough investigation. As the leader of the Dark Hawk group, you must delve into this issue within the game and ascertain whether that mysterious shop will appear. Gather information and relevant personnel, and consult with the newcomers group, Lei Ming, to clarify the situation and report back to me, of course. Ensure that your team does not enter the shop. Once you discern the shop's patterns of appearance, I will petition the headquarters for specialized assistance, Shi Qianjun instructed Ning Kai. Understood. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Ning Kai nodded to Shi Qianjun. Go ahead, he replied, as Ning Kai exited his office. What a nuisance, Shi Qianjun scoffed once everyone had left, picking up his coffee cup. After Su Peng and the others reported back, they proceeded to the dining hall for dinner. The meal was, as usual, bountiful, featuring Chinese dishes such as sweet and sour ribs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried cured meats with beans, and Mao's red braised pork, among others. The Western offerings were particularly plentiful today, including seafood cheese pizza and steak cheese pizza. Each of Su Peng's trio took a portion and began their meal. During the dining, Su Peng subtly probed, then confirmed that both Ji Ming and Sun Shijia had not encountered the mysterious shop upon entering the game. Finding this odd, Su Peng decided to suppress his curiosity for the moment, knowing he still possessed an item from that enigmatic shop that he could study at his convenience. After dinner, Su Peng returned to his room to ponder another matter. Within Su Peng's chamber, a dartboard had appeared. The dartboard was meant for playing standard darts, but at that moment, Su Peng was wielding a relatively small fruit knife. The memory of that accidental knife-throwing incident at the Su family gathering was still vivid in his mind. And both the dartboard and fruit knife had been brought back from the agency. Regrettably, since his arrival the previous evening, Su Peng had been unable to recapture the sensation of throwing knives. Either the fruit knife would strike the dartboard's handle, or it would veer off and hit the wall. On the rare occasions when the blade struck true, it would fall due to insufficient force. It was truly vexing. Su Peng practiced his grip, yet he could not seem to find that elusive feeling of being aided by some unseen force. Soon, 2 days had passed. During this time, Su Peng and his companions had been diligently honing their skills within the military. 2 members from the Dark Hawk group had approached Su Peng and his friends in reality to investigate, providing only the time and location of the mysterious shop without any additional noteworthy issues. Meanwhile, Su Peng had utilized the combat experience and skills he had previously acquired to advance the military swordsmanship to the 10th level, which represented the pinnacle of this martial art. According to the group leader, Lei Ming, generally speaking, martial arts of white rank and above reached their highest level, resulting in 2 enhancements. Point 1 was vitality. Mastering any martial art would augment vitality. The vitality experience intertwined with the so-called realm, and it was said that an increase in vitality would enhance both offense and defense. Additionally, when a martial art is cultivated to its peak, a finishing move would emerge. For instance, the military swordsmanship that Su Peng was currently practicing revealed a special attack called Rapid Assault at the 10th level, which increased attack speed by 30% for 5 minutes. However, it could only be utilized with the techniques of military swordsmanship. This was due to the nature of military swordsmanship being a white rank martial art. Higher-level martial arts would yield more elaborate finishing moves with greater attack power, far surpassing what the military swordsmanship could offer, considering that Rapid Assault merely consumed stamina and did not involve internal energy or other factors. Moreover, Su Peng's martial arts experience had also improved due to his advancement in military swordsmanship and the teachings of his instructor, allowing him to practice the secret techniques he had acquired. He could now train in the rainfall technique and ground flight technique, although the latter required a foundational throwing technique to reach LV Point 10 as a prerequisite. Su Peng's knife-throwing skills had not yet reached completion, so he could not practice it just yet. Though he was close to by the second night, Su Peng had already comprehended the rainfall technique and ground flight technique. Once a martial arts manual was understood, it would vanish, but Su Peng's skill bar had now expanded to include 2 new abilities: rainfall technique, a pale blue technique with internal energy that flowed like gentle spring rain, suitable for intricate, prolonged martial arts, particularly for projectile techniques. Its current level was the first stage, Misty Rain, with a total internal energy value of 55. The first 4 levels increased internal energy by 10 points for each level, while the subsequent 5 levels increased by 15 points, totaling 9 levels. Ground flight technique, a pale blue agility technique, was more suited for swift movement over short distances than for evasion or leaping high. It required a sustained internal energy support. Its current level was the first stage, enhancing speed by 55%, consuming 45 points of internal energy per hour. Each level increases movement speed by 5% while reducing internal energy consumption by 2 points. Totaling 9 levels. This was the current state of both martial arts. Su Peng was reasonably satisfied with these 2 techniques. The ground flight technique at its peak had already surpassed the speed enhancement of basic riding skills. Although it was not very sustainable, the rainfall technique, having reached the 9th level, had approximately 170 points of internal energy, 55-40-75, which was quite commendable. Su Peng currently had no finishing moves that required excessive internal energy. As the military swordsmanship could be executed using only stamina, Su Peng felt quite pleased with his current training progress. Additionally, he had also comprehended the 18 styles of street boxing, ensuring that even without weapons, he possessed a certain degree of combat capability. On the 3rd day, Su Peng logged in as usual when a soldier approached him, saying that Han Tuo was looking for him. Su Peng made his way to Han Tuo's large tent, where he found Han Tuo waiting. Upon seeing Su Peng, Han Tuo nodded and said, "You arrived just in time. I have a task for you." "Please, General, give your orders," Su Peng replied with a respectful gesture. Seeing Su Peng's demeanor, Han Tuo appeared quite pleased and continued, "It's not a significant matter. It's just that last time, during our operation against the bandits at Qingshanzhai, we left behind many warhorses and seized weapons that have yet to be retrieved. Although my uncle is overseeing things, it's not ideal to leave them there. Take my military command, lead 10 black-armored cavalrymen, and 20 logistical support personnel to Qingshanzhai to retrieve those horses and weapons." Han Tuo instructed Su Peng. Su Peng nodded, receiving the military token from Han Tuo and proceeded to gather troops from the camp. 3 hours later, At Qing Shanjai, Su Peng led 10 Blackwater cavalrymen, along with 20 logistical support personnel driving horse-drawn carts, to Qing Shanjai. Since Su Peng had joined the Blackwater Cavalry, Han Tuo had also recommended him for military merit, due to timely communication of military information and Han Tuo's commendation of his bravery in battle. Su Peng had even been promoted to the rank of squad leader, allowing him to command a contingent of men. The black-armored cavalrymen recognized him as one of Han Tuo's men, knowing that Han Tuo would soon rise to the position of deputy commander. So no one troubled him. Upon arriving at Qing Shanjai, it was nearly noon. Su Peng chatted with the village chief, reminiscing about their recent capture of the traitor. While conversing with Master Han, Su Peng was suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to Dr. Han and inquired, "Elder Han, I wonder if anyone is occupying the home of the carpenter, Chao, in Qingshan village?" "Not at all," Han replied. "There are already sufficient dwellings in Qingshan village, and Chao's home is not particularly appealing. No one intends to claim it. Besides, Chao's intentions remain unclear. Having lurked in Qingshan village for a decade, who would dare to take his house?" "I see." Su Peng nodded upon hearing this. He then addressed Dr. Han. "Though I have settled in Jiangning County, I cannot help but feel my roots lie here in Qingshan village. Since no one desires it, I shall offer gold to purchase Chao's home. Should my fortunes falter, I would have a place to return to in Qingshan village." "Ha ha ha, you are too courteous, my young friend. Since you have such intentions, why require gold? That dwelling is merely a matter of my word. Since you wish for it, I shall bestow it upon you." Dr. Han laughed heartily. Su Peng, not wanting to be overly formal, expressed his gratitude to Dr. Han. And the house, lacking any formal deed, was directly transferred to him. Observing the time, Su Peng noted that he was to board the airship at 9 o'clock. He had been assigned this task by Han Tuo. And as the real time synced with game time, it was now noon in the game. He summoned a captain of the black armored cavalry and said, "Brother Wu, as it is now midday, I imagine the brothers must be hungry. Allow me to treat you all. Aunt Li's cuisine at the Qingshan village is quite delectable, and I would like everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. Is that appropriate?" General Han instructed us to return swiftly. Wu hesitated, clearly also feeling hunger, thus his refusal lacked firmness. The emperor does not begrudge his soldiers a meal. If there are issues, I shall address them with General Han. Su Peng reassured him. After deliberation, Wu nodded in agreement. Su Peng was a trusted confidant of Han Tuo, and since this was not an urgent military matter, no one wished to toil on an empty stomach. Wu called out to the others, "Brothers, Su Jun too is treating us to a meal." Cheers erupted among the cavalry. Soon, the soldiers gathered at Aunt Li's residence, which also served as an inn, with 10 cavalrymen unable to fit inside. 2 large tables were set up outside for the support staff. "Brothers, today the meat is plentiful, but please refrain from drinking. We have military duties ahead. If you require anything, seek out Aunt Li. I have some personal matters to discuss with the village chief." "So I shall take my leave," Su Peng announced. The soldiers responded enthusiastically. The Blackwater Army had decent rations, but they were often limited to steamed buns, with meat served only sporadically. Su Peng's generous offering would not cost him much silver. Yet it would certainly win their favor. After expressing his apologies at the banquet, Su Peng made his way to Chao the carpenter's home. The villagers of Qingshan were simple folk, leaving their doors unlocked at night. However, Su Peng did not enter. Instead, he stood in the courtyard, closing his eyes. "Did I not instruct you to inform the people of Qinglong Mountain to hurry and lay an ambush nearby? They are to observe my signal and attack the village at night. I shall open the gates at the opportune moment and let them in. But why did the Qinglong Mountain people come during the day? How would I know? I am merely responsible for communication. I cannot guess the thoughts of those from Qinglong Mountain. Furthermore, is your intelligence reliable? Are you certain that item is in Qingshan village? I have noticed some anomalies. It is highly likely that it is in Qingshan village. I have already identified the individual in question. We must attack Qingshan village tonight. Otherwise, this person will escape. Their true identity is," as Su Peng's mind replayed the conversation he had inadvertently overheard in Qingshan village. Every detail, the voices, the atmosphere, remained vivid in his memory. It became clear to him that the traitor, Su Guohan, had been monitoring Chao the carpenter. The reason for surveilling Chao stemmed from his identity, which might be that of another person. The need for disguise could be linked to a certain item. As Su Peng slowly pieced together these clues, he pondered the known information. What, after all, was the true identity of the carpenter? Was it something shameful? If so, why would he hide in Qingshan village for a decade? Was it to evade misfortune or to conceal something? And what precisely was the item they spoke of? Let us begin with their mention of that item. What was its size? What did it look like? Was it divisible? Was it a treasure? Was it stolen goods? It undoubtedly held some value. Was it of economic worth or of another nature? As Su Peng pondered these clues, he first imagined the item to be the size of an iron box. If it were that large, how could it have been smuggled into Qingshan village? Through nighttime infiltration? No. Even if Chao possessed martial skills, he could still be exposed. Such an item could not be that Big. Su Peng speculated various possibilities, but dismissed them one by one. In short, the item could not be too large. A smaller size was far more likely. So where was it now? Had it been removed? Or was it hidden within Qingshan village or elsewhere? After considering these clues, Su Peng rejected the notion of it being concealed somewhere else. If that were the case, Chao would not have needed to hide in Qingshan village for so long. If he were seeking refuge, Qingshan village was hardly obscure. It was bustling with people. There were too many similar places, making it unnecessary to remain hidden in Qingshan for a decade. Moreover, Chao likely altered his appearance, further reducing the need for such a prolonged stay in a somewhat secluded area. It had to be related to geography. Perhaps it was connected to a specific event or that item, which would only be effective near Qingshan village. Su Peng mused. So was that item on his person or hidden elsewhere? Su Peng continued to deduce, placing himself in Chao the carpenter's shoes. If he were Chao and possessed such an important item, he would either keep it close or store it within sight. Otherwise, he would never sleep soundly. However, Chao's home had already been searched by the Black Water Army, conducted by skilled soldiers. Even the secret spots, including the carpenter's tools, had been examined without revealing anything unusual. As Su Peng contemplated this, he closed his eyes once more, recalling the few encounters he had with Chao. The first was when Chao had killed a venomous snake with a throwing knife and taught him the art of knife throwing. The second was when he had received a wooden puppet and sought advice from Chao, who mentioned having learned some martial arts in Jiangning County. The third, Su Peng shut his eyes, delving deeper than mere recollection of impressions. He forcibly extracted each scene of his encounters with Chao from the depths of his memory, vividly replaying them as if they were a film, clear down to the minutest detail. Su Peng entered a mystical state. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, he suddenly opened his eyes and slowly turned his gaze, which settled upon the jujube tree in the courtyard. During his first visit to Chao's home, he had watered the jujube tree. On his second visit, he had removed the yellowed leaves from the tree. On his third visit, he had lounged in a comfortable chair, drinking while gazing at the tree. The fourth, these images continuously overlapped in Su Peng's mind. There seemed to be no particular reason for Chao to have a fondness for the jujube tree, but if one were to speculate. Su Peng approached the jujube tree, which was not particularly tall or well-grown. On its trunk, he noticed 2 or 3 unusually protruding wooden knots. As he gently caressed the jujube tree, Su Peng thought, if he were Chao and had indeed hidden that item near the jujube tree, the possibility of it being buried underground seemed slim. Hiding it underground would be no different than concealing it anywhere else. Chao's focus was evidently on this jujube tree. With this in mind, Su Peng's hand gently brushed against the 3 protruding wooden knots. Crack, crack. The sound of an axe chopping would echoed as Su Peng had retrieved tools from Chao's home. Now wielding an axe, he chopped at the wooden knots on the jujube tree. He had already severed one from the bottom up, but upon breaking it apart, he found nothing inside. Now he proceeded to chop at the second one. Crack, with a resounding noise, the second wooden knot was also chopped off the tree. As it fell, Su Peng instinctively sensed that the item might be hidden here. As he chopped the fallen wooden knot into pieces, he suddenly felt his axe strike something hard. As Su Peng pried open the decaying wood nearby, he discovered a black, plate-like object nestled within. This must be it, he thought to himself. Upon extracting the object and inspecting it, he noted that it was not particularly large, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in width and 4 centimeters in length. The entire piece appeared to be crafted from a black metallic substance, and its weight confirmed this metallic quality. However, to his astonishment, the surface bore a texture reminiscent of wood grain. The pattern seemed familiar. Glancing at the split jujube tree, he found it strikingly similar to the tree's growth rings. The material of this plate was indeed peculiar, seemingly infused with the very essence of wood. As Su Peng contemplated this, he turned the plate over and discovered 4 ancient characters inscribed in seal script: gold, wood, water, fire. Gold and wood. Could this relate to the 5 elements? He pondered, but dismissed the thought. The plate's dimensions were not extensive enough to accommodate a 5th character, yet it bore only these 4. As he mused over the significance of these characters, a sudden epiphany struck him. Perhaps gold referred to the plate's metallic composition, while wood indicated that it had absorbed the wood-like texture from being placed within the jujube tree. It seemed that the elements of gold, wood, water, and fire hinted at something extraordinary that might transpire upon their fusion. Su Peng speculated that the carpenter, Chao, had hidden the plate within the tree not merely for concealment, but perhaps because he too had surmised the implications of the wood element. What, then, did fire signify? Did it involve burning the plate? Su Peng thought, unaware that Chao's understanding of the plate was still rudimentary. Its true significance had yet to reveal itself to him. An impatient curiosity welled within Su Peng, compelling him to experiment and discern the effects of applying fire to the plate. He ventured into Chao's home, which was relatively affluent within the village, well stocked with various necessities, including wood and charcoal. Gathering stones, Su Peng constructed a fire pit at the carpenter's doorstep, igniting the kindling and charcoal. He then secured the plate with a carpenter's tool, wrapped the handle in cloth, and held it over the flames. Gradually, he observed a transformation. The black plate began to change color, not to the expected red, but to a deep violet. Intrigued, he noted that as the plate turned purple, flame-like patterns emerged on its surface. Yet the wood-like textures remained intact. It appears I'm on the right track, he rejoiced, intensifying the heat. After a considerable duration, when the color and patterns ceased to alter, he realized that the influence of fire had reached its peak. All that remained was water, which he surmised would be simple enough, just submerging it in water. Recalling the large water vat in Chao's home, Su Peng carefully transported the now translucent, purple-hued plate, resembling a piece of jade, into the room. Upon opening the vat, he submerged the plate and immediately felt an unusual sensation. The transformed plate did not emit the expected sizzling sound of hot metal meeting water. Instead, it seemed to float effortlessly at the surface. This defied all logic, as the plate's density should have ensured it sank. What force could be at play here? As Su Peng released the grip of the carpenter's tool, he watched in astonishment as the plate remained buoyant. While the water level in the vat began to recede, an ethereal glow, reminiscent of the auroras, began to emanate from the vat. Stunned, he gazed into the vat, witnessing this luminous phenomenon spreading forth, not dissipating as it escaped but forming a cinematic-like projection in the air. Within this apparition, a faceless man clad in ornate robes wielded a flying dagger, seemingly executing a martial technique. Surrounding him, thousands of characters appeared in clerical script, plunging Su Peng into a profound state of enlightenment. Akin to his earlier experience with the martial art of Wild Ball Fist, you are comprehending the martial technique Fingyan Dao. This technique is classified as a special martial art, requiring no prior martial experience, but demanding a perception level of 14. You have not met the requirements for comprehension. Thus, you cannot grasp it. Despite the obscured visage of the practitioner in the projection, Su Peng could discern the demonstration of the flying knife technique and the accompanying manual for its cultivation. Yet, he was unable to retain any of this knowledge. It eluded him as swiftly as it came. A notification echoed in his mind, warning him that this artifact could only store information once. And after 3 minutes, the data would self-destruct, reverting the artifact to its ordinary state. Panic surged within Su Peng. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and he could not afford to miss what could be an unparalleled martial arts manual. Resolutely, he focused, and suddenly, his pupils dilated as if undergoing a dilation process, shimmering with an extraordinary light. This was Su Peng's unique ability, memory manipulation. His mind resembled a biological hard drive, capable of storing textual information. Though he rarely utilized it to its fullest potential, excessive use often resulted in debilitating headaches within the hour. Yet, faced with this rare chance, he had no time to hesitate. He activated his skill fully. A prompt sounded in his ear. Alert, alert, subject's brainwaves exhibit unusual fluctuations, unknown skill acquired. Skill classified as memory. Subject has successfully recorded the special martial technique Fingyan Dao. Fengyan Dao has been documented. When Su Peng regained his senses, he found himself still in Chao's home, but the cinematic projection had vanished. Rubbing his head, he noted a lack of pain. He had seemingly avoided the usual side effects. Peering into the vat, he was astonished to discover that all the water had evaporated. Leaving the plate resting at the bottom, its purple flame-like and wood-like patterns now absent, reduced to an ordinary iron plate. Retrieving the plate, memories of the elusive martial technique Fengyun Yidao flooded back to him. Checking his character panel, he was astonished to find 2 new skills added to his repertoire. Point 1 was Fengyun Yidao, represented by an icon that suggested it was a flying knife technique, yet it remained grayed out, unselectable. The other skill, memory, was in cooldown, having barely begun its recovery period. Has my ability been integrated into this game world? Su Peng wondered, astonished. He stood and exited Chao's home, gazing skyward. The sun had just passed its zenith. It was likely around 1 in the afternoon. It seems I haven't been unconscious for long, he mused. Having unearthed the hidden treasures within Qingshan village and experienced a remarkable encounter, Su Peng felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, an inexplicable sense of urgency gnawed at him, as if lingering in Qingshan village would soon precipitate calamity. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to the Blackwater Army's camp. Surely, few would dare to cause trouble there. With this thought in mind, he hastened towards the village inn. The Blackwater soldiers had nearly finished their meal. They had abstained from alcohol, and their repast was swift. Su Peng approached the leader, Wu, saying, "Brother Wu, it seems everyone has had their fill. Let us return to the camp and report. I see ominous clouds gathering on the horizon. If we delay, we may be caught in the rain." Wu glanced at the sky and nodded in agreement. "Then we shall heed Brother Su's advice." As he spoke, he called upon the soldiers to cease their feasting and expedite the return of supplies to the Blackwater Army's main camp. Previously, Han Tuo and his companions had already taken away a batch of horses. Now, Su Peng and his men merely needed to retrieve around 40 more steeds. Additionally, there were 3 large carts available, manned by logistics personnel, perfectly suited for transporting the confiscated weapons from the bandits. The carts were covered with oilcloth, ensuring that even in the rain, the spoils would remain unspoiled. The soldiers, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, found that the weapons had already been secured to the carts. It was worth noting that the camp leader, Dr. Han, had privately set aside some for the village's able-bodied men to fortify against further bandit incursions. Su Peng was indifferent, considering that Dr. Han was the elder uncle of Han Tuo. The other soldiers turned a blind eye, choosing not to scrutinize the matter. After tallying the bill with Antli, Su Peng found that the meal had cost him 20 taels of silver, a sum within acceptable limits. He mounted his warhorse, leading the horses and arms back towards Jiangning County. As the end of August melded into early September. The weather proved capricious. Less than an hour and a half after departing from Qingshan village, ominous clouds gathered in the east, casting a pall over the sky, accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder. Streaks of lightning crisscrossed the darkened heavens, and soon, rain began to fall. Initially light, the downpour intensified until the world was shrouded in a curtain of rain. From the window, one could scarcely discern the scenery just a few meters away. The inhabitants of Qingshan village retreated into their homes, no longer daring to venture outside. At that moment, outside the village walls, a strange figure, akin to a giant rock, soared over the wooden palisade from a height of 4 to 5 meters, seamlessly gliding through the rain. This silhouette, with a clear purpose, made a beeline for the home of Carpenter Chao, swiftly landing in his courtyard. Amidst the pouring rain, the figure approached the jujube tree, only to halt abruptly. Upon seeing the severed stumps of the tree, the muscles in the figure's face contorted, and an indescribable fury erupted from within. "Beasts!" he bellowed skyward, his voice drowned out by a crack of thunder. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, tearing off the black scarf that obscured his face, revealing none other than Carpenter Chao. However, his countenance now bore a more menacing and fierce demeanor, his essence transformed from that of a mere villager to that of a martial artist. "It must be them." Carpenter Chao swiftly steadied himself in the rain, muttering, before breaking into a cold smile. Like a great bird, he leapt forward, propelling himself 6 or 7 meters in the direction where Su Peng and his companions had departed. "Brothers, push harder." At this moment, Su Peng and his men had been away from Qingshan village for nearly 2 hours, having traversed a substantial distance. However, the mountain paths were now treacherous and muddy due to the heavy rain. causing their carts to become mired in the muck several times. The soldiers donned raincoats, as Su Peng had anticipated the inclement weather and procured them from the supply depot. The 10 riders, adorned with hats and cloaked in rain gear, faced the risk of their horses falling ill if not properly tended to upon their return. "Captain Su, the rain is relentless. Shall we seek shelter?" One of the leaders, surnamed Wu, called out amidst the downpour. "Where could we find refuge in this desolate wilderness? Especially with the thunder rolling." Su Peng replied, surveying the sky and surroundings. "We cannot take cover beneath tall trees. I apologize, brothers, but we must press on and hasten our return to the main camp at Jiangning County." Wu, acknowledging the validity of Su Peng's words, reluctantly nodded and shouted to the others, "Listen to Captain Su. Let us push forward." Just as Su Peng was about to express his gratitude, he heard the sound of galloping hooves through the torrential rain. Who could possibly be traveling in such weather? His heart raced, and the 10 riders instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Through the rain, 6 or 7 swift horses approached, their riders appearing to be martial artists. Su Peng caught a glimpse of a sharp dagger protruding from one of their raincoats. The martial guests, noticing Su Peng and his men, exchanged glances that sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, one among them shook his head, and the group continued to race past without any sign of aggression. Once they had passed, Su Peng felt a wave of cold sweat and turned to his companion. "Wu, did you notice? Those martial artists seem to harbor hostility towards us." "Indeed, they appear to be unfriendly," Wu acknowledged, his expression grave. "Though the Blackwater soldiers are valiant, those martial artists possess formidable individual prowess that surpasses ours. Should we confront them, we may suffer casualties." Wu nodded, recalling how his 30-odd men had nearly been intimidated by the menacing aura of those martial artists. "Let us be cautious. They may very well turn back to attack us," Su Peng advised. Just as Wu was about to concur, his gaze sharpened. "What is that?" Turning to look, Su Peng beheld a figure through the rain, leaping effortlessly 2 meters into the air and covering 6 or 7 meters with each bound, resembling a giant bird, swiftly approaching them from behind. "Be alert. All troops, prepare for combat," Wu shouted, brandishing his spear. While Su Peng's heart raced as he drew his steel sword, the figure, cloaked in black, upon spotting Su Peng and his companions, soared even higher and soon it lunged towards them. Wu, sensing the ill intent, thrust his spear skyward, and the other 9 Blackwater soldiers drew their weapons, readying themselves for confrontation. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot," the black-clad martial artist shouted, delivering a kick towards Wu's spear tip, causing the captain to feel an overwhelming force threatening to wrench the weapon from his grasp. Utilizing the momentum from his kick, the black-clad figure launched himself towards Su Peng. In that instant, Su Peng felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if a ferocious beast had its sights set on him. He sensed that the next strike would be devastating, beyond his capacity to withstand, likely leading to his demise. Yet, this murderous intent ignited a latent potential within Su Peng. His eyes flashed with determination as he shouted, "I know who you are." Simultaneously, he seized a throwing knife from his leather armor, sending it soaring like a white streak towards the charging figure. Whoosh! The knife flew with unparalleled speed and precision, nearly doubling the force and accuracy of Su Peng's usual throws. The black-clad assailant, caught off guard, was slightly delayed, allowing the knife to graze his face, leaving a crimson trail and tearing away his mask. It was indeed Carpenter Chow. The momentum of Chow's airborne strike was significantly diminished by the flying knife, and as he descended, Su Peng braced himself for the impact of Chow's dual claws. Thud! Su Peng felt as if his arms had been shattered, a searing pain radiating through him, leaving him weak and breathless. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was thrown from his horse. Just as Su Peng felt utterly at a loss, a sudden sound of a taut bowstring resonated through the rain, and a black feathered arrow pierced through the curtain of rain, hurtling towards the airborne Chao Mujiang with astonishing speed. Chao Mujiang let out a shriek and raised his hand in an attempt to swat away the incoming arrow. However, upon his claw-like hand making contact, he discovered that the arrow was entirely forged of iron, heavy and cumbersome, its embedded inner energy fiercely unyielding, leaving him unable to dissipate its momentum. Bang! Nevertheless, the inner energy within Chao Mujiang's hand was formidable enough to deflect the iron arrow from its trajectory, causing it to veer off at an angle and slice away a bit of flesh from his shoulder. Boom, bang. Two successive sounds of bowstrings being released echoed once more as two more iron arrows flew forth. Realizing he was up against a skilled adversary and that he could not defeat Su Peng today, Chao Mujiang, filled with rage yet maintaining his composure, abruptly pivoted his body to evade the arrows. Darting into the dense forest beside the mountain path, where he executed several leaps to escape the area on the ground, Su Peng experienced a sensation akin to having narrowly escaped disaster. His arms still felt warm, indicating they were not broken, and his chest was sweet, yet he had sustained no internal injuries. While confronting Chao Mujiang with a steel longsword in one hand and his bare hand in the other, the pressure inadvertently compelled him to channel the newly learned rain transformation technique into his arms. Had it not been for this, his hands would surely have been rendered useless, and his internal injuries would have been far worse. Struggling to rise, Su Peng gazed into the distance and saw over 30 cavalrymen charging through the rain. The forefront was a bearded knight, brandishing a black longbow. Asked that General Bao, recognizing the man as Bao Zhe, a centurion in the Blackwater army and the foremost archer among them. Though perhaps slightly less skilled than Han Tua, Su Peng recalled how this centurion would occasionally offer guidance when Jiming trained in archery. Recently, some wanderers have flooded into Jiangning County, and one group has even clashed with others, resulting in fatalities. Bao Zhe explained that I am responsible for guarding the city defenses of Jiangning County, and upon learning that they fled the area, I pursued them, only to encounter you. Who attacked you? Su Peng stood up and briefly recounted the events, omitting the part about discovering the mysterious iron plate in Chao Mujiang's home. After listening, Bao Zhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the vicinity of Jiangning County has been rather tumultuous of late. By the way, have you seen 6 or 7 wanderers pass through here? Su Peng immediately recalled the wanderers he had encountered earlier. Yes, they seem to be headed towards Qingshan stronghold. My lord, should we pursue them? A Blackwater cavalryman queried from behind Bao Zhe. Observing the heavy rain, Bao Zhe replied, this weather is troublesome. We cannot predict how long it will continue. If they escape into the mountains and take cover, we may find ourselves caught off guard. Moreover, my arrows will lose their elasticity in this downpour. Today, they are fortunate. After all, they have only harmed fellow wanderers. Let us return to the Jiangning County camp with the soldiers under General Han. Understood. The 30 or so cavalrymen nodded in agreement. Su Peng felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Chao Mujiang might return, and with Bao Zhe's presence, he felt much safer. The two groups merged into one and hastened towards Jiangning County. On the way, Su Peng explained the reason behind his fireball. After all, many Blackwater soldiers had witnessed it. You mean to say you encountered a wandering Taoist in Jiangning County who warned you of impending danger, prompting you to pay him for several talismans? Bao Zhe asked as they rode side by side. Su Peng nodded, though in truth, the talisman was one of the mysterious ones he had acquired from a secret shop. Just days prior, he had opened the set of mysterious talismans he had purchased for 1 or 2 gold, revealing 3 talismans: Flame Talisman, Celestial Spirit Talisman, and Marching Talisman. The Flame Talisman, when activated with inner energy and blood, could unleash a fireball with an attack power of 120 to 175, being a one-time use that would disintegrate after activation. The Celestial Spirit Talisman enhanced one's comprehension, granting 2 additional points for 12 hours, also a one-time use that would disintegrate upon activation. The Marching Talisman increased speed and agility, affixed to the foot, enhancing agility by 2 points and improving lightness by 5% for 6 hours. These were the 3 talismans he had drawn from the mysterious setin. The urgency of the moment. Su Peng had activated a Flame Talisman, inflicting damage upon Chao Mujiang and saving his own life, thus confirming the efficacy of the items from the secret shop. At present, he still had 2 talismans remaining. However, there was no need to divulge the truth to Bao Zhe. He merely claimed to have purchased them from the wandering Taoist, suggesting that if Bao Zhe sought the Taoist, he could easily say that the man had already departed Jiangning County. That makes sense. It is not unusual. This world is rife with extraordinary individuals. In my youth, I encountered a corpse handler capable of commanding the dead. Your fortunate meeting with that Taoist is indeed a blessing, Bao Zhe remarked. Surprisingly, without skepticism, Su Peng was astonished to find that not only Bao Zhe but also the Wu surname leader and the Blackwater cavalryman appeared unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Not wishing to delve further into the topic, Su Peng opted for silence as they continued their journey, soon arriving at the Blackwater Army's camp in Jiangning County. Upon their arrival, the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. They entered the camp and turned over the captured weapons and horses. Su Peng and Bao Zhe proceeded to meet Han Tuo. Upon encountering Han Tuo, Su Peng recounted the events of the day. Han Tuo listened, his brow slightly furrowed. The recent unrest in Jiangning County and its surroundings is indeed troubling. I commend you for your efforts and shall record this merit for you. You may take your leave and rest. Su Peng nodded, bidding farewell to Han Tuo as he exited the tent. Bao Zhe, appearing to have some private matters to discuss with Han Tuo, did not follow him out. Returning to his own tent, Su Peng sat on the bed and began practicing the rain transformation technique. In the game, cultivating internal energy is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to activate the training mode, and it will naturally circulate through the body. Additionally, practical experience can be gained, though one must comprehend the concepts at certain levels. After completing a full cycle of the rain transformation technique, Su Peng expelled a blood clot, healing the last remnants of his internal injuries. Moreover, whether due to the life-threatening circumstances that had heightened his potential, Su Peng's rain transformation technique astonishingly advanced to the 3rd level. Observing his newly upgraded technique, Su Peng felt a sense of satisfaction. Even in peril, he had grasped a new martial skill, inner energy infusion. Inner energy infusion allows one to channel internal energy into their limbs, enhancing various attributes or mitigating damage from internal energy. The limit of this infusion corresponds to the capacity of the body's meridians. Currently, Su Peng's maximum infusion capacity is 25 points. This was the description of the skill. Furthermore, perhaps due to the life and death struggle, his martial experience surged by over 170 points. With the rain transformation technique now at the 3rd level, he would need to achieve personal comprehension for the 4th level. Meanwhile, his swordsmanship was nearing its maximum level, and his horsemanship was close to proficiency. After some time, and once enough military achievements were accumulated, he would be able to learn the army's internal cultivation techniques. Su Peng contemplated. Not everyone in the Blackwater Army could practice internal techniques. Ordinary soldiers could only learn the army's breathing techniques, which produced minimal internal energy, less than a third of the rain transformation technique. Only those who had accrued military merits and elevated their ranks to a certain level could learn the army's internal techniques. Su Peng estimated that these army techniques were at least of a light blue level, and it was said they were taught in layers. Perhaps the subsequent levels contained deep blue internal cultivation methods. Additionally, Su Peng checked the icon for his Fingyin Dao, which remained gray, indicating he could not practice it for the time being. Thus, he set it aside, focusing instead on elevating his basic throwing knife technique to LV 10 to learn the hidden weapon technique Mantan Huayu. Thus, another day passed. The following day, when Su Peng logged in, Han Tuo personally sought him out. General Han, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Su Peng immediately stood and inquired. Indeed, there is a matter concerning your future that I would like to discuss, Han Tuo replied. Please go ahead, General Han. Originally, I intended to promote you to the leader of my personal guard. However, due to the limited opportunities for military merit in Jiangning County at present, becoming my personal guard may not yield many chances for you to accrue achievements. There is, however, another opportunity that serves as an excellent place to earn military merit. Han Tuo explained to Su Peng. May I ask where? The reconnaissance unit. You should understand that the army moves only after intelligence has been gathered. Becoming the leader of the Blackwater Army's reconnaissance unit would provide you with faster advancement than serving in my personal guard. Han Tuo stated. Are you suggesting that I become an intelligence officer? Su Peng responded, looking at Han Tuo. Indeed. Listening to the elder in King Shanzhai, I felt that Su Peng, with your meticulous thinking, would undoubtedly excel in intelligence gathering. Thus I harbored this intention. Moreover, compared to other factions, the Blackwater Army places greater emphasis on intelligence. Joining the bandit squad would lead to swift advancement. Furthermore, through my introduction, you could enter there and become a mid-level leader without having to toil from the bottom. Su Peng's mind raced, and he quickly understood that Han Tuo intended to place a spy within the intelligence department, for after all, as he aspired to rise to the position of deputy commander, having an uninformed ear was unacceptable to him. Understanding Han Tuo's meaning, Su Peng nodded. He was indifferent to this arrangement, as his own strength was not particularly formidable and naturally, his choices would be limited. He replied, all right, I appreciate General Han's support. Han Tuo was quite pleased and said to Su Peng, very well, pack your things, and I will take you to meet your leader. Su Peng nodded, and the two left the tent. Quickly arriving at the territory of the bandit squad, The intelligence department of the Blackwater Army is known as the Black Wolf Ear. With Han Tuo's recommendation, Su Peng swiftly completed the necessary paperwork and received his badge. Thanks to his previous military achievements and Han Tuo's favor, Su Peng astonishingly became the leader of over 20 bandits. After Han Tuo departed, an internal meeting of the Black Wolf Ear commenced. Recently, for unknown reasons, a multitude of martial artists had appeared in Jiangning County. Your current task is to ascertain the purpose of these martial figures gathering in Jiangning County. The chief bandit of the Black Wolf Ear addressed Su Peng and the other mid-level leaders. Chapter 31. Sect. The meeting concluded swiftly, and 3 bandit leaders, including Su Peng, were assigned this investigative task. Upon exiting the military camp, Su Peng encountered several of his subordinates, who were members of the Black Wolf Ear disguised as ordinary citizens. They were not in military uniforms, resembling small vendors or common folk. Under Su Peng's command, there were a total of 20 ordinary bandits, but many were currently executing tasks in Jiangning County and did not arrive. After recognizing his men, Su Peng assigned the above task, and these bandits confirmed their mission, providing Su Peng with some contact locations before heading into the city to gather information. Su Peng then sought out the skill trainer of the Black Wolf Ear. Becoming a member of the Black Wolf Ear entailed the opportunity to learn special skills, akin to how one could learn cavalry tactics after joining the reserve cavalry. The skill trainer explained to Su Peng various methods of altering one's appearance. For instance, by using a common herb combined with a certain juice, one could concoct a potion to change hair color. There were also techniques to modify facial features, eye size, and even to some extent, alter height, creating the illusion of being taller or shorter. Su Peng diligently absorbed this knowledge, for he perceived that these skills might not only be applicable within the game but could also prove useful in reality. Complementing some modern disguising techniques he had employed as a private investigator. After upgrading his basic disguise techniques at the skill trainers, he learned a wealth of information about disguise and methods to see through them. For example, the earlier method of changing hair color would carry a scent reminiscent of inferior liquor, but using another reagent could neutralize it, of course. Many in the martial world were unaware of this detail. Having studied this knowledge, it was nearly noon. Su Peng recalled that the spies of the Black Wolf Ear had likely transmitted their findings by now, and he should have some results. Thus, he applied for a swift horse within the camp and rode towards Jiangning County. This was Su Peng's first time entering Jiangning County at this time of day. The layout of Jiangning County had been designed by skilled individuals, somewhat akin to the four-square structure of Siping City in Su Peng's reality. With distinct functional areas, Su Peng rode into the bustling commercial district on the eastern side of the city and dismounted in front of a tavern called Kulai Restaurant. A clever young attendant approached and took Su Peng's horse to feed it, much like a modern-day valet. Entering the tavern, Su Peng did not ascend to the upper floors, but instead ordered some food at a window-side table on the ground floor. Before long, an unassuming person resembling a small vendor sat down across from him. Su Peng subtly exchanged signals with the individual, confirming that he was a small leader within their group in Jiangning County. After discreetly showing his badge, Su Peng quietly inquired, "How is the investigation regarding the matters we need to clarify progressing?" "We have some leads. According to conversations among martial artists, it seems a major sect is recruiting disciples nearby. Many wandering martial artists are hoping to encounter the recruiter and see if they might have an opportunity to join the sect." The small leader whispered to Su Peng. Although they identified as the Blackwater Army, they maintained a FAAD in Jiangning County. Some had even married and started families, diligently monitoring the undercurrents of Jiangning County. Su Peng nodded and instructed, "Continue to investigate in detail. It would be best to ascertain which sect, at what time, and where they are recruiting disciples. The difficulty is substantial, but my subordinates will do their utmost." The spy responded as Su Peng nodded, and the spy proceeded to relay other recent intelligence from Jiangning County to Is that so? There are such individuals at the north gate of Jiangning County. Su Peng suddenly heard a familiar name from the lips of this bandit and inquired further. "Absolutely, but the members of that organization typically maintain neutrality. We have not disturbed them. They are likely aware of our existence and have established a tacit understanding to avoid conflict. However, if you, leader, have a need, it is indeed possible to reach out to them," the subordinate bandit replied. "Understood. Enjoy your meal and depart quickly," Su Peng instructed. The subordinate nodded, hastily consuming his meal before leaving the tavern. A major sect is recruiting disciples. Which sect could it be? Su Peng pondered with curiosity. Having spent some time in the game, he had roughly grasped the social hierarchy within this world. In this realm, Su Peng initially wandered around King Shanzhai. occupying the lowest tier of status, followed by villagers, skilled artisans like Zhang the Butcher and Chao the Carpenter before his true identity was revealed, then members of various martial factions such as the Pai Gang and Sihai Gang in Jiangning County, followed by formally organized members of the Black Water Army. Above them were minor officials, then the officers, as Jiangning County was under military governance, rendering military officers like Han Tuo superior to local officials. At the apex were the city lord and the disciples of renowned sects, representing a transcendent system in this world. Based on Su Peng's current knowledge, martial sects were not as uniformly accessible as those depicted in the martial arts novels he had read. Typically, ordinary martial artists either hailed from military backgrounds, martial arts schools, family legacies, or were affiliated with escort agencies or the Six Doors. Most lacked the means to enter martial section sects within the context of the Death Cycle game. Represented a relatively elite existence, not something one could join merely by desire. Firstly, one must possess martial potential, then connections, followed by ample financial resources, and finally, both the candidate and their recommender must be free of any blemishes on their record to meet the minimal criteria for joining a martial sect. Moreover, each recruitment event for martial sect disciples was grand in scale, with multiple layers of selection criteria that one must surpass to potentially become a disciple. Otherwise, they would merely serve as sect laborers. These martial sects paralleled the prestigious universities in Su Peng's world, yet they boasted far more formidable martial prowess. One must admit that disciples of a sect, regardless of their martial abilities, character, or capabilities, were indeed superior to others, standing out distinctly. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation within a sect would disciples be permitted to venture into the world, and such individuals were referred to as wandering in the martial world. Each of them had the potential to establish a notable reputation. Based on their fortunes and martial skills, some even opened escort agencies, formed martial factions, or became city lords. For instance, the city lord of Jiangning County is a disciple of the esteemed Qingcheng sect, and although he has now become a regional power, he remains respectful towards the sect, which wields considerable influence over Jiangning County. In summary, disciples of a sect exist as transcendent entities, akin to the elite graduates of prestigious institutions like Harvard or MIT in the real world, embodying the pinnacle of excellence in the martial arts realm. Furthermore, a sect itself is profoundly transcendent. Any organization bold enough to declare itself a sect in the martial world is a formidable entity, not to be trifled with. The sudden influx of martial artists in Jiangning County due to the sect's recruitment was somewhat beyond Su Peng's expectations. There were no renowned martial sects in the vicinity of Jiangning County. Which sect was recruiting disciples here? It appeared unrelated to the city lord. Otherwise, any sect not at odds with the Qingcheng sect would find the city lord more than willing to extend a favor, even assisting in the selection of disciples. Su Peng mused. As noon approached, he hastily finished his meal and returned to his tasks. After returning, Su Peng proceeded to the location mentioned by his subordinate. Arriving at the north gate of Jiangning County, not far from the north gate lay a great river, with a dock outside the city bustling with activity. Many were engaged in transporting goods. Su Peng searched the area and soon found the person he sought. Hee. What brings you here, military officer? Confronted by Su Peng was an individual clad in peculiar attire of a foreign tribe. His visage obscured by a Tengu mask. Chapter 32. Falling Sunset Mountain. So? Are you so certain that I am a man of the military? Su Peng chuckled upon hearing the words of the jester wearing the Tengu mask and inquired of him. Today, Su Peng was not donned in military garb. Having only recently arrived at the Black Water Army encampment, he had yet to adopt the customary demeanor of a soldier. The jester, pointing to the elongated nose of his mask, grinned mischievously, saying, I did not don this Tengu mask for naught. I can still detect the scent of military presence upon you. Su Peng shook his head with a smile, having already noted the distinctive insignia on the saddle of the warhorse he had requisitioned from the Black Water Army. It was a lapse on his part, as his identity was evident to any discerning eye. This jester was merely putting on an act. However, Su Peng chose not to expose him, replying, even if you are correct. My friend from the northern clowns, how fares your business in Jiangning County of late? He unperturbed by the revelation of his identity, the jester responded, business in Jiangning County has been rather prosperous recently, with most transactions revolving around a certain piece of information. Would the military gentleman be interested in procuring some? Pray, do tell, Su Peng replied, and the jester raised a finger. One piece of information for one tael of gold. I will only answer specific inquiries. If you lack a concrete question, I will provide information of similar value from the vicinity. Xu Peng nodded, tossing a tail of gold to the jester, and produced a fist-sized jester's mask from his belongings. Presenting it to the man from the northern clowns. To my surprise, the military gentleman is indeed one of our esteemed patrons from the northern clowns. The jester chuckled, then added, this signifies the status of a distinguished guest. Granting you half price for regular information. However, the northern clowns do not provide change, so you may receive 2 pieces of information instead. Very well, I shall request 2 and my first question pertains to the recent recruitment activities of sects in Jiangning County. Xu Peng stated, recognizing the advantage of possessing intelligence. He had already ascertained basic information and refrained from naming the sect involved in the recruitment, lest this inquiry be subdivided into several more detailed queries. I can see you are quite cautious. Rest assured, you may trust the credibility of the northern clowns in the realm of intelligence, of course. The price is, your inquiry actually encompasses 3 questions, but as this is our initial encounter, I shall gift you 2 pieces free of charge. The northern clown's information broker declared, then, in a rather peculiar, almost mechanical tone, uttered a few words. Zixiamen, Luoxia Mountain, noon tomorrow. Xu Peng nodded upon hearing this. The information was indeed quite valuable, as the broker had provided the name of the recruiting sect, its location, and the time. Excellent. It seems I have 1 question remaining. I have no particularly unique inquiries at this moment. Could you inform me of the highest value intelligence available within a month in Jiangning County, aside from that regarding Zixiamen? Xu Peng asked the jester in the Tengu mask. You are quite cunning. Yet the intelligence from the northern clowns is of commensurate value at every price point. I can only offer you what I deem most reasonable, the jester replied with a strange laugh. Then, adopting the same rigid posture as before, spoke in a voice reminiscent of a mechanical clock. The ancient lord of Gujin Mountain Manor will be receiving a new shipment, expected to arrive by the end of the month. Likely passing through the route by Qingshan Zhai. Gujin Mountain Manor? The ancient lord? Xu Peng mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He had never heard of this manor or its proprietor. Nevertheless, given that the northern clowns had provided him with this intelligence, Gujin Mountain Manor must be situated not far from Jiangning County. As for the nature of the shipment, Xu Peng instinctively felt it was unlikely to be anything legitimate. Should you wish to acquire more detailed intelligence? Our secondary information is available for 10 taels of gold per piece. The man from the northern clowns cackled, and no need for that. I shall seek you out once I have acquired wealth. Xu Peng replied to the northern clowns, then glanced at the sky, mounted his steed, and said, farewell for now. There may be further opportunities for us to communicate in the future. Agreed. The jester in the Tengu mask nodded. Then cackled, as long as you can afford the price. Very well, until we meet again. Xu Peng nodded, spurring his horse onward towards the city outskirts. Having no pressing matters within the city, Xu Peng was aware that the intelligence primarily lay with a certain minor leader. While another was tasked with gathering information on gangs, the latter had infiltrated one of the 3 major gangs in Jiangning County, the Qian gang, making contact impractical. Thus, Xu Peng did not seek him out today, instead riding his steed back to the western camp of the Black Water Army. Upon arriving at the camp, Xu Peng visited the office of He Lang Air. His fellow mid-level subordinates were absent. Yet his direct superior, the deputy commander of He Lang Air, was present. Xu Peng reported the intelligence he had gathered, of course omitting the details regarding Zixiamen and the specifics of their recruitment. As that was information he had personally procured with his own funds, it would be ludicrous to divulge his private gains before even receiving his military pay. Those specific details he wished to leverage to their fullest potential. After hearing Xu Peng's report, the deputy commander of He Lang Air pondered for a moment, stating, a major sect recruiting disciples? I have not heard of this, nor has any sect sent a letter to the lord of the city. This matter seems peculiar. Could it be that those reclusive sects are seeking disciples? Yet, such a grand display seems unwarranted. Xu Peng, discerning the deputy's thoughts, understood that from the perspective of the martial world, Jiangning County fell within the influence of the Qingqing sect. If other sects wished to recruit disciples here, they would at the very least need to appease the Qingqing sect, or at least inform the city lord. Otherwise, it would be seen as an encroachment, disrespecting Qingqing's authority, and could lead to friction. Should the other party be a relatively weaker sect, it would not be unusual for the Qingqing sect to send a few elders accompanied by disciples to demand accountability. In the martial world, unspoken rules abound, this matter could escalate significantly. Major sects tend to guard their reputations jealously, while the more casual, loosely knit sects are often fewer in number, albeit typically with higher caliber experts. My lord, the situation remains unclear. I request permission to investigate this matter personally, to uncover the truth, Xu Peng said respectfully to the deputy commander of Hei Lang Air. That would be excellent. The deputy commander nodded, saying, since you were the first to uncover this, you shall be responsible for it. I grant you the authority to act as you see fit, and report back to me once you ascertain the details. If you uncover the truth, I shall commend you for your efforts. Xu Peng nodded and exited. Outside, he shook his head. He too felt a sense of curiosity regarding Zixiamin's recruitment, wishing to seize the opportunity to engage with members of the sect. Otherwise, he would not have taken on this task. From Su Peng's experience, he knew that within any organization, the mid-level operatives enjoy a certain ease, as those above them bear the weight of decision-making pressures. While those below are tasked with menial errands, the middle management merely relays orders, transferring the burdens of the upper echelons onto the lower ranks, thus fulfilling their own duties with relative ease. In this case, he had done little more than rely on capable subordinates who had reported the news ahead of him. Had it not been for his curiosity and the intelligence acquired from the northern clowns, he could have delegated the task further down, leading to a far more comfortable scenario. To thrive as a mid-level operative, ensuring a prosperous future, was a jest Su Peng entertained as he departed to make preparations. By evening, Su Peng had gathered all the intelligence he required. Luoxia Mountain, situated near Jiangning County, lies along the route toward Qingshanzhai, approximately 20 miles beyond it. This peak, soaring over 3,000 meters high, is an ideal locale for observing sunrises and sunsets, aptly named Luoxia Mountain due to its position blocking the setting sun when viewed from Qingshanzhai. There exists a naturally formed platform atop the mountain, resembling a grand plaza, offering excellent views. However, the ascent is arduous, fraught with dangers from wild beasts, thus deterring leisurely tourists. Xu Peng swiftly located this information within Hei Lang Air's archives, searching for any records on Zixiamin yet finding none. It appeared that the intelligence operations of the Blackwater Army were not merely lacking in comparison to the northern clowns. Xu Peng mused. Sighing, he resolved to visit the area firsthand, hoping to glean further insights from other martial artists who frequented the vicinity. Upon completing his intelligence gathering, Xu Peng procured some disguises, dyeing his hair a shade of yellow and employing cosmetics. Soon, he scrutinized his reflection in the bronze mirror of Hei Lang Air's makeup room. Noting that his appearance seemed to have aged several years, with his face taking on a more square shape and his eyebrows altered somewhat. Gazing into the mirror, Xu Peng felt that this new visage bore only a fraction of his original likeness. Those who had seen him only a few times would likely fail to recognize him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He feared that when he ventured to Zixia Mountain alone tomorrow, he might encounter that carpenter. Chow, if he disguised himself and donned a different set of clothing, his chances of being recognized by Chow would diminish significantly. While it seemed more reasonable to seek lodging at Qingshan Fort tonight, the potential for unforeseen events weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, he resolved to log off in the military camp today, greet Laming boisterously, and set off on horseback early the next morning towards Luoxia Mountain. As Xu Peng concocted his plan, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of the electric bell. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Though he felt a lingering reluctance, he returned to his tent to log off, exchanging pleasantries with Laming, informing him that he had secured a task which required him to be online by 5:30 the following morning. During your last overtime task, I acquired the authority to organize your regular overtime. Just come here at 5:30 in the morning, and I'll start the system for you. Of course, you'll need to sign the overtime record before handing it to Minister Shi, Laming replied with a nod. Xu Peng acknowledged this, set a time with Laming, and went to the dining hall for a meal. In the dining hall, he encountered Ji Ming and Sun Shijia, sharing a meal together. He learned that Ji Ming had been selected for the Blackwater Army's mounted archery team, while Sun Shijia had successfully become a gunner, with aspirations to transition to a mounted gunner once his marksmanship improved. Everyone seems to be doing quite well, Xu Peng mused internally, realizing that the three of them had been growing in their own ways. The night passed in silence. The next day, Xu Peng logged on early, already online by 5:30. Within the game, he acquired a fine steed seized from bandits at Qinglong Mountain, galloping swiftly towards Qingshan Fort. Arriving shortly after 8 in the morning. Given the lack of suitable stabling at Luoxia Mountain, which would attract undue attention, Su Peng entrusted the horse to Antli at the inn in Qingshan Fort. Remarkably, Antli failed to recognize him, boosting Su Peng's confidence in his disguise skills. At Qingshan Fort, Su Peng showcased his mastery of the third tier of ground flight technique, making his way towards Luoxia Mountain. Before long, he found himself at the foot of Luoxia Mountain. Chapter 33. A sudden arrival. On his journey from Qingshan Fort to Luoxia Mountain, Su Peng encountered two groups of martial artists, neither of whom were mounted but traversed the terrain with agile leaps. Strangely enough, upon spotting Su Peng, both groups altered their paths or slowed their pace, refraining from approaching him. Su Peng reveled in the thrill of using the ground flight technique. Although the increase in his speed was only to 170%, his baseline speed for 100 meters was around 12 to 13 seconds. With the technique, he felt almost no fatigue, buoyed by an extraordinary energy that lightened his frame. The exhilaration of sprinting was incomparable to riding a fast horse. After accelerating, he completed 20 miles in under 40 minutes. Upon arriving at Luoxia Mountain, he discovered the ascent was quite steep, with scarcely a path, only a narrow trail carved by woodcutters leading upward. And an increasing number of martial artists congregated nearby. Wishing to remain inconspicuous, he pulled the hood of his drab garment over his head. This outfit, selected from the supplies of the Blackwater Army, was unremarkable yet effectively concealed the leather armor he wore beneath, making it less likely for him to be recognized. As Su Peng ascended swiftly, carrying a sword on his back, he resembled a martial artist. During his climb, he suddenly sensed someone following closely behind. He slowed his pace slightly, hoping the person pursuing him would overtake him. However, the figure behind him employed lightness skills to match his speed, maintaining position beside him without further accelerating. "Hello, young man. Are you also here at Luoxia Mountain to seek fortune?" The man, appearing to be a woodcutter in his 50s, inquired. Su Peng turned to glance at him. Noting the man's worn, yet clearly well-crafted, machete, despite its tattered handle, the blade bore subtle markings, indicating it was a specially made fine tool. Additionally, Su Peng's keen sense of smell detected a faint scent of blood emanating from the machete. Not wishing to complicate matters, Su Peng merely acknowledged him with a grunt. Observing that the old woodcutter seemed reluctant to continue onward, he quickened his pace, advancing more rapidly up the mountain. "Wait a moment. Young man," the woodcutter called out, hastening to keep up, which only heightened Su Peng's vigilance. He deftly unsheathed the sword from his back, holding it in his left hand, ready to react if necessary. "Please, do not misunderstand. I merely seek a companion for this arduous climb. If you prefer silence, I shall take my leave," the woodcutter said, noticing Su Peng's demeanor and slowing his pace. "Who would recognize you, old fool? Who would believe there's no ulterior motive?" Su Peng silently scoffed, but as the man slowed, he seized the opportunity to ascend more quickly towards the peak. The woodcutter, having reduced his pace, eventually halted on the path, his expression now betraying a more sinister demeanor. Shortly after, for individuals, 2 men and 2 women, emerged from the dense forest below, quickly approaching the old woodcutter. "Brother, have you discerned the background of that lad?" one of the men, resembling a farmer, asked. Among the group were a Taoist, a monk, and a strikingly attractive woman in her 30s. "This lad is tight-lipped, revealing nothing, and remains highly vigilant. The moment I approached, he brandished his sword. I couldn't ascertain his skills, so I waited for you all," the woodcutter replied. "Are you certain he's employing the ground flight technique and not mistaking it for your rival's skills?" the alluring woman inquired. The woodcutter nodded. "I've contended with my rival, Suin, for many years. I recognize his skills well. The ground flight technique is designed for long-distance travel and is not widely disseminated. Among the martial artists near Jiangning County, only my rival employs such skills. I recognize the lad's silhouette in the woods. Given this certainty, we must ascertain the connection between him and Suin. He is likely a disciple. If he is here, Suin may be nearby as well. Let us remain vigilant, lest that seemingly honest yet cunning individual secures this opportunity." Indeed, the 5 conversed in hushed tones before utilizing their lightness skills to continue their ascent. Upon reaching the summit, Su Peng found himself in a surprisingly expansive area, resembling a vast platform of over 400 square meters, seemingly carved flat by some celestial sword master. A few crooked pine trees dotted the landscape, yet visibility was decent. Su Peng counted nearly 100 martial artists already gathered on the mountain's peak. These martial artists congregated in groups, couples, or stood alone, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere on the 400 square meters of space atop Luoxiao Mountain. Su Pong, wishing to avoid drawing attention, leaned against a crooked pine tree. Observing the other martial artists, he noted that while some were discreet, many were rather brazen, standing boldly in the open. After scanning the crowd, Su Peng did not spot anyone resembling Chao Mujiang, which eased his mind. And he began to wait patiently. Before long, the old woodcutter, accompanied by the monk, Taoist, farmer, and the strikingly beautiful woman, arrived at the summit. As they reached the top, a peculiar voice rang out among the assembled martial artists. "Oh, look who has graced us today. The 5 worthies of the bamboo grove. 5 worthies. Where's the worth in that? Is it perhaps beneath that alluring woman's skirts?" replied another voice, eliciting crude laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing this, many of the rugged martial artists erupted in boisterous laughter, while the few women present wore displeased expressions. "Ironback centipede, you foul creature dare jest with me?" the attractive woman retorted boldly. "If I had tightened my pants back then, you would have never seen the light of day." The man, known as Ironback Centipede, was not particularly loquacious, and the woman's sharp retort left him crimson-faced. Laughter erupted among the martial artists, showing no regard for Ironback Centipede's dignity. Xu Peng's lips curled slightly. Though these martial artists might be crass, their banter possessed a certain amusement, indeed, a certain dark humor. "Ironback Centipede, cease your clamor. Your grievances against the 5 sages of the bamboo grove stem solely from the fact that a decade ago, whilst serving that esteemed individual, we inadvertently appropriated some of your accolades by being the first to uncover the fire Dan cicada. Your heart is consumed with envy? Yet what purpose does it serve? We too have not obtained that item. At that time, that esteemed individual entrusted that item to Master Yun Ji, who, alas, was slain within a month, causing that item to vanish into obscurity. You have witnessed the prowess of that esteemed individual. To extinguish us all would require but a mere cup of tea without that item. Who among us can guarantee that that esteemed individual would honor his promises?" The woodcutter, leading the 5 sages of the bamboo grove, directed his words at the tall, bald man adorned with a large red centipede tattoo on his head. "Humph!" The man scoffed, turning away in silence, while simultaneously, Su Peng, who was observing the mountainous surroundings, noted that upon mentioning that esteemed individual, the collective spirit of the crowd momentarily faltered. Even the seemingly arrogant martial artists instinctively recoiled. The implications of their discourse suggested a familiarity amongst them, and a decade ago, serving a prominent figure. Could it be that this individual truly wielded extraordinary influence? Hundreds of unruly figures from the martial world stood before him, yet the remnants of that individual's might still held sway over them after 10 years. Su Peng pondered these reactions and dialogues in his heart. "Let us speak no more of this. Today marks the day of our 10-year pact, and whether that person returns remains uncertain. Engaging in conflict seems rather pointless." Another figure, seemingly a scholar, emerged, wielding a pen that might well be a judge's quill. It was said he hailed from the reclusive sect known as the Zixia sect. Such worldly sages are renowned for their integrity and would never breach a promise. I am inclined to gamble, to see if the merits of the past can elevate me to the Zixia sect. At this moment, a figure resembling a constable, albeit in tattered garb, spoke. "Indeed, awaiting that esteemed individual is the purpose of my journey. However, there are a few individuals whose mere existence unsettles me. Ironback Centipede, you have insulted enough. Come, let us duel." At this, a monk-like figure brandishing a staff called out boldly, "If you dare, I fear you not." The Ironback Centipede, with numerous foes and a penchant for impulsiveness, shed his attire to reveal a massive red centipede tattoo on his back, preparing to engage. Enough of this ruckus. It is nearly noon, and that esteemed individual has yet to arrive. "I fear he may not come," a woman remarked, casting her gaze towards the sky. "Surely not. After waiting 10 years, would he truly break his promise?" Doubts began to ripple through the crowd. The woman felt increasingly uneasy, glancing anxiously at the sun's position. Her gaze suddenly caught something. "Look, what is that?" she exclaimed, pointing towards the western sky. The assembly, including Su Peng, turned to follow her gesture and beheld a colossal eagle. Its wingspan nearing 10 meters, soaring against the backdrop of the fiery sun, carrying a man burdened with a massive iron sword, approaching from the west. A figure approaches. Chapter 34. Does your esteemed brother go by the surname Yang? Su Peng followed the woman's pointed direction, observing the magnificent eagle, its wings unfurled like a small aircraft, and the figure upon it, a striking sight indeed. Is this the esteemed individual? Has he finally arrived? Su Peng mused, yet the martial artists atop Luoxiao Mountain remained silent, as if this newcomer was not one they recognized. The gathered martial figures held their breath, captivated by the extraordinary sight. The eagle descended rapidly, circling above them, emitting a resounding cry akin to a golden bell before it gently landed. Though the summit of Luoxiao Mountain appeared to span only 400 square meters, it was connected to the mountain paths below, and the platform boasted several protruding boulders capable of accommodating many. As the eagle settled, those present instinctively cleared a space, allowing it to circle twice before alighting atop the mountain. All eyes turned to the figure upon the eagle's back. The man dismounted, patting the eagle's head, and Su Peng noted his towering stature, over 2 meters 30 tall. Not only was he tall, but his physique was remarkably proportionate, each aspect seemingly conforming to the ideal of human aesthetics. Broad shoulders and long legs, yet without a hint of clumsiness, he resembled a magnified model of the human form, exuding boundless vitality. His long hair was simply tied back, with a few strands at his temples showing signs of gray. A silver mask adorned the upper half of his face, obscuring it, while his eyes, larger than average, radiated a formidable aura. He bore a massive iron sword on his back, dark and heavy, resembling not so much a sword as a substantial iron slab measuring over a meter in length. A seasoned observer might estimate its weight at 300 to 500 jin. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze powerful enough to compel the martial artists to lower their heads or step back. This appearance, this eagle, is it not reminiscent of a protagonist from a certain novel? If only he hadn't lost his left arm, how much more striking he would appear. The ambiguity of this scenario suggests a possible connection to the figure from the novel. Su Peng mused internally. May I inquire where this valiant hero hails from? Could it be from the Zixia sect? At that moment, the closest to the man was the woodcutter-like elder who had ascended the mountain. He struggled against the overwhelming presence of the mysterious figure wielding the colossal sword, forcing himself to step forward and inquire. The sword-bearing man slowly turned his head, addressing the elder. I come from the Zixia sect. A decade ago, it was my senior brother who made the agreement with you. Due to certain matters, he could not come, and I have come in his stead to fulfill the promise. His voice was deep and resonant, instilling a sense of reliance and trust in those who heard it. Your senior brother is indeed a man of his word, the woodcutter exclaimed, elated. Who among you possesses the 4 yuan black iron token? Present it. The sword-bearing man remained stoic, continuing, the 4 yuan black iron token. Su Peng felt a sudden stir in his heart, instinctively reaching into his close-fitting pouch. The elder's expression turned bitter as he replied, Alas, many years ago, your senior brother entrusted the token to Master Yunji, who was soon after slain, and the token's whereabouts are now unknown. I fear none present here possess it. I shall only take those who carry the black iron token. The sword-bearing man declared, surveying the crowd. I will wait for an hour. Should no one present the 4 yuan black iron token, I shall return to the Zixia sect, thereby fulfilling my promise. With that, he crossed his arms and seemingly entered a meditative state amidst the throng of martial heroes. Su Peng's heart raced. He intuitively sensed that the 4 yuan black iron token referred to. Indeed, it might be that item. Drawing a deep breath, he organized his thoughts and gradually approached the sword-bearing man. Though others noticed his movement and regarded him with curious glances, none impeded his advance. Soon, Su Peng stood beside the sword-bearing man, stepping forward with determination, exclaiming, Esteemed hero, I possess an item. I wonder if it is the black iron token you seek. Upon hearing Su Peng's words, the sword-bearing man opened his eyes, and the surrounding martial figures erupted in astonishment. What? He has the black iron token. Who is he? How could the token be in his possession? The martial figures behind Su Peng gazed at him in disbelief. Without hesitation, Su Peng withdrew the mysterious iron plate he had obtained from the carpenter Chow's home and presented it to the sword-bearing man. The man grasped the plate, scrutinizing it closely, and declared, Indeed, this is the token. Little thief, You shall pay for this. Suddenly, a previously hunched figure among the crowd sprang to life, lunging towards Su Peng with a clawed attack. Before Su Peng could react, the sword-bearing man emitted a cold snort. Su Peng barely registered the man's motion. Everything seemed to blur, and then he witnessed the assailant being sent flying as if swatted away, soaring in a straight line for several meters before crashing into a boulder, albeit without sustaining serious injury. The sword in question was a testament to his restraint. Had he wielded that heavy blade with full force, it would have reduced a man to mere pulp with a single strike. Such a blow could not have been endured so lightly, Su Peng mused. At that moment, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air, and from all directions among the martial artists, over 20 types of hidden weapons flew forth, ranging from throwing daggers to dark green iron thorns. Su Peng's expression shifted as he observed the massive swordsman, calm and unperturbed, suddenly lift his sword skyward. In an instant, Su Peng experienced a sensation akin to a vacuum above his head, as the myriad projectiles approaching from all sides were swept up into the heavens by the sheer might of the black iron sword. With a casual sweep of his weapon, that sword, weighing several hundred pounds, seemed utterly weightless. As it sliced through the air, Su Peng heard the resounding explosions of the hidden weapons being transformed into iron powder by the invisible force unleashed by the blade. You all assisted my senior brother 10 years ago. I have no desire to harm anyone. That man was merely knocked aside by my sword's power, temporarily deprived of his internal energy. But should you persist in your ignorance, the massive swordsman snorted coldly. And with a sudden thrust of his sword toward the ground, 8 earthen dragons erupted geometrically from the spot where the sword struck, the soil churning as the sword's energy surged outward in a deafening roar. Witnessing this spectacle, the martial artists below were thrown into disarray. Those within the reach of the sword's energy hastily employed their lightness skills to evade, while a few who were too slow found themselves struck by the earthen dragons and sent flying. The 8 earthen dragons surged forth in all directions for 10 meters before gradually coming to a halt, leaving behind 8 deep ruts in the earth. What kind of power is this? Su Peng could only stare in awe. The force of this strike had shattered his preconceived notions of martial prowess. Moreover, this was merely a casual blow from the massive swordsman, a realm of advanced martial arts, a world of absolute mastery. Su Peng's heart echoed with these thoughts. The surrounding martial artists, witnessing this scene, were equally awestruck. They were reminded of that person from a decade ago, whose martial skills could even level mountains with a single stroke. It was evident that this man, upon hearing this, Su Peng began to grasp the situation, reflecting that within the Purple Cloud sect, there were indeed numerous extraordinary individuals, and astonishingly, someone was proficient in the enigmatic art of Chimenduanjia. Could it be that this bamboo grove was akin to the Grand Peach Blossom Formation on Peach Blossom Island? Soon, Su Peng realized that his little junior brother, whom he had yet to meet, might possess a mastery of Chimenduanjia that surpassed even the infamous Huang Loxi from the novels he had read. As he stepped into the bamboo grove, he initially felt at ease. But as he ventured deeper, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. It was as if the surrounding bamboo was shifting. Whether he looked forward, backward, sideways, or upward, the bamboo seemed to perpetually spin, inducing an unusual sense of vertigo akin to motion sickness. Had he not been following along with Dugu Shang, whose presence served as a stabilizing reference point, Su Peng felt he might have succumbed to nausea and fainted, necessitating a rescue from this bewildering bamboo labyrinth. Fortunately, he was still able to sense Dugu Shang nearby, and by mirroring his movements, the dizzying sensation lessened considerably. Thus, he continued to trail behind him. Before long, Su Peng suddenly felt a lightening of pressure and realized that the oppressive mist around him had dissipated. In the heart of the bamboo grove stood a gazebo, featuring a stone table and 4 stone stools. At that moment, a young man in a dark robe, appearing to be in his early 20s and of a similar age to Su Peng, was engrossed in his reading, swaying his head with delight, a wine jug in his left hand and a book in his right. Junior brother. Upon spotting this individual, Dugu Shang's face broke into a smile as he addressed him. However, the young man was so absorbed in his book that it took Dugu Shang calling him thrice to finally draw his attention away from the pages. Second brother. Recognizing Dugu Shang, the young man exclaimed, approaching them while still clutching the wine jug and book. Second brother. The matter concerning the eldest brother has been resolved. Sheng nodded and then introduced Su Peng, saying, "This is Su Peng. If all goes well, he is likely to become our new junior brother." Ha ha ha, after all this time, I finally have a junior brother younger than me. The young man laughed heartily, performing 2 somersaults in sheer exuberance. Sheng couldn't help but smile, noting that this junior brother, while diligent in the study of Chimanduanjia, also had a rather carefree disposition. Su Peng, intrigued, observed this potential future junior brother. The young man's features were strikingly handsome, yet he possessed a somewhat distracted demeanor. As if his mind often wandered. "Haha, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello. My name is Chen Qizhen. Just call me Zhen Shixiang from now on," he said, waving his right hand, causing the book in his grasp to vanish. Then, extending his right hand towards Su Peng, he continued. This encounter was unlike any he had experienced in this game world. It was the first time someone from this realm had offered him a handshake. Su Peng thought to himself, yet he did not dwell on it and extended his hand in return. However, the moment their hands clasped, Su Peng suddenly heard a crack, and to his shock, he saw Chen Qizhen's arm detach from his shoulder. "Ah, junior brother, your grip is too strong. You've dislocated my arm," Chen Qizhen exclaimed, appearing as though he had sustained a grievous injury, his severed limb revealing stark white bone, like it had been truly severed. Meanwhile, Su Peng found himself holding a dismembered arm, which eerily continued to flex, as if still attempting to shake his hand. An utterly nauseating sight. Su Peng was taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he sensed that the weight of the arm he held felt peculiar. "Junior brother, since it is your first time at the sect, please refrain from playing tricks on him," Sheng interjected, addressing Chen Qizhen. "Haha, my apologies. The young man chuckled, waving his hand again, and astonishingly, a new right arm sprouted from where the previous one had been severed. No sign of injury remained. Su Peng was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded, while he glanced at the limb in his hand, which was no longer an arm but rather a bamboo branch. "Haha, Su Peng, don't take offense. It was merely a jest. A little performance, second brother. You were looking for the eldest brother, yes? I shall lead the way," Chen Qizhen declared, pointing in a direction and clapping his hands. To Su Peng's astonishment, the bamboo around them seemed to sprout legs, parting to create a pathway. "Well then, junior brother, you may continue your reading," Sheng remarked, leading Su Peng away. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he suppressed it for the moment, bidding farewell to Chen Qizhen before following Sheng down the newly formed path. "Hehe. Not only is our junior brother adept at Chimanduanjia, but he is also skilled in illusions. What you witnessed earlier was merely a playful trick of his. He has a lively nature. Usually, it is just me, the eldest brother, and a younger sister here. Both the eldest brother and I have cultivated our internal energies to a level that can dispel all illusions, but our younger sister. He dares not play tricks on her. Having been pinned up for so long, he seized the opportunity to jest with you," Sheng explained to Su Peng with a smile, despite his otherwise serious demeanor. Su Peng nodded, gaining a better understanding of Chen Qizhen, while also realizing that the Purple Cloud sect, though not numerous in members, appeared to be quite harmonious, alleviating his concerns about the potential for intrigue upon joining a larger sect. The stone gazebo they had passed through likely served as the core of the bamboo grove's formation, and under Chen Qizhen's manipulation, Su Peng and Sheng swiftly exited the bamboo forest. As Su Peng surveyed his surroundings, he found himself at the edge of a cliff, where the last rays of the setting sun flickered. He noticed Sheng's expression shift to one of respect. Devoid of any pretense, Sheng led Su Peng toward the cliff, calling out to the empty expanse below, "Eldest brother, the matter has been settled. I have brought the one bearing the 4-element black iron token." After a moment of silence, a voice echoed from below the cliff, Chapter 36. The passionate and sincere eldest brother, junior brother, you have worked hard for me. As the voice reverberated, Su Peng, intrigued, beheld a figure gradually ascending from the depths of the cliff. To his astonishment, this individual was not merely climbing but seemed to be flying upward. This was no ordinary feat of leaping. It was a genuine display of flight. Seeing Su Peng's shocked expression, Sheng whispered, "The eldest brother's martial arts have reached a transcendent level. He can perform short-distance flight using his internal energy. It merely flight through internal energy." Su Peng mused, unable to contain his awe. What level of cultivation must one achieve to fly? The individual, having reached the cliff's edge, stepped forward and ascended, revealing a face that was both striking and enigmatic. Su Peng found it challenging to articulate a description of this person. Not due to a lack of distinguishing features, but because of their overwhelming uniqueness. At first glance, the individual appeared to be in their 30s, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to be in their 40s. And with further scrutiny, one might conclude they were merely in their 20s if they were to shave. Their demeanor exuded an air of scholarly wisdom, reminiscent of a well-read sage rather than a martial artist. Yet at times, a hint of cynicism shone through, suggesting a disillusionment with the world. Overall, this individual presented a slightly disheveled appearance, with unkempt stubble and a purple wine gourd in hand, yet their attire, though not extravagant, was impeccably clean, revealing a meticulous regard for appearance. The countless subtle contradictions in this person made it nearly impossible for Su Peng to encapsulate their essence in words. Is this truly the eldest brother? The figure revered in tales, if not quite divine, is certainly held in high esteem among the martial community. Su Peng pondered at that moment. The man noticed Su Peng, inclined his head slightly, and remarked, "You must be the one holding the 4-element black iron token." Su Peng nodded. Despite the man's somewhat disheveled demeanor, his words carried an air of transcendental calmness, distinct from Du Gushang's steady demeanor. It was an ethereal quality that suggested a profound understanding of the world, leaving Su Peng both captivated and humbled. "I am Su Peng. It is an honor to meet the eldest brother," Su Peng said, recognizing the man's extraordinary presence and martial prowess, feeling it prudent to adopt a low profile in his company. The man nodded and introduced himself. "I am Su Daoqi. The 4-element black iron token was issued by me. It holds sentimental value. May I kindly request its return?" Su Peng, understanding the significance, nodded and stepped forward to hand the token back to Su Daoqi. After Du Gushang examined the black iron order, he returned it to Su Peng. At that moment, the eldest senior brother Su Daoqi spoke in a manner that was remarkably soothing, devoid of any sense of coercion, inspiring a desire within one to comply with his words. Su Peng felt that even if he were to refuse, the eldest senior brother would not resort to force. Rather, he would find another way to elicit compliance. As Su Peng approached the edge of the cliff, he discerned where the eldest senior brother had been moments before. A stone niche jutted out from the cliff about 4 to 5 meters below, spacious enough for a person to recline comfortably. Above the niche was a protrusion that sheltered it from the rain and wind, making it an ideal spot, though it would take a brave soul to drink and watch the sunset from such a height. Handing the black iron order to Su Daoqi, the eldest brother gazed at it for a long while before letting out a sigh and saying, "Junior brother, why don't you take Su Peng to meet the master? Just mention that I have recommended this individual. It seems I have troubled you and our master with matters from a decade ago." "Brother, you needn't speak like that," Du Gushang replied, appearing to hold Su Daoqi in high regard. From Su Peng's brief acquaintance with Du Gushang, it was evident that the admiration he held for Su Daoqi stemmed from more than just martial prowess. The eldest brother must possess other admirable qualities. However, Su Peng had no time to ponder this further. After bidding farewell to Su Daoqi, he and Du Gushang proceeded along the cliff, venturing deeper into the mountains. After some distance, Su Peng finally voiced a question that had been nagging at him. "Du Guxixiao, it seems the eldest brother is somewhat dispirited. Is there something troubling him?" Du Gushang remained silent for a moment, walking for quite a while before he sighed deeply and replied, "Though the eldest brother has mastered the essence of transcendent cultivation, he approaches matters of the heart with intense passion. He harbors his own sorrows." With that, he seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Understanding the hint, Su Peng refrained from pressing the issue, yet he surmised it likely involved a certain woman. Given the character he had just observed in the eldest brother, it would undoubtedly be a poignant tale of love. As Du Gushang was disinclined to discuss the matter, and Su Peng respected that wish. They walked in tacit understanding until they passed through a grove of pine trees, amplified by a formation, finally arriving at the main hall of the Zixia sect. Before them stood a building that resembled a Taoist temple. Entirely enveloped in purple, Su Peng was taken aback, realizing that even in the current fragmented era, adorned residences were quite rare, especially in such a striking hue, which could be deemed audacious. Nonetheless, Du Gushang seemed unfazed. Leading Su Peng into the temple-like structure, upon entering the inner sanctum, they encountered 2 young acolytes who, lacking the typical attire of Taoist novices, merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to their tasks. Du Gusheng guided Su Peng into the rear hall, which was a vast space resembling a dojo, devoid of divine sculptures, featuring only an elderly man with white hair seated on a mat. Eyes closed in meditation, Du Gusheng stood quietly beside the elder for a moment before stating, "Master, I have brought the disciple selected by the eldest brother." Su Peng turned to regard the elder. Though his hair and beard were entirely white, his face was rosy and youthful, making it difficult to ascertain his age. Su Peng estimated he was at least 70. The old man opened his eyes. Casting a glance at Su Peng, rather than feeling the intensity of his gaze, Su Peng experienced a profound sense of ease washing over him from head to toe. This elder possesses remarkable cultivation. Just a glance from him makes me feel as though my body is being cleansed, akin to the essence of the I Ching. Truly impressive. Snapping back to reality, Su Peng looked at the elder with newfound respect. "Ah, there's no need to be anxious. What is your name?" the elder inquired with a warm smile, making Su Peng feel as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. "I am Su Peng," he replied, taken aback by the elder's amiable demeanor. "Very well, though I am yet to ascertain whether you possess the aptitude for cultivation at Zixia Mountain. For now, settle in and spend time getting to know everyone." The elder nodded before closing his eyes once more. "Is he accepting me as a disciple or not?" Su Peng mused, observing that the elder had returned to his meditative state. Du Gusheng, however, seemed to understand the situation. He knew that his master possessed unique abilities. Today, he had merely acknowledged Su Peng's good character, deeming him not to be malevolent, but had yet to assess his temperament, understanding, and aptitude. Thus, he would have to be evaluated over the coming days. With this thought, Du Gusheng nodded at Su Peng and said, "Follow me." They exited the building, and Du Gusheng led Su Peng to a 2-story bamboo pavilion. "You may reside here for now. I live not far in a wooden cottage. Should you require anything, simply let me know, and someone will attend to your needs." Although Su Peng was still pondering the matter of being accepted as a disciple, he sensed that the other senior brothers were not ordinary individuals and must have a certain selection process. Therefore, he did not rush into conclusions and replied, "In that case, I shall make myself at home." Du Gusheng nodded and departed. Once inside the bamboo pavilion, Su Peng found the space to be quite ample and tranquil. Opening the window revealed a pleasant view. The second floor contained a bed, a wicker table, and several volumes of books that appeared to be quite unique. With nothing pressing to attend to, Su Peng spent some time reading. However, it was not long before he noticed a young acolyte from the temple approach. The boy's clear voice rang out, "Esteemed guest, it is time for dinner." "Please join you," Su Peng nodded in response. "I'll be down shortly." He closed the book, descended the stairs, and followed the young acolyte to the dining area, which resembled an elegant estate nestled within the trees. Upon entering the dining hall, he saw several individuals gathered around a long table rather than the typical round one. The old Taoist, who appeared to be the sect leader, occupied the head of the table, flanked by Su Daoqi, Du Gusheng, and Chen Qizhen. Notably, there was also a striking young woman of about 18 or 19, with a charming oval face and large, expressive eyes that hinted at her vivacious nature. "Su Peng, come sit here," Du Gusheng beckoned as Su Peng approached. "This is Zhong Lingxiu, our junior sister." Su Peng, the potential disciple chosen by the eldest brother. Du Gusheng introduced the young woman. Su Peng nodded and greeted her. You seem to possess rather modest martial skills. How dull. You won't be able to assist me with my experiments. I don't enjoy working with anything of low potency." The girl, Zhong Lingxiu, remarked, casting a glance at Su Peng. "Haha, little Xiu. If you have new inventions, go seek second senior brother. Let's wait until Su Peng has honed his skills," Chen Qizhen interjected, slightly anxious and eager to please Zhong Lingxiu. "Fine," she replied, stretching out the word. As Su Peng sat beside her, she tugged at his sleeve and said, "If you join, you'll be my junior brother. Oh, not be misled by my age. You must still call me senior sister. I shall ensure you practice diligently as for the methods of supervision. Third senior brother knows all about that." Chen Qizhen, seated on her other side and secretly sipping wine from his sleeve, nearly spewed it out, caught off guard by her words. "All right, let us eat at tea." That moment, the old Taoist, who had seemingly been meditating throughout, suddenly opened his eyes and announced, prompting everyone at the table to respond and commence their meal. The elder then closed his eyes again, as if returning to slumber. Su Peng joined the gathering in their meal, observing that the Zixia sect seemed to have only a handful of formally recognized disciples. supplemented by a few acolytes, cooks, and servants who did not dine with them. As Su Peng took a bite of the bamboo shoots and meat, he nearly choked, for the flavor was overwhelmingly salty and sour, reminiscent of a mishap involving a salt and vinegar container. He forced himself to swallow and glanced around, noticing that Su Daoqi remained lost in thought while eating. Du Gusheng maintained a stoic expression, and Chen Qizhen was occasionally distracted by a book resting on his knee. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingxiu had only taken a single bite, seemingly lost in contemplation. Could it be that the Zixia sect members have such peculiar palates? Su Peng pondered, watching Du Gusheng consume his meal with gusto. Perhaps this was simply their norm? Trying a few more dishes, he noted that while the presentation was visually appealing, the flavors were consistently the same, salty and sour. Perhaps this is merely their culinary preference. I observe that the Zixia sect is filled with extraordinary individuals, and extraordinary individuals tend to have eccentric tastes, perhaps even in their cuisine. Or maybe it serves a purpose in their cultivation. Su Peng surveyed his surroundings, quietly reassuring himself that in an effort to blend in with the others, he took a few bites, yet still found it difficult to accept that moment, the venerable master, who seemed perpetually in a meditative state, suddenly appeared to awaken, opening his eyes and reaching for a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of bamboo shoots with meat, which he placed into his mouth. However, after tasting it, the old master remained deeply contemplative for at least the length of a tea time before finally withdrawing the chopsticks and placing them on the table. He then inquired of those around him, "Do any of you feel that the dishes today possess a rather unique flavor?" Upon hearing the master's words, the senior disciple returned to his senses and looked at his master, saying, "I was momentarily lost in thought. But upon your mention, it does seem somewhat different from usual, master. I too find it distinct from the past. The flavor is richer, more appetizing," Du Gusheng commented as he set down his bowl. It appeared that he was indeed correct. After a few bites, Su Peng felt that tonight's dinner was quite exquisite, bearing the hallmarks of the culinary artistry of the renowned ghost array master, Ouyang Qi. Chen Qizhen gradually returned from his distraction. Speaking up, Zhong Lingxiu also snapped out of her reverie, took a bite of the dish she had picked up, and then suddenly spat it out, fanning her cherry-red lips, exclaiming, "What on earth is this flavor? It tastes like a vat of vinegar." Master, fellow brothers and sisters, do you usually have meals that taste like this? Su Peng was momentarily taken aback as he looked at the others at the table. Everyone shook their heads in unison, gazing back at Su Peng. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Peng exclaimed, feeling a sense of helplessness as he realized he had overthought the situation, although he refrained from voicing that exclamation. At that moment, a young boy entered, observing the group dining, and revealed a look of trepidation as he said, "Today, the kitchen chef suffered from dysentery and was unable to cook. The second ancestor happened to go to the kitchen and offered to showcase his culinary skills. So these dishes were prepared by him. Hence, just now, Qingzhu took a bite but nearly retched and choked. Losing consciousness, I just revived him and came to warn the master and uncles to be cautious." "Ah, I see." The old master nodded, casting a glance at the table laden with food, seemingly unfazed. "How are we to eat this?" Zhong Lingxiu remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. "I may not be very skilled, but I do possess some culinary talent. If it is not too late, I could whip up some dishes for everyone to enjoy," Su Peng offered. Upon hearing this, the old master nodded and said, "In that case, I appreciate your effort. No problem," Su Peng replied, as he was eager for an opportunity to demonstrate his worth within the Zixia sect and saw cooking as a splendid chance to integrate himself among the others. The young boy led Su Peng to the kitchen, where he found an ample supply of ingredients. Having lived alone for 4 to 5 years, Su Peng had honed his culinary skills, and in no time at all, he prepared 5 delectable stir-fried dishes. A portion was set aside for the young apprentices, while the rest was brought to the dining table for Du Gusheng and the others. This time, the atmosphere at the table became lively, and the old master partook in the meal with great enthusiasm, while the previous dishes had been unceremoniously discarded into the nearby refuse bin. Meanwhile, Su Peng noticed notifications in the corner of his vision. Yun Daozi's favor towards you has increased by 2 points. Su Daoqi's favor towards you has increased by 3 points. Du Gusheng's favor towards you has increased by 3 points. Chen Qizhen's favor towards you has increased by 5 points. Zhong Lingxiu's favor towards you has increased by 5 points. Cooking can actually enhance one's favorability? Su Peng mused, having already resolved to take charge of the sect's meals in the coming days. The meal lasted over an hour, and everyone seemed quite content. During the gathering, Su Peng engaged in conversation, gaining a deeper understanding of his companions and enhancing his presence. From Chen Qizhen, he learned that the junior sister had some unique insights into crafting curios, mechanical studies, and even weapon forging. After dinner, everyone returned to their quarters, and Su Peng made his way back to his small bamboo house. Seems I might be spending some time at Zixia sect, he thought, concluding that the night would likely be uneventful. He logged off in his bamboo dwelling and discovered that it was nearly 8 o'clock in reality. Lei Ming had not yet left and was waiting for him in the computer room. While Jiming and Sun Shijia had logged off quite some time ago, Su Peng briefed Lei Ming on his ongoing quest, mentioning that his gaming schedule might be irregular for the next few days. After some contemplation, Lei Ming granted Su Peng 10 days of flexibility regarding his gaming hours, instructing him to fill out the overtime sheet upon logging off each day. Thus, the day passed swiftly. The next morning, Su Peng arrived at the computer room just after 6 o'clock and logged into the game. He headed towards the nearby wooden pavilion to find Du Gusheng. Upon reaching Du Gusheng's abode, he unexpectedly encountered junior sister Zhong Lingxiu, who was holding a black iron box the size of a large mobile phone and conversing with Du Gusheng. Second brother, this is my newly crafted concealed weapon, the Niu Mao Jianjian. I believe it can penetrate many forms of protective true energy. Could you assist me in testing its power? Zhong Lingxiu said beside Du Gusheng. Certainly, Du Gusheng replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Little Susie, you've arrived at just the right moment to witness my latest invention. Zhong Lingxiu greeted Su Peng, now more familiar with him due to his impressive dinner from the previous evening. All right, Su Peng nodded, taking a seat on a nearby stone to watch Zhong Lingxiu test her concealed weapon. She nodded, stepped back to a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Du Gusheng, then aimed the large black box at him and pressed the trigger. With a faint, buzzing sound reminiscent of a mosquito, a flash of yellow light shot through the air towards Du Gusheng. He stood as still as a mountain, merely extending a hand forward in a calm gesture. Within 5 seconds, the concealed weapon had exhausted its projectiles, and Zhong Lingxiu called out to Su Peng, "Little Susie, come help me inspect it, sweat." Su Peng sighed helplessly, realizing that this girl was several years younger than him. The nickname Little Susie felt reminiscent of something from a palace. Shaking his head, he approached. Upon examining the area behind Du Gusheng, Su Peng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Behind Du Gusheng lay a large piece of blue stone, and upon closer inspection, he found it riddled with countless tiny pinholes resembling fine hairs. At least thousands of Niu Mao Jianjian had embedded themselves within the stone. What extraordinary power is this? Chapter 38. Sword Observation. After witnessing the marks left by the concealed weapon on the blue stone, Su Peng turned to Zhong Lingxiu, questioning whether this girl harbored a grudge against Du Gusheng, using the opportunity to test her weapon to eliminate him. Such tiny needles with such tremendous force, by the principle that the smaller the contact area, the greater the pressure. What protective true energy could withstand this? Glancing at Du Gusheng, Su Peng wondered if this elder brother had become so perforated that a mere bump would send him crashing to the ground. Junior sister, the power of this concealed weapon is indeed remarkable. It could potentially breach 70% of protective true energy if not cultivated to perfection, though it does come off as rather sinister. Du Gusheng suddenly remarked. Su Peng was taken aback by how unfazed Du Gusheng appeared. Walking over to inspect him closely, he noticed that a cluster of the fine needles lay on the ground 2 meters in front of Du Gusheng, having not come close to him at all. Indeed, I feel the same way. If it were to kill outright, that would be one thing, but if it didn't and these needles lodged into flesh, it would be terribly painful, and who knows, they might even flow into the heart through the bloodstream. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine, Zhong Lingxiu obediently asserted, observing Su Peng's astonishment. Do not be alarmed. The second brother has cultivated various internal arts, one of which is called Wuji Yuan Si Gong, capable of manifesting an invisible force field that can dispel all weapons and concealed weapons. One can cultivate magnetic power. Su Peng was further astonished upon hearing of this technique. It seemed that the previous day's display of flight prowess by the senior brother was not the end of it. Du Gusheng also possessed the ability akin to a master of magnetism. He wondered if, at the ultimate level of cultivation, one could achieve such formidable prowess. So, what do you think of the power of my concealed weapon? Zhong Lingxiu inquired, her expression brimming with pride upon noticing Su Peng's astonishment. Quite impressive. It nearly rivals the legendary peacock feather in potency, Su Peng remarked, inadvertently comparing it to one of the most renowned concealed weapons from martial arts novels. Peacock feather? What is that? Zhong Lingxiu asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar name. Realizing he had let slip an obscure reference, Su Peng quickly explained. The peacock feather is an extraordinarily beautiful and formidable concealed weapon. Legend has it that aside from the wielder, no one has ever witnessed its beauty, for those who have seen it perish instantly upon beholding the splendor of the peacock's display. Su Peng recounted, sharing the tale of the peacock feather from the novel. Such a touching moment. Such a foolish individual. After listening to Su Peng recount the tale of the peacock feather, Zhong Lingxiu found herself momentarily entranced by the atmosphere of the story, her gaze somewhat unfocused. It took her a while to regain her senses before she inquired, what ultimately became of Shuang? I am uncertain, but perhaps she is living quite well, Su Peng replied. How tragic, to have loved oneself so dearly, yet meet such a fate, Zhong Lingxiu lamented. Su Peng shook his head. He had long held the notion that women perceive martial arts novels as romantic tales, while men regard romantic stories as martial epics. And this belief was once again validated. This story is quite remarkable. At that moment, the previously silent Du Gusheng, who had been listening intently, finally spoke, saying, the most formidable weapon a person possesses is their confidence. That is a profound statement. Moreover, that little Wu and Gao Li are commendable as well. As Yu Ping nodded, and at that moment, he noticed a notification in the lower left corner of his vision indicating that Zhong Lingxiu's affinity for him had increased by 5 points. And Du Gusheng's by 7. Can storytelling truly enhance one's likability? Su Peng mused, slightly astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear. Although the ancient senior's writings were peculiar, they indeed possessed a chivalrous essence. Du Gusheng, being a hero himself, must have felt a deep resonance, while Zhong Lingxiu had become emotionally invested, making the martial tales feel more relatable. Wait, inspiration strikes me. I must take my leave for a moment. At that moment, Zhong Lingxiu seemed to snap back to reality. Calling out before skipping off towards her abode, why junior sister can sometimes exhibit peculiar behavior. One gets accustomed to it, Du Gusheng explained to Su Peng, then added, I shall practice my swordsmanship now. Would you mind if I observed? Su Peng inquired of Du Gusheng, to which he nodded. Not at all. Su Peng acknowledged this and jumped onto a nearby large rock. Du Gusheng's swordplay was undoubtedly exceptional. After all, observing others practice martial arts could also enhance one's own experience. With nothing else to do, Su Peng considered it an opportunity to accumulate knowledge. Du Gusheng paid no mind to Su Peng's presence as he began his sword practice. Today, he did not wield the heavy sword Su Peng had seen yesterday, but rather took up a standard longsword crafted from refined steel, albeit it appeared somewhat diminutive in his grasp. Du Gusheng slowly executed a series of sword techniques. From his perch on the rock, Su Peng observed Du Gusheng's practice, finding the techniques to be exceedingly exquisite. Although he could not fully comprehend them, Du Gusheng's slow pace seemed to convey the essence of the sword. Gradually, Su Peng felt himself becoming immersed in the experience. Despite not grasping the underlying principles, he began to sense a profound depth, and before he knew it, he had lost track of time. When Su Peng emerged from that state of transcendental contemplation, he was astonished to discover that the sun was setting in the west. And he had been so engrossed in watching Du Gusheng practice swordsmanship that he had entered a meditative state. Upon checking his martial arts experience, he was taken aback. It had inexplicably surged from over 370 points to over 600. Could it be that I have gained so much in a single day? Su Peng wondered, astonished. If merely watching Du Gusheng practice swordsmanship had resulted in such a remarkable increase, it was indeed extraordinary. After some contemplation, Su Peng turned his gaze towards Du Gusheng, slowly realizing that this day had likely been a deliberate exhibition of sword intent by Du Gusheng, which had guided his own spirit. Rather than attributing his understanding solely to his own efforts, it seemed more accurate to say that Du Gusheng had, through his sword intent, nourished his comprehension, elevating his mastery of the sword. With this realization, Su Peng felt a deep respect. The transmission of knowledge was a significant grace, and he bowed respectfully to Du Gusheng. Du Gusheng acknowledged Su Peng's awakening without formality, nodding and stating, I will wash up at the mountain spring. We shall meet again at mealtime. Su Peng nodded and temporarily bid farewell to Du Gusheng. Closing his eyes, He reflected on the insights he had gained throughout the day, feeling that his martial journey had indeed progressed significantly. Gradually, Su Peng made his way to the kitchen, where he found that the chef's dysentery had not yet subsided. He still intended to prepare a meal. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was met by an elderly man exuding an aura of expertise, who stood at the kitchen entrance. This individual had gray and white whiskers, goat-like eyes, a chef's hat perched atop his head, an apron tied around his waist, and black boots adorning his feet. He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of mastery, and with a disdainful expression emanating from his nostrils, he regarded Su Peng for a moment before declaring, "I have heard that a master has arrived at Zixia Mountain, a master of culinary arts. After waiting all day, could it be that you are the one?" Su Peng scrutinized the man, pondering his identity. However, his thoughts raced quickly, and he soon made the connection, clasping his hands and saying, "Might you be the revered second patriarch of Zixia sect, the master of the sect leader, Elder Fan?" "Humph. There are no sect leaders or patriarchs here, only a chef. Today, I intend to compete with you to see whose culinary skills are superior," the elderly man exclaimed, puffing out his beard as he addressed Su Peng. Upon hearing this, Su Peng could not help but smile. Yesterday, he had heard from his third senior brother, Chen Qizhen, that the sect leader's master had a disciple residing at Zixia Mountain, known for his expertise in poisons and fascination with human anatomy, but was most fond of cooking, albeit with a talent that could only be described as decidedly below par, as no one would dare consume his dishes. Now, faced with this challenge from the second patriarch, Su Peng burst into laughter, saying, "If it pleases you, Elder, we may exchange culinary techniques. It would be a delight." "Now that sounds more reasonable," the second patriarch nodded, his expression softening slightly, but then realizing he had lost his composure, he straightened his face and added, "Very well, today I shall guide you, the younger generation of the culinary world." Suppressing his mirth, Su Peng entered the kitchen alongside the elderly man. "Today, I shall yield to you. You may prepare your dish first, and I shall observe your skills," the second patriarch declared to Su Peng. Su Peng nodded, not wishing to be overly modest, and swiftly prepared 3 simple dishes. Mundane, mediocre, ordinary. The elderly man observed Su Peng's completed dishes and shook his head dismissively, stating, "Your knife skills are utterly lacking, utterly lacking. Such a presentation is unworthy of consumption. It is enough to turn one's stomach even before tasting." With that, he dismissed Su Peng and took his place at the cutting board, wielding his knife with such speed that it was dazzling. Even the garlic shoots brought from the mountains were artistically carved by him. Su Peng watched in amazement, realizing that such carving skills, if applied to the martial world, would certainly rank among the finest techniques. Unfortunately, they were employed solely for culinary purposes. "Do you see? This is true culinary art," the elderly man proclaimed as he carved 139 garlic shoots, each adorned with a dragon and a phoenix, all completed in less than a tea's worth of time. It was indeed impressive knife work. Following that, he tossed the garlic shoots into the pan and began to saute them. After a brief stir, he removed them from the heat. Su Peng exclaimed, "Elder, the garlic shoots are not yet cooked." "What do you know? If they are cooked any longer, the artistry will be lost. How can one eat them then?" the elderly man chided Su Peng, plating the garlic shoots before preparing several additional dishes. Su Peng merely shook his head, refraining from comment, sensing that the elderly man seemed to treat cooking as an art form. Just then, 2 young attendants entered, carrying both Su Peng's and the elderly man's dishes to the dining hall. "You cannot leave. This is our competition. We must see the results," the elderly man insisted, gripping Su Peng as he attempted to depart. With no choice, Su Peng waited. After a while, one of the attendants returned with news of the outcome. This attendant happened to be the same one who had choked on the heavily seasoned meal the previous day. He looked up with a complex expression, casting a glance at the second patriarch before saying, "Elder, the dishes prepared by him or us you have all been consumed by everyone, while your few dishes, how did they fare? What did everyone think?" the elderly man asked anxiously. "The diners. They all ended up in the slop bucket," the young attendant replied, his gaze betraying a glimmer of vindication. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was rendered speechless, standing frozen in shock for a moment before suddenly letting out a roar, his chef's apron and hat disintegrating into shreds from the force of his inner energy. And then he, astonishingly leapt out of the window. Watching the shattered window, Su Peng felt a wave of exasperation. Was there truly no need to leap through the window to display your embarrassment? This would require some rectification. At that moment, Su Peng noticed a notification appear in the lower left corner of his vision. Fanjian's affinity for you has decreased by 5 points. Chapter 39. Fanjian's Biological Experiment. What a senseless calamity! Su Peng shook his head. He had initially hoped to cultivate good relations with everyone in the Zixia sect, yet unexpectedly, he had lost 5 points of favor with Elder Fan for no discernible reason. As time was growing late, I should also partake in a meal, Su Peng thought to himself as the young attendant took his leave. He temporarily logged off in the kitchen of the Zixia sect. Considering that he might be working late today, he quickly retrieved some bread and milk from his room to snack on, then resumed his session. Upon logging back in, Su Peng arrived at the dining hall of the Zixia sect, where Dugu Shang and the others were either eating heartily or savoring their food slowly, making for a leisurely pace. By this time, the meal was only halfway through, and Su Peng sat among them. Filling a bowl with rice and beginning to eat. It remains uncertain whether the reverse hypnosis technique is exceptionally potent, but Su Peng finds that during meals, both his palate and hunger sensations are alleviated. Albeit not to the extent that his physical body receives any nutritional sustenance from the meal. I heard that your second uncle came to see you just now? Inquired Qin Shizhen, the third senior brother, who was more exuberant in demeanor, upon noticing Su Peng's arrival. Yes, we even had a culinary exchange, though it seems I was somewhat outmatched in the end, Su Peng candidly replied. Nearby, Zhong Lingxiu, tapping her bowl with chopsticks, remarked, in fact, the cooks in our sect practice some rudimentary skills. Surely, they shouldn't be incapacitated by a mere bout of indigestion for 2 days. I see now. Qin Shizhen suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, could it be that the cook's affliction was caused by a dose administered by the second uncle, intended to prevent him from cooking for a few days, thus allowing the uncle to showcase his talents? Upon hearing Qin Shizhen's words, Dugu Shang, who had been picking at his food, paused momentarily and stated, I find that quite reasonable. Indeed, almost exactly, Zhong Lingxiu exclaimed, adding, that second uncle nearly poisoned us. Thankfully, Xiao Suzi arrived at the mountain gate. Otherwise, we would have been suffering for days. At the head of the table, the elderly Taoist, often lost in meditation, nodded in agreement. Such reasoning is indeed sound. After dinner today, one of you should speak with the second junior brother. If that is indeed the case, let him provide the antidote for the cook. Upon hearing the words of Master Yun Daozi, the others fell silent. The eldest brother remained in a daze. The second brother continued eating, while Qin Shizhen fidgeted, and Zhong Lingxiu seemed oblivious as she flirted with her meal. Witnessing this, Su Peng sighed, pondering that Fanjian's reputation within the sect was rather poor. However, this presented an opportunity for him to shine, so he suggested, if my esteemed brothers and sisters have matters to attend to after the meal, I might as well visit this uncle and explain the situation to him. That would be well. Yun Daozi nodded, then extended his chopsticks, saying, let us eat. After what felt like an eternity, the meal finally concluded. Su Peng inquired about the residence of this Fanjian from Qin Shizhen. Although situated on the back mountain, it was unguarded by any peculiar formations, and one could reach his abode by traversing a patch of woods. That night, the moon shone dimly, casting a faint light, and Su Peng chose not to carry a lantern, instead following Qin Shizhen's directions toward the back mountain. After walking for over 20 minutes, he entered a wooded area, immediately sensing an unsettling feeling, as though something sinister was watching him. Am I being overly sensitive? Su Peng pondered, reminding himself that this was the back mountain of Zixia sect, where larger beasts should have been cleared out by the second brother, Dugu Shang. There should be no formidable presence here. Yet, why did it feel as though something horrifying lurked behind him? He dared not dismiss the sensation, as his instincts had always proven accurate. If he felt this way, it was likely that something truly was amiss. For over 10 minutes, Su Peng cautiously navigated the forest, having left his steel sword in the bamboo hut, armed only with 4 concealed daggers. As his unease grew, he drew one of the daggers, gripping it tightly. Just then, a low growl echoed through the trees, and Su Peng's senses heightened as he felt a presence pounce upon him from behind. Reacting quickly, he rolled on the ground, noticing that the creature had missed its leap. He swiftly got to his feet and looked back. To his shock, he found himself face to face with a black panther. However, This was no ordinary panther. Its fur was matted and rotting, its body exposed to reveal dark red muscle, as if still partially connected to its hide. Its eyes were vacant, and half its mouth was decayed. Under normal circumstances, it would have perished long ago, yet it was still agile, leaping down from the trees to attack Su Peng. At that moment, Su Peng heard a guttural sound behind him and turned to see 3 skinless wolves. Their crimson eyes fixed upon him. These creatures resembled the infected hounds from a certain sci-fi film he had watched. Have you all wandered into the wrong scene? This is a martial arts game, not a horror show. Cold sweat beaded on Su Peng's forehead as he tightened his grip on the dagger. With a growl, the zombie-like panther lunged at him. Su Peng raised his hand and threw the dagger. His throwing technique had finally reached level 10, although it didn't trigger a critical hit. The new skill, Focus Throw, significantly enhanced the power and accuracy of his throws, albeit at the cost of double the stamina. At that moment, he not only activated Focus Throw but also channeled a bit of his internal energy. Alas, the unfortunate panther met its demise as the dagger struck true, piercing its eye socket and damaging its brain. The creature crashed to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. The brain is its weakness, Su Peng thought, but at that moment, the 3 skinless wolves charged at him, drawing 2 daggers from each hand. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, employing his practiced technique, Rain of Blades, capable of launching multiple projectiles with diminished force. One dagger found its mark in the eye socket of one wolf, while another penetrated the open mouth of another. The wolf that had been struck in the eye fell like the panther, quickly losing consciousness, but the one that had swallowed a dagger snarled and bit at Su Peng, followed closely by another wolf resembling a zombie, bringing him down to the ground. Is this how my life ends? Su Peng felt the 2 wolves pressing down on him, their foul odor overwhelming his senses, and he realized he was unable to struggle against their enhanced strength. No, I still have 1 move left. Although pinned to the ground, Su Peng remained unexpectedly calm. He still had one last resort, channeling his internal energy, just as he prepared for a final desperate counterattack. The 2 zombie wolves suddenly collapsed, gasping for breath as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Oh no, I must not have added enough powder. At that moment, a rather mischievous voice echoed in Su Peng's ears. 20 minutes later, in a stone cave on the back mountain of Zixia sect. So, all these creatures are your experiments, Master Fan? Su Peng asked, rolling his eyes at the sight of the skinless panther and the zombie wolves laid out on the stone table before him. The man before him was none other than Fan Jian, whom he had briefly encountered in the kitchen earlier that day. Fan Jian, sporting a white beard and clad in oilcloth gloves, was dissecting the bodies of the seemingly T-virus-infected beasts with a sharp knife. Explaining, I apologize if I startled you. I'm researching a powder that can awaken the life essence of deceased organisms, allowing them to move post-mortem. I've made some progress. Not only can I make them active, but I can also control them to a certain extent. I had created a few such animals to guard this place, but I didn't expect you to stumble upon them. Su Peng was infuriated. It was one thing for Fan Jian to conduct bizarre experiments within a martial arts-themed game, but to involve him in such reckless endeavors without proper control. What if he had been infected? Master Fan, I must ask, why conduct bioweapon experiments here in the back mountain of Zixia sect? Your creations are quite the mood dampener. Those unaware might mistakenly think Zixia sect is a den of evil. I almost misjudged the situation myself, believing I had stumbled upon a base for some sinister organization. Su Peng, still shaken, began to speak his mind, disregarding Fan Jian's dignity, calling him by his rather distinctive name. However, Fan Jian appeared unfazed, responding, Biochemical experiments? What a splendid name. To give life and test it from now on, I shall refer to it as such. I suppose this time it is indeed my fault. My senior brother has cautioned me several times, yet I cannot resist the temptation to experiment with my powder. When you return today, please do not mention this to your senior brother. I shall find a way to repay you. After pondering Fan Jian's words, Su Peng concluded that reporting this incident would yield no benefits and slowly nodded, saying, Very well, I shall keep this under wraps for you this one. Then I must thank you. Fan Jian replied, and Su Peng noticed a line of text appear in the lower left corner of his vision. Fan Jian's affection for you has increased by 3 points. Only 3 points? Su Peng pondered to himself. Yet as he observed his senior uncle manipulating the carcass of the beast, he found himself at a loss for words and remarked, By the way, there is one more matter. He proceeded to inform Fanjian about the incident with the chef. Fanjian scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, senior brother, your insight is commendable. You have discerned my handiwork. Very well, I shall administer an antidote to that chef tomorrow." Su Peng was left speechless, realizing it was indeed Fanjian's doing at that moment. It appeared that Fanjian had completed his dissection, as he suddenly halted, gazing skyward with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity it is to waste my medicinal powder. It is far better suited for human application to align with my intentions. Yet, I am not of the demonic sect, nor do I wish to desecrate a corpse. Therefore, I shall experiment on these beasts instead. Alas, I can only wonder if my medicinal powders, which succeed with beasts, will yield the same results in humans, given the myriad of human constitutions." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have heard that the most accurate explanations of human physiology are found in a medical text known as the Yao Wang Jing. Alas, it seems I am destined to never lay eyes upon it." Suddenly, Su Peng's ears perked up. Chapter 40. I understand. Su Peng possessed a medical text titled Yao Wang Jing. Fragments, which fortuitously included a section on human constitution, specifically the reverse and direct 5 bodies. Unlike the secret manuals he had previously studied, Yao Wang Jing Fragments was a medical work, and although he had comprehended its teachings, the text remained in his possession. Instantly, Su Peng began to calculate. He surmised that this fragment he carried was likely the very section that Fanjian sought. Presenting it to Fanjian would undoubtedly enhance their rapport, and perhaps yield additional benefits. As for any consequences stemming from Fanjian's biochemistry experiments, Su Peng no longer cared. He turned around, retrieving a thin booklet from his bosom, and addressed Fanjian, "Master Fan, is this the Yao Wang Jing you mentioned?" "What? You possess the Yao Wang Jing?" Fanjian exclaimed, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the slender booklet in Su Peng's hand. Reaching out eagerly to grasp it, Su Peng did not resist, allowing Fanjian to snatch it away. Fanjian quickly flipped through a few chapters, erupting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Marvelous! To have searched high and low only to find it without effort. This Yao Wang Jing is indeed in your hands. This was gifted to me by an elderly physician in a mountain village, who became a close friend of mine, Master Fan. This medical text holds great significance for me," Su Peng replied, lowering his gaze. Though Fanjian was somewhat simple-minded, he was not foolish and understood the nuances of human interaction. After contemplating Su Peng's words, he felt compelled to offer some form of compensation. "If this medical text remains in your hands, it would be a waste of its potential. You would only ever become a mediocre physician. However, in my hands, its value would be greatly magnified," Fanjian stated, pausing thoughtfully before adding, "For the next few days, let it be so that I am on the verge of completing a significant research project, and upon its success, I will share the results with you as compensation for this Yao Wang Jing." "Oh? Are you certain the fruits of your research will not be something of lesser value?" Su Peng inquired, casting a glance at the various beast carcasses Fanjian had been dissecting. Fanjian shook his head, assuring, "I will be presenting you with practical items. You will see when the time comes. They will undoubtedly rival the worth of your medical text." "Very well then, a fine sword is befitting a valiant hero. I shall entrust this medical text to my senior uncle, ensuring it is put to good use." Su Peng nodded, feeling that exchanging a learned medical text for a promise was exceedingly worthwhile. "Indeed, splendid," Fanjian replied, nodding repeatedly. At that moment, Su Peng received a notification in the lower left corner of his vision. "Fanjian's favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. 10 points? Quite a substantial gain." Su Peng mused, eager to delve into the Yao Wang Jing fragments. Fanjian was quick to read, and Su Peng, having secured a promise, did not linger, making his way back to the main hall of Zixia sect. There, he reported to Yun Daozi, who nodded in acknowledgement and dismissed him, resulting in a further increase of 2 points in Yun Daozi's favorability towards Su Peng. With no pressing matters at hand, Su Peng returned to his bamboo house and, after reflecting on the day's events, logged out of the game. Upon logging out, Su Peng felt an invigorating clarity, perhaps a result of having grasped the essence of Dugu Shang's sword intent earlier that day. However, instead of hastily exiting the gaming pod, he discreetly allowed a card to slip from his waistband. After completing this covert action, he sprang from the pod, stretched, and noticed he was alone in the machine room. He filled out an overtime form, feigning an intention to return to his room, yet halted at the threshold. Patting his pockets, Su Peng feigned a look of concern as if he had misplaced something, and retraced his steps back to the vicinity of the gaming pod. He scrutinized the area meticulously, even moving the pod slightly, until he finally spotted his room key within the pod's interior. After retrieving it, he exited and returned to his room. Once inside, Su Peng sat at his desk, appearing to browse the web while his mind filtered through the information he had just gathered. The gaming pod was fixed within the room. Unless large cutting tools were employed, it could not be moved from the machine room. He had observed the pod and detected that it was constructed from high-strength materials, with surprisingly light internal components, suggesting that not all parts were critical. Currently, it was uncertain whether the pod's interior was an indivisible entity or had a different configuration, yet he instinctively felt that the key components were likely small in size. He contemplated the possibility that the gaming pod itself might be a mere faade, with the actual gaming components concealed elsewhere. Such a possibility warranted careful documentation. As Su Peng's mind continued to analyze the information he had acquired in various potential scenarios. He noted several key points before finally closing the webpage and retiring to bed. A night of silence ensued. The following day, Su Peng rose from his slumber. Having slept only an hour the previous day, he spent the remainder of the time recalling knowledge gleaned from the game, which boasted an extraordinary level of realism. Skills learned within the game might prove useful in reality. After getting up, he made his way to the dining hall, where he spotted Ji Ming and Sun Shijia still present, and approached them. Su Gu, I heard you worked overtime all day yesterday? Sun Shijia remarked to Su Peng. Su Peng nodded, explaining that although it was a day off, he had been unable to leave due to a task requiring his attention. Su Gu, it seems you found quite an intriguing task. Sun Shijia continued, I've come to realize a pattern. The more complex and difficult a task, the greater the rewards. You've been at this task for quite some time. The rewards must be substantial. Ha ha, trying to pry secrets from me? Su Peng chuckled in response, it's not a grand task. I joined the intelligence division of the Black Water Army, known as the Black Wolf Ear, and I have a tracking assignment that must be maintained over the next few days. Su Peng's words were a mix of truth and deception. He had indeed received a task from Black Wolf Ear, yet what he was currently engaged in had no bearing on the interests of the Blackwater Army. Although Sun Shijia had collaborated with Su Peng on several tasks, trust was still an issue. Su Peng wished to keep the existence of Zixia sect a secret as a strategic advantage. I see. Well, Su Gu, best of luck. I was just chatting with Ji Gu. He has joined the cavalry division of the Blackwater Army, Sun Shijia informed Su Peng. Upon hearing this, Su Peng glanced at Ji Ming, who nodded in affirmation, stating, in about a week, I should be able to learn the inner workings of the military. Excellent. Su Peng exclaimed in delight, turning to Sun Shijia, and you? Hee hee. Next week, I should also join the gun cavalry division. And by the end of the month, I should be able to learn the military's internal techniques, Sun Shijia replied. Su Peng nodded, encouraging, let us all work hard together. After finishing their meal, Su Peng planned to observe Du Gushang's sword practice a bit earlier today. So he bid farewell to the two and made his way to the machine room. Logging into the game, Su Peng once again found himself before Du Gushang's wooden pavilion, watching the master practice his swordsmanship. You've arrived. You should be able to see today's swordplay as well. Pay close attention. Du Gushang acknowledged Su Peng with a nod. Su Peng ascended the large blue stone he had sat upon the previous day, continuing to watch Du Gushang's training. Today, Su Peng noted that Du Gushang had switched to a slightly longer sword, which was 1/3 shorter and thinner than a typical sword. The aura emanating from Du Gushang while wielding this sword felt markedly different from yesterday. If yesterday's Du Gushang exuded a rich essence akin to fine wine, today's presence was sharp and chilling, evoking a sense of trepidation. Du Gushang executed an initial stance before beginning to dance with the sword. As Su Peng observed, he gradually began to feel something profound. If yesterday's swordplay had enraptured him in an intoxicating trance, today, Du Gushang's swordsmanship sent shivers down his spine. Su Peng found himself at a loss to articulate the intricacies of this sword technique. However, each time he experienced a moment of mundane perception, it seemed as if Du Gushang could intuit his thoughts, executing a breathtaking strike that sent shivers down his spine. This single sword stroke shattered the previous day's tranquil sensation, which had flowed like a gentle stream, resembling a narrative delicately woven with words. Instead, what he encountered was a chilling and perilous display, akin to towering cliffs and heart-stopping thrills, evoking the feeling of watching an intensely suspenseful blockbuster that ignited an adrenaline rush. Such was Su Peng's state. Not long after, he felt his spirit once again ensnared by Du Gushang's sword intent. The most thrilling moments of Du Gushang's technique. His body seemed to yearn for action, perpetually on edge, as if a taut nerve was poised to snap at any moment. As he observed the swordplay, Su Peng gritted his teeth, feeling as if the opponent could manipulate his emotions. It was only when he regained his senses that he realized the sun had already begun its descent, marking the passage of yet another day. At this moment, Su Peng, drenched in the tension of observing the swordplay, found himself sweating slightly, his body stiff with strain, utterly fatigued, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, still reeling from aches and pains. "Can I keep up?" Just then, Du Gushang's voice broke through his tension, liberating him from that overwhelming sensation. "Not bad." Su Peng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked that Du Gushang's swordplay was terrifying, capable of seizing control over one's spirit. However, upon glancing at his martial arts experience, he discovered that it had skyrocketed from over 600 to more than 1100. "If you can keep up, come and watch me practice tomorrow," Du Gushang said, before adding, "I'm off to wash up. Wait for me in the dining hall." Su Peng nodded weakly, his mind still swirling with the sharp and perilous moves of Du Gushang. Each technique like a sudden peak that refused to fade from his thoughts and a daze. Su Peng managed to eat a meal, but several times he lost focus, brandishing his chopsticks as if they were Du Gushang's sword. Mimicking movements in the air, the members of the Zixia sect observed Su Peng's unusual demeanor, but none spoke a word, silently continuing their meal. Thus, Su Peng, lost in thought, disembarked from the machine, his mind still filled with Du Gushang's techniques. Drowsily, he returned to his room, lay on his bed, and closed his eyes, yet sleep eluded him, his mind consumed by visions of Du Gushang wielding his sword. The night passed, and Su Peng managed to sleep for just an hour. The next day, in a daze, he ate breakfast, yet felt an insatiable craving, as if addicted, to seek out Du Gushang and watch him practice swordplay again. On this day, as Su Peng ascended the bluestone, he noticed that Du Gushang wielded a sword that was a third longer and wider than an ordinary longsword. "Today marks a threshold. Let us see your will," Du Gushang proclaimed, and without delay, began to dance with his sword. Su Peng watched, entranced, as Du Gushang's technique unfolded, resembling tumultuous waves of the ocean, grand and overwhelming, exerting pressure upon him. Gradually, Su Peng sensed that Du Gushang's swordplay seemed to conjure a vast sea. Crashing towards him, in a moment of distraction, he felt the illusory wave of swordplay rush towards him, causing him to stumble, nearly toppling off the bluestone. Yet he discovered that Du Gushang was still several yards away. "Is my skill truly so lacking that I cannot withstand even the intent of his swordplay?" A fleeting sense of despair flickered in Su Peng's heart. "Can you still watch?" Du Gushang inquired. Su Peng instinctively opened his mouth to shake his head, but suddenly, a spark of clarity ignited in his mind. "I understand now." In that fleeting moment, an epiphany dawned upon Su Peng. His second senior brother's swordplay was not merely for his own practice. It was intended for him. The second senior brother was employing a unique technique to impart his sword moves and intent to Su Peng. The profound sword intent from the previous day had merely laid the foundation, or perhaps served as a hypnotic guide to help him align with that sword intent. Thus, yesterday's session was simply a trial, embedding that sword intent in his mind, akin to a deepening state of hypnosis. That was why he had said, "You can still keep up," and today, it seemed to be a serious test. The essence of his sword intent lay concealed within his techniques. If he remained passive, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by Du Gushang's sword intent. If he could not withstand today, he would be barred from observing the swordplay tomorrow, and his assessment would come to an end, leaving him with no choice but to learn mediocre sword moves. To master the techniques of his senior brother, he must surmount this challenge. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate trial set before him. To endure today, he needed to actively engage with the sword moves, countering Du Gushang's sword intent. His own techniques were woefully inadequate, which was why Du Gushang had taken 2 days to establish a foundation. Now, he needed to harness the sword intent and techniques from the past 2 days to break through today's challenge. In an instant, Su Peng felt a surge of clarity wash over him, as if an entire realm of understanding had opened up within his mind. His consciousness was no longer muddled. It sharpened, bringing forth the sword techniques from the previous 2 days, as if they were cinematic scenes replaying in his thoughts. He focused intently, summoning his utmost concentration, and within his mind, began to wield the sword moves in opposition to Du Gushang's sword intent today. Indeed, as he undertook this endeavor, it felt as though he had transformed from a mere target to someone capable of resistance. In the depths of his consciousness, a heart sword gradually took shape, engaging in combat with Du Gushang. Before the wooden pavilion, Du Gushang appeared to dance effortlessly, executing his sword techniques with grace. While Su Peng, seated upon the blue stone, remained utterly focused, every muscle taut as he scrutinized Du Gushang's moves. Gradually, Su Peng began to find his rhythm. His spirit seemed to meld with the vast ocean of sword intent emanating from Du Gushang. At times executing techniques that were peculiar and at others, flowing seamlessly like a narrative. Occasionally, he even managed to emulate Du Gushang's current sword techniques, channeling the momentum of the ocean. Thus, Su Peng engaged in a day-long duel of sword techniques within the recesses of his mind against Du Gushang. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Du Gushang gradually ceased his practice, glancing at Su Peng, who was wide-eyed, drenched as if he had just emerged from a body of water, his clothes soaked through with perspiration. "I am off to wash up. If you still have the energy, come back tomorrow," Du Gushang stated, appearing no more fatigued than the day before. In contrast, Su Peng felt utterly exhausted, as if he could hardly move. Laboriously climbing down from the blue stone, every nerve in his body aflame with pain. This was indeed more exhausting than engaging in a fierce battle. Su Peng lamented, his drenched body protesting as he trudged to the mountain spring for a brief wash. Inadvertently glancing at his martial arts experience, the sight startled him. His experience had surged from over 1,100 to more than 2,400. So much? He mused, yet it made sense. Even though his body could not yet perform those techniques, the intricate sword moves had etched themselves into his consciousness, leaving him with the impression that they were beyond his own capacity to conceive. With the resolve to withstand the pressure, he vowed to return tomorrow. Upon logging out of the game, Su Peng realized he was drenched in sweat in reality as well, his clothes nearly soaked through. The mental strain had been overwhelming, he thought, feeling slightly dizzy as he stumbled while walking. He barely managed to grab a bite in the dining hall before returning to his room, his mind still swirling with Du Gushang's sword techniques. The next day, as soon as he resumed the practice, he sought out Du Gushang once more to observe his swordplay. However, today, he noticed that Chen Shizhan and Zhong Lingxiu were also present. "Senior brothers and sisters, why are you here?" Su Peng inquired. "Isn't it obvious? We're concerned about you," Zhong Lingxiu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Peng. "Haven't you noticed? You've lost quite a bit of weight, Dado." "Really?" Su Peng replied, touching his face and indeed noticing a significant reduction in his cheek fullness. "And no matter what, even if I become a skeleton, I want to see senior brother Du Gu practice a full set of sword techniques," he thought. Zhong Lingxiu seemed ready to respond but was pulled back by Chen Shizhan, who shook his head inside. At this point, discussing it is futile. "Have you forgotten how our second senior brother was back in the day?" Upon hearing Chen Shizhan's words, Zhong Lingxiu fell silent for a moment, then looked at Su Peng and said, "Take care of yourself." Su Peng nodded, warmth surging within him, before climbing back onto the blue stone. He turned his gaze towards Du Gushang, who today wielded two swords. One was as short as a fish-gutting knife, while the other was a third longer than yesterday's longsword. "Once you're ready, we shall begin. Gauge your own strength, and if need be, close your eyes," Du Gushang's deep voice instructed. Su Peng nodded. Gathering his focus, Du Gushang commenced his sword dance, and Su Peng gradually immersed himself in the experience. Astonished to discover that today's sword techniques were distinctly different from the previous days, a few days ago, Du Gushang's swordsmanship merely plunged Su Peng into a state of distraction or induced illusions. However, today's swordplay stirred Su Peng's emotions with every strike. As Su Peng gazed at the dual swords held by Du Gushang, it was as if he were witnessing the narrators of two stories, perpetually recounting tales that, though abstract, vividly etched scenes and sentiments directly into Su Peng's consciousness. Frenzy, rage, sorrow, ecstasy, heartbreak, horror, bliss, grief, anguish, depression, indignation, trepidation. Each emotion was conveyed with startling clarity. Never before had Su Peng experienced such a multitude of feelings in such a brief span. He forced himself to respond to Dugu Shang's sword techniques while simultaneously grappling with his own tumultuous emotions, the complexity of which defied articulation. At last, this long yet fleeting day came to an end. Su Peng appeared somewhat dazed and was roused from his stupor by Zhong Lingxiu's gentle tea. Su Peng, you were quite frightening today. Your face displayed a myriad of expressions. You seemed tormented and raged, as if you might harm someone. Yet I feared you might take your own life, Zhong Lingxiu remarked. Su Peng, still somewhat bewildered, nodded mechanically and replied, I need to wash up with that. He stumbled away from the wooden pavilion. Observing Su Peng's disoriented state, Zhong Lingxiu gritted her teeth and turned to Dugu Shang, saying, Second senior brother. P.S. on the verge of madness. Why make him watch you practice swordsmanship? His potential is not limited to this. Dugu Shang shook his head, his voice as calm as a still pond. Without pressure, he cannot unlock his fullest potential. Third senior brother. If second senior brother insists, why not advise him? Zhong Lingxiu turned to Qin Qizhen. Yet, Qin Qizhen simply shook his head and replied, in the past, both the first and second senior brothers endured similar trials. You are all mad, insane, Zhong Lingxiu exclaimed, before turning on her heel and running away. When Su Peng disconnected, he wandered mindlessly into the dining hall, where Sun Shijia and Ji Ming were still present. They greeted him, and he responded absent-mindedly, beginning to eat. After a while, he realized someone was speaking to him. Su Gu, you've finally come back to yourself. What happened? You look gaunt, and while eating, your expression shifted from tears to laughter. I thought you were bewitched. Something like that, Su Peng replied, momentarily lost, as if ensnared in Dugu Shang's sword intent. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he declared, Perhaps I haven't slept well these past couple of days. I'm going to rest. With that, he stumbled out of the dining hall, nearly colliding with two individuals. That night, Su Peng lay in bed, unable to sleep, as Dugu Shang's sword intent replayed endlessly in his mind. I must return. Around 1 a.m, a powerful desire ignited within him. With that thought, Su Peng rose and made his way to the machine room. Since he mentioned he needed to undertake a task, Lei Ming unlocked the machine room, allowing Su Peng access with just his keycard. He staggered into the room, activated the machine, and lay down to log into the game. Upon entering, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Not only was it late at night, but it seemed to be heavy with ominous clouds. Threatening to descend, Su Peng rushed to the wooden pavilion, and upon arrival, he discovered Dugu Shang standing beneath it, shouldering the heavy iron sword he had first seen Dugu Shang wield. I have waited here for you for quite some time. If you do not arrive tonight, you shall not be deemed a worthy swordsman, nor shall you qualify for the Zixia sect. Dugu Shang's deep voice resonated. As he spoke, he removed the heavy iron sword from his back. The previous days were but child's play. Today, I will unleash my full prowess, and you will find it impossible to restrain yourself. Be prepared to receive this. Dugu Shang flicked his wrist, casting a normal steel longsword at Su Peng's feet. Su Peng picked up the iron sword, a premonition dawning upon him as he regarded Dugu Shang. Holding the heavy iron sword, Dugu Shang declared, If you wish to move, then move. I shall commence. With that, he began to wield his sword. The moment Dugu Shang executed his first strike, Su Peng sensed an unmistakable difference. It was a profound despair, an utter hopelessness. Previously, Dugu Shang's swordplay had, whether intentionally or not, blurred the line between Su Peng's role as a recipient of Dugu Shang's sword intent and that of an interpreter. However, now, Su Peng had become a complete and utter recipient of Dugu Shang's sword intent. Despair, absolute despair. As Dugu Shang wielded the iron sword, to Su Peng, he appeared as a demon, a sword demon with no regard for his life. The sword demon, an overwhelming suppression rendered him breathless and immobile. Left to be ravaged by the sword intent, the myriad emotions from earlier surged back to engulf Su Peng. He felt as though his rational mind was on the brink of drowning. No, it had already been submerged. Su Peng sensed his body slipping out of control, moving erratically, executing sword moves that, despite his internal power being inaccessible, flowed into his consciousness like a torrent. Yet, this was entirely devoid of rational control. Su Peng's body moved of its own accord, wildly thrashing about. He had become a machine of the sword, with every intention focused on escaping Dugu Shang's sword intent, which loomed like an endless abyss of a demonic force. Yet, even in his madness, could Su Peng truly escape that sword intent? Boom! A thunderclap echoed from the heavens, and rain began to pour down. Chapter 42. A sword arises from the sea of the heart. The sky remained engulfed in ominous clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously, unleashing a relentless downpour. Why now? It was likely around noon, and the rain showed no signs of relenting. Before the wooden pavilion on Zixia Mountain, Zhong Lingxiu held an oiled umbrella, her expression fraught with concern as she gazed at the clearing before the pavilion. There stood a figure, amidst the rain, wielding a steel longsword, gritting his teeth, occasionally roaring, and fighting against the downpour. Beside Zhong Lingxiu stood Qin Shizhen, Du Gushang, and the eldest brother Su Daoqi, all observing the swordsman in the rain. That swordsman was none other than Su Peng, second senior brother. Su Peng has been practicing for nearly half the day. If this continues, he will exhaust himself and fall seriously ill. Is this truly acceptable? Zhong Lingxiu, unable to bear the sight of Su Peng tirelessly wielding his sword, inquired of Du Gushang. Du Gushang stood resolutely in the rain, shielded from the downpour by a powerful aura that deflected raindrops a foot away, as if he were beneath an invisible umbrella. He shook his head and replied, "He has succumbed to the delusions of his inner demons. He will not cease until he is utterly spent. Within this realm of inner demons, all he can perceive is my shadow and my sword. Should you attempt to intervene, he would mistake you for me and strike you down. Eldest brother, is this truly without consequences?" Qin Shizhen, who bore a rainproof cloak reminiscent of Ning Caichen's from a Chinese ghost story, expressed his concerns as he gazed anxiously at his senior brother. Su Daoqi appeared to stand effortlessly in the rain, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the raindrops cascading down his form slid away as though repelled by an invisible membrane. Leaving him entirely dry, he tilted his head back, taking a swig from his purple gourd, and said, "The second junior brother has sown the seeds of swordsmanship in his heart, and has now drawn forth his inner demons with sword intent. It is time to test his will, comprehension, and spirit. If his understanding and spirit are sufficient, he may achieve enlightenment. If not, then he shall succumb to darkness, become a Buddha, a demon, or even a ghost rests solely upon his own thoughts." Upon hearing this, Qin Shizhen furrowed his brow, turning his gaze back to Su Peng in the arena. At that moment, Su Peng had lost all sense of time. Before him lingered only the specter of Du Gushang. Even the shadow of Du Gushang had grown indistinct. In Su Peng's eyes, he faced a sword demon wielding a colossal sword, brimming with murderous intent, and he was locked in a duel with this sword demon. Su Peng poured every ounce of his focus into executing his sword techniques, yet the sword intent of Du Gushang, reminiscent of a demonic figure, was utterly overwhelming, instilling a sense of insurmountable dread within him. Each of his moves appeared to be anticipated and effortlessly countered, whether it was the dignified swordplay from the first day, the unpredictable techniques from the second day, the relentless momentum of the third day's swordsmanship, or the emotional sword techniques observed on the fourth day. None offered any hope of victory. Du Gushang's shadow wielded the despair-inducing heavy sword, akin to a towering mountain, pressing down on Su Peng's spirit. Much like the king of hell, trapping him in an abyss from which he could not escape. "I refuse to accept this," Su Peng roared, his sword intent sharpening further. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingxiu and the others noticed the transformation in Su Peng. They observed him gradually slowing his frantic movements, each action becoming deliberate and almost in slow motion. Yet the intensity of his demeanor appeared to amplify exponentially. This young man's comprehension is indeed remarkable. He has entered a pseudo-microcosmic state under pressure, Su Daoqi remarked with a hint of surprise as he watched Su Peng. Du Gushang nodded slightly. As someone who has traversed this path, he understood that at this moment, Su Peng's awareness of the sword intent had transcended his physical form, and to a certain extent, even the constraints of time and the realm of reality, his movements appeared to be languid, yet within Su Peng's inner world, they were remarkably fluid and swift. This stark contrast was merely a reaction to the dissonance of time perception, a consequence of consciousness being deeply suppressed. In terms of modern psychology, Su Peng's awareness had partially been relegated to the subconscious. Thus, a conflict arose between the temporal reality and the temporal awareness, leading to various anomalies. Before long, Su Peng's movements began to slow, as if time itself had been stretched to an extraordinary degree. Within his consciousness, Su Peng and Dugu Shang's shadows were locked in a fierce battle. Su Peng felt the overwhelming despair emanating from Dugu Shang's sword and tint. Yet, teetering on the brink of hopelessness, he perceived a glimmer of hope, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the oppressive black clouds that loomed overhead. With every ounce of his being, Su Peng strived to grasp this fleeting light, only to find that the closer he drew to it, the denser the clouds of despair became, swirling like an angry sea, as though they sought to engulf him in their depths of misery. Thus, he felt increasingly suffocated by Dugu Shang's shadowy sword and tint, yet he was tantalizingly close to seizing that flicker of sunlight. Would he truly succumb to despair before he could grasp this hope? Su Peng noticed his breaths growing heavier, his thoughts increasingly burdened, the air within his mouth and nostrils nearly suffocating. Before the wooden pavilion, Zhong Lingxiu and the others observed as Su Peng's movements transformed from excruciatingly slow to a frozen pose. Resembling a statue, utterly still that it was the final moment. Qin Qizhen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed upon Su Peng. At that instant, the rain seemed to intensify dramatically. Meanwhile, Su Daoqi, who had been drinking, suddenly shouted with a grave countenance, "A sword arises from the heart's sea, striking both others and myself." Boom! At that moment, the sky erupted with a deafening clap of thunder. His proclamation, accompanied by the thunderous roar, resonated in Su Peng's ears with a startling clarity. Deep within his consciousness, Su Peng suddenly perceived the sound of thunder, Su Daoqi's words echoing beside him, igniting a spark of awareness within him. The oppressive clouds of despair conjured by Dugu Shang's sword and tint seemed to part momentarily, allowing a ray of sunlight to penetrate through. In a flash of insight, Su Peng's heart surged with clarity. A sword arises from the heart's sea, striking both others and myself. In that instant, enlightenment flooded Su Peng's consciousness. Just as he grasped this revelation, his intuition seized upon something profound. Amidst the battlefield of his awareness, a formidable sword energy surged forth, filling his consciousness with overwhelming might, sweeping away both Dugu Shang's sword and tint and his own. Boom! At that moment, a brilliant flash of white lightning illuminated the sky, and the seemingly immobile Su Peng in front of the wooden pavilion unleashed a strike that transcended his own capabilities. A sword light, resembling a bolt of lightning, erupted from Su Peng's hand. 3 ancient trees, standing 3 to 4 paces away, trembled simultaneously. Although they remained stationary, the life force within them had been severed by the extraordinary sword energy unleashed by Su Peng's unprecedented strike. Crack! Su Peng felt as though an invisible barrier had shattered before him, and his consciousness returned to the present. After executing that astonishing strike, he staggered a few steps, only to realize he was standing in the rain before the wooden pavilion, with Su Daoqi, Dugu Shang, Qin Qizhen, and Zhong Lingxiu all watching him intently. "Congratulations on overcoming your inner demons. From now on, you have gained another brother in the Zixia sect," Su Daoqi exclaimed, a smile breaking across his previously distracted expression. Even the usually stoic Dugu Shang revealed a hint of a smile. The rain gradually ceased. Strangely enough, as if the heavens had conspired, the clouds that had threatened to linger dissipated in the span of a mere tea break after Su Peng unleashed that extraordinary sword strike, revealing an exceptionally clear sky. Meanwhile, Su Peng regained his awareness. Congratulations to you, Su Peng. For now you are our little junior brother," Master Su Daoqi said to him. "Have I truly joined the Zixia sect?" Su Peng asked, still somewhat bewildered. "You have passed the entrance examination of the Zixia sect and are now an official disciple of our sect, little junior brother," Dugu Shang replied, reverting to his usual calm demeanor. He then added, "You should change your clothes and meet with the master, who will explain everything to you in detail." Feeling a sense of confusion, Su Peng nodded. However, this confusion was markedly different from the previous day. It was a refreshing bewilderment, as if his mental acuity had been significantly enhanced. After changing into fresh attire, Su Peng made his way to the main hall of the Zixia sect, seeking out Yun Daozi. "Please recount in detail the events that have transpired over the past few days, the more elaborate the better, including your own feelings," Yun Daozi, seemingly anticipating his arrival, instructed as he sat upon a cushion. Su Peng nodded, organizing his thoughts before narrating the experiences of the previous days, detailing the comfort of enlightenment he felt on the first day, the peculiarities of the second day, the mental resistance of the third day. The emotional confusion and suppression of the fourth day, the despair of the final day, and the circumstances surrounding his breakthrough, including the overwhelming sword intent that shattered Dugu Shang's oppressive influence and culminated in his astonishing strike in reality. I have come to understand the gist of it, Daozi remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. The martial arts of the Zixia sect are somewhat unique, differing from those of other sects. To cultivate the core techniques of the Zixia sect, one must first cultivate sword intent. Only through this can one proceed further. Sheng'er's initial demonstration of swordsmanship was to plant the seeds of swordsmanship within your consciousness using our sect's secret teachings, while simultaneously allowing you to comprehend the fundamental principles of orthodox sword techniques. The following day, he introduced you to the peculiarities of the strange sword intent, guiding you to grasp the counterintuitive sword techniques. The third day was dedicated to helping you understand sword momentum, and the fourth day employed the 7-emotion sword technique. The first 4 days were dedicated to planting various seeds of swordsmanship within your heart and nurturing them. On the last day, Sheng'er utilized his own sword intent to provoke your inner demons, allowing you to confront the emotional turmoil stirred by the previous day's 7-emotion sword technique. The purpose of this was to help you pierce through your inner demons and discover your true sword intent. The first 4 days of observation were meant to ground you, preventing you from becoming like a floating reed or a rootless tree. This foundation was both nourishment and pressure, and your success ultimately depends on your own understanding and determination. However, it is commendable that you have overcome your inner demons and have finally condensed a fragment of your own sword intent. With the condensation of sword intent, you are now officially a part of the Zixia sect. Becoming the youngest disciple of this generation, Yun Daozi explained to Su Peng. Though some aspects were not entirely clear, Su Peng grasped the essence of it. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Peng reverently bowed 3 times before Yun Daozi as a gesture of apprenticeship, then raised his head to ask, "Master, what would have happened if I had failed to vanquish my inner demons? If you had succeeded in slaying your inner demons, you would have condensed the seed of the sword goddess intent. Like your elder brother. However, if you were overcome by your inner demons, there are 2 possibilities. One is that you would transform into a demon, condensing the seed of the sword demon S intent. The other is a temporary loss of will, becoming a sword ghost." Yun Daozi elucidated to Su Peng. Sword ghost? Su Peng's expression turned one of astonishment. Indeed, since your inner demons have been drawn out, either your spiritual will and sword techniques would shine brilliantly in an instant, surpassing your inner demons and slaying them, elevating you beyond the ordinary, becoming the seed of the sword god. Or, you would entirely comprehend the sword intent of your inner demons, gradually realizing your sword intent mirrored that of the inner demon, leading to the realization that you have become the inner demon yourself. To slay this aspect of yourself is to become the sword demon, the seed of the sword demon. However, if you neither vanquish your inner demons nor master their sword techniques and intents, you will be slain by your inner demons, trapped within their grasp, becoming a mere puppet that knows only how to wield a sword. And that is the sword ghost. Yun Daozi clarified for Su Peng. In the Zixia sect, every official disciple must undergo trials. Your third senior brother and junior sister, each with their unique abilities, face different challenges than you. However, disciples who primarily focus on swordsmanship must all endure trials, with the first hurdle being the condensation of sword intent. Each individual must have their sword aperture opened by a senior brother using their own sword intent to comprehend sword intent before they can cultivate further. Daoqi's sword aperture was opened by me, while Sheng'er's was opened by Daoqi. Now, with your addition, you have been truly brought into the fold of our sect by your second senior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Peng immediately conjured 2 familiar faces in his mind and inquired, "Master, is it true that senior brother is the seed of the sword god, while second brother is the seed of the sword demon?" "Indeed," Yun Daozi affirmed. "Daoqi possesses extraordinary talent, a calm mind, and a powerful spirit. He transcended himself by vanquishing the inner demon I left for him, thus achieving the sword god seed. On the other hand, Sheng'er faced the inner demon left by Daoqi. Although he is ancient in wisdom and steady of character, akin to the earth itself, he could not transcend the task of defeating the inner demon left for him. However, his excellent comprehension allowed him to grasp the essence of the sword demon and conquer the small self, thus attaining the sword demon seed." Yun Daozi nodded. "Then, Master, in my final moment, a surge of overwhelming sword intent arose within my consciousness, severing both myself and the inner demon. What seed does that represent? Su Peng pressed further. Haha, although your situation is rather unique, it is not without precedent. What you have condensed is the seed of the divine demon. Whether it be the techniques and philosophies of the sword god or those of the sword demon, you are free to cultivate both, Yun Daozi explained with a smile, stroking his beard. Listening to these revelations, Su Peng's usually tranquil mind was suddenly stirred with a flicker of fantasy. Could it be that my aptitude surpasses that of both senior brothers? From your expression, it seems you may be overthinking. Yun Daozi chuckled. Allow me to clarify. There is no superiority or inferiority among the sword god seed, the sword demon seed, or the divine demon seed. They merely delineate certain paths of cultivation. The sword god seed emphasizes transcending worldly methods, mastering the sword with a free-spirited intent, while the sword demon seed seeks to express the true self through the inner sword intent, displaying a domineering and flamboyant nature. The divine demon seed encompasses both, yet does not surpass them. Regardless of whether one vanquishes the inner demon or the small self, the sword intent cultivated remains fundamentally the same. It is merely the fortune and disposition that dictate the path of cultivation. If one were to insist on a distinction, it would be that the divine demon seed offers a broader selection of techniques and philosophies before achieving great mastery. However, in practical combat, the efficacy of each path ultimately depends on the individual's specific training. Su Peng nodded, drawing from his background in psychology to comprehend Yun Daozi's words from a different perspective. The sword god seed is akin to the superego of a person, primarily focused on cultivating a transcendent spirit, morality, that surpasses the small self while suppressing primal instincts, thus unlocking one's potential through spiritual strength to wield the transcendent sword of the world. Conversely, the sword demon seed resembles the ego, primarily aimed at harnessing primal instincts, strengthening the use of potential, and severing the constraints of the small self to perceive the sword path with utmost sincerity, wielding an absolutely self-assertive sword. The divine demon seed, in contrast, clears the barriers of the small self, connecting with the superego above while developing innate potential below, embodying the sword of unity. Although it may seem that the divine demon seed is slightly more formidable, in truth, all three methods, when perfected, yield similar results. Having grasped these connections, Su Peng continued, Master, then, what if one neither vanquishes the inner demon nor the small self, becoming a sword ghost? What would that entail? Upon hearing this, Yun Daozi's face softened with a hint of compassion. If the small self cannot be severed and is instead subjugated by the inner demon, one inevitably becomes a slave to it. The severity of this condition depends on the depth of the cultivator's skill who left the inner demon behind. If that person's power is not profound, the sword ghost may exhibit erratic behavior for 3 to 5 months, wildly wielding the sword until exhausted, then resting to regain strength only to resume their frenzied movements. After 3 to 5 months, their sanity may return somewhat, and they could retain some of the techniques of the inner demon, possessing a fraction of its abilities, but they will forever be unable to surpass the one who left them the inner demon, developing extreme emotions such as admiration or fear towards that individual. Conversely, if the sword ghost is significantly weaker and the one who left the inner demon is exceptionally powerful, the sword ghost could become a mere puppet, executing the commands of the inner demon's master with complete fidelity. Su Peng fell silent, realizing how fortunate he had been to navigate this trial, yet pondering how many others lacked such luck. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Su Peng recalled another question, but before he could voice it, Yun Daozi, as if reading his mind, remarked, Our sect has never been populous, primarily due to the treacherous nature of the first trial, which deters many from taking on disciples. Additionally, we have a tradition stating that each generation of disciples must not exceed T and I. In my generation, there are only 7 of us, and in yours, counting you, there are merely 5. However, although our sect remains secluded, we often receive visitors. Those with sincere intentions have occasionally been accepted, but the vast majority fail to withstand the trial of the inner demon. Your senior brother alone has caused 2 sword ghosts to emerge, while your second brother has produced 3. Sword ghosts are considered members of our sect, albeit not formally recognized. Su Peng remained silent. Having not encountered a single sword ghost in recent days, it seemed this was the darker side of Zixia sect. Had he not been formally recognized, he would likely have remained oblivious to these truths. Well, I have addressed your uncertainties to some extent. For now, you may take your leave and rest. Later, I will observe your sword practice and assess your aptitude and comprehension, seeking an appropriate set of techniques and philosophies for you." Yun Daozi concluded. "Disciple obeys," Su Peng replied, nodding as he exited the dojo. Stepping outside, Su Peng gazed at the clear, azure sky, feeling as if he had been reborn. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to the wooden pavilion, intent on expressing his gratitude to senior brothers Su Daoqi and Dugu Shang. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he discovered Dugu Shang still practicing his swordplay, while the others had already dispersed. Acknowledging Su Peng's presence with a slight nod, Dugu Shang continued his slow-paced movements. Watching Dugu Shang's sword technique, Su Peng felt an overwhelming sense of elevation, as if he had transcended a great deal, no longer ensnared by the confines of sword intent. After completing a set of movements, Dugu Shang sheathed his sword and turned to Su Peng. "Master has likely shared everything he needed to with you," he remarked in a low tone, as Su Peng nodded, replying, "Thank you, senior brother, for opening the sword aperture for me. However, I still have a few lingering questions regarding the sword path that I wish to discuss with you." "Feel free to ask," Dugu Shang said, placing his sword back into its sheath. "Within our sect, one must open the sword aperture to condense sword intent. But what purpose does this sword intent serve?" Su Peng inquired. "Well, that's not easy to explain, but observe this," Dugu Shang replied, forming his fingers into a sword and thrusting towards Su Peng's forehead. Standing still, Su Peng allowed Dugu Shang's fingers to approach, stopping just an inch from his brow. "What do you feel?" Dugu Shang asked as Su Peng responded. "An ordinary sword intent aimed at piercing my forehead, penetrating 3 inches into my mind." "Exactly. You can perceive my sword intent, allowing you to speak of it casually. However, someone who has never trained in sword intent, such as an infant, would find that my earlier thrust could have claimed their life." "So formidable?" Su Peng exclaimed, his mouth agape. Dugu Shang clarified, "Indeed, for an infant's spirit lacks defenses. They possess only their true self and no small self to resist, nor any spiritual defenses. Although ordinary adults have a shell of self to resist, they have only a faint spirit and do not know how to actively summon it. A master of sword intent can execute an attack without any inner power, and while it may not be possible to kill, they can easily render an ordinary person a blank slate." "Truly impressive," Su Peng remarked, filled with admiration. "Second brother, do you consider yourself a master of sword intent?" "I am close to perfection, yet I still lack a fraction of completion," Dugu Shang replied. "And what of our senior brother?" Su Peng asked, recalling the unfathomable strength of Su Daoqi. "Senior brother has reached the pinnacle of sword intent. I sense he may have touched upon the edge of the sword soul realm." Dugu Shang replied. "Sword soul realm? Yes, after further condensing sword intent, one forms a sword soul. Each person's sword soul is unique, and only one can be formed. Senior brother likely reached the peak of sword intent a decade ago and has now begun to coalesce his sword soul." Dugu Shang added with a hint of reverence. "Sword soul realm? How formidable is that?" Su Peng inquired. Dugu Shang pondered briefly, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, when he suddenly pointed to 3 large trees. "Look at those 3 trees." Following Dugu Shang's gaze, Su Peng observed 3 towering trees, each requiring 3 or 4 people to encircle. However, they exuded a peculiar aura. "These trees, they appear completely lifeless," Su Peng exclaimed. Focusing intently, he realized that the upper portions of the trees, above about 1.5 meters, had entirely lost their vitality. Although they looked vibrant, they had been stripped of life from that height. And within 7 days, these 3 trees would undoubtedly become withered husks. At the moment when you vanquished your inner demons, you simultaneously unleashed a strike, a sword intent infused with your internal energy. With your cultivation level, you could sever the life force of a great tree several yards away completely, approaching the realm of minor perfection in sword intent, also known as the realm of the virtual sword. As for you, if you were to cultivate to the level of sword soul, it would be the preliminary stage of the substantial realm. With your profound cultivation, you could likely, as Dugu Shang spoke. He seemed to be calculating in his mind. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It would probably be sufficient to slice down a mountain peak of this size." Upon hearing this, Su Peng was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled a moment during the gathering of heroes at Wanxiao Mountain when someone had mentioned a certain individual who, in years past, had effortlessly sliced away. At that time, Su Peng had not fully grasped the latter part of the statement. Now he wondered if that person had indeed uttered the words mountain peak. If so, that would be truly astounding. No, it would be a mountain fortress, an absolute marvel. Yet, that was a decade ago. After a moment of contemplation, Supong asked, second senior brother, if you were to unleash a sword strike with all your might. The disparity in cultivation methods means that even if I were at a higher level, I would not be able to slice down a mountain peak. However, if I were to compete with the first senior brother with all my strength, I am confident I would not be defeated within 3 days. Dugu Sheng appeared to ponder seriously before responding. So you all calculate your duels in 3-day increments. Supong mused to himself, realizing the implications. Are there any realms beyond the Sword Soul? His curiosity piqued. He inquired further. There exists another realm known as the Sword God realm. However, I doubt my senior brother will attain it within 30 years. As for what lies beyond the Sword God, I am uncertain. Perhaps our master knows of any higher realms, Dugu Sheng replied. After a brief pause, he added, the realm of sword intent does not necessarily correlate with one's strength. You may possess great power yet lack in sword intent cultivation, or vice versa. However, if the sword intent is harmoniously integrated with one's strength, it can be quite formidable. Supong fell silent for a moment, processing the information Dugu Sheng had imparted. When he finally regained his composure, his first instinct was to ask, senior brother, did you just say that the sword strike I executed to vanquish my inner demons has already reached the minor perfection in sword intent? Does that not render me invincible among ordinary swordsmen? In battle, if I were to sever their life force with a single stroke, they would not even comprehend their demise. Ah, you are still far from it. During the moment of overcoming their inner demons, most formal disciples of the Zixia sect will unleash a strike that surpasses their own sword intent realm significantly. From this strike, one can generally gauge a person's potential. However, to replicate such a strike thereafter requires slow cultivation and a stroke of luck, Dugu Sheng elucidated. Oh. Supong nodded, reflecting inwardly, I knew it wasn't as simple as merely leveling up. Yet, he soon recalled another matter and asked Du Sheng, second senior brother, what realms did you and the first senior brother attain when you broke through? Dugu Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for some time before finally relaxing. As Suping's curiosity surged. Dugu Sheng remarked, to preserve your confidence in swordsmanship, I shall refrain from disclosing that information. Chapter 44. The Half-Style Sword Technique. Upon hearing Dugu Sheng's words, Supong couldn't help but inwardly grumble, your statement not only deflates my spirits but also leaves my curiosity unsatisfied. Just as he was about to pose another question, he noticed Dugu Sheng suddenly stand upright and bow respectfully behind Supong, exclaiming, Master. Turning around, Supong saw Yun Daozi had approached them unnoticed. He promptly returned the gesture of respect, and Yun Daozi waved his hand, saying, Supong, your stamina should have recovered somewhat. Shenger, provide your junior disciple with an ordinary long sword, so he may demonstrate his sword techniques. Dugu Sheng nodded and rummaged through the sword pouch, producing a standard long sword and presenting it to Supong. Receiving the sword, Supong listened as Yun Daozi instructed, feel free to demonstrate your sword techniques, focusing on natural fluidity and comfort in your movements. After hearing Yun Daozi's guidance, Supong nodded, grasped the iron sword, and began to perform his swordplay. Much of what he executed stemmed from the techniques Dugu Sheng had demonstrated a few days prior. Supong gradually revealed these techniques, albeit at a measured pace. After observing for a while, Yun Daozi nodded slightly and said, now, imagine that your second senior brother is your opponent and proceed with the practice. Supong nodded, recalling the sword techniques Dugu Sheng had employed on the 5th day. Instantly, he felt a surge of pressure, causing his movements to slow as he pondered. Yun Daozi stood before him, watching Supong dance with the sword for over half an hour. All right, you may stop now, Yun Daozi finally declared. Supong ceased his swordplay, having broken a sweat in that half hour. Yun Daozi stepped forward, saying, I now have a general understanding of your swordsmanship aptitude. After a brief pause, he continued, observing your swordplay, I noticed that whenever you encounter a formidable adversary, your approach with the sword tends to align with your opponent's technique, striving to gradually secure an unassailable position before meticulously seeking out their weaknesses. This reflects a principle of first yielding, then countering, first establishing, then breaking. This may correlate with your inherent personality traits. Listening to Yun Daozi, Su Peng nodded slightly, acknowledging that his swordplay indeed exhibited such tendencies, contrasting markedly with Du Gushang's approach. Du Gushang's swordsmanship exuded a commanding force, shattering any technique employed by his opponents, embodying the essence of overwhelming strength. Yet not merely brute force, there was cleverness interwoven with a certain primal simplicity, aptly described as great skill appearing unrefined, great wisdom seeming foolish. This style of swordplay likely stemmed from one's innate character. "Master, is there a particular sword technique that suits my style?" Su Peng inquired of Yun Daozi. Yun Daozi affirmed, stating, "The Zixia sect has existed for over a millennium, with countless extraordinary predecessors whose martial arts have been passed down through generations. Given your character and swordplay, there exists a technique that is particularly well suited for you, Dado." "What technique might that be?" Su Peng asked eagerly. Yun Daozi did not respond directly but instructed, "Hand me the sword." At Yun Daozi's command, Su Peng extended his hand, and before he could throw it, the sword seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, flying into Yun Daozi's grasp. Holding the steel sword, Yun Daozi performed a preparatory stance and began to gracefully execute the sword technique. As Su Peng observed this technique, having already comprehended sword intent, he unexpectedly found himself drawn into a state of mental engagement, captivated by Yun Daozi's swordplay. 10 years of honing the sword may seem ordinary, yet it blends seamlessly with the dust of existence. Who has ever witnessed the heart of a swordsman? The frost blade has yet to be tested. The true path suddenly illuminates the mind. The tiger roars and the dragon sings in a radiant world, subduing all malevolence and sweeping the net clean, capturing the remnants of treachery beneath the celestial net. As Yun Daozi chanted the sword's incantation while dancing with the sword, Su Peng felt a surge of information flooding his consciousness, his hands and body beginning to stir with energy. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, Yun Daozi finally completed the set of sword techniques. Assuming a still posture with the sword held firmly. "What have you comprehended, Su Peng?" Yun Daozi inquired, observing him intently. Su Peng reflected for a moment before responding, "From my perspective, this set of sword techniques appears rather ordinary at first glance, even somewhat mediocre. However, viewed through the lens of sword intent, there lies an exceptionally profound sword principle within. The techniques may seem rudimentary, yet they encompass myriad transformations, seemingly harboring a life force that lies dormant," suggesting that the greater the pressure from the opponent's sword techniques, the more potential this set of techniques can unveil. "Indeed, a teachable mind," Yun Daozi remarked with a smile, nodding approvingly. "This set of sword techniques was created approximately 700 years ago by a senior of our sect. This predecessor was known for their calm demeanor and reluctance to compete, shunning the humiliation of others. Yet, their martial prowess was unparalleled, rendering them nearly invincible in their time. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. During that period, due to sect affairs, they were compelled to engage in battles. Acknowledging that the sect's martial arts were overly domineering, they felt a sense of guilt for winning at the expense of others' dignity. After a decade of undefeated combat, they developed this technique, which preserves the dignity of others while remaining nearly invincible. This technique was originally nameless, but later practitioners whimsically dubbed it the half-style sword technique, as it was characterized by the ability to achieve a meager victory, just a strike or two, against any opponent, regardless of their skill level. Observing your swordplay, which first yields and then counters, establishes and then breaks, aligns perfectly with this half-style sword technique. Thus, I shall impart this technique to you as your primary sword style," Yun Daozi declared. Su Peng listened, feeling somewhat speechless. This martial art, while seemingly lacking strength, appeared rather plain, as if it could barely secure a victory over even the most basic techniques. Yet, to dismiss it would be unwise. According to Master, the predecessor who created this technique was a master who had won battles effortlessly, to the point of feeling weary of victory. Moreover, had not Master mentioned that even superlative techniques could be countered by this half-style sword technique? Thus, this technique truly straddles the line between the extraordinarily powerful and the seemingly mundane. Ultimately, what is suitable is indeed the best. Su Peng contemplated for a moment, and then addressed Yun Daozi, saying, "Master, please impart to me the essence of this sword technique." Upon hearing this, Yun Daozi nodded, stroked his beard, and replied. Within the span of an afternoon hour, Su Peng had mastered the half-style sword technique. The swordsmanship of the Zixia sect always begins with the cultivation of sword intent, and having already grasped the foundational sword intent. Yun Daozi swiftly transmitted the essence of the half-style sword technique to Su Peng. Afterward, Yun Daozi returned to the dojo, instructing Su Peng to practice the sword technique thoroughly before visiting him again for the transmission of an internal cultivation method. After an hour of learning, Su Peng had indeed mastered the half-style sword technique. Seizing a moment of solitude, he examined his skills and attributes. To his astonishment, Su Peng discovered that his martial arts experience had surged past 9,700, nearly reaching the 10,000 mark, following his conquest of inner demons. Furthermore, both his comprehension and perception had also seen slight increases. Su Peng was acutely aware that the foundational attributes of comprehension and perception were amongst the most challenging to enhance. Yet by a stroke of fortune, they had now improved. He also realized that he had practiced the first level of the half-style sword technique, revealing to him that this technique was, in fact, of dark gold grade. Moreover, the description of its martial prowess was astonishing. The half-style sword technique could gradually absorb the attacking pressure conveyed by the opponent's sword technique, converting it into one's own lethal strikes. Excelling in sword defense and adaptability. It could sense the opponent's sword technique's power, returning a percentage of the inflicted damage. At the first level, the half-style sword technique could absorb 75% of the opponent's sword or weapon attack power multiplied by the opponent's martial arts level parameters. After an hour of combat, the stored lethal strike would return an amount equivalent to the opponent's total attacks within half an hour, multiplied by their martial arts level parameters, plus a 105 damage output. The lethal strike had a 35% chance of incapacitating the opponent's ability to attack. With each advancement through the first 5 levels, the absorption of attack power increased by 5%. The charging time for the lethal strike was shortened by 5 minutes, and the chance of incapacitating the opponent's ability to attack increased by 5%. This was indeed formidable. As Su Peng perused the description of the half-style sword technique, he felt a surge of excitement: damage absorption, damage return, and guaranteed lethal strikes. Overall, it was potent, yet not excessively so. However, the necessity of an hour's charge for the lethal strike during combat was somewhat disheartening. Su Peng mused. After engaging in the game for such a duration, Su Peng had developed an understanding of the data presented within it. The so-called data parameters merely provided a mathematical reference, while actual execution could vary due to numerous factors. "Junior brother, you should head to master now. Do not keep him waiting," said Du Gusheng to Su Peng at that moment. Su Peng nodded, returning the iron sword to Du Gusheng before making his way to the dojo. Upon entering the dojo, Su Peng approached Yun Daozi, who was seated before a cushion where 2 books lay before him. "You arrived just in time. One is a body technique, and the other is a cultivation method, both of which are quite suitable for you," Yun Daozi remarked to Su Peng. Su Peng nodded, gazing at the 2 tomes, one of which bore the title Lava Mirror Lake Heart Method, while the other was inscribed with the remarkable words Shenxing by Bien. Shenxing by Bien? Is it the lightness skill practiced by Lord Wei? Su Peng pondered, his heart stirred. Yun Daozi then continued, "When I transmitted the half-style sword technique to you earlier, I contemplated which internal cultivation method and body technique would complement it best. After much deliberation, I concluded that these 2 tomes would suit you best. The Lava Mirror Lake Heart Method is a legacy passed down from a predecessor who once secluded himself beneath a dormant volcano for 30 years. There lies a natural lake at the volcano's crater, its surface as calm as a mirror, undisturbed by wind. This predecessor relished the hot springs there, but one day, while indulging, the earth tremored violently. He hastily fled the perilous area, only to turn back halfway and witness the dormant volcano erupting, a fiery column of ash and smoke engulfing the sky. He escaped for a day and a night before finally breaking free from the disaster. Upon returning to the sect, inspired by the celestial energy of the volcanic region, he unexpectedly crafted the Lava Mirror Lake Heart Method after reflecting on the lake's tranquility during his 30 years on the brink of life and death. This method cultivates a state of mind as serene as the lake's surface when still, yet when unleashed, it erupts with the unstoppable force of a volcano, perfectly complementing your half-style sword technique in stillness. It allows you to observe the opponent's sword technique, while in eruption, it can subdue them. As for the Shenxing by Bien body technique, it was discovered by one of my senior uncles 60 years ago within an ancient tomb. This technique was inscribed on seemingly indestructible gold leaf, and my uncle transcribed a copy to bring back. It is characterized by its remarkable agility and adaptability, hence its name. Xinxing by Bien shall now impart both this body technique and the lava mirror lake heart method to you. As Yun Daozi spoke, he lifted the 2 tomes, and Su Peng eagerly extended his hands to receive them. Thank you, Master, for imparting these teachings, Su Peng said, bowing once more to Yun Daozi. As you are now part of our sect, it is only fitting that you receive these. There is one more matter. During dinner, I will make an announcement, so be sure to attend and do not miss it. Su Peng nodded, stowing the 2 tomes before taking his leave of Yun Daozi. Upon exiting the dojo, Su Peng could hardly contain his excitement as he delved into the study of the 2 tomes. These tomes had certain prerequisites. The lava mirror lake required a comprehension of 11, a root bone of 10, and a perception of 11. The Xinxing by Bien necessitated a comprehension of 10, root bone of 10, an agility of 9, and a perception of 12. Su Peng surpassed these attributes and could begin learning immediately. After studying both tomes, they disintegrated into fine ash and vanished, with 2 new cultivation skills now present in Su Peng's skill menu. The lava mirror lake heart method emphasized depth, explosive power, and clarity of mind. Currently at the 1st level, it possessed an internal energy value of 165, with effects divided into 2 parts. The mirror lake effect, which enhanced reaction speed by 15%, the speed of technique execution by 15%, and natural internal energy recovery by 0.5 per minute. The lava effect increased explosive power by 25%, granted a masculine attribute bonus, and could dissolve toxic internal energies. When cultivated to a high level, it could even melt steel, enhancing the maximum internal energy infusion effect by 15 points. The complete method featured a unique effect. It could accumulate explosive internal energy, allowing the 1st level of the lava mirror lake internal method to accumulate an additional 15 points of internal energy each day, which could not be utilized under normal circumstances, with a maximum accumulation of 30 days. Only when using the special skill eruption could the stored internal energy be unleashed, resulting in a 1.5 times internal energy effect attack. This explosive skill could not be activated twice within a 10-day span. With each advancement from levels 1 to 3, an increase of 35 points of internal energy, 5% in reaction speed, 5% in execution speed, an additional 0.2 internal energy recovery per minute, and 5% explosive power were granted, along with an extra accumulation of 3 internal energy points per day and a 10-day accumulation limit. The data for the lava mirror lake heart method revealed it to be of dark gold grade. Su Peng assessed the method and found it formidable, with the internal energy gained at the 1st level being nearly equivalent to that of the nearly maxed out rainfall technique. And its various special effects were indeed impressive. The ability to accumulate extra internal energy was particularly advantageous. Su Peng mused, knowing that with this skill, he would face battles with great consumption without fear, albeit with a 10-day limitation. Turning to examine the other body technique, Xinxing by Bien, he found its data equally commendable. Xinxing by Bien was a technique excelling in evading damage, sustained pursuits, and agile movements, all while consuming relatively little internal energy. Currently at the 1st level, it increased speed by 95% with an hourly internal energy cost of 55 points, and allowed for a maximum vertical leap of 2 zhang multiplied by the weight sensitivity parameter. Its special effect enabled the user to disregard forward inertia when executing body movements, increasing the evasion probability by 35%. Each level of the body technique increased action speed by 25%, reduced internal energy consumption by 3 points per hour, and heightened the vertical leap by 0.5 meters. This was indeed commendable. Su Peng felt a sense of satisfaction as he contemplated the Xinxing by Bien technique. Reviewing his own data, Su Peng found that his current attributes were as follows. Character: Su Peng. Gender: male. Occupation: identity, leader of the Black Water Army of Jiangning County, 5th disciple of the Zixia sect. Swordsman: basic attributes, comprehension, 13, exceptional memory, good understanding, and great insight. Congratulations, you have approached the threshold of genius. Strength: 14, weight capacity of 98 gene, attack power of 14. 1 point of strength corresponds to 7 gene of weight capacity, and 1 point of strength corresponds to 1 point of attack power. Agility: 11, your running speed is exceedingly swift. Stamina: 14, physical strength of 140. 1 point of stamina corresponds to 10 points of physical strength. Your stamina is commendable. Root bone: 10, vitality value of 150. 1 point of root bone corresponds to 15 points of vitality. Dexterity: 12, your hands are remarkably nimble. Charisma: 9. Your appearance is quite decent. Perception. 15. Your will is exceptionally steadfast, and your mental state is highly alert, possessing exemplary insight and intuition. Whether it be a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, you can sense it earlier than others. Fortune. 9. Your luck is somewhat better than that of the average person, though do not expect to hit the jackpot. Martial arts, body techniques, mental techniques, other skills. Gray. Pig slaughtering blade technique LV. 4. Wood cutting blade technique LV.3. White. Street baseball fist LV.3. Military sword technique LV.10. Basic flying dagger technique LV.10. Light blue. Rain transformation technique level 4. Land flight technique level 4. Universal flower rain technique level 2. Gold. Divine movement technique level 1. Dark gold. Lava mirror heart technique level 1. Half style sword technique level 1. Others. Basic disguise technique. Fragmented medical scriptures training. Beginner. Basic horsemanship. 3 talents array. Special. Wind and cloud blade. Not usable. Sword intent. Initial stage. Memory. With sword techniques, martial arts, and the agility required for combat or escape, Su Peng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. With these skills, after a period of cultivation, he would be ready to traverse the martial world. However, Su Peng did not anticipate that his journey would commence sooner than expected. At mealtime. At the dining table, Yun Daozi, the leader of the Zixia sect, announced 2 pieces of news. The first was that Su Peng had officially become an inner disciple of the Zixia sect, making him the 5th disciple of this generation. The second piece of news was that after tomorrow, Su Peng would leave the Zixia sect to experience the worldly affairs of the martial world. Su Peng was to descend the mountain. Upon hearing this news, Su Peng felt somewhat taken aback and asked, "Master, shouldn't I cultivate for a while before descending the mountain?" The martial arts of the Zixia sect primarily focus on the cultivation of sword intent. However, the worldly realm is the best place to hone one's heart and sword intent. Both your senior brother and second senior brother were sent down the mountain shortly after they had acquired some foundational skills to undergo worldly training. Yun Daozi seemed to anticipate Su Peng's inquiry and spoke with ease. Su Peng glanced at Su Daoqi and Duguxing, both of whom nodded slightly. Reflecting on his time since joining the sect, it seemed the most carefree days were during this period of initial sword training before embarking on his journey. Duguxing appeared to reminisce, and a faint smile crept onto his usually expressionless face. Su Daoqi sighed deeply, as if recalling something. Su Peng, once you descend the mountain, you must not refer to yourself as a disciple of the Zixia sect, nor may you return to the sect. Only upon achieving a certain level of cultivation in the worldly realm, reaching the minor perfection of sword intent, or the void sword realm, may you return. At that time, you will be permitted to resume your training in the sect, and only then may you call yourself a disciple of the Zixia sect, Yun Daozi instructed Su Peng. The void sword, Su Peng pondered. He had yet to fully grasp how to rapidly elevate his sword intent. The concept of the void sword realm felt distant to him. You need not worry. As long as you follow your heart in the worldly realm, you will soon discover the path to cultivation. Your senior brother completed his worldly trial in just a year and subsequently traveled for a few more years. Your second senior brother took 5 years to finish his worldly trial, achieving a level even higher than the void realm. I believe you will complete your trial within 10 years, his junior sister, Zhong Lingxiu, comforted him. Su Peng was rendered speechless. Was this truly meant to be comforting? It seemed his junior sister believed his aptitude was lacking. Haha, do not mind Lingxiu's words. If all goes smoothly, you could finish your trial within 3 to 5 years and return to the sect. Shang'er could have also completed his trial within a year or 2, but he made some friends in the worldly realm and became entangled in certain matters, which caused delays. Nevertheless, these experiences have greatly benefited him. As for Qijin and Lingxiu, they do not practice the sect's martial arts, so they do not require such trials. Yun Daozi chuckled as he spoke to Su Peng. Su Peng nodded and replied, "In that case, I shall heed my master's command and enter the worldly realm for training after tomorrow." "Very well, tomorrow shall be your last day in the sect. Spend some time with your senior brothers and sisters," Yun Daozi affirmed, then picked up his chopsticks and said, "Let's eat." As everyone began their meal, Chen Qijin winked at Su Peng, who deciphered his gestures, seemingly indicating he had a good gift for him before he departed. Chapter 46. Farewell, Part 1. After the meal, naturally, the servants came to clear the leftover food. Su Peng and the others dispersed. Returning to his small bamboo house, Su Peng read for a while before logging off. Exiting the game, Su Peng emerged from the gaming pod, stretched his body, and was just about to leave when the door suddenly opened. He looked up to see Lei Ming entering. "Leader Lei," Su Peng greeted. Lei Ming nodded and inquired, "How is your task progressing?" "It's just the final stages now," Su Peng responded. Lei Ming acknowledged with a grunt, "The end of the month assessment is approaching. Do not fall behind too much." "Understood. No problem," Su Peng nodded, bidding farewell as he left. As he departed, he noticed Lei Ming searching for a machine, seemingly preparing to log in. Was he not logging in with the Tiger Squad, but here instead? Su Peng felt a hint of confusion, but it was not the time for inquiries, so he left the gaming room. After enjoying a dinner in the cafeteria, Su Peng returned to his room, reflecting on the day's events, feeling as if it were all a dream. "Yesterday, I was truly enchanted, affected by the game to such an extent. However, it was not without gain. I finally comprehended the sword intent and became an official disciple of the Zixia sect. And my martial skills have improved. With my true strength now, entering any squad should pose no issue," Su Peng mused, contemplating the upcoming group assignments at the month's end. His first choice was the Dark Owl Squad, as he possessed ample intelligence that aligned well with his objectives in the company. His second choice was the Dragon Tooth Squad, purely out of curiosity, as he had yet to encounter any formidable bosses since entering the game. Joining the Dragon Tooth Squad would allow him to experience the thrill of exploration. Regarding the 30 million commission, Su Peng's thoughts were slowly shifting. If possible, his primary intention was to procure a gaming rig for himself, and if there were excess, he would consider selling it to that man in gray. As he pondered, Su Peng unconsciously picked up a fruit knife from the room. Having practiced throwing knives daily for the past few days, he instinctively raised his hand and launched the fruit knife. Clang! The sound jolted Su Peng back to reality as he saw the knife had embedded itself squarely in the target board, approximately 5 meters away. Su Peng was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his own shot. The fruit knife was firmly lodged in the center of the target board, and he was left in a daze, realizing that he had unconsciously executed the flying knife technique again. Could it be that I can only perform such a throw when my mind is unfocused or distracted? Su Peng was filled with uncertainty as he approached the target. The fruit knife was embedded deeply, and he had to exert some effort to pull it free. Returning to his previous position, he attempted to enter that dazed state again, but after several tries, the fruit knife veered off course. Missing the target entirely, truly peculiar, Su Peng thought to himself. Having tried several times without success, he temporarily gave up, hoping to grasp the key to mastering this flying knife technique next time. Why now? It was nearing 10 o'clock at night. Su Peng turned on his computer and watched a couple of newly released martial arts films before going to bed. In his dreams, he seemed to again encounter Duguxing's sword techniques and the half-style sword technique imparted to him by Yun Daozi. After sleeping for an hour, Su Peng awoke. How strange. Why have I been dreaming so much these past few days? He wondered as he became conscious. The accident had altered parts of Su Peng's brain structure. His hour of sleep was characterized by an extremely deep state, so profound that even if someone blasted rock music at full volume nearby, he would not awaken. The doctor explained that this was a self-protection mechanism of the human body. Due to the special hormone secretion from the pituitary gland, he could only sleep for an hour to ensure his body received adequate rest. During sleep, Su Peng would enter a state of extreme relaxation, allowing his organs to remain vibrant and preventing exhaustion. This mechanism was akin to stepping from a scorching outdoor environment into a frigid room, causing the pores to constrict and the skin to prickle. This powerful self-protection mechanism rendered Su Peng's sleep akin to a coma, preventing him from awakening and significantly diminishing his dreams. He could count the number of dreams he had each year on one hand. Yet these past few days, he had dreamt continuously, recalling each vividly, all centered around sword training, which astonished him. Could it be that something was amiss with my body? I should find time to see a doctor soon. Su Peng thought. At this moment, it was already 5:30. Su Peng stretched, rinsed off in the bathroom, changed clothes, and stepped out. The dining hall opened early, offering various porridge and breakfast options. Su Peng filled a bowl with 8 treasure porridge and some breakfast items. Preparing to eat. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Lei Ming entering the dining hall as well. Su Peng observed him closely. Lei Ming was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but he seemed slightly fatigued. Had he truly spent the entire night without sleep in the computer room? Su Peng pondered as he observed. After Lei Ming had breakfast, he momentarily hesitated upon seeing Su Peng, then nodded slightly as a form of greeting before sitting down at a different table to eat. Shortly thereafter, Supong noticed a man with slightly long hair, approximately a decimeter in length, dressed in casual attire, entering the room. He scanned the area and, upon spotting Lei Ming, approached and sat down opposite him, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Could he be a colleague from Lei Ming's Tiger Bin group? Supong mused. With a few furtive glances, he perceived that Lei Ming had adopted a rather serious demeanor. Abandoning his meal, exchanging only a few brief words before the long-haired man fell silent, nodded, and departed. What transpired? Supong wondered, feeling a slight stir in his heart, though he did not dwell on it too much. After finishing his meal, Supong headed straight to the computer room and logged into the game. Upon entering, he had just stepped out of the small building when he spotted his senior brother, Chen Qizhen, approaching. Is there something you need, senior brother? Supong inquired, noticing Chen Qizhen's somewhat furtive demeanor. Sure, keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if the junior sister overheard, Chen Qizhen replied, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Before continuing, junior brother, after tonight, you will be leaving Zixia sect. I have nothing else to offer you, but I would like to gift you this item. What is it? Supong asked, curiosity piqued. Chen Qizhen, who specialized in the art of Qi-Min Dunjia, though his martial prowess was rather ordinary, possessed methods that bordered on the supernatural. With his impending departure, Supong wondered what gift he would receive. Chen Qizhen again scanned the surroundings, and seeing no one, produced a palm-sized embroidered pouch, presenting it to Supong. Junior brother, since we may not meet for several years, I give you this pouch. Supong took the embroidered pouch into his hand and squeezed it, realizing it was empty, feeling somewhat speechless. After a moment, he remarked, Senior brother, is this not merely a purse? Why gift me this? I recall this is something often exchanged in novels when parting between men and women, and it feels rather peculiar. This pouch is not an ordinary purse, Chen Qizhen insisted. Let me see. Bring that large stone over here. Chen Qizhen's gaze fell upon a large black stone the size of a human head behind Supong. Though puzzled, Supong complied with his senior brother's request and lifted the heavy stone, estimating it to weigh around 20 to 30 pounds. Now, look closely, Chen Qizhen instructed, taking the embroidered pouch from Supong and forcefully pulling its opening, astonishingly expanding it to the size of a human head, which surprised Supong. It turned out this pouch was elastic. Chen Qizhen then took the large stone and stuffed it into the pouch, prompting Supong to gape in astonishment. Despite the stone's size, the pouch remained palm-sized, a spatial item. Supong exclaimed in excitement. What spatial item? Chen Qizhen asked, bewildered, but he paid little mind, tossing the pouch back to Supong. Try its weight. Supong took the pouch and weighed it in his hands, discovering that it only felt like 1 or 2 pounds, despite containing the hefty stone. Do you understand now? Chen Qizhen said. Observing Supong's astonished expression, I read in ancient texts about a rare creature known as the Lu Shi, which is normally the size of a rabbit but can expand to the size of several stories. In ancient times, it fed on the blood of colossal beasts, and no matter how much blood it consumed, its weight would only be 1/10 of what it actually absorbed. Great masters of old-fashioned magical bags from Lu Shi's hide, allowing them to hold items the size of several stories while never exceeding a weight of 10 pounds. I initially thought the texts were exaggerated, but while my elder brother was out, he stumbled upon a group of juvenile Lu Shi in a peculiar realm and managed to bring back a few specimens. I instantly recognized them as Lu Shi, and I was ecstatic because the text contained methods for crafting bags from their hides. After experimentation, I created several bags, but, as the text only provided a brief description, the bags I made didn't perform as well, only accommodating items of half a zhang in length, width, and height, and the weight reduction was not consistent. At most 1/3. The pouch you hold is one of my crafted bags, capable of reducing weight by about 1/20. Please don't disdain it, junior brother. Chen Qizhen said, shaking his head. This is quite splendid. Supong thought to himself, not at all inclined to disdain such a gift. He experimented with the pouch's function, finding it similar to an ordinary purse, except that it had a highly elastic opening, capable of expanding greatly. After retrieving items, their weights returned to normal, leaving Supong baffled as to the underlying principle. Thus, Supong expressed his gratitude to his senior brother. But, senior brother, why do you present me with this pouch as if you were a thief? Supong inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Qizhen wore a wry smile at the time, My elder brother only brought back 8 juvenile Lu Shi. The first one I ruined, leaving me with 7. I gave the best one to our master, and then 1 each to myself, my elder brother, my second brother, and the junior sister. Uncle Fan learned of it and insisted on taking 1 from me, leaving only the last one. The junior sister was quite fond of it and wanted another for research. While I intended to keep 1 for myself and leave 1 for study, I hadn't fully understood how the Lu Shi could reduce weight and volume, and fearing the junior sister might damage it, I lied and said there were none left. Now, I'm giving you the last one, and if the junior sister discovers it, I would be scolded for being stingy. Yu Peng listened, somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend why Qin Shizhen seemed so fearful of his junior sister. Zhong Lingxiu, appearing like a mouse before a cat. Junior brother, once you have this pouch, keep it hidden. If the junior sister sees it and asks for another, I won't have anything left to give. The Lu Shi must be a divine species from ancient times. My elder brother encountered it by chance, and finding another would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Qin Shizhen advised. Understood. I shall accept it with gratitude. Yu Peng nodded, placing the Lu Shi pouch into his bosom. This is excellent. I have yet to fully comprehend one of the formations, so I must take my leave. Qin Shizhen stated, to which Su Peng replied, Safe travels, senior brother. Qin Shizhen nodded in farewell and soon disappeared into the forest. I never anticipated I would acquire a spatial item. Su Peng mused, lost in thought when suddenly he heard a voice call out, Little Susie, what are you up to? Turning to look, he saw his junior sister, Zhong Lingxiu, approaching from another path, calling out to him. Nothing, I might be leaving today, just reminiscing about this place, Su Peng replied. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingxiu chuckled. What is there to remember about this place? She then bounced over, waving her hand as if performing magic, producing an object and handing it to Su Peng. This is for you. Chapter 47. Farewell, Part 2. Su Peng raised his arm to catch the item tossed by Zhong Lingxiu, which felt quite heavy in his hand. Upon inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to exclaim, Bullwhip gold needle? Indeed, Zhong Lingxiu affirmed, adding, after pondering yesterday, I felt your martial skills were still lacking, and you might not be able to best me. Entering the martial world could bring dangers, and I certainly wouldn't want my junior brother to face misfortune before even embarking on his journey. Use this for protection. Thank you, senior sister, Su Peng replied. Zhong Lingxiu nodded, explaining, this item is quite simple to use. Just activate the mechanism and press the button. Even a top-tier expert in the martial world would struggle to evade once the bullwhip gold needle is fired. However, most can anticipate and avoid it, and superlative experts could eliminate you before you even draw it, so do not rely solely on this. You must still hone your martial arts. Hee, understood, Su Peng chuckled, finding Zhong Lingxiu's admonitions rather reminiscent of an elder's teachings. This bullwhip gold needle can be used about 3 times, but reloading is quite troublesome, and you may not find needles that are both durable and fine enough to craft. Once used, it may become unavailable, Zhong Lingxiu continued. I had intended to give you the peacock feather you mentioned, but regrettably, I haven't created it yet. When I return to the sect, I will make sure to provide it for you. Su Peng nodded. I will remember, junior sister, by the way. Is there anything you would like me to do while I'm heading down the mountain? Well, Zhong Lingxiu pondered, tapping her cheek with a finger. If it's convenient, could you help me find an ancient book called Lu Gongyi Shu? It's said to contain the secret teachings of the craftsman deity Lu Ban, which are filled with wondrous items. Ive wanted it for a long time. Lu Gongyi Shu? Noted. Su Peng nodded in acknowledgement to Zhong Lingxiu. As he did so, a line of text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. You have accepted the task entrusted by senior sister Zhong Lingxiu. Well, there's nothing more to discuss. I will see you off when you leave, Zhong Lingxiu remarked. Su Peng nodded in agreement, and Zhong Lingxiu, with a sprightly bounce, departed from the scene. It seems my social connections are quite commendable. Both the third senior brother and the junior sister have bestowed farewell gifts upon me, which is certainly better than that Uncle Fan, Su Peng mused, holding the golden needle made from cow hair in his hand. Suddenly, a sound akin to something falling to the ground echoed from behind him. Who? Su Peng turned around alertly, only to find an elderly man who appeared to possess a certain mastery, though at that moment, he had inadvertently slipped from a tree branch and was now rubbing his back as he stood up. Uncle Fan? Su Peng exclaimed in surprise, realizing this was a rare encounter. He approached the old man. That rascal Qin Shizhen set a soft net here to catch birds, nearly ensnaring me. Why back? Cough, cough. I heard you are about to depart. Uncle Fan brushed off the dust from his clothes and inquired. Yes, I plan to leave tomorrow, or perhaps tonight, Su Peng confirmed. Uncle Fan nodded and said, although you've not been here long, I find you quite agreeable, by the way. I still owe you a favor. Why research has reached fruition. So I shall give you a copy of my findings. As he spoke, Uncle Fan rummaged through his belongings and produced a book and a small box. What is this? Su Peng asked as he took the book and opened it. His gaze instantly captivated. Well, isn't it remarkable? Uncle Fan chuckled, inquiring of Su Peng. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Su Peng replied. Within this slender volume lay an entire treatise on the art of disguise, focusing on the use of golden needles and internal energy to effect a prolonged transformation of one's appearance with a certain degree of control. This would enable one to alter their visage significantly over an extended period. The detailed methods of needle application and internal energy manipulation contained within were nothing short of extraordinary. This was akin to a legendary artifact for navigating the underworld. Su Peng contemplated, realizing that while he had learned the basics of disguise from the Black Water Army, this book represented a masterful culmination of knowledge. Given your ventures in the underworld, you often find it inconvenient to reveal your identity. With my research, you'll save yourself considerable trouble. Additionally, within this brocade box is a set of golden needles I used in my early years. After years of soaking in medicinal solutions, they are far superior to ordinary needles for both disguise and needle techniques. A craftsman must sharpen his tools, and now I bequeath them to you. Uncle Fan said to Su Peng, who felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Although Uncle Fan was somewhat eccentric, he clearly had the interests of his junior in mind. Suddenly, Su Peng recalled something and looked up at Uncle Fan, asking, Uncle Fan, you dabble in poisons, don't you? I've heard of a poison called corpse dissolver, which, when sprinkled on a body, can turn it into yellow liquid in no time. Do you possess such a substance? Ah? How did you know I had that? Uncle Fan responded, astonished. Su Peng felt as if he had struck gold. You truly have it? Might I trouble you for a packet? After all, navigating the underworld could require it at any moment, Su Peng suggested. Uncle Fan appeared conflicted for a moment, then, with some hesitation, retrieved a packet from a brocade pouch and handed it to Su Peng. This is corpse dissolver. Once it contacts blood, it will corrode the body, turning it into yellow liquid within moments. If those yellow liquids are left to dry under the sun, they revert to corpse dissolver. Remember to dilute it with water when you intend to use it. I don't want this agent to spill too much, Uncle Fan cautioned as he carefully transferred the packet to Su Peng. Thank you, Uncle, Su Peng replied, accepting the packet and reflecting that he had now acquired 2 of the 7 essential tools of the legendary Wei Ju: a dagger, fine attire, poison, a soporific, silver notes, schwanger, and the elusive art of transformation. Perhaps in the future, he could follow in Wei Ju's footsteps. Since I am giving you this corpse dissolver, you must assist me in return. The medical king's cannon you possess is merely a fragment. During your descent from the mountain, find a way to procure the complete text for me, Uncle Fan stated, as if he had struck a lopsided bargain. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly seek it out for you. Uncle, Su Peng promised, and immediately a prompt appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. You have accepted the task entrusted by Uncle Fan. Uncle Fan then expressed his satisfaction and declared, I shall take my leave. With that, he leapt into the forest like a great bird. However, Su Peng suddenly thought of another matter and called out, Uncle, you wouldn't happen to carry aphrodisiacs, would you? Ah, upon hearing Su Peng's words, Uncle Fan, who had just elegantly landed on a branch of a tree, missed his footing and fell again. After Uncle Fan departed, a young acolyte serving Yun Daozi summoned Su Peng, informing him that Yun Daozi wished to see him. Upon arriving at the Taoist temple, Su Peng was presented with several items useful for his journey in the world by Yun Daozi, who entrusted a young acolyte named Qing Mei to guide him in acquiring a green robe, an ancient sword, and 10 taels of gold. The green robe appeared to be of fine quality, boasting unique properties. It would not accumulate dust, required no laundering, was quite resilient, capable of resisting ordinary blades, and even offered slight protection against water and fire. The sword, named Wufingjian, indeed lacked a sharp edge, but according to Qing Mei, its merit lay in its indestructibility, ranking among the top 3 swords of the sect. Regarding the gold, there was more available within the sect, but as Yun Daozi remarked, trials in the mundane world are not for indulgence. A modest amount for basic expenses suffices. Thus, only 10 taels were taken. Upon receiving these 3 items, Su Peng immediately donned the green robe, and he appeared strikingly handsome in the attire. After taking the woofing jian and the gold, Su Peng bid farewell to Yun Daozi and proceeded to the wooden pavilion of his second senior brother, intending to check on Du Gusheng. Upon arriving at the wooden pavilion, Su Peng discovered that Du Gusheng was still practicing his swordsmanship. "You've arrived," Du Gusheng greeted Su Peng. Acknowledging him, Su Peng nodded as he heard Du Gusheng say, "Watch my sword technique." With that, Du Gusheng began to demonstrate a series of sword moves. Su Peng stood to the side, initially unimpressed, but as he continued to observe, he felt a stark difference in this swordplay from Du Gusheng's usual style. It was imbued with an extraordinary killing intent, as if he would not cease until he had slain at least a dozen adversaries. Even after having undergone the refinement of sword intent, Su Peng felt beads of sweat forming on his brow, having never encountered such a lethal sword technique. In comparison, any military sword techniques he had seen seemed akin to child's play. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, Du Gusheng finally completed his demonstration. His movements slowed as he assumed a finishing stance, standing there as he said, "The half-style sword technique passed down by our master is indeed one of the finest. Yet it has its shortcomings, notably in its lack of killing intent in moments of crisis, or when surrounded by multiple foes, it may prove insufficient. The technique I just showcased is called Killing Sword, a pure killing intent sword style. While you will primarily practice the half-style sword technique taught by our master in the world, in times of dire straits, you can resort to this killing sword." Su Peng listened intently, nodding solemnly, fully aware that this was Du Gusheng's parting gift. He earnestly replied, "Junior brother has taken note. Good. I shall now impart the sword intent of this killing sword to you. Absorb it well," Du Gusheng instructed. An hour later, Su Peng finally grasped the sword intent of the killing sword. Yet, for some reason, he found himself unable to fully manifest the sword techniques when attempting to wield them. Stealing a glance at his skill panel, he discovered that the killing sword was still grayed out, rendering it unusable. With no description available, only a line reading, "Your killing intent value does not meet the standard. You may not be able to use this killing sword just yet, but in times of true peril, you will naturally comprehend its profound essence." Du Gusheng informed Su Peng in the realm of swordsmanship, Du Gusheng was indeed a true master, and Su Peng had no doubt about his words. "Well, it is getting late. I shall escort you to the nearest city now. So you may undertake your worldly trials," Du Gusheng stated, then took out a piece of paper and a metal token from his robe, handing them to Su Peng. Upon receiving the paper, Su Peng noticed it was filled with names of organizations and towns, with several geographic names and personal names listed at the end, while the token depicted a scene of falling dusk. After reviewing it, he felt somewhat puzzled and asked Du Gusheng, "Senior brother, what is this?" "This is a parting gift from the eldest senior brother. The towns and names listed are all affiliated with our Zixia sect's external organizations. Should you find yourself in a situation beyond your capacity to resolve, or if it involves significant matters concerning the sect, you may contact them. The token serves as proof of identity. Although our Zixia sect is a transcendent order, we still have ears and eyes in the mundane world. However, do not overly depend on them, nor should you solicit money from these organizations," Du Gusheng advised Su Peng. Listening intently, Su Peng responded earnestly, "Junior brother will surely remember that. Such is truly splendid." After listening, Du Gusheng gave a slight nod, then paused before continuing, "Due to certain matters, the senior brother cannot come to see you off. During your trials, should you come across any genius treasures of the ice and fire attributes, or rare and peculiar poisons, do gather a few. They may be of use to the senior brother." "Understood," Su Peng replied, though uncertain of the purpose behind the senior brother's need for such items. He resolved to contribute his share. Task reminder: you have accepted the task of collecting ice and fire curiosities. Well then, prepare yourself. In an hour, I shall escort you to the nearest city to commence your worldly trials, Du Gusheng declared. Volume 2. Worldly trials. The world is often filled with complex and enigmatic undertones, rendering it inscrutable. Thus, amidst this vast expanse of worldly affairs, Su Peng embarked upon his trials. Chapter 48. See guests. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the following day, casting a golden glow, Su Peng, armed only with his sword, had already entered the coastal city of Binhai. After imparting the art of the killing sword to Su Peng, he spent a night at Zixia Mountain. The next afternoon, Du Gushang summoned a giant eagle from the back mountain. Both Qin Shizhen and Zhongling Xiu came to bid farewell. After parting with the two, Su Peng accepted the task of assisting Qin Shizhen in locating extraordinary treasures of the world, and then, accompanied by Du Gushang, they boarded the giant eagle, departing from Zixia Mountain. In less than 30 minutes, the giant eagle landed, and Du Gushang informed Su Peng that they were near Binhai City. After advising Su Peng to take care, he took flight once more. Su Peng traveled for a while, eventually boarding a carriage bound for Binhai City. After 2 hours, he arrived at his destination. Your fare? Su Peng tossed a handful of copper coins to the coachman before leaping down and surveying the city. This city epitomized a standard port town, situated at the mouth of an inland sea, bustling with merchants and exuding a maritime atmosphere. The streets were thronged with not only ordinary citizens, but also sailors of various backgrounds, including individuals resembling foreigners from Dashi and Persia. Intrigued, Su Peng inquired about these individuals and learned that many hailed from distant lands. Such foreign settings, he mused, wondering if boarding a ship would lead him to the western continent. However, he was not genuinely seeking adventure at sea. His immediate priority was to find a passenger ship to return to Jiangning County, as the monthly assessment was to take place nearby, leaving him no excuse to stray so far. After some inquiries, Su Peng discovered a riverboat guild where various vessels to the interior could be found. Upon searching the guild, he located a riverboat traveling inland that conveniently passed through Jiangning County, allowing him to board. After a brief discussion with the ship's captain, he learned that the vessel was a dual-purpose merchant ship, albeit the fare was somewhat steep, 2 taels of gold per passenger. Though he found this rather exorbitant, it was the only ship recently scheduled to pass through Jiangning County, leaving him with no choice but to pay the fare and secure a cabin. The merchant ship was awaiting a shipment and would not depart until the following day. The captain recommended a nearby inn, informing Su Peng that it was owned by the same proprietor as the ship, where most passengers would be staying prior to their voyage. Intrigued by the prospect of meeting his fellow travelers ahead of time, Su Peng decided to visit the inn. The establishment, named Haikju, was surprisingly managed by a man from Dashi. Su Peng checked into a second-floor room for 5 silver coins. With some leisure time on his hands, he ventured to the first floor to sample the local delicacies of Binhai City. Although the game could not truly replenish his nourishment, the culinary experience was remarkably vivid, tempting him to linger a while longer rather than log out immediately as he settled at a table. Placing his woofing sword on the surface, he observed the other patrons in the bustling hall. Behind him sat a man in his 30s, dressed like a down-and-out scholar, who appeared to be drinking alone. Noticing Su Peng's gaze, he offered a slight nod and raised his cup in acknowledgement before resuming his solitary drinking. Su Peng found this scholar's demeanor, though shabby, to possess a certain elegance, his countenance full and exuding an air of refinement that belied his apparent misfortune. Feeling a sense of camaraderie, Su Peng returned a subtle nod of greeting. The inn service was prompt, and soon Su Peng's seafood dishes were served. Pouring himself a cup of wine, he indulged in the food while continuing to observe the patrons. Just then, a sharp, piercing voice broke through the atmosphere, calling out, "Waiter, bring me your finest dishes and the best wine." Money is no object. Turning to look, Su Peng saw a man, seemingly in his late 20s, with striking red hair and an air of arrogance, striding into the inn wielding a sheathed long knife. "Coming right up," the waiter responded. The man took a seat at a nearby table, exuding confidence as he surveyed the room. The other patrons, intimidated by his presence, dared not meet his gaze, while he laughed heartily at their reaction. Yet 2 individuals remained unfazed by the red-haired man's bravado, one being Su Peng, who recognized him as a martial artist and felt a newfound curiosity after his training at Zixia sect. The other was the drinking scholar, who, displaying remarkable composure, merely nodded and raised his cup in salute while continuing to drink. The red-haired man's gaze landed on Su Peng's woofing sword, then swept over to the scholar before erupting into laughter, proclaiming, among all present, "Only these 2 exhibit a semblance of courage." Just as Su Peng was about to engage in conversation, a commotion outside drew his attention. A group of 8 or 9 armed young men and women entered the inn. "Waiter, find us a table and bring us some food and drink," one of the newcomers shouted. The innkeeper, returning with dishes for the red-haired man, hesitated. Esteemed guests, the space is rather limited, and it seems there are no available seats." The group surveyed the inn and indeed, every table was occupied. What do you think?" the first young man queried. glancing toward another in the group. Su Peng noticed that this group of martial artists seemed to revolve around a young man in a blue shirt, likely in his early 20s, who bore an air of arrogance. He wielded an intricately designed long sword, while two female companions gazed at him with admiration, clearly looking to him for leadership. The blue-clad youth scanned the inn, his gaze landing on the red-haired man, Su Peng, and the scholar, each occupying their own tables. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. Striding confidently to Su Peng's table, he performed a subtle gesture of greeting and said, "My friend, would you kindly yield your table to us? I shall cover your meal." Su Peng was taken aback. Did he appear particularly easy to bully? Why was he singled out? Amused, he replied, "And why would I relinquish my table to you? Who might you be?" The young man's face broke into an arrogant smile as he declared, "I am Huasijia, an official disciple of Hongsan." Su Peng couldn't help but chuckle. This young man was overly self-important. He had merely asked for his identity as a jest, yet the man took it seriously, boasting about his affiliation. As being a disciple of Hongshan really that significant? There are hundreds of them. "Which Huasijia are you?" Su Peng teased, his curiosity piqued. Taken aback, Huasijia glanced at Su Peng, surprised by his audacity. Given his experience, he expected the average wandering guest to show some respect to a disciple of a sect, especially since they were not too far from Hongshan's influence. Yet here was someone challenging him. However, Su Peng's question struck a nerve, prompting Huasijia to boast even more. "My elder brother is Huasixian, ranked 6th among the 10 young swords of the Jianghu. Surely you must have heard of him?" Su Peng nearly spat out his drink. "Never heard of it. What exactly are the 10 young swords of the Jianghu?" As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. The group of young martial artists turned to him, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief, as though he had lost his mind. "Ha ha ha. The 10 small swords of the Jianghu are nothing but a farce. A troupe of clowns who, lacking true skill, leap forth to deceive the world and steal fame. It is amusing enough that they fool the novices of the Jianghu, but to think that someone would brandish the name of the 10 small swords to swagger and swindle is truly laughable." Indeed, at this moment, the red-haired man beside Su Peng could not contain his laughter and remarked, "Do you two not think your arrogance is excessive?" Upon hearing the words of the red-haired man, the youth who called himself Huasijia felt a chill run through him, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. The reason he sought Su Peng to relinquish the table was due to his inflated sense of identity. The scholar did not appear to be a person of the Jianghu and likely did not grasp the depths of the situation, thus lacking the courtesy to show respect. The red-haired man, on the other hand, seemed rather formidable, and should he lose face, it would be quite troublesome. Consequently, he approached Su Peng, who seemed the most like a normal Jianghu person, believing that invoking the names of Hongshan and his elder brother would earn him some consideration. However, to his astonishment, these two showed no mercy in trampling upon his dignity. Though he felt indignation and wished to teach them a lesson, acting upon such feelings would only reveal his pettiness, leaving him in a quandary. Should Su Peng discover his thoughts, he would undoubtedly mockingly exclaim that such a petty man is merely being pretentious. Listening to the exchange, Su Peng smiled lightly, disregarding the words of the young knight and continuing to sip his drink. Just as Huasijia was about to erupt again, the waiter, sensing the tension, hastened over to a table of patrons who had just finished their meal, saying with a smile, "Esteemed guests, there is space available. Please, this way." At that moment, Huasijia hesitated, contemplating whether to escalate the situation, but with a convenient exit presented to him, he merely snorted coldly and led his group of knights to a nearby table. Within the inn, a semblance of tranquility returned, and the red-haired man raised his cup to Su Peng, evidently finding favor with Su Peng's remark, "What are the 10 small swords, after all?" Just then, the entrance of the inn burst open with a flurry of activity, and Su Peng and the others turned to see nearly 20 individuals, all appearing to be affluent merchants, crowding around a white-browed, white-bearded monk as they entered. These individuals did not linger, but swiftly made their way to the backyard connected to the inn. As the monk passed, other travelers in the establishment began to murmur amongst themselves. Su Peng focused his attention, overhearing one guest say, "Did you see that? The master who just walked by is a high monk from the Daquang Zen Temple on Mount Putua. I hear he is the senior disciple of the holy monk Shi Daoxin." The holy monk Shi Daoxin? Is he not the revered national master, Shi Daoxin, known for his great powers and dedication to the common people? Another guest replied, speaking with reverence, "Indeed. Who else could it be?" The two began to share tales of legendary exploits, recounting stories such as how, during a 7-year drought, Shi Daoxin recited sutras for just 1 hour, and rain poured down in torrents, or how he managed to redeem a tyrannical city lord through 3 days of chanting. Su Peng listened to these increasingly implausible tales. He could not help but furrow his brow. Shi Daoxin seemed less like a truly enlightened monk and more akin to a deified charlatan. Huasijia, these people spread rumors that transformed the esteemed holy monk Shi Daoxin into something almost sinister. Yet they fail to realize that Shi Daoxin is the heir of the current generation of Mount Putuo and has achieved a transcendent level of martial arts in terms of reputation. "The 3 saints of the Jianghu surpass even the 10 small swords," remarked one of Huasijia's companions. Indeed, however, the holy monk Shi Daoxin genuinely works for the welfare of the world's populace. Embodying true compassion, a paragon for us chivalrous souls, Huasijia concurred. "Nonsense, utter nonsense." At that moment, the red-haired man interjected with scorn, "As fine young men, we should act according to our hearts, unrestrained and free-spirited. How can we be burdened by the trivialities of the common folk? I observe that Shi Daoxin is merely a thief of renown, a dog seeking good reputation, utterly hypocritical. I see no monk who is not lazy and idle. They beg from the world yet parade around with a facade of compassion. It is truly despicable. If my martial arts were to reach the pinnacle, I would eradicate all monks, forcing them back to their fields. Should they not comply, I would slay them one by one." Such drivel. Hearing the red-haired man's tirade, Huasijia and his companions were incensed. Huasijia slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "The monastic order has existed for thousands of years. Do you think it can be extinguished with your mere words?" Setting aside others, the Daquang Zen Temple on Mount Putuo is one of the most prestigious sects in the martial world, at the forefront of righteousness. Their years of virtue cannot be dismissed lightly, nor can their martial foundation be measured by your limited understanding. What is your true intention behind such reckless claims? The red-haired man coldly laughed, ignoring Huasijia's words, and turned to Su Peng, asking, "Friend, whom do you believe is more correct in our debate?" Su Peng did not expect the red-haired man to draw him into the fray, yet since the question had been posed, he replied, "In the realms of Buddhism and Taoism, there are indeed many esteemed monks and virtuous individuals." Upon hearing Su Peng's words, Huasijia was about to exclaim, "That is reasonable," but was taken aback as Su Peng continued, "However, such esteemed monks are not easily found. If they are of true virtue, that is one matter. If they are charlatans, deceiving the world and stealing fame, it would be better for them to return home and tend to the fields." Su Peng recalled the modern-day scandals surrounding monks, where practitioners competed for profit more fiercely than common folk, believing a reformation was in order. This sentiment resonated with him. "Ha ha ha! Quite right!" The red-haired man erupted in laughter, clapping his hands together. "I am Ouyang Qing from Kaifeng. Friend, you resonate with my sentiments. What is your name?" "I am Su Peng from Jiangning," Su Peng replied with a cupped fist. Ouyang Qing laughed heartily, declaring, "Then I shall recognize you as my friend. Let us drink." Su Peng received a notification in the corner of his vision. Ouyang Qing's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Meanwhile, Huasijia's group stiffened upon hearing Ouyang Qing's name, realizing that he too held a reputation within the Jianghu at that moment. The solitary scholar at another table suddenly sighed deeply and recited, "The lofty halls and jade palaces are still insufficient. The sound of scriptures recited from golden bowls and silver fish. The high halls have not yet repaid kindness, while I sit in silence." Having never contemplated the Buddha's words, alas, the young are often doomed to misfortune, for the most heartless are those who leave the monastic life. Chapter 49. Has Fukong perished? After the downcast scholar recited this poem, a profound silence enveloped the inn. The attention of the crowd had been captivated by the exchanges among Huasijia, the red-haired Ouyang Qing, and Su Peng, and this scholar, seemingly an outsider, had been overlooked. Yet unexpectedly, he interjected, and the poem, discernible to those with a literary ear, seemed to berate the monks. However, the poem was peculiar, not a mere generalization but seemingly directed at a specific group or individual. Though it appeared somewhat disconnected, upon closer reflection, it seemed to conceal a deeper story. The patrons of the inn pondered the poem's implications, momentarily forgetting their previous discussions, resulting in an eerie quiet. Su Peng was the first to regain his composure. He sensed that this poem was not merely a mockery of monks, but rather an expression of deeper sentiments. He could not help but bow slightly and inquire, "Pray tell, sir, your poem appears to carry a deeper meaning. Might it allude to something specific?" "Heh, as a humble scholar, what could I possibly allude to? I merely recalled an old tale upon hearing your discussions of the martial world," the disheveled scholar replied with a slight smile. However, Su Peng could sense a hidden significance in his smile. "Esteemed knights, as I am not of the martial world, I shall refrain from further discourse. Once I finish my meal, I will return to my room to rest. Most of those here are waiting for the passenger boats. Given the weather, I predict a torrential downpour tomorrow, and it seems the boats will not be setting sail. We might as well wait until the day after to board together." The scholar offered a polite bow to those around him. Upon hearing this, Su Peng scrutinized the scholar more closely. He had not noticed any signs of impending rain. Was this scholar truly adept in the study of celestial phenomena? While astronomy and geography are indeed knowledge expected of scholars, his certainty seemed somewhat unusual. "Who do you think you are? The heavens won't rain just because you say so." One of Huasijia's companions finally reacted. Recognizing that the scholar's poem criticized the monks and feeling provoked by the implication against Huasijia, a female knight from Huasijia's table called out to the scholar. The downcast scholar, possessing excellent composure, merely shook his head with a smile and returned to his own drinking. Ignoring the others, Su Peng, however, sensed that this scholar was not one to speak without purpose. After some thought, he realized that tomorrow was a rest day. He could log in early and, should the downpour as predicted by the scholar occur, take a day off to deal with some matters in reality. "Let us heed your words and observe the weather tomorrow," Su Peng acknowledged, cupping his fists. Since the scholar claimed not to be of the martial world and did not seek to provoke conflict, Su Peng decided not to intrude further and resumed his meal. After over half an hour, having sampled the seafood, Su Peng settled his bill and ascended to his room. Once inside, he logged out of the game. The following day, Su Peng awoke early. Having not yet eaten at around 5 o'clock, he headed to the gaming room alone and logged back into the game. Upon logging into the game, Su Peng immediately noticed that the outside world was engulfed in darkness, with relentless rain pouring down. Descending the stairs to investigate, he discovered a notice posted within the inn, indicating that a heavy downpour was expected to last the entire day, causing merchant ships to delay their departures. Indeed, the prediction proved accurate, prompting Su Peng to regard the disheveled scholar with a newfound respect. Given the circumstances, he decided to take a day off, returning to his room on the second floor. He logged out of the game, glancing at the clock, which showed merely past 6 o'clock. In the dining hall, Su Peng enjoyed a hearty breakfast, coincidentally encountering Sun Shijia and Ji Ming. Ji Ming had no plans to venture outside that day, while Sun Shijia intended to visit his girlfriend. "Let us stop by Qi Qianjun's place to drop off the ring later," Su Peng suggested to Sun Shijia, who nodded in agreement. After breakfast, the two made their way to Qi Qianjun's, where they encountered no obstacles, leaving the ring behind before heading out together. At the base of the company building, Su Peng hailed a taxi, directing it towards the apartment he had previously rented long-term. Upon entering the apartment, he discovered a substantial accumulation of newspapers in the mailbox, all editions of the Zhonghai Daily he had subscribed to, which he collected in their entirety. Once back in his room, Su Peng powered on his computer, activating encrypted mode and accessing a little-known network relay. He sent several messages before loading a program that ran automatically, allowing him to peruse the newspapers. The news was largely devoid of any significant value, predominantly reporting on young models vying for participation in the Haitian Festival, a tragic incident where a woman was murdered while escorting a pregnant woman home, and a heated debate among netizens regarding whether peaches should be peeled or not. There were also comments from lawyer Go Tianyi claiming that the social harm caused by the rape of a hostess was minimal, all of which Su Peng glanced at and swiftly dismissed. As he rapidly flipped through the pages, a particular headline suddenly caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict and his hands to freeze. He extracted the newspaper, where the headline read, "Former Internet CAF owner brutally murdered, allegedly shot in the head with an arrow, suspected retribution from a lone shark." Beneath the title was a sizable photograph depicting a short, stout man sprawled on the floor of what appeared to be a restroom, his skull shattered, with brain matter spilling forth. Hu Peng's gaze became fixated. as he recognized the man's physique and attire, unmistakably identifying him as Fu Kong, a colleague with whom he had only briefly worked. Fu Kong is dead. Supong felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, not due to any deep emotional connection, but rather a wave of fear washed over him. In that moment, he was haunted by the image of Xiao Lin's demise, recalling the horrifying scene of Xiao Lin expelling his heart. Supong quickly located the internet safe that Fu Kong had operated. He had found the address through the newspaper, which listed the journalist and photographer involved in the coverage. After calling the Zhonghai Daily's main office and providing the article title, he introduced himself as Fu Kang's classmate. Requesting the reporter confirm the identity, the article had not revealed Fu Kang's name. The reporter verified some basic details and, finding nothing suspicious, Supong expressed a desire to meet Fu Kang's mother, easily obtaining the address of the CAF from which Fu Kong had operated. After a 30-minute taxi ride, Supong arrived at the address he had acquired, the very CAF where Fu Kong had tragically lost his life. As reported, observing the dilapidated buildings surrounding the old factory area, Supong mused, "It's a wonder how a CAF could turn a profit here. Does anyone even come?" Proceeding up the decrepit stairs, he discovered that the doors to the second and third floors were unlocked, allowing him to enter. Inside, he found the CAF nearly deserted, with the chairs, tables, and computers in a state of disrepair that raised questions about the establishment's taste. At that moment, a woman in her 50s, gaunt and hollow-eyed, sat dispassionately within the CAF, wearing a black armband signifying the loss of a relative. "Excuse me, may I ask?" Supong began, but the woman, clearly in a state of despair, preempted him, shaking her head and saying, "We are no longer open for business. I am not here to use the internet." Supong attempted to clarify, yet the woman suddenly lifted her head in a fit of hysteria, exclaiming, "Will you not leave us in peace? My son is dead, and you still will not let us be?" Taken aback, Supong was about to respond when a young man, seemingly 17 or 18, burst from a back room wielding a baton, shouting, "Aunt, those guys are back. I'll take care of them." "What on earth?" Supong furrowed his brow, sensing a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he recalled the newspaper mention of suspected retribution from a loan shark. Could they have misconstrued something? Realizing this, Supong raised his hands and said, "Please, there's no need for misunderstandings. I'm a friend of Fu Kong's. I saw the report of his incident and came to find out what truly happened." "Who do you think you're fooling?" the young man, appearing rather brash, retorted, making a move towards Supong. Just then, a woman with braided hair rushed out from the back room, seizing the young man and pleading, "Who's he? Don't harm him." After a series of explanations, Supong managed to avert an unnecessary confrontation. The elderly woman was indeed Fu Kang's mother, while the woman was Fu Kang's wife, and the young man was her brother. Fu Kong had indeed passed away. His mother, having suffered from the shock of her son's death, had become somewhat unhinged and was now being coaxed into resting by Fu Kang's widow. "I was a colleague of Fu Kang's," Supong said to the widow, a somewhat plump yet fair-skinned woman. "Although this may seem a bit intrusive, could you please recount the events in detail? I have acquaintances within the armed police system, and the more you share, the better I may be able to assist you." Upon hearing Supong's words, the widow's eyes, which had been red and swollen from tears, began to glisten anew. "Sister, please don't cry just yet. Let us hear what he has to say," the young man, Huzi, urged, hoping that Supong's connections might provide some assistance, lest their brother-in-law's death remained shrouded in mystery. With a nod, the widow began to relay the details. Chapter 50, Murder. Through the widow's account, Supong gleaned an overview of the circumstances surrounding Fu Kang's demise. It turned out that Fu Kong had dabbled in the city's underbelly during his youth, but had since turned his life around, opening a small grocery store in Zhonghai and marrying his current wife by chance. Fu Kong learned of a reliable rumor that Zhonghai University of Science and Technology was set to relocate to the old industrial district near his home. Overjoyed by this news, Fu Kong secured a lease for the second and third floors of a building in the area that was rumored to become the new university site, launching an internet CAF there. Though the equipment was outdated and the business barely sustainable, Fu Kong was optimistic. Having signed a 10-year lease and obtained a permit to operate the CAF, he believed that once the university arrived, business would flourish, and knowing this opportunity wouldn't last, he acted swiftly. However, he was short on capital. Even after selling his grocery store, he still found himself lacking 400,000 in funds in desperation. He borrowed this sum from former acquaintances in the criminal world who were doing well. Following the CAF's opening, Fu Kong realized he needed additional funds for renovations and new equipment, but the CAF was operational enough to sustain itself with the help of his mother, wife, and brother-in-law. With the university's move anticipated to take another year, Fu Kong sought supplementary work and took a position at Tianyi Studio as a game coach. However, he was dismissed within a month, coinciding with the city's construction committee announcing that the university's new location was not, in fact, where Fu Kong had anticipated. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Having borrowed money at high interest, failing in his business venture, and losing his job, he found himself under immense pressure. The underworld figures soon learned of his predicament and began to harass him, driving away the few customers he had. Just as Fu Kong returned home from losing his job, he was threatened by these individuals, who demanded repayment within a month or faced dire consequences. The family lived in constant fear, and Fu Kong, needing to oversee the CAF, resided there as well. The next day, his wife arrived to take over his shift, only to discover Fu Kang's lifeless body in the CAF's restroom, his head bearing a grievous wound. Having listened to the widow's somewhat fragmented account, Su Peng regarded the tearful woman with concern. "I am truly sorry for your loss. However, I need to clarify some specifics. You mentioned that Fu Kong died the day after he returned home from work?" Su Peng inquired of the slightly plump woman. He had previously secured a job under rather mysterious circumstances, not divulging any details about its nature. However, upon his return that day, his demeanor appeared rather dismal, and he claimed to have been wronged by others. That very night, individuals from the underworld returned, and a confrontation ensued between Fu Kong and them. On that day, Xiao Hu was absent, and Fu Kong, fearing they would vandalize the establishment, chose to stay there. Yet, unexpectedly, he departed from this world. The woman could no longer contain her tears. "Please, do not cry just yet." "What did the coroner determine as the cause of Fu Kang's demise?" Su Peng inquired, his tone tinged with concern, albeit somewhat devoid of empathy. The coroner stated that he was pierced through the back of the head by an arrow. However, the police scoured the scene thoroughly and found no arrow whatsoever. Additionally, the internet CAF had been closed that day due to concerns about thugs vandalizing the place, and Fu Kong had locked the door from the inside, ensuring no one entered. Moreover, the police noted that the arrow must have been shot from a slightly elevated position, yet there were no buildings nearby, and the restroom window was securely shut. They were unable to determine the origin of the arrow, and the police failed to uncover any leads. Ultimately, they concluded that he was shot first and then left behind, with the assailant possibly having entered through the window, dispatched Fu Kong, and subsequently fled through the same window. However, no footprints were discovered near the window. The woman seemed to be daunted by Su Peng's stern demeanor, ceasing her tears and speaking in fragmented sentences. "Are you suggesting this is a locked-room murder?" Su Peng posited. Upon uttering this, he furrowed his brow tightly, his mind racing with possibilities. Perhaps this was merely an accident. Could it truly be that someone in reality had shot Fu Kong with a bow and arrow? Fearing that evidence might be traced back to the weapon and then disposed of it, Su Peng pondered, recognizing this as a relatively conventional line of reasoning, one that would align with typical police thought. Yet, another line of reasoning simultaneously emerged in Su Peng's mind. The scene of Xiao Lin's supernatural death resurfaced in his mind, and Fu Kong. Su Peng envisioned Fu Kong in the restroom, when suddenly a transparent, enigmatic presence appeared behind him, raising an invisible yet tangible bow and arrow, coldly aiming at the back of Fu Kang's head, and then, releasing the bowstring, the intangible arrow piercing into Fu Kang's brain. A shiver coursed through Su Peng's body, this association chilling him to the bone. Shaking his head slightly, Su Peng concluded. Regardless, Fu Kong was murdered by someone in the real world, and the most logical explanation is that the perpetrator took the weapon with them. This is the most plausible scenario. Taking a deep breath, Su Peng rose and addressed the woman, "Sister-in-law, I have gathered some information. I still have some connections within the military and police system, and I will do my utmost to influence them to provide you with an explanation." "Thank you so much." Fu Kang's death is shrouded in mystery, and he died with his eyes unclosed. The woman replied, her eyes reddened. By the way, sister-in-law, here is a card containing 100,000 yuan. The password is 6 ones. With Fu Kang's passing, you have many immediate financial needs, and this sum may serve as a temporary relief. Su Peng produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the woman. How could I accept this? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Although others had visited and left money recently, it was mostly small amounts, with 1,000 yuan being quite rare. Yet here was someone who had left 10,000. Please, just accept it. I am still relatively well off, and I had a good relationship with Fu Kong. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. If you feel uncomfortable, just view it as a loan, Su Peng stated. His words informal yet imbued with an undeniable authority reminiscent of his grandfather's manner of speaking. Sister, given the circumstances at home, this generous man is offering, so you should accept it, the young boy interjected. The woman, hearing this, found her resolve to refuse wavering, and after some hesitation, she ultimately accepted the card. Su Peng, not intending to linger any longer, bid farewell. As he was leaving, the young boy wanted to obtain his phone number. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Peng decided it might be useful in the future and provided a seldom-used mobile number. Exiting the internet CAF, Su Peng descended the stairs and let out a long sigh. His interactions with Fu Kong during their time together had not been particularly harmonious. Su Peng found Fu Kong overly calculative, engaging in petty cleverness without much sense of responsibility, leading him to view him with a degree of disdain. Yet he had not anticipated that Fu Kong had been shouldering family responsibilities and had such a complex story, only to end up deceased. Over the years, Su Peng had saved approximately 260 to 70,000 yuan from his endeavors as a private detective, and leaving 10,000 for Fu Kang's widow felt like a small act of professional kindness. After adjusting his mood, Su Peng intended to visit a certain office when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the number, he felt a surge of energy and answered, "Hello, is this Aunt San?" "Yes, it is I. I just returned from the United States. Your Uncle San mentioned that you were seeking my assistance?" A warm and reassuring voice emanated from the other end, instilling a sense of trust. "Aunt San, I would like to consult you regarding a research project. Have you heard of reverse hypnosis technology?" Su Peng clarified his thoughts and inquired, "Reverse hypnosis? Is that the standard translation in Chinese? I have not heard of it. However, many cutting-edge psychological studies often have discrepancies between their English names and Chinese translations. If you wish to inquire further, you can come to my studio. It is rather inconvenient to discuss over the phone," the woman with the rich emotional timbre continued. "All right, I will arrive in approximately 40 minutes. Su Peng responded. "Good, call me when you arrive," she replied, and they concluded the call. Su Peng exhaled deeply, waited for a taxi, and provided a destination as the vehicle made its way into the city. After about 25 to 30 minutes, the taxi encountered heavy traffic. Observing the surroundings, Su Peng noted that he was not far from his destination. He could cross a viaduct and walk a short distance to arrive. Opting to avoid the congestion, he paid the fare and disembarked, heading toward the viaduct. The traffic beneath the bridge was severely congested, yet the bridge itself was quite clear. As Su Peng ascended the bridge, he noticed several birdwatchers with monoculars and cameras observing something. This did not surprise him, as he frequently encountered such enthusiasts, so he continued along the bridge's edge. While walking, he suddenly noticed someone approaching from the opposite direction. Their expression tense. The individual nearly collided with Su Peng as they passed each other. After they brushed past, Su Peng furrowed his brow, as his keen memory recognized this person as someone he had seen just the other morning in the company cafeteria. A man with slightly long hair who had exchanged a few words with team leader Lei Ming. Was he affiliated with the Hu Bin group? Su Peng turned to watch as the man hastened down the bridge, making his way toward a fountain in a green belt nearly 100 meters below. There, another individual awaited him, and they began conversing beneath the fountain. Su Peng's brow furrowed further upon spotting the man waiting for the long-haired individual. Surveying the area, Su Peng spotted someone who appeared to be renting out monoculars, and he handed over 10 yuan to borrow one. Peering through the lens, he focused on the two conversing. Indeed, Su Peng couldn't help but murmur as he gazed through the monocular. He observed a man clad in a gray trench coat with an upright collar. Although he could not definitively confirm that this was the same gray-clad individual he had spoken with at Yu Jian office, their attire suggested a connection. The gray-clad man likely represented an organization. Could it be that the long-haired individual, like him, was also an insider within the company? Su Peng's mind raced with speculation. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. He abandoned the monocular and looked up to see a heavy truck barreling out of the lane and crashing into the fountain area. A deafening impact echoed as Su Peng stood in shock. Witnessing the heavy truck collide directly with the long-haired company man, crushing him beneath its enormous tires, which flattened him like a watermelon, Su Peng was horrified to see the man's intestines spill forth, blood pooling everywhere, and it was evident he would not survive. The gray-clad man barely managed to evade the truck's onslaught. Now staring in shock at the scene, Su Peng, momentarily dazed, swiftly raised the monocular to focus on the truck's door. Just then, the door burst open, and a man dressed in all black, donning sunglasses and with a buzz cut, leaped out, a cruel smile etched on his face as he drew a gleaming soft sword from his belt. Charging toward the gray-clad man. Chapter 51. Decapitation. The gray-clad man, upon spotting the black-clad man, wasted no time and turned to flee. His speed was astonishing, akin to that of a professional sprinter, as he covered a distance of 40 to 50 meters in mere seconds. However, the black-clad man pursued even faster. With each stride, he seemed to glide effortlessly, covering 7 to 8 meters with each step, like a shadow racing across the ground, rapidly closing the gap on the gray-clad man. At that moment, the figures of the two individuals were obscured, rendering it impossible for Su Peng to discern any details through his binoculars. He could only vaguely perceive a scuffle, suggesting that both participants possessed some martial prowess. However, in less than 10 seconds, the outcome of their confrontation became apparent. Mere moments later, the man in gray lay defeated on the ground, while the man in black bent down to perform a gesture, then slowly emerged from behind the obstruction, holding something in his hand. The severed head of the gray-clad man. Su Peng's pupils instantaneously constricted as he witnessed, through his binoculars, the man in black with sunglasses and a buzz cut. Gripping the head of a man with long hair, the head had just been severed, and blood mingled with yellow fat dripped from it. A segment of the spinal column appeared to have been forcibly extracted from the body, with nearly a meter of white vertebrae protruding outward. The gray-clad man's eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. Such ruthlessness. Su Peng observed, beads of sweat forming in his palms. The man in black approached a nearby trash bin, flicked his wrist, and tossed the severed head inside, before suddenly lifting his gaze towards the overpass. Su Peng squinted. The visage of this man in black had been indelibly etched into his memory. Simultaneously, the birdwatchers on the overpass, though some had crouched in fear, seized the moment, incessantly clicking their long-lens cameras, capturing images of the man in black. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of his closed mouth as he turned his head with a certain nonchalance, then executed a speed that seemed inhuman as he darted away into the distance. Su Peng took a deep breath, fixating on the direction in which the man in black had vanished. Chaos ensued beneath the overpass, and Su Peng, unwilling to wait for the police to arrive, hastily departed. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at a modestly tall building, took a moment to collect himself, and then entered. The lobby was bustling with people, most of whom clutched similar psychology textbooks. A large conference room on the ground floor appeared to be hosting a lecture, but Su Peng did not linger and proceeded directly to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor via the staircase, he noted an upgrade in the decor. It was markedly more refined than the 1st floor, exuding an air of sophistication and comfort. As he walked down the corridor, he stopped in front of an office and knocked on the door. "Come in, the door is open," a soothing female voice invited from within. Su Peng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was tastefully decorated, with elegant furnishings adorning the walls, and a desk accompanied by a vacant chair that seemed invitingly comfortable. Various items, possibly jade or emerald, served as paperweights atop the desk, while a multipurpose shelf displayed small artistic pieces. On the opposite side stood a bookshelf filled with volumes, and behind the desk sat a strikingly beautiful doctor with a rosy complexion, who appeared to be engrossed in an English book. "Hello, Aunt San. Your aura seems to have grown even more refined," Su Peng remarked with a smile. The doctor returned a gentle smile and replied, "Your aura, however, appears somewhat disordered." "What happened to you?" Impressed, Su Peng responded. "Aunt San, if I didn't know that you're a psychologist, I might think you possess divinatory skills. I just witnessed a car accident outside." The doctor nodded and said, "Please take a seat and calm your mind." Su Peng nodded and settled into the comfortable chair. The doctor remained quietly seated, and Su Peng felt an increasing sense of relaxation, as if the weight of recent pressures, the mysterious death of a friend, the stress of infiltrating the company, and the earlier encounter, was dissipating, leaving him feeling increasingly at ease. When Su Peng realized that his purpose for being there was not to sleep, he awoke to find the sun had already dipped at an angle. "I apologize. I must have dozed off, Aunt San. How long was I asleep?" Upon stirring, Su Peng moved his body, feeling pleasantly languid, as though he had just emerged from a deep state of relaxation. "About an hour. Your demeanor has improved considerably. We can now discuss what you wish to understand," the doctor said with her characteristic gentle smile. Su Peng shook his head, realizing that apart from his requisite hour of sleep each day, he rarely dozed off, yet every visit to Aunt San Xingna resulted in him unwinding for an hour, unlike his usual sleep at the brink of exhaustion. Shaking off distractions, Su Peng inquired, "Aunt San, have you heard of a reverse hypnosis technique?" Specifically, he proceeded to describe the effects of the game chamber at the company, mentioning some explanations provided by Qianjun, including references from the American Psychological Association. Xingna listened attentively, refraining from interruption, and after Su Peng concluded, she paused before responding, "I am aware of some research related to similar techniques, but it is still in its infancy and far from maturity. My mentor has also informed me that he participated in related projects. Personally, I believe that, from both a technical and political standpoint, the research proposed is somewhat surreal." After a moment of silence, Su Peng contemplated another matter and asked, "Aunt San, you mentioned that you had conducted in-depth studies on hypnosis. If the depth of hypnosis is sufficiently profound, could it produce effects such as—" He carefully described the circumstances surrounding Xiao Lin's death, noting that such effects were unattainable with current hypnosis methods. Xingna shook her head and replied, "That is a form of hypnosis that has been mythologized or demonized. While there are numerous studies within the field examining the physiological effects of hypnosis on the body, achieving what you described is beyond reach. It resembles something from a horror film." "Indeed. Much like the Green Monkey," Su Peng remarked, recalling a film. Several questions in his mind were answered, and he stood up, saying, "Aunt San, I have no further inquiries. I must return to the company as there are matters to attend to." "Very well," Xingna nodded. "Work is important, but it is not everything. Do try to visit home more often when you have the time." "Certainly," Su Peng agreed, bidding farewell to Xingna as he exited. Once outside the building, he checked his phone and noted that it was past 5 in the afternoon. A sense of confusion washed over him. He had arrived around 2 or 3 o'clock and had only slept for about an hour, yet time seemed to have slipped away. Perhaps his sense of time had become somewhat blurred. He dismissed the thought with a smile and hailed a taxi to the company. Upon entering Tianpeng Tower, he accessed the company on the 7th floor, then took the private elevator to the 18th. He first visited the cafeteria for a meal before heading to the recreation room, where Sun Shijia and Ji Ming were present. Su Peng grabbed a bottle of beer and settled onto the sofa, appearing to watch them play billiards. In Shi Qianjun's office, surveillance footage displayed Su Peng in the recreation room. Shi Qianjun sat behind his desk, accompanied by a man in black attire, with dark hair and sunglasses. Standing beside him, he was the very individual who had executed the gray-clad man earlier. "It's him. I saw him at the scene of the task on the overpass, and he seemed to have noticed me," the man in black remarked, observing the footage. Shi Qianjun, his gaze fixed on the monitor displaying Su Peng, nodded slightly and instructed, "Understood. You may take a break." The man in black nodded and retreated into the shadows of the room, his figure gradually becoming indistinct until he vanished entirely. Meanwhile, Shi Qianjun pressed a button on his desk and stated, "Lei Ming, summon the newcomer Su Peng to my office." Chapter 52. The worth of 1,000 yuan life. When Su Peng was called to Shi Qianjun's office by Lei Ming, he was mentally prepared, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." The moment he witnessed the murder of his long-haired colleague, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was that long-haired individual, like him, an insider working for the gray-clad man? Was there a connection between this gray-clad man and the one who met with me? Who was behind the attack? Was it someone from the company? What role did Lei Ming play in all of this? A barrage of questions flooded Su Peng's mind, each demanding contemplation and yielding similar conclusions. If the murderer was indeed associated with the company and had seen him, he might face inquiries upon returning. Lei Ming's involvement in this affair was ambiguous. He had had some contact with the victim, albeit potentially mundane professional interactions, yet one could not entirely rule out deeper connections. Did the company possess knowledge of these interactions? Was he trusted by the company, or was he directly implicated in this murder? As Su Peng followed Lei Ming to the office, he pondered these matters, realizing that he lacked sufficient intelligence. speculating without more information would yield little benefit. He would have to wait until he could gather more knowledge before making any judgments. With these thoughts in mind, Su Peng entered Shi Qianjun's office. Inside, Shi Qianjun was seated behind his desk. He nodded to Lei Ming and said, "I have a few matters to discuss with Su Peng. You may step out for a moment." Lei Ming nodded and exited the room, closing the door behind him. As Shi Qianjun observed Lei Ming leave, his gaze shifted to Su Peng, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Su Peng, you have been with the company for some time now. How do you find it?" "Everything is going well. The work is quite engaging, and the company operates in an orderly fashion," Su Peng replied, fully aware that this was merely a preamble, with the real discussion yet to unfold. Shi Qianjun nodded slightly and continued. "I heard from Lei Ming that you have been engaged in a continuous task recently. How is that progressing? Will you meet the end-of-month evaluation? The task is nearly complete. I anticipate finishing it within the next few days. So I should be able to meet the end-of-month evaluation," Su Peng responded. Shi Qianjun did not comment further, taking a sip from his teacup and stating, "I have noticed your diligence. You have been spending long hours working, often missing meals. You must take care of your health. By the way, you seem a bit under the weather. Has anything happened today?" A sense of alarm surged within Su Peng. Regardless of whether the murderer in black today was affiliated with the company or recognized him, Shi Qianjun could not directly inquire about the matter but could only broach it through casual conversation. Now, it was a matter of how he would respond. After some contemplation, Su Peng decided to probe cautiously, saying, "I am indeed feeling a bit unwell. This afternoon, I went to visit an elder and unexpectedly witnessed a murder. It was quite shocking. Oh, a murder?" Shi Qianjun inquired with apparent interest. "What transpired? Such occurrences are not easily encountered." Su Peng nodded and recounted the events he had observed on the overpass, deliberately omitting the part where he recognized the long-haired man, and concluded, "I was on my way to see my elder when I stumbled upon this gruesome scene. It was the act of a madman. I never expected such an incident to occur in Zhonghai. Indeed, that is a grave and malevolent case," Shi Qianjun acknowledged. Su Peng scrutinized his eyes but detected no significant fluctuations. "You must exercise caution when going out. By the way, Su Peng, you have been in the newcomer group for nearly a month now. What are your thoughts on your team leader, Lei Ming? How do you perceive him?" Shi Qianjun abruptly shifted the topic to Su Peng. Taken aback, Su Peng pondered briefly. He had expected the focus to remain on the murder case, but now the conversation veered towards his impressions of Lei Ming. Were they suspecting Lei Ming? Su Peng contemplated, though he sensed that was not the case. Weighing his words carefully, he replied, "Team leader Lei is very diligent. He patiently explains any uncertainties we have. He is quite an admirable leader. As for personal matters, I have not interacted much with him, so I shall refrain from commenting." "Very well, there is nothing further. You may return now. Please be mindful of your time on the computer and take care of your health. Call Lei Ming in when you go out," Shi Qianjun instructed Su Peng. Nodding, Su Peng felt increasingly perplexed. His suspicions regarding the killers who had slain the gray-clad man and the long-haired individual deepened. He had not anticipated that Shi Qianjun's conversation would rise and fall without focus. Upon exiting, Su Peng summoned Lei Ming, then proceeded to his own room. In Shi Qianjun's office, Lei Ming entered. "Lei Ming, your timely report on the matter was commendable. It spared the company from losses. Well done. You will receive an additional 1,000 yuan this month as a bonus," Shi Qianjun remarked first. Lei Ming nodded and replied, "The bonus is a minor concern. What matters is the benefit to the company." After concluding this seemingly ambiguous dialogue, Shi Qianjun inquired, "Lei Ming, you have been leading the newcomer group for nearly a month. What are your thoughts on Su Peng?" "Su Peng," Lei Ming adjusted his sunglasses and said, "He is a decent young man, experienced in gaming, and quite agile. In just a month, he has uncovered numerous tasks and achieved significant results in the game. He is worthy of focus cultivation and may become a key player in either the Tiger Bin or Longya teams." "What about his performance in private?" Shi Qianjun pressed further. "Well, I have not had much interaction with him outside of work, so I cannot comment extensively. However, one thing I have noted is that due to his youth, he possesses abundant energy and can work for extended periods without fatigue. He is indeed a vigorous individual." Lei Ming answered. Shi Qianjun nodded noncommittally and said, "Understood. That will be all. You may return to rest." Lei Ming nodded and left Shi Qianjun's office, closing the door behind him. In the corner of the room, a shadow emerged as the figure in black slowly materialized. This Lei Ming is not entirely trustworthy. It was indeed his report that led us to the insider coveting the company's mainframe. although I carried out the deed. The credit for the death of Cui Hao from the Tiger Bin team should also rest on Lei Ming's shoulders. I never expected you would reward him with just 1,000 yuan. Is Cui Hao's life worth merely 1,000 yuan? The shadow in the darkness coldly regarded the door, as if peering through to the departing Lei Ming. Shi Qianjun remained silent for a moment before responding. Lei Ming is still worthy of trust. As for the newcomer named Su Peng, I will need you to keep an eye on him next week. Understood. But don't say I didn't warn you. I suspect that Lei Ming has begun to sense something, the shadow remarked, then turned to observe Su Peng, who was returning to his room, and Lei Ming, who was heading to the break room. After returning to his room, Su Peng booted up his computer and navigated to a video site, seemingly engrossed in an American sci-fi blockbuster. Yet, his mind was in turmoil. Though uncertain whether Lei Ming was involved in the incident, his instincts told him that Lei Ming played an unsavory role in this affair. But, which side was Lei Ming truly on? Was he a steadfast ally of the company, or was he a member of the organization coveting the deadly reincarnation game console? Or merely looking out for himself? Su Peng pondered. After some reflection, he felt as if he were grasping at shadows, yet his instinct still indicated that there were significant doubts surrounding Lei Ming. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, it seemed prudent to engage with Lei Ming. To test the waters, however, what had initially appeared to be a simple case of corporate espionage now seemed fraught with peril. As if even a misstep could cost him his life, Su Peng mused. Nevertheless, despite the apparent increase in danger, Su Peng felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. If he were to successfully smuggle the gaming console out, he would demand a higher price. The following day, Su Peng rose early once more. During breakfast in the dining hall, he encountered Sun Shijia and engaged in a brief conversation. Brother Su, it seems I might be joining the Tiger Bin team. Sun Shijia whispered to Su Peng when he noticed no one was around. Though, you've heard the rumors? Su Peng inquired, curiosity piqued. It's not just rumors. I spoke with some seniors a few days ago, and gathered that if one's martial arts are decent but lacks a standout specialty, most are transferred to the Tiger Bin team. Although I've just transitioned to the gun cavalry, my martial arts are rather average, so I doubt I could make it into the Longyu team. The Dark Owl team is out of the question as well. I haven't improved my production skills, so I have no chance with the Chiyu team. I suppose I'll end up in the Tiger Bin team. However, Ji Guo might make it into the Longyu team. He has garnered the attention of that formidable bowman, Bai Fuzhong, in the Blackwater Army, who is teaching him his family's archery techniques. He seems to have already progressed to intermediate archery LV.6. He should have no trouble joining the Longyu team as a ranged attacker. I see. Su Peng nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. Initially intending to test Lei Ming, he realized that approaching him directly might seem too obvious. However, if he could gather intelligence indirectly through Sun Shijia or act as an informant, that would prove advantageous. With this thought in mind, Su Peng said to Sun Shijia, "Isn't that great? Our team leader is from the Tiger Bin team. After all, you should get closer to him. Perhaps once you join the Tiger Bin team, he can look out for you. How could I have overlooked that?" Sun Shijia exclaimed softly. "You're absolutely right, Brother Su. I'll have a chat with the team leader today." Very well, Su Peng nodded, continuing his meal. After breakfast, around 6:30, Su Peng thought about how he was still waiting for a boat in the game. So he headed to the gaming room and logged into the game. Chapter 53. 100 gold to save the turtle. Su Peng logged into the game. Appearing on the second floor of Haikiju.as, he exited. He noticed an announcement on the first floor stating that the merchant ship would officially embark at 3/4 past the hour. Su Peng settled his lodging fees, left the Haikju Inn, and made his way to the port to board the ship. Just as he stepped outside, Su Peng spotted a group of 8 or 9 young heroes wielding weapons walking ahead of him. It was Ho Si Jie and his entourage. These young heroes, lacking any particular agenda, were mostly offspring of notable figures in the martial world, just starting out and seeking to make a name for themselves, albeit without a clear direction, wandering aimlessly in the martial world. Their destination, too, was the port. Su Peng found himself at a loss for common ground with them, unwilling to proceed in their company. Thus he slowed his pace. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted the disheveled middle-aged scholar emerging from the inn. The man noticed Su Peng and offered a slight nod in greeting. Su Peng held a certain fondness for this scholar, who exuded an air of dignity and possessed remarkable insight. Perhaps conversing with him would not be so tedious. Therefore, Su Peng approached him, cupping his hands in salute, and said, "Greetings, sir. I am Su Peng from Jiangning. The other day, I was greatly impressed by Master Jin's demeanor and the brilliance of his thoughts. Are you perhaps heading to the port to board a ship? Might we travel together? The scholar, with a faint smile, replied, You flatter me. I am Fu Yi from Liangzhou, merely a downcast scholar. How could I be deserving of such praise? However, I am indeed bound for the port, so I would be honored to accompany you. That is splendid. Su Peng nodded, and together with Fu Yi, they made their way toward the port. As they walked, engaging in conversation, Su Peng found Fu Yi to be refined and astute, a most agreeable companion. Fu Yi, in turn, perceived Su Peng's discourse as refreshingly novel, each of his insights unique and intriguing. Thus he developed a favorable impression of Su Peng. As their dialogue flowed, both men felt a growing rapport, their relationship deepening considerably. Suddenly, as they continued on their way, they noticed a gathering of people ahead. Su Peng, with keen eyesight, remarked, Is that not the master from the great empty temple of Futu Mountain, whom we briefly encountered at Haichu the other day? And those surrounding him appear to be the wealthy merchants from that day. What could they be doing there? Fu Yi, having caught sight of the assembly, suggested, Let us approach and see. Su Peng nodded, and they slowly made their way over. Upon arrival, they discovered a considerable throng, perhaps dozens of individuals, among them, the band of chivalrous women and men, all gathered to witness the spectacle. In the center of the crowd stood a shifty-looking man with a pointed chin and sharp features, dressed in tattered clothing resembling a fisherman, engaged in a heated argument. Before him lay an enormous turtle, withdrawn into its shell. The creature was so large that a person could stand upon its shell, and its shell was thick and devoid of patterns, nearly reaching the height of a person's calf. Such a grand turtle, it was a wonder how long it had lived. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, What a colossal turtle! And within the crowd, the wealthy merchants were embroiled in a dispute with the sharp-featured man. Listening intently, Su Peng began to piece together the situation. The man claimed to be a fisherman who had caught the giant turtle, believing it to be a rare treasure. Yet after half a day of trying to sell it at the market, he had found no buyers. Frustrated, he brandished a knife, threatening to slaughter the turtle for its meat and broth. At that moment, the Zen master from the great empty temple and the surrounding merchants happened to pass by. The monk, recognizing the turtle's age and rarity, implored the fisherman to spare its life. But the fisherman remained obstinate, prompting the monk's affluent admirers to engage in a heated argument with him. The fisherman shouted, This turtle is mine. I caught it, and I will kill it for soup and meat. What right do you have to stop me? Did you catch it? One merchant retorted, How can you be so devoid of compassion? The monk from the great empty temple is guiding you toward benevolence. Why can you not heed his words? Truly, you lack wisdom. Ha! It seems you are all wealthy merchants of this port, unaware of my plight. How often can I afford meat in a year? Can compassion be eaten? The sharp-featured fisherman bellowed, Umitba, intoned the reputed by Mei Zen master from the great empty temple. All beings are equal. What sin has this turtle committed to deserve such a fate? I perceive this turtle to possess nearly a century of life. It is indeed a rare existence, and I cannot bear to see it face such calamity. Such a life ought to be returned to the sea, granting it a chance at freedom. The master, filled with compassion for all living things, was indeed a venerable monk. Around by Mei, the wealthy merchants murmured their approval. Su Peng, recalling what Fu Yi had shared, recognized these individuals as affluent traders from the coastal city, frequently engaged in commerce along the rivers and seas. They had recently become captivated by the teachings of the Bai Mei Zen master. Not only had they rented a courtyard for him at Haichu, but they also gathered daily to listen to his discourses, almost as if they were his disciples. You, fisherman, how can you be so blind to the opportunity before you? The Zen master has spoken. Why not seize this moment to create a good karma by releasing the turtle? One of the chivalrous women could no longer contain herself, voicing her support for the monk. The fisherman, incensed by her words, retorted, I toiled to catch this turtle. You think you can just dictate its fate? You claim compassion? Then pay me for the turtle, and you can release it yourself. The audacity of the man was astonishing. The chivalrous woman who had spoken felt her anger rise and replied sharply. Standing among the chivalrous youth and maidens, Wasijia began to contemplate the situation. He realized that it was not often one encountered a disciple of the great empty temple. And judging by the monk's appearance, he seemed to possess considerable wisdom. As a newcomer to the martial world, Huasijia sought to build a reputation, and befriending a figure of such stature could be a path to fame. Thus, he resolved to take action, stepping forward and calling out, "How much for the turtle? I will buy it. You? Can you afford it?" The sharp-featured fisherman scoffed. "It's just a turtle. How much could it possibly cost?" Huasijia smirked, confident in his financial standing. His uncle had secretly provided him with 50 taels of gold for his journey, a sum equivalent to approximately 750,000 renminbi in this agrarian economy. A considerable fortune indeed. "I demand 100 taels of gold," the sharp-featured fisherman shouted, his voice echoing through the crowd. At this proclamation, silence fell over the onlookers, only to be swiftly followed by a tidal wave of incredulous murmurs. Has he lost his mind? 100 taels for a mere turtle. He must be deranged. If I were the Zen master, I would slap him for attempting to swindle. Should the Zen master truly be compassionate, he could afford such a sum. Otherwise, it is mere pretense. Huasijia's face flushed with embarrassment, and his breath quickened. He had anticipated the fisherman would ask for perhaps a few dozen taels of silver. At most 1 tael of gold. It seemed a reasonable price for the opportunity to befriend a high monk from the great empty temple. However, the fisherman's outrageous demand of 100 taels took him aback. While he wished to befriend the Zen master, 100 taels was an exorbitant price. With that amount, he could simply donate to the great empty temple and earn a plaque of merit. His name inscribed upon a stone of virtue. 100 taels was far beyond his means, especially since his entire fortune amounted to only 50 taels. "You, merchant, have gone mad," the chivalrous youth and maidens cried out in unison, directing their ire at the fisherman. "Are you insane? 100 taels for a mere turtle? I doubt it is worth even 100 coins." Among the wealthy merchants, some echoed their disdain for the fisherman. The fisherman rolled his eyes and replied, "What of it? I believe I am selling it too cheaply. Have you not heard of old turtles bearing pearls? If this turtle has lived over 100 years, it could very well bear gems within its shell. This creature may indeed be over a century old. If it were to be killed and the pearls extracted, 100 taels would be a bargain." Upon hearing this, the merchants fell silent, for they were coastal dwellers and had indeed heard similar legends. If such pearls were to be found, then 100 taels would hardly suffice. "Umitba, I implore you, good sir, to spare this turtle, not out of desire for any pearls, but out of compassion for the creature itself," the Bai Mei Zen master intoned once more, his eyes softly closed, conveying his profound sorrow. As the merchants witnessed the Zen master's heart-wrenching expression, they exchanged glances, uncertain of how to resolve the standoff. Su Peng and Fui had observed the unfolding drama for some time, and Su Peng, with a hint of amusement on his face, turned to Fui and inquired, "Have you gleaned any insights from this scene?" "A true gentleman observes in silence," Fui replied with a slight smile. Su Peng, appreciating Fui's discernment, chose not to respond further, continuing to watch the unfolding spectacle. "The master is in distress. What a sin it is for us." Suddenly, a merchant exclaimed, "I will pledge 15 taels of gold. Let us pool our resources to purchase this turtle and grant it freedom." Upon hearing the words of the wealthy merchant, those in the vicinity, who were of similar fortune, immediately came to their senses. Someone shouted, "I offer 10 taels of gold." Another exclaimed, "I shall contribute 20 taels of gold." These affluent individuals began to call out loudly, as if engaged in a bidding war, and of course, a few stingy ones pondered for a moment and chose to retreat. Since we are in our own territory, how could we allow the master to feel disheartened? Though 100 taels of gold is no small sum, it is not exorbitant either. Surely with so many of us, we can manage it. Thus, we shall gather 100 taels of gold to facilitate the master's release of the turtle. The leading merchant glanced around and then directed his gaze toward Huasijia, inquiring, "Young sir, will you contribute?" Huasijia felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After much contemplation, he suppressed his reluctance and replied, "I offer 3 taels of gold." "Only 3 taels?" The merchant shot Huasijia a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, "You dress with such elegance, yet you turn out to be a miserly pauper." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "3 taels is unnecessary. Keep it for your own use." He then muttered under his breath, "What a miser, lacking funds yet still seeking face." This remark, though softly spoken, was perfectly audible to the group of young heroes behind Huasijia. They all turned to look at him. And at that moment, Huasijia felt an intense anger welling up within him. If his companions were to perceive him as stingy, how could his reputation as a chivalrous man endure? You must have misheard me. I meant to say I offer 10 taels of gold. His heart bled as he uttered the words. Excellent! This young hero offers 10 taels, the merchant exclaimed loudly, and Huasijia felt trapped, seething with resentment. What about the 2 warriors over there? Will you not contribute? At that moment, the merchant's gaze fell upon Su Peng and Fu Wai. Su Peng chuckled, amused that the burden of contribution had landed upon him. Given my current attire, it is evident that my finances are rather limited. Perhaps you should inquire with this young hero instead. Fui smiled and gracefully stepped back, allowing Su Peng to take the lead. Su Peng found this rather amusing. Fui appeared quite earnest, yet seemed to possess a playful spirit at heart. However, wasn't he genuinely upset and shook his head, saying, as a traveler in the martial world, I find it more pressing to ensure my own sustenance than to release a turtle. Thus, I shall refrain from contributing gold. Another miser, the merchant remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of less enthusiasm as he resorted to his previous tactics. Muttering under his breath, however, Su Peng, unperturbed by the merchant's words, remained composed, embodying the essence of a seasoned traveler. He paid no mind to the merchant's attempts and continued to maintain his calm demeanor. Observing Su Peng's indifference, the merchant thought him to be a shrewd individual, unlike the others who seemed formidable yet were surprisingly naive. Thus he decided not to press Su Peng further and sought to collect funds elsewhere. At this moment, Huasijia begrudgingly produced 10 taels of gold, only to notice that Su Peng remained entirely unscathed by the financial burden. The wave of bitterness surged within him. He had deemed Su Peng detestable since their encounter at the inn, and now he found him even more loathsome. Attempting to drag Su Peng into the fray, he provocatively remarked, You there, have you been watching the spectacle all this time? Not a shred of compassion in you. Or are you merely a penny-pinching miser, as all from Jiangning are? As a resident of Jiangning, I prefer to aid those truly in need rather than rescuing turtles. However, since young hero Hua is wealthy, he naturally has no qualms about contributing to both, Su Peng replied coolly. This statement disrupted the atmosphere, yet the wealthy merchants were too engrossed in their own fervor to heed Su Peng's words. At last, with Huasijia's contribution of 10 taels of gold, the group of merchants successfully amassed a total of 100 taels, which they placed into a single bag. The leading merchant then handed it to the fisherman, saying, Here is your gold. The fisherman, upon receiving the money bag, wasted no time and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, the white-browed monk finally opened his eyes, crouched down, and effortlessly lifted the hefty turtle, which must have weighed dozens of pounds. Splendid! The merchants erupted into applause upon witnessing the monk's feat. Su Peng and Huasijia, being seasoned individuals of the martial world, were not particularly surprised. With a mere infusion of inner strength, they could easily lift weights several times their own for a short duration. Su Peng could accomplish this with ease. If the monk of Daquang Temple could not, that would indeed be remarkable. Let us board the ship and accompany the master in releasing the turtle. The merchants clamored, following the white-browed monk toward the harbor. We should also set off. The ship is about to depart, Fu Yi suggested with a smile. Addressing Su Peng nodded in agreement, responding with a smile. Indeed, it seems this performance is not yet concluded. Let us continue to observe what unfolds. With that, the two made their way toward the harbor. Chapter 54. The debate on Buddhist scriptures. Su Peng and Fu Yi soon arrived at the bustling harbor. Binhai City, being a coastal metropolis and a key transit point for rivers flowing into the sea, was naturally thriving with activity. The docks were alive with the hustle and bustle of sailors and dockworkers unloading cargo, merchants overseeing the operations, government officials patrolling the banks, and travelers like Su Peng and Fu Yi. The two found their way to a ship bound for the inland. It was a grand vessel, towering like a building, with a mast that soared nearly 20 meters high and a hull measuring over 40 meters in length and 12 to 13 meters wide. The ship, crafted from resilient woods like camphor, was designed for both cargo and passengers and could accommodate over 100 people along with several hundred stone of goods. At the bow, there was a circular emblem, the very same one Su Peng had previously encountered. A mark of the shipowner's business akin to a personal trademark. Recognizing this emblem from the Haikju, Su Peng and Fui knew they had found their vessel. Currently, a small boat was moored to the ship. Allowing passengers to board, a crew member was checking the boarding passes, and Su Peng noticed that the white-browed monk from Dakwang Temple, along with his entourage of wealthy merchants, had also boarded the ship. In the rear, Huasijia seemed to have successfully ingratiated himself with the monk, while the other young heroes, save for a couple who appeared to be local farewells, had also joined the vessel. "We should board as well," Fui suggested to Su Peng. Su Peng nodded in agreement, and the two presented their tickets before ascending the ship. Once aboard, Su Peng felt a sense of spaciousness. The ship was considerably elevated, resembling a high-rise, with numerous compartments inside. It promised a pleasant journey, albeit at a rather steep price. "Su, my young friend, I am in cabin number 3 in section. I shall stow my belongings and rest a moment before the ship departs. If you are inclined, perhaps we can converse after lunch," Fui proposed. "That sounds agreeable," Su Peng replied, noting that his cabin was number 7 in section A, not far from Fui's. Fui took his leave to head to his cabin. And as Su Peng watched him ascend the stairwell, he noted a subtle detail. The cabin numbers were tiered. Those labeled were within the main deck, receiving sunlight and offering slightly larger rooms. Yet they came at a premium. Section B, on the other hand, was more confined and half the price, while Section C offered communal sleeping arrangements. Su Peng had opted for a B-class cabin due to the exorbitant one-tael gold fee for an A-class. Yet Fui, appearing somewhat downcast, was evidently able to afford the A-class fare. He must have arrived early. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured a spot in the higher tier. It seemed he simply preferred not to occupy a B or C-class cabin, hinting that he was perhaps more accustomed to a life of comfort than he let on, rather than genuinely impoverished. However, such revelations were inconsequential. Anyone might harbor secrets they wish to keep hidden. Or perhaps he was merely seeking to experience life outside his usual comforts. Su Peng chose not to dwell on it further and proceeded to his own cabin. Cabin number 7 in Section A was centrally located on the main deck. Not overly spacious, yet sufficient, featuring a bed and a table affixed to the floor with nails. The bedding was fresh, and the air in the room was pleasant enough. Su Peng nodded in satisfaction. It was worth the 2 taels he had spent. Having little to stow away, he intended to sit and relax when the ship suddenly lurched, indicating they had weighed anchor and set sail. Gazing out the window at the receding dock, Su Peng felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he settled onto the cabin floor and commenced his internal cultivation practice. Gradually, Su Peng entered a meditative state, practicing the lava mirror lake technique, which offered various methods for advancement. He could either enhance his skills through seated meditation or by practical experience, that moment. Without a suitable place for the latter, he opted for the former, diligently sitting and regulating his breath. With closed eyes, he envisioned the workings of a volcano and the placid lake surface above it. While simultaneously circulating his internal energy, he remained in this state for 2 full hours, completing 3 cycles of the technique before finally opening his eyes, feeling a renewed clarity and vitality. Upon checking his martial prowess, he discovered an increase of 2 to 3% in his internal cultivation. While meditation can indeed enhance one's internal martial arts, the progress remains painfully slow. At this rate, it would take at least a month to advance a single level. However, it could also be that the dark gold martial arts are inherently slow to improve, much like the rain transformation technique, which only took 3 days to elevate. As Su Peng pondered this, he realized that such a pace was unsustainable. Once he arrived in Jiangning, he would need to seek out a place to gain some practical combat experience, accelerating the elevation of his internal martial arts level. Although practical experience may not break through the bottleneck of martial arts, it could significantly reduce training time. Su Peng had already formulated a plan in his mind. Just then, he heard footsteps outside the door. Someone had arrived to knock at the cabin door, delivering lunch. The guests in cabin A received their meals from the ship's crew, while those in cabin B would have to descend to the lower deck for communal dining. As for the occupants of cabin C, they were required to bring their own provisions and received no service. Su Peng accepted the meal box and discovered it contained 2 small dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a bowl of fish soup and a bowl of rice. It was acceptable, yet he felt little appetite and set it aside, logging out of the game to have a meal in the dining hall before logging back in. The afternoon passed as Su Peng immersed himself in training, and his efforts bore fruit. He managed to elevate the lava mirror lake technique to approximately 60 to 70% of the first level. Feeling restless from sitting, he gazed out the cabin window, observing the sun setting, its hue shifting from yellow to red. The vessel glided across a great river, the water tinted crimson by the evening glow, with distant birds soaring, evoking the poetic imagery of the setting sun and solitary wild geese flying together. Autumn waters blending with the vast sky's hue. Delighted by this beautiful scene, Su Peng decided against remaining in the cabin any longer. He opened the door and stepped out onto the deck. There, he noticed two groups of people, seemingly out of place yet both admiring the view. It's the stern. A lively gathering of young knights and heroines mingled with Huasijia, chattering animatedly, though Huasijia himself was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Fu Yi and the red-haired Ouying Qing appeared to be engrossed in conversation, seemingly quite compatible. Ouying brother, you two have boarded this vessel? I did not see you earlier, Su Peng greeted as he approached Ouying Qing. Haha, it's Jianing's young brother Su. What a coincidence that we are on the same ship. Come, let us chat for a moment, Ouying Qing replied, seemingly pleased to see Su Peng, gesturing warmly for him to join. Fu brother, I have been engrossed in training within the sect, so I lost track of time. How far has the ship traveled? Su Peng inquired, cupping his hands in respect towards Fu Yi. The ship has sailed 140 miles in favorable winds. Soon, we shall enter Poyang Lake, where we might anchor for the night to exchange some cargo before continuing our journey, Fu Yi replied, as if he had conversed with the ship's captain. Not particularly fast. Is it? Su Peng remarked, considering that with his lightness skill, he could likely travel faster, though the complex terrain on land would make water travel more convenient. Just as he was about to say more, a loud voice called from the stern, "Look over there. I see that the iron rooster from Jiangning. What brings him out?" Upon hearing this, Su Peng turned to glance back, spotting a disdainful gaze from one of the heroines among the group of knights. Oh? When did you earn that title? Ouying Qing asked, looking at Su Peng with curiosity. Su Peng chuckled and shook his head, briefly recounting the morning's events. It's just that I didn't pay the monk to release the old turtle, which led to their frustration. That is precisely how it should be, Ouying Qing remarked, casting a scornful glance towards the group of knights. People can hardly feed themselves. Why bother saving some worthless turtle? If it were me, I would catch that turtle, bleed it, and cook it. That doesn't sound too bad, Su Peng replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Humph, what a contemptuous lot, so uncultured. As the three conversed, a cold snort echoed from behind them, laced with arrogance and disdain. Turning around, they saw Huasijia emerging from the cabin alongside the white-browed monk and a group of wealthy merchants. The monk was even holding the very turtle in question. Ah, so this is what you meant, Su Xiandi, referring to this turtle? Ouying Qing retorted with a mocking smile in response to Huasijia's tone of derision. Su Peng couldn't help but laugh. Ouying Qing's words were sharp, and Huasijia had been insulted right from the start, with the white-browed monk caught in the crossfire. However, Su Peng had also developed a distaste for Huasijia, and casually added, indeed, it is this very turtle. What nonsense are you spouting? One of the merchants interjected, clearly displeased by Su Peng and Ouying Qing's banter. Am I speaking nonsense? Though my education may be limited, I understand that like attracts like, turtles associate with turtles, and thus, seeing you emerge with a turtle, what else could I think? Ouying Qing continued unabashedly. May I remind you, good sir, to speak with virtue. The scriptures of the 3 lifetimes of karma clearly state that slanderous words can lead one to the hell of tongue-pulling. The white-browed monk interjected, frowning as he recited a Buddhist phrase. I cannot agree with that, Su Peng replied, shaking his head. I have read the scriptures as well, but I find one point perplexing. It seems to imply that those who committed wrongs in their past lives are punished with disabilities in this life. Yet, while I do not claim to possess a heart of compassion, I recognize that those born with disabilities already suffer greatly. To attribute their suffering to past sins seems rather cruel, does it not? Is it not a form of injustice to blame their inherent frailties on their supposed past misdeeds? Umitba. The white-browed monk paused, seemingly taken aback by Su Peng's question, and then frowned, appearing displeased. The Buddha is a saint. One should heed his words without dissent. That is not the case. What you say, Su Xiaoyu, is quite novel and profound, Fu Yi interjected. The scriptures also state that those who accumulate virtue in their past lives possess good looks. While those who do not appear coarse. While I did not think much of it while reading before, your words have given me new insight. If we disregard the existence of karmic retribution and consider only this lifetime, it seems the scriptures might be somewhat disingenuous, suggesting that a handsome appearance and robust physique are rewards for past virtue, while an unattractive appearance indicates past sins. This does give the scriptures a rather cynical tone, suggesting a world of favoritism. Fu Yi's perspective was moderate, yet Ouyang Qing, unrestrained and fearless, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I have always thought you monks to be hypocritical, but it seems my two brothers have seen through it. It appears that your Buddhist practices are merely a fade for power dynamics. Upon hearing this, the white-browed monk and Huasijia, along with the wealthy merchants, turned pale with rage, for it was a direct affront to their beliefs. You, with your crude and unrefined demeanor, understand nothing of the Dharma. Do you even comprehend the sutras? One of the merchants, who had led the morning's fundraising efforts, pointed at Ouyang Qing and shouted sharply. Ouyang Qing merely smirked, arms crossed, gazing skyward in disdain, seemingly uninterested in replying. Xu Peng, however, couldn't help but grin slightly in his view. While there were certainly aspects of Buddhist teachings worthy of debate, there were also many valuable insights. Regardless of its nature as a religion or a philosophy, a deeper study could yield benefits. After all, it had existed for a millennium, surely for good reason. Yet, Xu Peng did not elevate Buddhism to the status of blind worship. He approached the scriptures with his own reflections. Today, he had not mentioned the Diamond Sutra or the Lankavatara Sutra, but rather focused on the often criticized 3 lifetimes of karma, which could be seen as somewhat disingenuous and could undermine the teachings of Buddhism. Nevertheless, Ouyang Qing's observations, in a certain light, pointed directly at the truth in both reality and this game. The secular, utilitarian nature of monks and Taoists was often the subject of ridicule. After all, monks needed to eat too. Listening to Ouyang Qing, while his words were extreme and derogatory, they nonetheless seemed to strike at the essence of the matter. Could it be that such radical and cynical views were a form of enlightenment that pierced through superficial appearances? Xu Peng mused with a sense of dark amusement. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the white-browed monk, curious to observe his reaction. Yet, the monk appeared to be less insightful than Xu Peng had anticipated. Visibly trembling and unable to articulate a response. Master, these people are simply causing a ruckus. Such slander against the Dharma will surely lead them to hell after death, where they shall face retribution. We should ignore them and proceed with our release of life, the leading merchant urged the white-browed monk, attempting to defuse the situation. Ha! Release life? I hold your kind in utter contempt. I have heard you purchased this turtle for 100 taels of gold? 100 taels of gold placed upon a turtle. What a grand gesture indeed! If one truly possessed benevolence, how is it that so many impoverished souls languishing in starvation are left unrescued? Is it possible that a life holds less value than that of a turtle? Ouyang Qing sneered coldly and addressed the assembly. This year, the Yangtze and Huai rivers have been ravaged by floods, while Yangzhou suffers from severe drought, resulting in a plethora of starving corpses, Fu Yi casually remarked. What an adept incitement, what a masterful spark of indignation, Xu Peng thought, momentarily stepping back to observe. He realized that Fu Yi was indeed a subtle instigator of the atmosphere. Just moments ago, he had pointed out the dissonance in the Buddhist scriptures, and now, with each word, he pierced the hearts of those present, casting doubt upon their purported benevolence. Upon hearing these words, the wealthy merchants and Huasijia fell momentarily silent, struck by the logical flaw in their so-called charitable act. Who would not question the wisdom of using 100 taels of gold to save a turtle rather than the starving victims of disaster? As self-doubt began to seep into the minds of the affluent, the leading merchant bellowed, How can you possibly comprehend the compassion of the master? All beings are equal. Do you understand? Is a human life worth more than that of a turtle? Furthermore, the Yangtze and Huai rivers are 1,000 miles away. While this turtle is before us, naturally, we save what is within our reach. The other merchants found in this proclamation a justification for their actions and nodded in agreement. Yet a vague sense of unease lingered, as if something were amiss. Umitba, the white-browed Zen master suddenly intoned, taking large strides as he cradled the turtle and moved towards the side of the boat. The merchants were taken aback by the master's lack of rebuttal, staring at him in astonishment. Huasijia, feeling his mind in turmoil, had previously sensed that Ouyang Qing's words bore some truth. Yet, having contributed gold and befriended the white-browed Zen master of the Great Empty Temple, he was troubled by the prospect that this act of release might indeed be foolish and devoid of merit. What would that make him? A mere fool in a farcical play? Desiring to maintain his self-image as a distinguished figure in the world, Huasijia instinctively rejected this notion, desperately seeking a meaningful rationale to validate the Master's act of releasing the turtle, or perhaps to affirm that his own actions were indeed significant, correct, and valuable. As he observed the white-browed Zen master approaching the boat's edge, seemingly intent on releasing the creature, an epiphany struck him. I understand now. The master, through his actions, conveys to us that no amount of sophistry can compare to a tangible act of kindness. Whether we save a person or a turtle, both are virtuous. Those who speak in twisted logic, yet do nothing, remain devoid of merit. How rational, indeed, how rational. The Master's wisdom is profound. The merchants, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of sudden realization. Su Peng, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter. Observing how Huasijia appeared to be ensnared in a psychological trap, perceiving the Master's every action as imbued with deep significance. Yet this was somewhat understandable, as Su Peng's aunt, Zheng Na, often remarked, human psychology is peculiar. People would rather deceive themselves than accept the discomfort of being deceived. Although he comprehended this, Su Peng could not resist a jibe. Look at Huasijia's words. They exhibit a distinctly modern behavioral psychology flair. How rational, indeed, how rational. Even the Master's flatulence is imbued with Zen wisdom. Ouyang Qing scoffed at this. It seemed that the white-browed Zen master had overheard Huasijia's remarks and, feeling inspired, extended his hand to cast the great turtle into the water. Hold on, Su Peng shouted. The white-browed Zen master paused, annoyance flickering in his eyes, and inquired, What do you wish to achieve? With a smile. Su Peng approached and said, If the master intends to release this turtle into the water, might I suggest giving it to me instead? I could prepare a delicious turtle soup for everyone to enjoy. You are utterly despicable. We purchased this turtle for 100 gold pieces, solely to save a life, and you wish to have it killed. What differentiates you from a petty vendor? Such extreme disrespect. This is nothing short of an idiotic demand. Huasijia, who had been insulted earlier, now felt even more foolish due to Ouyang Qing's and Su Peng's words. Not one to engage in self-reflection. He was incensed by the notion that his actions today were foolish. Seizing the opportunity, he vehemently rebuked Su Peng. Foolish request. How could we allow you to consume it? Master, please, release the turtle. The other merchants, having found a release for their pent-up emotions, joined in and shouted at Su Peng. Meanwhile, the white-browed Zen master, having endured enough of these interruptions, was on the brink of fury, exclaiming, You are truly incomprehensible. Completely devoid of compassion. Not only will I not give you the turtle, but I shall ensure its life is preserved. Even if you do not kill the turtle today, your murderous intent will surely lead you to hell. Su Peng shook his head, replying, I know not whether hell exists, but if the master wishes to release this turtle into the water, it would be better to grant it to me so that I may prepare a meal. Foolish, idiotic, cruel, like a despicable vendor. Huasijia glared at Su Peng with disdain, his expression one of utter contempt. He then approached the white-browed Zen master, saying, Master, let us ignore him and proceed with the release. Indeed, Master, let us release it. The merchants echoed, gathering around. The white-browed Zen master took a deep breath and recited a mantra. Umitba, let us all release the turtle together. Excellent, let us all release it. The merchants, along with Huasijia, extended their hands, and together they pushed the turtle, which finally slipped from the Master's grasp and fell into the water. Umitba, good deed indeed. As the turtle splashed into the water, the white-browed Zen master closed his eyes, murmuring a mantra with a benevolent expression, while the merchants and Huasijia felt an inexplicable lightness, their faces reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Alas! You have allowed it to be cast into the water. Su Peng sighed deeply, lamenting, It would have been better to have consumed it, you. We released this turtle as an act of kindness, yet you, in contrast, are consumed by gluttony and malice. Even without directly killing the turtle, your murderous intentions will surely bring you retribution, Huasijia retorted, his displeasure towards Su Peng palpable. Amitabha, the scriptures indeed state that harboring thoughts of killing equates to committing the act itself, and one will face consequences. The white-browed Zen master added, clearly irritated. Alas, I believe it is you who shall face the consequences, Su Peng sighed, gazing pityingly at Huasijia and the others. Absurd. We released this turtle as an act of kindness. How could we possibly face retribution? Huasijia exclaimed, anger flaring. Su Peng stepped forward, gazing at the spot where the turtle had landed in the water, and lamented, Alas, friends, though my education may be lacking, I possess a discerning eye. The turtle you have released, with its greenish shell and unmarked skin, stands about knee-high. That species is known as a tortoise, incapable of surviving in water. You have cast it into the depths, and it will perish within moments. Returning to meet Buddha, in truth, it would have been better for me to have killed it. At least I could have prepared a few dishes, ensuring its life was not wasted, as these words escaped his lips. The white-browed Zen master, Huasijia, and the wealthy merchant stood in stunned silence. Ha ha ha! You hypocritical beings! I nearly believed your acts were genuine kindness. It turns out you are merely killing. How foolish you are! Unaware that the turtle cannot even enter the water, only to drown. Ouyang Qing laughed heartily, approaching, while Fui stroked his beard with a smile. It was only then that the white-browed Zen master and the others grasped the situation. Huasijia, feeling humiliated and enraged, nearly leaped from the boat into the water. The Zen master, unable to maintain his composed facade, flushed with anger, while the merchants, now nearly furious, began to doubt the master's credibility. Casting suspicious glances his way, pay no heed to their slander, turtles belong in the water. What difference does it make whether they are land or water turtles? They seek to tarnish the master's reputation. The leading merchant commenced another tirade. To hell with you. Ouyang Qing, growing impatient, stepped forward and kicked the leading merchant away. Master, you do not seem to exhibit your true nature often, yet your face now resembles a monkey's backside, causing one to suspect that your beard and eyebrows may be false. Su Peng chuckled, eyeing the white-browed Zen master. Indeed, perhaps they are false. Ouyang Qing seized the master's long beard and eyebrows, yanking them down. To everyone's astonishment, the Zen master, who had appeared so benevolent, revealed himself to be a rather handsome young monk. Ah? The surrounding merchants gasped in unison at this revelation. You wretched monk! The young monk, now exposed, could no longer contain his fury, his previously serene demeanor replaced with rage as he lashed out at Ouyang Qing with a resounding slap. What a delightful scene! Ouyang Qing exhibited an expression akin to a sinister grin as he swept his palm outward. Su Peng, positioned beside him, felt as if scalding gravel was being whipped against his face. With a sudden eruption, the young monk, after clashing palms with Ouyang Qing, immediately spat forth a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Just as he neared the edge of the boat, he abruptly pivoted and forcefully stomped on the ship's railing, launching himself into the air like a great bird soaring towards the lake. Chapter 56. A woman on the bed. The young monk, stripped of his fake eyebrows and beard by Ouyang Qing's strike, executed a remarkable turn mid-air, swiftly pressing his foot against the boat's edge. Like a magnificent bird, he soared, covering a distance of 6 or 7 meters. Just when it seemed he had no leverage in the air, his left foot suddenly pressed onto the back of his right foot. Employing a unique technique of lightness to channel internal energy, propelling himself forward another 6 or 7 meters. By this time, the vessel had already entered the waters of Poyang Lake, where a few small fishing boats were present. The young monk landed on one of the boats, borrowed strength once more, and leaped another 6 or 7 meters. He continued this remarkable feat, utilizing several closely spaced fishing vessels until, with a seemingly impossible push against the boat's edge, he landed gracefully on the shore like a majestic bird. His internal strength was mediocre, but his lightness skill was truly exceptional. Su Peng could not help but admire his remarkable agility. Upon reaching the shore, the young monk cast a resentful glance back at the crowd aboard the vessel before swiftly taking flight and departing the scene. The wealthy merchants aboard were left speechless, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. Uncertain of how to react. Humph! One has fled, but another remains. Ouyang Qing scoffed, taking a few steps forward to seize the leading merchant who had just been knocked down onto the deck. The merchant's eyes darted wildly as he struggled. attempting to use the ship's railing to escape. Come back. Ouyang Qing, being who he was, would naturally not allow the man to flee. He forcefully pinned him to the ground and, without further ado, unleashed a barrage of 6 slaps. Each slap was imbued with internal force, causing the leading merchant to spew blood, his face swelling grotesquely, and half of his teeth to be knocked out. This matter tarnishes the reputation of the Dakwang Temple. And after a brief commotion, it settled down. By the time I departed from the Futu Mountain, the wanted posters and shadowy illustrations had already been taken down. However, upon catching a glimpse of the fleeing monk, I discerned a striking resemblance to the Yuantong monk from the posters I had seen years ago. There was certainly a 6 or 7 point similarity. It must be him, Ouyang Qing suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something, and said, a few years ago in Kaifeng, I heard from some friends in the underworld that several monks from the Dakwang Temple had come to Kaifeng, seemingly in search of a certain traitor named Tong, who had violated the precepts, though the details were rather vague. My friend, not being deceived by the monks from Dakwang Temple, exerted some effort and discovered that near Kaifeng, a lecherous monk known as the Flower Thief had been preying on young maidens, leaving behind some valuables after his misdeeds. Just as he was preparing to investigate, the man seemed to sense the approaching danger and fled from Kaifeng. Hearing this, I had a vague recollection, and now upon reflection, it could very well be this Yuantong. This individual might have encountered some fortuitous events later on, mastering a formidable lightness skill, making him quite difficult to apprehend. Su Peng listened intently, gradually forming a preliminary impression of the Dakwang Temple. Although the Futu Mountain Dakwang Temple held a prestigious standing, such incidents suggested that beneath its illustrious reputation, there were certainly blemishes. Just as he pondered, Su Peng noticed that the sailors on the Fuchuan began to lower the sails, indicating their arrival at a nearby lakeside town. In less than 20 minutes, the Fuchuan docked at a town by Poyang Lake, commencing the unloading of goods. This stop would last until the next morning, and some passengers disembarked to dine and stroll around the town. Su Peng and his 2 companions observed as a group of wealthy merchants escorted the swindler to the authorities. Fui suggested that the ship felt rather stuffy, and it would be better to take a walk on shore if possible. They could find an inn to spend the night, as sleeping on the ship was quite uncomfortable. Ouyang Qing had no objections, and although Su Peng initially intended to disembark, he didn't mind where they stayed. Seeing that both of them were quite enthusiastic, he decided to join them. After walking for a while, they found a relatively decent tavern and inn, booked a room, and ordered a table of dishes downstairs. During their meal, they were unexpectedly joined by Huasijia and his group. Upon seeing Su Peng, Huasijia couldn't help but snort coldly, choosing to ignore him as he went to inspect their respective rooms. After a while, this band of young heroes descended again. This time for dinner, Su Peng paid them no mind and continued to enjoy his meal and drink with Fu Yi and Ouyang Qing. Just then, a group of individuals resembling constables entered the tavern. Leading them was a striking girl of about 16 or 17, dressed in a pale yellow dress, exuding both charm and a sense of valor. After scanning the room, she addressed the patrons loudly. Dear friends, I have an important announcement. Recently, the area around Poyang Lake has been quite disturbed, as a notorious flower thief has emerged, targeting not only beautiful maidens but also robbing and killing wealthy merchants. Today, a victim has reported that their daughter has gone missing, likely abducted by this criminal. I kindly ask all friends with female relatives to advise their families to exercise caution and to be vigilant with their possessions. Should you spot any suspicious individuals, please report to the authorities. What? Poyang Lake is so unsafe. A flower thief. I must remind my wife to be careful. Oh, come now, with your wife's looks. What would a flower thief want with her? Upon hearing the young lady's words, the tavern erupted with a flurry of excitement. The group led by Huasijia was particularly animated. Did you hear? There's a flower thief in the vicinity of Poyang Lake. As righteous practitioners of the martial world, how can we remain idle? One young hero eagerly inquired of Huasijia, his face flushed with excitement. To slay a lecherous criminal is the quickest path to fame in the martial world. We ought to take action. Huasijia responded with a hint of enthusiasm, suggesting they split into groups to investigate. That sounds splendid. The group of martial heroes readily agreed, promptly dividing into several teams to pursue the lecherous thief. Su Peng and his 2 companions, however, felt little interest in the matter. After finishing their meal, Su Peng, feeling somewhat fatigued, announced that he would take a rest. Fu Yi and Ouyang Qing nodded in agreement, and bid him farewell. Su Peng made his way to the small building in the rear, entered his room, and logged out. After logging out, he headed to the dining hall for a bite of dinner, taking a brief rest for about 30 to 40 minutes. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly felt that the hour was still early, and there was no rush to sleep. It would be beneficial to practice a bit more internal cultivation. With this thought in mind, Su Peng returned to the gaming room and logged back in. Upon entering the game, Su Peng found himself at the small building's window in the tavern's backyard. He turned around, intending to meditate for a while, but as he did, he was momentarily taken aback. There lay a woman on the bed before him. What caught his eye was her entirely bare backside. Chapter 57. A beauty found dead on the bed. The bed in this small building was quite spacious, ample enough for two, and at that moment, the woman knelt atop it, her legs slightly parted, her rear end elevated, fully exposed to the window. From Su Peng's vantage point, he could not see her head or upper body. Yet he was certain she was indeed a woman, as her body was completely unclothed, revealing her fair thighs and buttocks, with her intimate areas fully visible. Who was this lady? After a moment of astonishment, Su Peng instinctively closed his eyes and uttered a sound. However, the woman on the bed showed no reaction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Peng took a deep breath, deciding not to shy away from the suspicion, and opened his eyes. He observed the woman lying motionless, unresponsive. As Su Peng surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon a storage box that was just the right size to accommodate the lifeless body of the woman. He opened it, finding it fortuitously empty. This must be it, he mused, closing the lid and hoisting the box onto his back. He then opened the window and leaped out with the box in hand. The small building was situated against the wall of the tavern's courtyard, and outside lay the courtyard wall. With the large box strapped to him, Su Peng jumped out of the window, landing in a dim alley that was deserted at this hour. The night having long since fallen. One end of the alley led towards a secluded waterway. Deliberately slowing his pace, Su Peng carried the box towards the direction of Poyang Lake, all the while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The alley grew increasingly muddy and foul as he ventured deeper, flanked by high courtyard walls. Yet, after several twists and turns, it led him to an uninhabited shore of Dongting Lake. Arriving at the deserted lakeside, he found no one following him. Could I have misjudged the situation? Su Peng pondered. However, since he was already engaged in this charade, he resolved to make it more convincing by feigning a search for a suitable place to dispose of the body. Who goes there? What are you doing? Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. At last, someone had appeared. Was it the culprit? Yet, upon hearing the voice, Su Peng furrowed his brows. He turned to see a striking young woman in a light yellow dress. Her distinctive brows raised in inquiry. It was the girl he had encountered at the tavern, who had seemed to be a leader among the constables. What brings you here? Su Peng asked, a note of confusion in his voice. And what have you? Out at this hour with a box. What is inside? She questioned sternly. I'm merely taking a stroll. Su Peng thought, troubled by her unexpected presence. Could she be linked to the murderer? Surely, she could not be the perpetrator herself, but was there a connection? If so, things could become complicated. You're speaking nonsense. You are highly suspicious. Let me see what lies within that box, and then you shall accompany me to the authorities. The girl, clearly not believing Su Peng, unsheathed a uniquely shaped short dagger from its scabbard. However, Su Peng's focus was not on her, but rather scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure lurking behind a large tree, about several dozen meters away. The glint of a bald head caught his eye in the faint moonlight. Is that you? Su Peng's keen eyesight recognized the man as Yao Tong, the faux monk who had fled the boat. Startled, Yao Tong, who had been stealthily tailing Su Peng, took a few steps forward, not realizing he had been spotted. Realizing he had been discovered, he promptly turned to flee. Without wasting words, Su Peng hurled the box aside, employing his swift agility to chase after the imposter. Stop! The girl in the yellow dress rushed forward, kicking the box open only to discover it was empty. Cursed be this wretch, she exclaimed, before darting in the direction of Su Peng. Chapter 58. A bit complicated. Su Peng demonstrated remarkable agility as he pursued the slick Yao Tong. The faux monk, skilled in lightness techniques, bounded forward with each leap covering 6 or 7 meters. Adeptly maneuvering through the terrain. In contrast, Su Peng's feet barely left the ground as he executed a series of rapid, subtle steps, his form a blur yet astonishingly swift, though naturally agile with a score of 9. Su Peng's attributes had risen to 11 through various tasks. Even without employing lightness techniques, he could cover 100 meters in approximately 10 seconds. With the enhancement from his initial layer of the divine skill, his speed nearly doubled, allowing him to close the gap with Yao Tong, who frequently glanced back in a mix of annoyance and astonishment. Yao Tong, realizing he could not easily shake off Su Peng, suddenly increased his pace, darting into the thicket by the lakeside, hoping to exploit the dense foliage to evade his pursuer. However, this proved futile, as Su Peng's skill was particularly suited for such complex terrains, allowing him to maintain his speed and gain the upper hand. The chase continued for over half an hour, covering several dozen miles as they circled through the nearby woods, moving inland into denser forests. Su Peng felt a rising irritation. Although Yao Tong's internal strength was mediocre, he exhibited remarkable stamina and showed no signs of fatigue. Su Peng could endure for a while longer, but did he really want to waste the night on this impostor? Just then, the landscape ahead changed abruptly as they approached a small gorge. Though not particularly large, it was the only passage, leading to a broad expanse beyond. Yao Tong, sensing his chance of escape, quickened his pace. Aware that beyond the gorge lay a river about 12 or 13 meters wide, if he could reach it, employing his agile techniques would surely allow him to lose Su Peng. As Yao Tong dashed into the gorge, elation surged within him, and he laughed heartily, believing he was on the verge of freedom. Su Peng, however, was unwilling to concede defeat, but it seemed there was little he could do to prevent Yao Tong's escape. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, startling Yao Tong. Not good, he thought, recognizing the danger as 2 projectiles whizzed towards his legs. Taken by surprise, he barely managed to raise one leg, but one of the projectiles struck his calf, a stone imbued with internal energy. Ah! Yao Tong cried out, feeling his meridians constrict, his internal energy failing to reach his leg, causing him to stumble. At that moment, a figure clad in white leaped from behind a rock in the gorge, brandishing a dry branch and pointing it at Yao Tong. Yao Tong swung his arm to block the stick, but it transformed in an uncanny manner, leaving him disoriented as he was struck multiple times in vital points. His blood flow stilled, body numbed. He collapsed to the ground. In that instant, Su Peng arrived, eyeing the figure who had incapacitated Yao Tong. His eyes widened in recognition. Is it you, Mr. Fu? The person who had subdued Yao Tong was none other than Fu Yi, the man with whom Su Peng had shared insightful conversations along the way. Fu Yi, acknowledging Yao Tong's defeat, turned to Su Peng with a slight smile. I had no intention to deceive you. I have not roamed the Jianghu for quite some time and am no longer a part of it. Yet, I do possess some rudimentary martial skills. Upon seeing this man attempting to harm you, I could not stand idly by. Mr. Fu, you witnessed his nefarious actions? Su Peng inquired, not surprised by Fu Yi's martial prowess, as various clues had already suggested he was no ordinary scholar. Fu Yi nodded and began to recount. After finishing dinner at the tavern, both Ouyang Qing and Fu Yi had departed in succession. However, as Fu Yi entered the courtyard, he remained vigilant and, under the moonlight, caught sight of a bald figure carrying a burlap sack leaping over the wall from the rear courtyard. Fu Yi concealed himself and watched the bald figure's actions with growing curiosity. Afterwards, Fu Yi observed Su Peng lifting a box and leaping out of the window, seemingly making his way into the back alley. The bald man, who had been trailing Su Peng from the rooftop, revealed his face momentarily. He was Yao Tong, the one who had fled from the boat in daylight. Fu Yi sensed that something was amiss. Although he had concealed his martial prowess, he was no novice in lightness skills either. He jumped into Su Peng's room and, upon inspection, discovered the lifeless body of a woman on the bed. After a brief contemplation, Fu Yi surmised a general idea and pursued again. Mindful that Yao Tong's agility was exceptional, he feared startling him and thus maintained a distance while following. Soon, Fu Yi witnessed Su Peng encountering Yao Tong. Leading to a chase between the two, assessing the situation, Fu Yi realized that his own lightness skills were comparable to theirs, and capturing Yao Tong would not be a certainty. However, having visited the Poyang Lake area years prior, he recognized the likely path Su Peng and the others were taking, which seemed to lead through a gorge. He recalled a shortcut to this location and chose not to follow Su Peng and his companion, instead opting to lay in ambush along the shortcut. His judgment proved accurate. Without any weapons, he picked up a dry branch and subdued Yao Tong. Thanks to Mr. Fu, had you not appeared in time. I fear I would not have been able to apprehend this thief, Su Peng expressed. Bowing in gratitude, Fui smiled and replied, in truth, had this man merely engaged in typical trickery of the Jianghu, I might not have intervened, perhaps only exposing him verbally. However, this individual not only deceives but also commits murder and frames others. I could not bear to see my young friend Su unjustly accused. Hence I pursued him. Mr. Fu, your kindness is commendable, Su Peng remarked, then turned to Yao Tong, stating, this man's actions have crossed my threshold. Even if I do not kill him, he must face the authorities. Unjust? Yao Tong cried from the ground. Although his body was immobilized, his senses remained sharp. Hearing Su Peng's intent to kill him, he exclaimed, I am truly wronged. While I may have a penchant for abducting beautiful maidens, I have never taken a life. The young lady who perished was indeed taken by me, but I did not kill her. Please, noble heroes, do not slay me. I am truly innocent. Oh? What else do you have to say? Su Peng approached and flipped Yao Tong over, inquiring further. I am wronged. After you all exposed me on the passenger boat, I fled to the town of Poyang Lake and found lodging at an inn. Feeling despondent, I sought to entertain myself with a maiden, and by chance, I spotted one behind the inn, seemingly searching for something. Noticing no one around, I incapacitated her and brought her to my private room, intending to proceed with my desires, but the maiden regained consciousness swiftly and resisted fiercely, unwilling to fulfill my intentions. Finding no pleasure in subduing her, I remembered I possessed some aphrodisiac incense from the western regions. Worth a gold piece each, I stripped her down to her undergarments, bound her limbs, gagged her, and lit the incense. However, the potency of the incense was overwhelming, and fearing I could not withstand it, I left to wander outside, waiting for the maiden to succumb to its effects. Little did I expect to encounter noble heroes instead, prompting me to follow you. Keeping watch, I noticed when you returned to your room, and suddenly recalled the maiden back at the inn. Fortunately, the two inns were not far apart, so I hurried back. However, upon entering my room, I discovered that the maiden had already died on my bed. It appeared as though she had been violated and killed by another. I swear, by heaven's mercy, I did not do it. I have always cherished flowers and would never harm a life. Yao Tong, in a state of panic, felt that any misstep could lead to his demise. He articulated his story with clarity. Su Peng listened intently, finding Yao Tong's account to be coherent and seemingly devoid of deceit. My young friend Su, I have learned some techniques of discerning truth from lies. What I have just heard does not sound like fabrications, Fui interjected. Su Peng nodded, agreeing with his own instinct that Yao Tong's words bore authenticity. Then it raises a question. Who is the real murderer of that woman? Su Peng pondered, realizing the situation had grown complex. My young friend Su, even if Yao Tong did not commit the murder, he remains a prime suspect. We must take him to the authorities in Poyang Lake. Fui proposed. Su Peng nodded, stepping forward to search Yao Tong's person, retrieving a pouch containing 12 or 13 taels of gold, scattered silver coins, and 2 pieces of the yellow incense, which resembled the aphrodisiac Yao Tong had mentioned. As Su Peng seized Yao Tong and intended to escort him back to Poyang Lake, unexpectedly, Yao Tong, who had seemed like a pile of soft flesh, suddenly let out a loud cry, regaining his mobility and striking out at Su Peng. Dare you? Su Peng reacted swiftly, intercepting Yao Tong's attack with a palm strike, though in his haste, he did not channel much internal energy and found himself at a disadvantage. Yao Tong, undeterred, yelled and leapt into the air, fleeing towards the nearby river. Thief! How dare you? Fu Yi, realizing that his technique to immobilize Yao Tong had failed, felt a surge of anger. He raised the dry branch like a sword and unleashed an invisible sword energy, striking Yao Tong, who was already several meters away. Yao Tong coughed up blood but did not relent. He continued to leap, escaping the gorge and launching himself over the river, a span of 11 or 12 meters. Using the momentum of his jump to soar across, Su Peng furrowed his brow, acknowledging that his current lightness skills could not surpass that river. Thus he chose to abandon the pursuit. Fu Yi also frowned, observing Yao Tong's retreat and musing, how could this man so swiftly break free from my immobilizing technique? Yet his internal strength appears lacking. It was not a matter of breaking free, Su Peng remarked, watching Yao Tong's vanishing silhouette. When I searched him, I sensed he was wearing something beneath his clothing. likely a form of soft armor, which may have shielded him from your energy. That seems plausible. Fui conceded, nodding in agreement. Mr. Fu, we have been out for quite some time. We should return swiftly, for I have matters to attend to in my room. It would be troublesome if someone were to see us. Su Peng noted. Fui nodded, assuring him, should anyone discover anything, I will testify to your innocence. Feeling a flicker of gratitude towards Fu Yi for his willingness to vouch for him, Su Peng nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Both men then employed their lightness skills to return to the town of Poyang Lake. Upon arriving back at the inn, Su Peng and Fu Yi proceeded to the small building where Su Peng was lodging, where the lifeless body of the woman still awaited. However, as they ascended the stairs, they found a throng of people gathered at the entrance to Su Peng's room. Su Peng's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, recognizing it was Ho Si Jia, along with several gallant youths and maidens who were embroiled in a heated argument with Ouyang Qing, while a few in staff attempted to mediate the situation. What has transpired? Su Peng inquired, stepping forward. Upon seeing Su Peng, several of the gallant youths unsheathed their swords, one of whom shouted, "You despicable scoundrel who murdered a woman, surrender at once." Su Peng squinted, questioning, "What evidence do you possess? Do you understand the meaning of defamation? You lecherous villain dares to argue. Will you step aside and allow us to search your room?" The young man retorted, his sword pointed menacingly at Su Peng, while others brandished their weapons in a show of force. Ignoring them, Su Peng glanced at Ouyang Qing, who stood guard before his door, asking, "Brother Ouyang, what is the meaning of this? These ruffians from the Jianghu, I know not where they acquired their information, claim that a corpse lies within your room and are insisting on searching it. I intervened when I saw them attempting to force their way in, fearing that if you had not returned, they might have resorted to violence," Ouyang Qing explained, suddenly flashing a cryptic smile and winking at Su Peng. Noting Ouyang Qing's suggestive gesture, Su Peng frowned, pondering if Ouyang Qing was privy to something. "You are Su Peng, are you not? Open your door and let us investigate," Ho Si Jia demanded. Fixing his gaze upon Su Peng scrutinized Ho Si Jia, noting that due to the earlier scuffle, the young man appeared somewhat disheveled, his complexion flushed and a sheen of sweat on his brow, yet curiously, his lips were pale. "Are you unwell, young man? Why do your lips appear so white?" Ouyang Qing teased, eyeing Ho Si Jia with a grin. "Enough of this nonsense. Someone has claimed that a corpse is concealed in this Jiangning man's room. Terrified, they did not dare report it to the authorities, and thus informed Ho Si Jia. He sought us out to investigate this lecher's quarters. There's no smoke without fire. If he harbors no guilt, he should not fear our search," one of the maidens in Ho Si Jia's entourage asserted. "Is that so? So, if one is innocent, it justifies the search of another's room. If I am devoid of lecherous thoughts, does that mean I may engage in relations with you?" Su Peng retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Ouyang Qing scoffed and addressed the heroic woman, You wretched individual." Upon hearing this, the heroine's face flushed with humiliation as she brandished her sword at Ouyang Qing and exclaimed, Esteemed heroes, allow this old man a word. Our small establishment is not easy to manage. I implore you, noble ones, to cease this disturbance. At most, I shall offer you a discount of 30% on your lodging fees. Let us forego the room searches." Meanwhile, the innkeeper was outside the second-floor rooms, bowing repeatedly to both parties. Su Peng began to grasp the innkeeper's mindset. If no female corpse was discovered, all would be well. However, if they opened the door and found a corpse, what would become of his business? The innkeeper cared not whether the lecher was in his establishment, as long as he could brush this matter under the rug, but no one paid him any heed. At that moment, several individuals ascended the stairs from below. "You suspect?" one of the newcomers shouted as they spotted Su Peng. Turning around, Su Peng recognized the girl in the pale yellow dress, who was now accompanied by 3 constables. "The authorities have arrived." Upon seeing the girl, the group of heroes and heroines erupted into commotion, exclaiming loudly, "This lady hero, we received a report alleging that a certain Su Peng is a lecher, and that there lies a female corpse in his room. Yet he and his companion refused to allow us to search." At that moment, Wasijia seemed to regain his usual composure, addressing the girl constable. "I understand. This individual exhibits suspicious behavior. I suspect he may have disposed of a body. Since it is claimed that his room potentially harbors a corpse, we must conduct a search. Keep a close watch on him. He must not escape. The girl in the pale yellow dress spoke, her words representing official sentiment, and the surrounding heroes and heroines formed a loose circle around Su Peng. With a stoic expression, Su Peng's eyes narrowed. If a corpse truly lay in his room and was discovered, he would be delayed at Poyang Lake, and despite Fu Yi's testimony, the evidence was weak, potentially leading him into a prison cell. Su Peng resolved that if a corpse were indeed found, he would sacrifice some reputation to escape this predicament. With this thought, he instinctively reached for the hilt of his unsheathed sword. Just then, he noticed Ouyang Qing winking at him repeatedly, seemingly advising against impulsiveness. Confused, Su Peng glanced at Ouyang Qing, who mouthed two words that appeared to be "watch the show." One of the constables approached and pushed against Su Peng's door, only to discover it was locked from within. He glanced at Su Peng and remarked, "The door is bolted from the inside." "Indeed, a lecher," someone among the heroes shouted. "If the door is locked, he must have escaped through the window." "Who would exit through a window rather than a door?" Huasijia suddenly drew his sword and struck the door with a fierce swing, cleaving it open, and the bolt barring the door was severed in one stroke. Huasijia kicked the door wide open and charged toward the bed, which was concealed by a curtain. Su Peng frowned, hand poised on his sword hilt, ready for action. Yet Ouyang Qing wore a knowing smile. Shaking his head at Su Peng, Huasijia lifted the curtain, only to discover the bed was empty. How could it be empty? Huasijia exclaimed in shock. Su Peng entered, and indeed, the bed was devoid of anything but bedding. The girl in the pale yellow dress followed, her distinctive brows furrowing as she beheld the vacant bed. Su Peng and Ouyang Qing entered as well, and upon seeing the empty bed, Su Peng was momentarily taken aback. But a glance at Ouyang Qing suggested he had an inkling of something. "Huasijia, you seemed quite certain there was a female corpse in this room," Ouyang Qing remarked, observing Huasijia's pale face. He then looked at the constables in the room and continued, "I have heard it said that a thief cries stop thief." Is Huasijia's profound concern for capturing a lecher indicative of his own guilt? Furthermore, since we have searched my friend's room solely based on hearsay, I believe we ought to investigate Huasijia's room as well. I notice sounds of a woman emanating from there. Perhaps the lecher is none other than Huasijia himself. Upon hearing this, Huasijia's face turned ashen, and he brandished his sword at Ouyang Qing, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I too find this proposition reasonable. Otherwise, I would be unjustly accused, and that seems exceedingly unfair. Since this matter was instigated by Huasijia, his room must be examined for clarity," Su Peng interjected thoughtfully. The girl in the pale yellow dress considered this and replied, "There is some merit to this assertion." "Humph! I act with integrity and fear no search," Huasijia retorted sharply, standing with his arms crossed. "Then let us proceed." Huasijia's room was conveniently situated within the small building, and the bewildered heroes, innkeepers and constables, along with Su Peng and Ouyang Qing, all made their way to Huasijia's quarters. The girl in the pale yellow dress pushed open the door, and in an instant, she and the accompanying heroines gasped in unison. There lay a naked woman, or perhaps a corpse, sprawled on Huasijia's bed, her pale backside fully exposed. Chapter 60. The twisted truth. Upon witnessing the female corpse on Huasijia's bed, the expressions of the crowd were utterly riveting. The girl in the yellow dress, flustered, turned her head away, only to remember her role as a constable and quickly turned back. The group of heroes and heroines were taken aback, some gasping in shock, while others exchanged incredulous glances at Huasijia. Huasijia's complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of color, as he mumbled, "Impossible! Impossible! She was clearly in his room. Clearly in his room." The innkeeper and his staff shared a similarly grim countenance, staring at the corpse on the bed, their mouths agape. The middle-aged proprietor's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he attempted to speak, but found no words. "This individual is a prime suspect. He must not be allowed to escape," Ouyang Qing suddenly cried out, startling the constables accompanying the girl in the pale yellow dress. The three constables unsheathed their swords, positioning themselves to apprehend Huasijia. The surrounding heroes and heroines fell silent, two of the heroines still blushing with shock, gazing at Huasijia with expressions of disbelief and fear, their once idolized image of him shattered. Huasijia stood dumbfounded, staring into the fearful eyes of the two heroines, their gazes filled with profound disappointment. Though he typically seemed indifferent to their affections, he felt as if he had been struck hard in the heart. You are a major suspect. Come with me to the magistrate. The girl in the pale yellow dress regained her composure, drawing a uniquely shaped dagger as she addressed Hwasij. No, Hwasijia appeared to be caught in a fierce internal struggle, torn between the urge to flee and the fear of tarnishing his reputation. Su Pong, witnessing this scene, interjected, "Everyone be cautious. This Hwasijia, a disciple of the Hongshan sect, is skilled in martial arts. Do not allow him to harm you." At Su Peng's words, the expressions of the constables shifted. They had not anticipated that the suspect was a formally recognized disciple of a prominent sect, known for their formidable connections. They instinctively took a cautious step back. "Do not heed his fabrications. I am innocent," Hwasijia cried out, his fear intensifying as he clutched the hilt of his sword. "Be careful. This rogue is about to strike." Ouyang Qing added fuel to the fire, shouting from the sidelines. The constables immediately tensed, their eyes fixed on Hwasijia, wary of his next move. Do not listen to their lies. Hwasijia is a disciple of a reputable sect. How could he engage in such vile acts? He must be the victim of a conspiracy. Let us remain calm and investigate thoroughly before jumping to conclusions. Among the young heroes, one with a clear mind voiced this thought, aware that if Hwasijia were to act violently, the charges of murder and resisting arrest would seal his fate. Hwasijia, the young hero, was not entirely a fool. Upon hearing his companion's words, he could not help but regain a modicum of composure. Realizing that his impulsive actions had led him to a dire predicament, this moment, if he were to cooperate with the investigation, the authorities, recognizing his status as an official disciple of the Hongshan sect, would likely show him some leniency. Even if he were imprisoned, the members of the Hongshan sect and his brother would undoubtedly come to his aid. Having deliberated on this, he slowly lowered his hand from the hilt of his sword. Although his face remained as pale as ash, he managed to suppress his fear and said, I am innocent. I am willing to go to the magistrate's office and assist in the investigation. That would be for the best." The girl in the pale yellow robe, seeing that Hwasijia did not intend to resist, felt a sense of relief and instructed the two constables beside her. "Go and relieve him of his sword." The two constables cautiously approached, and upon seeing this, Hwasijia sighed deeply, offering no resistance as he surrendered his sword to them, obediently allowing himself to be surrounded by three constables. Esteemed heroes, this is a crucial scene. We must ensure it remains undisturbed. I will first escort this suspect to the magistrate's office, and shortly, a coroner and additional constables will arrive. Innkeeper, the responsibility of maintaining the scene falls to you." The girl in the pale yellow robe announced to those around her, then cast a significant glance at Su Pong, feeling no guilt, met her gaze. After a brief moment, she turned her eyes away and, together with the three constables, escorted Hwasijia away. "Ha ha ha, truly a cause for celebration." Ouyang Qing laughed heartily at the sight, provoking several young heroes to glare at him in anger, yet he paid them no heed, reveling in his mirth. Once Su Peng noticed that no one was paying attention to him, he tugged at Ouyang Qing's sleeve and inquired, "Ouyang brother, what on earth is happening? I am utterly bewildered." "Let us descend and I shall explain everything to you in detail." Ouyang Qing chuckled softly, lowering his voice to speak to Su Peng. The innkeeper found himself quite unfortunate that night. Upon learning of the death that had occurred within the inn, the guests hastily demanded refunds, leaving the innkeeper with no choice but to comply, all the while cursing Hwasijia's ancestors in his heart. This tale is not one to dwell upon. Suffice it to say that after Su Peng, Ouyang Qing, and Fui descended the stairs and walked along the street. Ouyang Qing recounted the events of the evening. It turned out that after dinner, Su Peng returned to his room first, followed by Ouyang Qing, while Fui, adhering to his practice of savoring every bite for health, took the longest to finish his meal and had yet to leave the table. Upon returning to his own room, Ouyang Qing opened the window for some fresh air. His room happened to be on the same floor as Su Peng's, and due to the angle of the open window, he could see quite a distance, including the dark alley below. As soon as he opened the window, Ouyang Qing was startled to see, a mere 10 meters away, another inn's window suddenly swing open. A figure, in a panic, leaped out, fleeing in a haphazard manner. The individual was none other than Hwasijia of the Hongshan sect. Ouyang Qing's curiosity was piqued. After all, Hwasijia had reserved a room at his inn, and had not the constables just mentioned searching for a lecher? Why was he now escaping from another inn's second-floor room in such a frenzied manner? Ouyang Qing, possessing commendable lightness of foot, promptly leapt out of his window and, with a few agile movements, entered the small building from which Huasijia had fled. To his dismay, he discovered a woman lying naked and lifeless upon the bed. Upon closer inspection, he noted that her skin was flushed, her body still warm, indicating she had only recently met her demise. However, a viscous fluid trickled from her lower regions, and her neck appeared to have been strangled. Ouyang Qing, with his vast experience in the martial world, quickly deduced that this was a case of rape and murder, and the perpetrator was most likely Huasij. In truth, Ouyang Qing's nature was such that he would not be overly perturbed if Huasijia had merely engaged in some debauchery with a couple of women. He found such acts distasteful but not intolerable. However, the fact that a disciple of a prestigious sect had committed murder piqued his interest immensely. Having been rejected and ridiculed by the orthodox sects in his youth, Ouyang Qing harbored no fondness for them, and he relished in their misfortunes. Thus, he leapt from the window in pursuit of Huasijia. Yet, he found Huasijia to be in a dazed state, wandering aimlessly through the town of Poyang Lake like a headless fly. Ouyang Qing soon lost patience and abandoned the chase. Returning to the inn, however, upon his return, he overheard the innkeeper inquiring whether he was acquainted with Huasijia. Finding the situation suspicious, he pretended to be a friend of Huasijia's. The innkeeper then handed him an envelope, claiming it was delivered by a passerby on behalf of someone else. Upon opening the envelope, Ouyang Qing discovered a note that read, "Huasijia, in Su Peng's room, there is a strangled female corpse. Please investigate and report to the authorities at once." Sensing something amiss, Ouyang Qing returned the note to the envelope and made his way to Su Peng's room. Using a knife to disengage the latch, he entered and, to his astonishment, found the very same woman he had seen earlier lying dead in a highly compromising position. As Ouyang Qing was processing this shocking discovery, he suddenly heard a disturbance in the courtyard. He quickly concealed himself outside the door, leaving a narrow gap to observe. He saw a figure leap through the window, survey the surroundings, and then leap back out. Ouyang Qing recognized the figure as none other than Huasijia. The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. Ouyang Qing, observing Huasijia escape through the window, carried the female corpse and placed it on Huasijia's bed in the same position it had been found, then utilized his internal energy to secure the latch on Su Peng's door before returning to his own quarters to wait. Sure enough, after a while, Huasijia returned with a group of individuals, and Ouyang Qing stepped out to block their path. The rest, as they say, is history, and Su Peng was already aware of the unfolding events upon his return. Su Peng, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Never having imagined that the case would be fraught with such complexities, Fui stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "So, despite the convoluted nature of the case, that woman was indeed murdered by Huasijia. There can be no doubt. Ha ha ha, what did I tell you? These so-called righteous sects are nothing but cesspools, harboring a bunch of filthy scoundrels." Ouyang Qing laughed heartily at the sight of Huasijia being taken to the magistrate's office. His arrogance completely diminished. At that moment, Su Peng was mentally piecing together the information he had gathered. Following the timeline, it appeared that the monk Yao Tong had abducted the beautiful woman after dinner. Intending to commit an illicit act, however, upon encountering resistance, he lost interest, bound the woman, and left her drugged before wandering the streets, where he crossed paths with Su Peng, Fu Yi, and Ouyang Qing at the inn. After learning of the situation from the constable girl, Huasijia and his companions went out to investigate. It seemed Huasijia had uncovered some clue leading him to the inn where Yao Tong was hiding, only to find the unfortunate woman there, just as the room was filled with aphrodisiac incense. In a moment of weakness, Huasijia likely succumbed to temptation, and as the woman regained her senses and realized her virtue had been violated, she cried out, prompting Huasijia to panic and inadvertently strangle her before fleeing. Ouyang Qing had witnessed this escape firsthand. Later, Yao Tong returned to the inn, shocked to find the woman's corpse in an attempt to frame Su Peng. Who had already returned to his room, Yao Tong moved the body to Su Peng's quarters, only to be spotted by Fu Yi. Perhaps during this time, Yao Tong had found an opportunity to write a note, offering a few silvers for a passerby to deliver it to the inn where Huasijia was staying, unaware that Huasijia was the actual murderer. And thus, the events that transpired after Su Peng logged back into the scene unfolded. As he pieced together the sequence of events, Su Peng found himself at a loss for words. The situation had indeed become quite convoluted. Thankfully, the true perpetrator had been apprehended. Perhaps there remained a local flower thief at Poyang Lake who had yet to be caught, but that was no longer of concern to him and his companions. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a calamity. However, he felt grateful for the assistance of Ouyang and Fui, which spared him from this unwarranted disaster. Yupeng clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ouyang Qing and Fui. Ouyang Qing laughed heartily, saying it was of no consequence, and invited Su Peng to dinner the following day. Fui smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Well, after such a tumultuous evening, I am feeling rather fatigued. Since we cannot stay at the inn tonight, I shall take my leave. What about you two? Ouyang Qing stretched his limbs and inquired of Su Peng, and Fu Waidas. Su Peng was about to say he would accompany Ouyang Qing back, but Fui interjected. We plan to enjoy the moonlight by the shores of Poyang Lake tonight. Perhaps returning to the boat a bit later. Haha, you truly have a taste for the finer things. However, I find fishing and moon-gazing rather tedious, so I shall take my leave for now, Ouyang Qing said. Bowing slightly before gracefully departing, Su Peng felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of Fui's intentions in sending Ouyang Qing away, but then heard Fui say, Su, my young friend, come with me to the lakeside. Although Su Peng was puzzled, he found Fui to be relatively amicable, and it seemed unlikely that he would wish any harm upon him after just having offered assistance. Thus, he acquiesced and walked alongside Fui. The two had not walked for long before they arrived at the lakeside where Su Peng had once pretended to dispose of a corpse. Fui approached, gazed at the sky, and remarked, The moonlight tonight is rather splendid. After running several dozen miles, it's a perfect opportunity to stretch my bones. Young hero Su, draw your sword and let us engage in a friendly duel. Upon hearing this, Su Peng could not help but display an expression of surprise, addressing Fu Yi. Mr. Fu, have I inadvertently offended you in some way? Why this sudden urge to spar? Haha, it seems I, Fu, have been rather reckless in not clarifying my intentions. Fui responded with a laugh. While I may be quite ordinary in many respects, I hold a certain confidence in my discernment. I observe that those young rascals, like Huasijia, though brash in behavior and wielding seemingly fine weapons, upon closer inspection, their swords are more ornamental than practical. Take Huasijia's weapon from Hongshan, for instance. It is merely a superior version of a standard sect weapon. In contrast, my dear Su, your long sword, though it appears unadorned, upon careful inspection, reveals itself to be a true treasure. The craftsmanship, polish, and material of your sword surpass those of that group of young heroes by a considerable margin. Therefore, it is clear that you possess genuine understanding of the sword. Given that you wield such a precious blade, your skills in swordsmanship must be formidable as well. Over these past few years, I have traversed the Jianghu under the guise of a scholar, and it has been nearly 3 or 4 years since I last engaged in combat. After tonight's journey, I find myself feeling somewhat restless, and seeing you with your remarkable sword, I cannot help but desire a friendly exchange. I hope you will indulge me. Su Peng, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Fu Yi, having played the Good Samaritan for so long, was now feeling a yearning to unleash his martial prowess. This was quite normal. Those skilled in martial arts often dedicate more time to their practice than to anything else, perhaps even more than to eating. A qualified master integrates martial arts into their daily life. And years without a sparring partner can be akin to a lecherous man going without the company of women for years. Without stimulation, one may fare well, but once the opportunity arises, it becomes difficult to resist. Just moments ago, Fui had deftly subdued Yao Tong and likely found it less than satisfying. Now, he sought out Su Peng for a match. This, however, aligned perfectly with Su Peng's own intentions. Since learning the half-style sword technique at Zixia sect, Su Peng had yet to test his skills against others in the Jianghu. While he knew the sword technique was powerful, he lacked a concrete understanding of his own martial standing and desperately needed a few bouts to ascertain his abilities. Fui clearly possessed formidable skills and was an excellent opponent. Moreover, it was not a life-or-death struggle, making it an ideal opportunity to validate his own strength. With this in mind, Su Peng nodded and said, Then I shall graciously accept your challenge. However, Mr. Fu, I notice you have not brought a weapon. How shall we engage in this duel? That is of no concern, Fui replied, glancing around until he spotted a sturdy branch. He pinched it between 2 fingers, deftly stripping it of its leaves until it was reduced to a stick roughly the length of Su Peng's sword. I shall use this branch in lieu of a sword. Let us keep our duel light-hearted. You are still young, and it seems your internal energy has yet to reach its pinnacle. I shall refrain from using my full power and will only employ a layer of internal energy for our match. A layer of internal energy? Su Peng mused, feeling somewhat belittled. Yet, as his purpose was to confirm his own martial prowess, he took no offense and replied, in that case, it appears I have gained an advantage. Very well, then let us commence immediately. Young Su, draw your sword, Fu Yi declared, twirling the branch in a flourish to loosen his muscles. Su Peng, not wishing to appear overly modest, drew his unsheathed sword and discarded the scabbard upon a nearby rock. Declaring, I am ready with that, he thrust his sword forward with a straightforward attack. Excellent, Fu Yi exclaimed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Suddenly, Su Peng felt as though Fu Yi had grown taller, the branch in his hand transforming into a flurry of strikes aimed at him. Instantly, Su Peng employed the half-style sword technique, engaging in combat with Fu Yi. The two danced around the lakeside, exchanging blows with remarkable speed, quickly surpassing 17 or 18 moves. As Su Peng executed the half-style sword technique, he sensed that the pressure from Fu Yi's attacks was not overwhelming. It felt as though Fu Yi was merely testing the waters. Mr. Fu, there is no need to hold back. Why sword path thrives on adversity. Please feel free to attack with full force, for I can withstand it. Thrive on adversity, you say? How fortuitous, for my sword path follows a similar principle. I shall not hold back, Fu Yi replied, and with that, the branch in his hand transformed into a barrage of strikes, launching a flurry of over 10 attacks in an instant. Su Peng felt the pressure increase dramatically, sensing Fu Yi's swordsmanship expanding into a formidable aura. In the midst of these strikes, it seemed as though a vast net of sword energy was unfurling around him, attempting to ensnare him. Truly a formidable opponent, Su Peng thought, continuing to wield the half-style sword technique, gradually counteracting Fu Yi's encroaching sword energy. Although it appeared as if he was being pressed down, he was steadily breaking through Fu Yi's formidable sword presence. Be cautious. This is merely the beginning, Fu Yi warned, his gaze growing increasingly cold, not cruel, but rather embodying a state of extreme rationality. As his sword energy gradually unfolded, Su Peng parried a few more strikes, but soon realized that Fu Yi's swordplay was not as simple as it seemed. Wait, Fu Yi's swordplay appears as a net closing in, yet my half-style sword technique, though seemingly delicate, is remarkably resilient, capable of gradually breaking through. But in the subsequent strikes, each one seemed interconnected, the initial flurries serving as mere prelude. Subtly controlling my sword path, it resembled a game of chess, where the seemingly inconsequential moves were actually strategic, weaving a clever trap that enveloped me. Once ensnared, Fu Yi's sword energy grew ever more intricate, appearing simple yet concealing profound depths that an outsider could hardly comprehend. With this level of swordsmanship, Fu Yi could easily be deemed a master. The more Su Peng dueled with Fu Yi, the more astonished he became. Conversely, Fu Yi was equally taken aback. Observing Su Peng, he is quite young, and his internal energy seems somewhat unrefined. He does not appear to be a disciple of a renowned sect. Though he wields a treasured sword, perhaps possessing one or two unique sword moves, I had thought to challenge him. However, witnessing his skills now exceeds my expectations. His swordplay, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, reveals itself to be exceedingly profound. Resonating with the essence of martial principles and demonstrating remarkable resilience, this level of swordsmanship is likely on par with my own. Yet, it appears he has practiced this technique for a relatively short time and may not fully grasp the true essence of his art. I shall exert a bit more effort and observe the extent of his capabilities. With this thought, Fu Yi's swordplay became increasingly intricate. Though he did not employ particularly powerful internal energy, his techniques grew more complex and profound. Akin to a masterful strategist engaged in a game of chess, with each move laden with deep significance. As he executed each strike, the pressure on Su Peng intensified, nearly doubling with each subsequent attack. Yet, Su Peng's seemingly antiquated swordplay displayed incredible vitality. It was as if the stronger Fu Yi's strikes grew, the more resilient Su Peng became, piquing Fu Yi's curiosity to see just how long Su Peng could endure and how much potential this swordplay truly possessed. Thus, the two continued their duel, and in the blink of an eye, over 40 minutes had passed. Neither felt fatigued. By this point, the contact between Su Peng's blade and the branch had diminished significantly. Both engaged in seemingly aimless thrusts, drawing back immediately, appearing nonsensical to an outsider. Only the two of them understood that they were vying for control over the sword's energy and path, elevating their combat to a higher plane. However, at this moment, Su Peng's half-style sword technique appeared somewhat precarious, seemingly on the verge of being broken by Fu Yi's astonishingly brilliant swordplay, yet somehow, it remained unbroken, albeit suppressed. At this moment, however, Fu Yi was not at ease either. Su Peng's swordsmanship resembled a formidable bone, exceedingly difficult to gnaw upon. Although his own sword techniques could, when ignited by superior skills, unleash an almost limitless array of intricate maneuvers, Fu Yi was under considerable pressure. Despite the apparent imminent defeat of his opponent, defeat remained elusive. He sensed a terrifying force embedded within Su Peng's sword intent, as if the slightest lapse in his focus would provoke a counterattack akin to a volcanic eruption. Su Peng, burdened with his own pressures, felt as if he were wielding an exceedingly pliable rubber ball. The continuous pressure from his opponent only intensified his resistance, yet he feared that should Fu Yi surpass his threshold of endurance, this rubber ball he had charged with energy could easily burst. Nevertheless, Su Peng had a trump card. Their duel had already lasted over 40 minutes, and he sensed that the culmination of his half-style sword technique was nearly at hand. It was akin to inflating a ball. One could naturally feel when it was close to full dot that moment. Fu Yi's gradually escalating swordplay reached a crescendo, delivering a series of strokes that could only be described as breathtakingly brilliant, intensifying the pressure on Su Peng. Just as he felt he might not withstand these formidable attacks, a sudden ding resonated in his ear. His ultimate move was fully charged. Elated, Su Peng reminded Fu Yi, "Mr. Fu, be cautious." With that, he unleashed his accumulated lethal strike. In a dazzling burst, an endless array of radiant sword light blossomed in Su Peng's grasp. Within this radiant display, he appeared to execute an ordinary sword stroke. Yet the lotus of light enveloped it, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Fu Yi sensed an insurmountable force emanating from that seemingly mundane strike. Victory was at hand. As Su Peng unleashed his strike, a profound sense of confidence surged within him. He was certain this blow would secure his triumph. However, at that very moment, Fu Yi let out a piercing howl. Suddenly, the branch in his hand surged with threefold power, and he unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes. These strikes shimmered like stars in the night sky, weaving together in a breathtaking array akin to a sublime chess game, effectively countering Su Peng's explosive sword light. Then, from the multitude of strikes, they converged into a singular blow that collided with Su Peng's blade. Instantly, Su Peng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly losing his grip on his sword. While Fu Yi's branch was severed in the clash, both men halted, and after a moment, Fu Yi shook his head with a rueful smile, discarding the half of the branch he held, saying, "In this contest, I have indeed lost. I failed to adhere to our agreement and resorted to employing 3 layers of internal energy, much to your amusement, Mr. Su." In response, Su Peng, feeling the tremors subside from his hands, slowly sheathed his sword and replied, "I gleaned some insights from our exchange, Mr. Fu. If I am not mistaken, your swordsmanship is fundamentally driven by internal energy. The stronger the energy, the mightier the technique. My own swordplay does not demand as much in terms of internal power, thus granting me an advantage. Were you to channel 7 layers of internal energy or more, I might not withstand even 30 of your strikes." "Indeed, that is accurate," Fu Yi nodded, then shook his head, admitting, "However, I have undeniably lost this bout, having breached our prior agreement." "Ah, Mr. Fu, you are a gentleman to harbor such sentiments," Su Peng laughed, addressing Fu Yi. He then retrieved the sword sheath from a nearby stone and sheathed his blade. Turning to Fu Yi, he continued, "With your remarkable skills, you cannot possibly be an unknown figure in the martial world. You must have encountered many formidable warriors. As a newcomer, I humbly seek your guidance. How does my swordplay compare to the 10 young swords of the Jianghu?" "The 10 young swords? I have not had much interaction with them. I have only seen the one ranked first. In terms of pure swordsmanship, I must say your technique surpasses all of them. However, your internal power is somewhat lacking. If we were to consider practical combat, based on some tales from the Jianghu, I believe you could easily defeat anyone ranked 5th and below among the 10 young swords. Against those in the top 3 to 5, it would be challenging, yet still possible to prevail. As for the top 3, you might endure a prolonged battle with a 70% chance of victory, but should your internal energy be exhausted beforehand, the outcome becomes uncertain. Upon hearing this, Supeng contemplated. Forming a rough estimate in his mind, it seemed that the top 3 among the 10 young swords possessed capabilities akin to those with deep blue or silver level techniques at the 6th or 7th tier. Their internal energy likely hovered around the 7th or 8th tier of silver. As long as he did not exhaust his energy, he believed he stood a reasonable chance of victory. Reflecting on this, Supeng could not help but scorn the so-called 10 young swords. While his own techniques and internal energy were both at the dark gold level, they were at the 1st tier. The top 3 among the 10 young swords seemed to be on par with his current capabilities, which explained why Ouyang Qing referred to them as a group of inept practitioners, deceiving the world with their reputations. After a moment, he inquired, I have heard from Hua Sijie and others about the 10 great swords of the Jianghu. How do I measure up against them? Ah, this is not to dishearten you, Mr. Su. The weakest of the 10 great swords far surpasses the strongest of the 10 young swords. Should you encounter any of the 10 great swords, you would likely find it impossible to triumph over even one. However, your unique swordplay may allow you to hold your own against those ranked 6th to 10th among the 10 great swords, though it is unlikely you could defeat them. They could very well exhaust your internal energy. In a life-or-death struggle, it would be prudent to retreat. Your lightness skills are commendable, and perhaps half of the 10 great swords would struggle to pursue you. Yet, if you were to face any of the top 3 among the 10 great swords, you would have no chance to escape. Supeng pondered this, realizing from Fu Yi's words that lightness skills appeared to be rare in the martial world. His own golden-level lightness skills nearly surpassed 5 of the 10 great swords. Yet there remained a significant disparity in overall strength. It dawned on him that the 10 great swords likely possessed fully mastered silver-level techniques or even higher. What of Ouyang Qing? Supeng inquired further. Ouyang Qing's strength would allow him to easily defeat the 10 young swords, and he could also triumph over the weakest of the 10 great swords. However, when faced with those ranked 8th or 9th among the 10 great swords, he could only defend himself, maintaining a stance of not losing. Supeng nodded slightly, gaining insight into Ouyang Qing's capabilities. And what of Shidoxin from the Daquang Temple? He suddenly recalled, questioning Fu Yi. Upon hearing the name of Shidoxin, Fu Yi involuntarily furrowed his brow. Should you encounter Shidoxin, it would depend on whether he is fighting at full strength. If he were to unleash his full power, you might not even have the opportunity to draw your sword. After careful consideration, Fu Yi answered Supeng's question. Upon hearing this, Supeng's heart sank slightly. Fu Yi's assessment sounded quite reasonable. Did that mean his current martial prowess would not even grant him the chance to draw his sword before Shidoxin? However, do not be too hard on yourself. Shidoxin has already surpassed 30 years of age, while you appear to be just over 20. When you reach your 30s, your martial skills may very well rival his. Your swordsmanship and lightness skills are both rare in the Jianghu, and given your relatively short training period, should you achieve a higher level of cultivation, you will not fall far behind Shidoxin. Seeing that his words might have weighed heavily, Fu Yi encouraged Supeng, asserting that he was not merely speaking out of turn. While Supeng's internal energy had not been showcased today, the swordplay and lightness skills he exhibited truly impressed Fu Yi. Supeng nodded, recognizing that his half-style sword technique and transformation technique were both at the dark gold and gold levels, respectively, with internal energy also at the dark gold level. It was unlikely that Shidoxin possessed diamond-level martial arts. At most, he might have dark gold techniques honed to a high degree. Thus, Supeng gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and expressed his gratitude to Fu Yi for clarifying his uncertainties. No need for thanks. These matters will become clearer to you as you navigate the Jianghu for a while, Fu Yi smiled, addressing Supeng. We have spent a considerable amount of time outside, and as night falls, we must embark on our journey by boat tomorrow. Let us return to the ship and rest early. Supeng nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the day's gains. He secured the Wufeng sword on his back and returned to the dock alongside Fu Yi. Using his lightness skills to leap aboard the boat and find his room to rest, Fu Yi retired to his quarters as well, and Supeng, having lost the inclination to cultivate his internal energy, logged out of the game. Checking the time in the internet CAF, he noted it was already past 1 in the morning. Upon returning to his room, he watched a movie for a while, took a hot shower, and then went to bed. The following day, Supeng awoke, refreshed himself, and changed into a new set of clothes. Upon arriving in the dining hall, he noticed Sun Shijia and Lei Ming already seated at a table, engaged in lively conversation. Sun Shijia was animatedly chatting with Lei Ming, who nodded slowly, appearing to share a good rapport with him. Sun Shijia has quite the communication skills, Su Peng mused silently, choosing not to interrupt. He gathered some food and upon glancing around, noticed Ji Ming at another table, enjoying his meal alone. So he approached him. It feels like it's been quite a while since we last met, Su Peng remarked. Ji Ming looked up, recognized Su Peng, and nodded. In truth, I see you every day at the internet CAF. You just seem too engrossed to hear us talking. Indeed, I have been preoccupied with tasks lately. Neglecting other matters, Su Peng admitted. Su Peng nodded, and took a sip of the century egg and lean meat porridge before inquiring of Ji Ming. How is your development in the game progressing? I've encountered a minor inconvenience. The centurion of the Blackwater Army, Bao Zhe, has taken a liking to me and intends to take me as his apprentice, offering me a position in their archery division. I would like to accept, but Han Tuo is unwilling to release me, Ji Ming replied. The burdens of happiness, Su Peng remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming laughed and responded. Your words make me feel as though I am being reproached in a roundabout manner. Their camaraderie had grown considerably in recent times. After sharing a laugh, Ji Ming suddenly lowered his voice, saying, a few days ago, I heard some news that a member of the Tiger Bravery Squad has mysteriously vanished. How is it that you all are so well informed? Your intelligence is quite impressive, Su Peng commented, realizing that aside from Sun Shijia, Ji Ming had gradually opened up his channels of information within the company, leaving him feeling somewhat isolated in comparison. You have been too engrossed in the game. You ought to devote some energy to keeping an eye on matters within the company. The affairs of reality are always of greater significance. Ji Ming advised before stating, I have finished my meal, and departed with his tray. Meanwhile, Su Peng continued to sip his porridge, pondering Ji Ming's earlier words about the mysteriously vanished member of the Tiger Bravery Squad. Suspecting it might be the individual he had witnessed being struck and killed by a truck, the death of a person had not even prompted an investigation by the police within the company. Su Peng's thoughts wandered, contemplating whether the company's confidentiality measures were simply effective or if something else was at play. Regardless, this was not an immediate concern. His priority was to ensure progress within the game and strive to return to Jiangning County before the assessment at the end of the month. He resolved silently. After finishing breakfast, Su Peng made his way to the computer room and logged into the game. Upon entering, he found himself in the hold of the Fortune ship, which was preparing to set sail after completing its cargo turnover. As he gazed out from the hold, he noticed someone who should not have been on the ship standing at the railing, watching the Fortune ship gradually depart from the port. How did she get on board? Su Peng wondered. Seeing that the person appeared reluctant to enter the hold, he stepped out to approach her. Hello, Miss, Su Peng greeted as he approached the side of the ship. The person turned, revealing herself to be the young constable in a pale yellow dress. This girl possessed a striking beauty, particularly with her distinctive eyebrows, which were not the typical willow leaf shape of most young women, but rather a pair of slender sword-like brows that, although sharp, were finer than a man's. Rather than detracting from her harmonious and attractive features, they added an air of vigor. Upon seeing Su Peng, the young constable nodded in acknowledgement and said, Hello, my name is Ling Xiaoyu. I apologize for my previous rudeness. Not at all, Su Peng replied, noticing the area was clear of others, and continued, Miss Ling, are you not a constable from the Poyang Lake area? Why are you departing with us on this ship? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoyu smiled and replied, Who says I am here merely as a constable? There are many reasons to assist in capturing thieves. So, it turns out that Miss Ling is also a heroine of the martial world, Su Peng remarked, only to hear a chuckle from behind him. Ha ha ha, Su Xiao brother, your experience in the martial world seems lacking if you cannot even recognize the daughter of the famed Constable Ling Chue. One voice teased. Both Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu turned to see Ouyang Qing, with his striking red hair, accompanied by Fu Yi, approaching them. Brother Ouyang, Su Peng greeted. Ling Xiaoyu's clear eyes fell upon Ouyang Qing, and after observing him for a moment, she asked, Esteemed senior, do you know my father? And since this brother calls you Brother Ouyang, might you be the legendary Ouyang Qing of the Wild Sands and the red-haired extraordinary blade? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to recognize me. Indeed, I am he. However, I am not the Wild Sands extraordinary blade. The martial world knows me as the Wild Sands sinister blade. Ouyang Qing laughed, addressing Ling Xiaoyu. Su Peng felt a bit embarrassed. He had known Ouyang Qing for several days, yet had not learned his nickname, while this young girl recognized him immediately. Ouyang Qing then explained that Ling Xiaoyu's father, Ling Chue, was a highly renowned figure in the martial world, known as the Divine Constable. Ling Chue, residing in the Central State, was a public official of great repute, known for his unwavering pursuit of justice. Regardless of whether the culprits were righteous or wicked, from grand sects or the underworld, he would relentlessly track down those who committed crimes in the Central State, capturing them and ensuring their misdeeds were made known to the world, making his actions widely regarded as righteous. Having achieved fame for over 20 years, Ling Chue had apprehended hundreds of criminals, and though he must have made many enemies, his transparency in handling cases meant that few sought revenge against him. Of course, there were those who attempted to confront him, but Ling Chue's formidable martial skills ensured that any intruders never returned. Over time, rumors spread that he was a disciple of a hidden martial sect, having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, yet choosing to hone his skills among the common folk. Thus, when someone was captured by Ling Chue, their friends and family would simply accept their misfortune rather than seek retribution. For nearly a decade, no one had sought vengeance against him, and he had become a paragon of justice in the martial world, revered by public officials who even established shrines in his honor. Praying for his protection, Xu Peng suddenly understood why Ling Xiaoyu could command the attention of public constables in Poyang Lake. It was due to her esteemed father, the Divine Constable. Given her background, it was only natural for her to involve herself in matters of justice. "May I inquire where you are headed, Miss Ling?" Xu Peng asked, piecing together the context. "I am bound for Jiangning County. In half a month, it will be my grandfather's birthday. My parents are unable to break free from their official duties, so I am going to celebrate with him," Ling Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Jiangning, is that not the same place as you, Su Xiaoyu?" Fui interjected. "You are also heading to Jiangning?" Ling Xiaoyu asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed, I am originally from Jiangning County, but due to certain matters, I have been away and am now eager to return," Xu Peng explained. "Might I ask if your grandfather is a figure in the martial world? I wonder if I might know him." "My grandfather is a disciple of Qingqing. Although he has not been active in the martial world for some time, so few may remember him. However, my uncle is the city lord of Jiangning, named Mo Tianqing," Ling Xiaoyu revealed without hesitation. "The city lord of Jiangning?" Xu Peng was momentarily taken aback and scrutinized Ling Xiaoyu anew, astonished to find himself in the presence of a second-generation heiress. Xu Peng mused silently, yet he held no further thoughts beyond resolving to avoid offending this young lady, as her uncle was his superior's superior. As the fortune ship continued its voyage, 2 days passed without stopping at any ports. Sailing day and night. Entering the inland rivers, the ship sailed smoothly, covering nearly 1,000 miles in just 2 days. With little else to occupy his time, Xu Peng focused on cultivating his internal skills within the ship's cabin. In the evenings, he would log off to chat with Ouyang Qing, Fu Yi, and Ling Xiaoyu. Despite her noble lineage, Ling Xiaoyu was a lively and amiable young lady, and given that Xu Peng was not significantly older, they found common ground in their conversations, growing more familiar with each passing day. On the evening of the second day, the ship docked at a port. Upon reaching their destination, Fu Yi bid farewell to Xu Peng and Ouyang Qing, promising to meet again if fate allowed, before disembarking to board a carriage bound for Liangzhou. His surname is Fu, but he is not called Fu Yi. His full name is Fu Zi, Ouyang Qing remarked. Observing Fu Yi's departure, "What do you mean?" Xu Peng inquired, turning to Ouyang Qing, who seemed to have discerned Fu Yi's background. In the martial world, there are 10 minor swords and 10 major swords. The 10 minor swords are unworthy of mention, mere clowns. As for the 10 major swords, while their moral character may not be commendable, they certainly possess formidable skills worthy of the title. However, among the 10 renowned swords, there are also the 4 peerless swords and the 2 demon swords. The 4 peerless swords are named the Falling Star Sword, Lu Xing, the Dark Sword, Ning Wuri, the Water-Cutting Sword, Du Qiu, and the last one is the chess-like swordplay of Fu Zi. Are you saying Mr. Fu is indeed one of the 4 peerless swords, Fu Zi? Upon hearing this, Xu Peng inquired of Ouyang Qing. "When I first met him, he wasn't carrying a sword, and I thought I had mistaken him for someone else. However, after witnessing your sword duel by the lakeside a few days ago, I became certain that he must be Fu Zi, the practitioner of chess-like swordplay, one of the 4 peerless swords, a descendant of a former prime minister, and currently a national Go master." "A national Go master?" a descendant of a former prime minister? Su Peng, upon hearing this, felt astonished and turned his gaze towards the direction in which Fu Yi, no, it should be Fu Zi, departed. After a moment, Su Peng turned back to Ouyang Qing and said, Ouyang brother, did you see that night when I dueled with Mr. Fu? I'm not a fool. I could tell that Fu Zi was trying to lead me astray. And I found your actions somewhat suspicious, so I followed. However, Fu Zi must have noticed me later, and you were the only one who thought I was in the dark. Ouyang Qing snorted upon hearing this. Su Peng was at a loss for words, realizing he was the one with the least knowledge. It seems I must heighten my vigilance. Su Peng pondered, secretly attentive, and turned the page. The boat continued its journey, and after a night and a day of sailing, on the following evening, Su Peng and his companions arrived at a small riverside town by a not particularly large waterway. Su Xiaodi. This is the last stop before arriving at Jiangning County. We will dock for a night. After this, we shall sail continuously for 3 days and nights to reach Jiangning County. Are you not going to disembark and take a look? Ouyang Qing asked Su Peng from the deck. I am indeed feeling rather bored from sitting on the boat. What about you, Ouyang brother? Aren't you going to get off and take a stroll? Su Peng inquired of Ouyang Qing. I shall remain aboard. In recent days, as I have been watching the sunset over the great river from the boat, I have unexpectedly gained some insights into martial arts and wish to grasp this feeling tightly, to see if I can elevate my sword techniques to a higher level. Ouyang Qing shook his head, replying to Su Peng. Then I wish you success in your breakthrough, Ouyang brother. I shall disembark now. And when we meet again tomorrow, I hope to hear that you have made progress, Su Peng said to Ouyang Qing. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. Ouyang Qing nodded and continued to watch the sunset from the boat. Su Peng then stepped off the boat and walked into the town, seeking an inn to enjoy some food and drink. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead, standing before a vendor and observing some creature. Miss Ling, Su Peng called out, and Ling Xiaoyu turned around, seeing Su Peng and waving her hand continuously, saying, Su Dage, come over and take a look at this. Su Peng approached, only to find that Ling Xiaoyu was watching an animal being sold by a hunter-like man. At the hunter's feet, there was a wooden cage containing a little white fox. Chapter 63. Releasing the fox, Su Peng peered into the wooden cage at the hunter's feet and saw that the white fox was not very large. Seemingly not yet fully grown, its fur as white as snow without a single speck of color. Its left hind leg appeared injured, encircled by blood. At this moment, the little white fox seemed to be in a state of panic, dragging its injured hind leg in circles within the cage, appearing exceedingly restless. Who would have thought that in such a small place, one could encounter a white fox with such exquisite fur? Coincidentally, my mother has a winter coat made of fox fur, but is missing a shawl. Purchasing this white fox and having it killed would make for a splendid shawl to give to my mother. Ling Xiaoyu remarked as she gazed at the white fox in the cage. Indeed, this young lady speaks truthfully. In my years of hunting, I have never encountered such beautiful fur on a fox. This time, I consider myself fortunate. Had I not inadvertently wandered into the Thousand Eyes Marsh, I would not have captured this white fox, yet it is worth it. Killing this fox would provide enough material for a shawl. The hunter agreed, nodding to Ling Xiaoyu. Su Peng was then observing the little white fox in the wooden cage, and to his surprise, the little fox seemed to possess a spirit of its own. It appeared to understand the conversation between the hunter and Ling Xiaoyu, becoming even more agitated, repeatedly bumping its body against the wooden cage. Unfortunately, the cage was quite sturdy, and its small form could not break free. Oh? This fox is quite remarkable. Buying it would make for an excellent fur hat for winter. Just then, someone behind Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. They turned to see 4 men, who seemed somewhat disreputable, approaching with a gleam of mischief in their eyes. One was armed with a knife, another with a hook, a third with a club, and the last with a hammer, all appearing to be figures from the martial world. How much for that fox? If the price is reasonable, we shall buy it. The man with the long knife inquired of the hunter, feigning to reach for money. If you gentlemen are genuinely interested in this white fox, it will only cost 3.5 taels of gold, the hunter said eagerly upon seeing more prospective buyers. 3.5 taels of gold. Why don't you go rob someone? Upon hearing the hunter's price, the short, stout man wielding the hammer exclaimed, while the knife-wielding man also halted his hand mid-motion. Not expensive, not expensive. Even for an ordinary fox pelt, a complete premium one would cost 7 taels of silver. And a white fox is so rare that one might not see even one in 1,000 or 10,000 captured. It is worth 50 times more. Besides, I risked my life to enter the Thousand Eyes Marsh to capture this fox. Who knows how many years it will take before I encounter another. Without 3.5 taels of gold, I would never sell it. The hunter shook his head, addressing the four martial figures. Oh, I didn't realize you had ventured into the Thousand Eyes Marsh. Were you perhaps seeking your fortune, searching for the treasure of an ancient tomb? The four martial figures exchanged glances upon hearing the hunter's words. I wouldn't dare. I simply pursued a quarry and accidentally wandered in, the hunter quickly clarified. Boss, this white fox for 3.5 taels of gold is indeed not expensive. I will buy it. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyu, who had been observing the white fox in the cage, suddenly spoke up, and after saying this, she made a motion to reach for her waist pouch. Xu Peng was not surprised. After all, he himself was close to having 30 taels of gold, and Ling Xiaoyu's father was a well-known figure in the martial world. Even if he were fair and just, after so many years, whether in terms of reputation or martial prowess, he must have amassed several tens of thousands of taels of silver, which Xu Peng found utterly believable. Therefore, it was entirely within reason for Ling Xiaoyu to spend over 3 taels of gold to buy a white fox. As her uncle was the lord of a city, and her casual expenses could easily amount to thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver, far beyond what an ordinary family could compare to. Hearing Ling Xiaoyu's words, the four martial figures behind her and Xu Peng felt their morale wane slightly, as if Ling Xiaoyu had overshadowed them. The average martial figure does not earn much. And without a faction or reputation to back them up, and not resorting to theft, earning a few taels of gold in a month would be considered quite a good income. The four martial figures clearly were not wealthy. And seeing Ling Xiaoyu's generosity, they felt somewhat humiliated. However, as Ling Xiaoyu rummaged through her pouch, her brow furrowed slightly as she found nothing. I say, which wealthy young lady has come to wander the martial world? Turns out she's just a bluffer without money. Observing Ling Xiaoyu's actions, the four martial figures behind her felt a sudden sense of relief, and the one with the curved hook remarked sarcastically. Although Ling Xiaoyu is the daughter of a divine catcher, her experience in the martial world is still lacking. Upon hearing the man's words, she furrowed her brow, feeling a bit embarrassed. She rummaged again in her pouch. And to her surprise, she pulled out a dark golden piece of paper. Oh! Upon seeing this paper, the four martial figures behind Xu Peng and Ling Xiaoyu simultaneously inhaled sharply. Falling silent, Xu Peng also frowned. He recognized the paper as something he had seen before when Han Tuo's personal soldiers exchanged 300 taels of gold for a gold note at the Tongyun Money Exchange in Jiangning County. This was a well-known gold note from the Tongyun Money Exchange, worth at least 100 taels of gold. The material was not ordinary paper, but a special material that resembled gold paper. Intricately woven with fine gold threads and gold foil, providing light fire and water resistance, making it extraordinarily valuable. The Tongyun Money Exchange ensured that gold notes exceeding 100 taels were made of this material. At this moment, the note that Ling Xiaoyu had taken out was indeed a gold note from the Tongyun Money Exchange, worth at least 100 taels of gold. Ling Xiaoyu waved it lightly, and Xu Peng's keen eyes caught the inscription that read 300 taels of gold, redeemable at Tongyun Money Exchange. How unfortunate! I have no small change left, only this gold note. Su Dage, do you have 3.5 taels of gold on you? Please lend it to me temporarily. Once we reach a place where I can exchange this gold note for cash, I shall return it to you, Ling Xiaoyu said, shaking the gold note in her hand before putting it back into her pouch and addressing Xu Peng. Is having money such a big deal? The four martial figures behind Xu Peng and Ling Xiaoyu, upon realizing this, exchanged glances, and the man with the knife snorted softly. The four of them hastily departed. Xu Peng sighed inwardly, knowing without looking back that those men had already begun to plot something. After all, Ling Xiaoyu was merely a 16 or 17-year-old girl, lacking experience in the martial world. And she did not even understand the most basic rule of not revealing her wealth. Shaking his head, Xu Peng rummaged through his belongings and produced a few pieces of gold, which he handed to the hunter, saying, "We shall purchase this white fox." "Ha ha, thank you, noble warriors, thank you." The hunter, overjoyed at receiving the gold, repeatedly expressed his gratitude and then presented Xu Peng and his companion with the wooden cage containing the white fox, including the cage itself. "Wonderful, Brother Xu. Let us find a butcher or a tanner in this town to slaughter the white fox, and then we can prepare the pelt. I will seek out an inn and send the fox skin back home to Zhongzhou, where there are skilled fur artisans who can craft it into a shawl, as a token of filial piety for my mother," said Ling Xiaoyu, her face beaming with happiness at Su Peng's acquisition of the white fox. Su Peng remained noncommittal, yet a sudden stir of emotion swept through him as he glanced at the white fox in the cage. The little creature, seemingly capable of understanding human speech, appeared to sense its impending doom. It had ceased its frantic movements, its body trembling, and its expressive eyes were filled with fear. Upon meeting Su Peng's gaze, its eyes seemed to convey profound sorrow, as if pleading with him not to take its life. Instantly, Su Peng was struck by a wave of empathy. The white fox no longer resembled a mere animal, but rather a frightened child, quivering and imploring him for mercy, yearning for a chance to survive. For a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in thought. Brother Su, what troubles you?" Ling Xiaoyu, noticing Su Peng's unusual demeanor, waved her delicate hand in front of him and inquired. "Oh, it is nothing," Su Peng replied, regaining his composure. However, as he reflected, he could not shake off the memory of that poignant exchange with the soulful white fox. A surge of compassion welled up within him, and he felt an overwhelming reluctance to see this sentient life extinguished, merely to become a shawl. "Miss Ling, may I discuss something with you?" Su Peng suddenly looked up and addressed her. "What matter is it? Speak freely, for I shall do all I can to assist." Ling Xiaoyu replied, her tone earnest. Although their acquaintance had begun with a misunderstanding, her impression of Su Peng had greatly improved over the past few days. "It is not a grave issue. I simply observed the white fox and sensed its remarkable spirit. My heart stirred with compassion, and I do not wish to kill it. Therefore, I kindly request that Miss Ling permit me to release this white fox as a small act of kindness," Su Peng said, bowing slightly. "I see." Ling Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, tilting her head. "While I had hoped to acquire a white fox fur shawl for my mother, it is not an absolute necessity. If you feel strongly about it, you may go ahead and set it free, for after all, you purchased it. However," she added, "but Brother Su, does this not resemble the actions of those wealthy merchants and the fraudulent monk you previously criticized?" Su Peng was momentarily taken aback. Having recounted the tale of the fraudulent monk Yao Tong and his accomplices to Ling Xiaoyu as a joke during their travels, he now realized that his own actions bore a striking resemblance to theirs. After a brief pause, he could not help but chuckle, self-deprecatingly admitting, "Ha ha, I never expected to mock others for their false benevolence while being merely 50 paces away from them myself. Oh, that is not the case at all. Brother Su acts from genuine compassion, unlike those who merely seek to enhance their reputation." "There is a significant difference," Ling Xiaoyu replied, covering her mouth with her delicate hand and smiling, and no need for comfort. "I shall embrace this role of a faux benevolent person," Su Peng said with a faint smile, then picked up the wooden cage and walked deeper into the town with Ling Xiaoyu. After a while, they ventured beyond the town's limits and into a secluded forest. With no one around, Su Peng, concerned that the white fox might be captured again due to its inability to move freely, traveled a little further before using his internal energy to break open the cage, gently cradling the little white fox and placing it on the ground. "Find your way home, recover well, and be cautious not to get caught again." To Su Peng's astonishment, the white fox appeared to understand, nodding its head 3 times like a human. Its eyes seemed to glisten with tears as it bid farewell, limping into the depths of the forest. Just as Su Peng turned to leave, Ling Xiaoyu called out, "Brother Su, look." Su Peng turned back to see the white fox, having walked a distance of 20 or so meters, suddenly turn around, standing on its hind legs and bowing to him. What an extraordinary fox, Su Peng thought, intrigued by the sight, and nodded at the creature. "Be careful on your journey, and do not let yourself be captured again." The white fox bowed once more, performing 3 deep bows before turning and limping away. "This fox is indeed remarkable. It is my first encounter with such a grateful creature, far surpassing many humans. How fortunate we were not to harm it," Ling Xiaoyu remarked, equally fascinated, as she approached Su Peng. "In this vast world, wonders abound. Who says that spirits and foxes lack the capacity for gratitude?" Su Peng mused, before adding, "Let us move along. Time is of the essence, and we should find an inn to rest." Ling Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and the two resumed their search for a place to stay as they walked. Both Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu noticed that the atmosphere in the town felt rather unusual. Although the town was small, they had encountered at least 8 or 9 groups of martial artists, each appearing enigmatic, as if something significant were afoot. This town has an air of mystery. It seems that something is indeed happening. Given the influx of martial artists, Su Peng remarked, observing yet another group of travelers passing by the way. When we purchased the White Fox, I overheard mention of a thousand-eyed marsh, supposedly linked to an ancient tomb. Could this be related? Ling Xiaoyu inquired. It is quite possible. Let us find an inn to settle in for the time being and gather more information, Su Peng suggested. Ling Xiaoyu nodded, and together they sought out an inn. After some searching, they discovered a sizable establishment named Clouds Come and Go Inn, run by a kindly landlady. Inquiring about accommodation, they were relieved to find that the inn was not fully booked. And there remained a small building with 2 stories available for rent. Although the price was higher than usual, neither Su Peng nor Ling Xiaoyu was concerned about the expense, so they decided to take the small building. Rather than resting immediately, they ordered a table of food and drink in the inn's common area, taking the opportunity to observe the patrons around them. To their surprise, they noticed that among the few tables in the quaint inn, there were about 13 or 14 martial artists, each seated in groups of 3 or 4, engaged in hushed discussions. Su Peng hesitated to inquire further, instead enjoying a casual meal with Ling Xiaoyu. Just as they were dining, a scholarly-looking young man with a long sword on his back entered the inn. He appeared amiable and well-read, but upon discovering that there were no available seats, his expression turned disappointed. Noticing this, Su Peng's eyes lit up, and he stood to call out to the young man, "Friend, if you find yourself without a seat, why not join us?" Chapter 64. Ancient Tomb Treasures. The young man turned towards Su Peng's table, his face brightening at the invitation. Su Peng, tall and handsome, exuded a warm demeanor that was hard to resist, and with him sat Ling Xiaoyu, whose striking beauty only added to their appeal. The young man had already visited several inns, all of which were full, and he was reluctant to continue searching. Upon seeing the welcoming expressions of Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu, he felt a sense of camaraderie and approached with a bow, saying, "I hope you do not mind my intrusion." "Not at all," responded Su Peng. "I am Su Peng from Jiangning, and this is my sister, Su Xiaoyu, visiting from Binhai City in Tengzhou. We happened to pass through this area and, noticing your impressive presence, thought to invite you to join us. I hope you will forgive our abruptness." Ling Xiaoyu, understanding Su Peng's intent to gather information, did not mind the brother-sister pretense, as it spared them some complications. She nodded politely to the young man, who introduced himself. "I am Zhang Jin, a local resident. May I inquire where you two hail from? You appear quite similar, almost like siblings." Su Peng chuckled softly, noting the resemblance he shared with Ling Xiaoyu. "Well, we do share some likeness," he admitted casually, allowing Zhang Jin's assumption to stand without correction. "I am Su Peng from Jiangning, and this is my sister, Su Xiaoyu, visiting from Binhai City. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Zhang Jin, feeling flattered by the invitation, smiled warmly and replied, "I am honored by your kindness, though I am but Zhang Jin, unworthy of such regard. I am grateful to share this meal with you." The two exchanged pleasantries, and soon, with Ling Xiaoyu joining in, they settled into a comfortable conversation. Zhang Jin, not much older than Su Peng, found himself drawn to the amiable atmosphere, and as both Su Peng and Zhang Jin appreciated each other as company, it did not take long for them to refer to each other as brothers. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Su Peng subtly revealed his intentions, lowering his voice slightly as he inquired of Zhang Jin, "My sister and I have arrived in this town. Yet we have encountered numerous enigmatic figures along the way, each bearing a mysterious demeanor that has piqued our curiosity. I perceive that you, Zhang brother, are also a child of the rivers and lakes. Might you possess any knowledge regarding the situation that you could share with me to alleviate my uncertainties? Is it not the case that you and your sister are aware of the treasure hidden within the thousand-eyed marsh, which is why you chose to linger here?" Zhang Jin, taken aback by this, pondered for a moment and concluded that this matter was not particularly confidential. Having 2 additional companions could indeed prove beneficial. Thus, he replied, "Indeed, you mentioned that you traveled by boat from Binhai City. It is not unusual, for most of these wandering souls are likely drawn here by the fabled treasures of an ancient tomb nearby." "Oh, treasures?" Su Peng inquired, his interest evidently piqued. He urged Zhang Jin, "Pray, elaborate further." Zhang Jin, unreserved, proceeded to share the tale in detail, While Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu listened intently, he narrated that, situated a score of miles eastward from this town, there lay a dense thicket of mangrove swamps known as the Thousand-Eyed Marsh, notorious for its treacherous bogs and the myriad of venomous creatures and beasts that roamed therein. Ordinary folk dared not venture into that perilous realm. Hence it earned its ominous moniker. Typically, the terrain was fraught with complexity. A single misstep could lead one to be swallowed by the marsh, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, it remained largely uninhabited. However, not long ago, several factions of martial artists clashed near the Thousand-Eyed Marsh over matters of gang rivalry. On that fateful day, a torrential rain fell, and amidst their fierce battle, the combatants inadvertently wandered into the marsh and became hopelessly lost. To their astonishment, as they strayed deeper into the mire, perhaps due to the deluge, they stumbled upon an ancient tomb, which suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth. Fearless and emboldened, these martial artists, captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon, instinctively sensed the potential for great fortune. They temporarily set aside their hostilities to explore the tomb. The tomb, though seemingly a mere secondary burial site, did not disappoint. While they had only uncovered a fraction of its depths, it proved perilous, with traps claiming the lives of many. Nevertheless, these skilled individuals swiftly navigated through one of the chambers, unearthing a wealth of gold and jewels. Each person seized as much as they could carry. But as the rain ceased, the tomb began to sink once more into the mire, prompting their hasty escape to avoid being entombed alive. Subsequently, a grisly spectacle of human greed unfolded, as the martial artists turned against one another in a frenzied struggle for the treasures, resulting in many casualties. Yet, some did manage to escape, carrying with them portions of the riches. It is said that each individual who emerged bore treasures amounting to dozens or even hundreds of taels of gold. And news of the ancient tomb's treasures within the Thousand-Eyed Marsh spread like wildfire, soon reaching the ears of countless adventurers in the vicinity. The figures Su Peng and his companions observed that day were indeed those drawn from nearby towns, all awaiting the tomb's reappearance. Zhang Jin, hailing from a family with a rich heritage in both literature and martial arts, his father a scholar and a martial artist as well as a local gentry, had been inspired by his father's teachings. He had studied extensively and trained in martial arts, thus considered himself a part of the martial world. Upon hearing this tale, curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to seek an excuse to embark on a journey, ostensibly for exploration, but in truth, he was making a beeline for the Thousand-Eyed Marsh. I see. Su Peng mused, stroking his chin. Brother, it appears that this treasure is indeed abundant, making it worth our while to investigate. At that moment, Ling Xiaoyu, who had been silently eating, suddenly looked up at Su Peng, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Observing this, Su Peng felt a sense of foreboding. The allure of adventure could easily ensnare a young and naive soul. Two of you, if you wish to go, tonight presents a fortuitous opportunity. I just observed the weather and noticed dark clouds gathering in the distance, likely heralding a heavy rain this evening. It is said that the treasures of the ancient tomb only reveal themselves amidst a torrential downpour, making this an opportune time to venture forth. However, should you decide to embark on this quest, there is one essential item you must prepare. Zhang Jin, noticing Ling Xiaoyu's burgeoning interest, addressed the two. Oh, what must we prepare? Su Peng inquired. This item, Zhang Jin replied, producing an oil paper-wrapped parcel from his clothing and placing it upon the table. Glutinous rice. Su Peng recognized it immediately, recalling the common rice used for making dumplings. What purpose does this serve? It is hardly the Dragon Boat Festival, Ling Xiaoyu added, equally perplexed. You see, there are those who escaped the Thousand-Eyed Marsh who claim that within the ancient tomb's treasures lurks a guardian creature, resembling the undead beings of legend, nearly impervious to blades and arrows. Strikes merely cause it to ooze foul ichor, corroding weapons without inflicting any real damage. Many who sought the treasures have perished by its hand. Consequently, those privy to the rumors have begun to gather glutinous rice, as it is said that these creatures are repelled by it. Thus, I too have prepared a portion, Zhang Jin explained quietly, casting a glance around to ensure their conversation remained discreet. Is that so? There are indeed such creatures? Su Peng expressed disbelief, his rational upbringing instilling skepticism. Do not dismiss it lightly, Su brother. Those who delve into tomb raiding frequently encounter such entities, manifestations of the unquiet dead. and only certain vigorous substances can subdue them. While we scholars cultivate our righteous spirit, we remain ill-equipped to confront such abominations. It is prudent to prepare, and aside from glutinous rice, it is said that the hoof of a black donkey can also serve to deter them. Although those are quite rare to procure, for the moment, glutinous rice will suffice. Better to err on the side of caution, Zhang Jin emphasized with earnestness. Ling Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, while Su Peng remained at a loss for words. Realizing that his sister's curiosity was now firmly ignited, she would surely be reluctant to remain uninvolved. "Sister, we must set sail tomorrow. Let us not court unnecessary trouble," Su Peng cautioned Ling Xiaoyu, who merely nodded absently. Seemingly lost in thoughts of the extraordinary possibilities that lay ahead, "We must finish our meal promptly. There is still time to procure some rain gear, such as hats, before we head out. I am resolute in my intention to visit the Thousand-Eyed Marsh tonight." Zhang Jin declared to Su Peng. Su Peng acquiesced with a nod. Subsequently, they hastily concluded their meal, and after Zhang Jin finished, he ventured forth in search of rain gear. Meanwhile, Su Peng and Ling Xiaoyu returned to their lodgings to rest. Before retiring, Ling Xiaoyu discreetly requested 2 parcels of glutinous rice from the innkeeper, concealing them on her person, yet Su Peng noticed her actions. It seemed that a peaceful night was not in the cards. Su Peng lamented inwardly as he and Ling Xiaoyu retreated to their quarters. Su Peng occupied the lower level, while Ling Xiaoyu resided above. As darkness enveloped the world outside, Su Peng sat upon his bed, practicing his internal cultivation. After a brief period, he heard a faint noise from upstairs, akin to a door creaking open, followed by the sound of light footsteps. Moments later, more sounds echoed in the courtyard, the unmistakable whispers of light-footed individuals traversing the vicinity of the small building. "Very well. It appears that tranquility is not to be had tonight. I cannot allow Ling Xiaoyu, a young maiden, to embark on such a perilous journey alone." Su Peng resolved. His mind made up, he rose, seized his blade, and with a swift motion, leapt into the night, utilizing his skills to soar over the courtyard wall. Chapter 65. The Thousand-Eyed Marsh. At this moment in the game, the lunar calendar marked the end of the month. With a waning crescent moon illuminating the night sky, barely visible through the shroud of dark clouds, a cool breeze swept through the air as Su Peng, wielding his blade, swiftly made his way toward the Thousand-Eyed Marsh. As described by Zhang Jin during their meal, concerned that Ling Xiaoyu might not have taken the same path, he moderated his pace, ensuring he did not inadvertently outstrip her. Yet, he soon observed numerous martial artists converging upon the same destination. Glancing at the ominous sky, he sensed that a heavy rain was imminent. Adjusting his attire, a blue robe acquired from Zixia sect that was both dust and water resistant, he thought that perhaps a conical hat would have been a wise purchase had he known he would venture into the marsh tonight. Lost in contemplation, Su Peng pressed on without pause, running for over 40 minutes until finally arriving at the red mangrove swamps, known as the Thousand-Eyed Marsh. The landscape was unmistakable, characterized by low-lying mangroves and numerous puddles, forming a vast expanse of semi-swamp and wetland. The distant cries of night birds echoed through the darkened skies. Surveying his surroundings, although the night offered little in terms of illumination, he could discern that a considerable number of martial artists had gathered near the Thousand-Eyed Marsh, tentatively preparing to enter. Should Ling Xiaoyu have arrived, it was likely she would find acquaintances among this throng. Zhang Jin had asserted that he would undoubtedly come to this location tonight, so perhaps the two would cross paths. Su Peng contemplated for a moment, then leapt onto a tree of modest height, gazing around him. However, amidst the nocturnal shadows, he could not discern the details too clearly. With a sigh, he mused that Zhang Jin had not returned to the inn after dinner. Perhaps he had already entered, and similarly, Ling Xiaoyu might have as well. He could not avoid venturing into the marsh himself. Thus, he decided to delve into the swamp. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, allowing him not only to locate Ling Xiaoyu but also to catch a glimpse of the ancient tomb's treasures hidden within. With resolve, Su Peng took a deep breath and stepped into the mangroves of the mire. You have entered the Thousand-Eyed Marsh, gaining 25 points of practical experience. This area is classified as a wilderness dungeon. Exercise caution. Shortly after Su Peng entered the vicinity of the mangrove swamp, a line of pale yellow text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Oh, a wilderness dungeon? Su Peng's spirits lifted at the sight. He recalled hearing Lei Ming casually mention during their time in the novice training room that the primary task of the Tiger Bin group was to farm various wilderness dungeons or random dungeons. Upon entering these dungeon maps, one would receive prompts indicating their nature. Generally, such maps contained creatures or humanoid NPCs with comparable attributes, and there was a significant likelihood of encountering wilderness bosses. The Tiger Bin group specialized in hunting these wilderness bosses to acquire valuable items, which they would then turn into the company for additional rewards. In contrast, the Longya group tackled special closed-area dungeons, where the bosses typically surpassed those found in wilderness dungeons, yielding superior loot, thus placing the Longya group in a higher echelon than the Tiger Bin group. These were insights gleaned from Lei Ming's guidance to Su Peng and the others during their training sessions. Though Su Peng had yet to experience such encounters himself, perhaps the bandit camp at Qinglong Mountain was indeed a dungeon area, but at that time, he was with Han Tuo and others, and their collective strength was not primarily his own. It felt more like a scripted event. During his first foray into such a narrative, he was quite exhilarated and failed to notice the system prompts. However, now, upon entering the Thousand-Eyed Marsh, he had received a dungeon notification, sharpening his focus. Reviewing the earlier system message, Su Peng noted that the designation of this place as a wilderness dungeon was accompanied by 4 silver stars. A silver 4-star area. He exhaled a sigh of relief, for according to his knowledge, dungeon areas were categorized into 9 distinct levels: gray, white, light blue, dark blue, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, and sun. Furthermore, these categories were intricately subdivided. Gray and white dungeons bore no star rating, while light blue could reach a maximum of 3 stars, dark blue 5 stars, silver 7 stars, gold 8 stars, dark gold 9 stars, diamond 10 stars, and the sun category remained unknown. Each color began at a 1-star dungeon, and with each star increase, the difficulty of the dungeon rose correspondingly. For instance, the unranked gray and white dungeons might consist of merely a room or a basement, while light blue and dark blue dungeons, at 3 and 5 stars respectively, could resemble the size of a village. The dungeon at Qinglong Mountain could be classified as a silver dungeon. Thus, the one here, being a silver 4-star, should pose slightly more difficulty than the bandit camp's dungeon, perhaps due to the complexity of the terrain. The star rating indicated the dungeon's difficulty, while the color likely hinted at the level of the strongest boss or the rewards obtainable in the area. For Su Peng, a silver 4-star wilderness dungeon would have been a formidable challenge weeks prior, but now, with due caution and the absence of densely packed enemies as in the Qinglong Mountain scenario, he felt relatively safe. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, his unyielding sword already drawn and gripped firmly as he cautiously advanced through the Thousand-Eyed Marsh. Boom, boom. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had elapsed. Although it had yet to rain, the sky was filled with the distant rumble of thunder, and the air had turned thick and humid, a cool breeze blowing, indicating that rain could fall at any moment. Su Peng, sword in hand, found his lightweight boots stained with mud, and his blue robe bore several patches of dried mud that had yet to fall away, his expression betraying a hint of disarray. During this hour, Su Peng had traversed from the edge of the Thousand-Eyed Marsh into its central region, where the number of people had dwindled. He had yet to catch sight of Ling Xiaoyu, but had encountered 2 marsh crocodiles, a large python lurking in the mire, and countless venomous insects and snakes. The crocodiles were tough-skinned and resilient. Su Peng's unyielding sword held little advantage against such creatures. He chose to evade their territory rather than engage. The large python, however, lay coiled by a shallow pool, and as Su Peng passed, it suddenly leapt, ensnaring one of his legs and tightening its grip around his body, opening its massive jaws to bite at Su Peng's head. Fortunately, Su Peng reacted swiftly, swinging his unyielding sword to pierce through the python's skull, infusing it with his internal energy to barely counter the creature's formidable strength, freeing himself from its grasp. Nevertheless, he found himself in a rather disheveled state. That python's blood and skin seemed to possess some value, perhaps even medicinal properties, but he had no time to process it, leaving it there to be consumed by other creatures. Thus, after considerable difficulty, Su Peng reached the vicinity of the central area of the Thousand-Eyed Marsh, harboring little hope of finding Ling Xiaoyu within, instead yearning to locate the ancient tomb and await her nearby. The silver 4-star wilderness dungeon had indeed left him in such a state of disarray. He had underestimated this place. Moreover, having wandered for so long, he had yet to encounter the boss within this dungeon area and wondered what form it might take. While in the midst of these thoughts, a sudden crack echoed through the sky, lightning illuminating the night, and with the thunder's roar, raindrops began to fall eagerly. At last, the rain had arrived. Yupeng looked up at the sky, tightened the collar of his robe, and continued deeper into the thousand-eyed marsh. The rain intensified. What began as mere droplets soon transformed into a curtain of rain within minutes, as Yupeng walked through the downpour. The terrain beneath his feet became increasingly treacherous, and a moment's inattention could see him sinking into the swamp. The visibility in the night rain was extremely low, scarcely reaching 20 meters. Fortunately, Yupeng's lightness technique, imbued with the effect of buoyancy, prevented him from easily succumbing to the swamp's grasp. Yet he still found himself in a rather precarious situation, making it difficult to find shelter from the rain in this thousand-eyed marsh. Just as he pondered abandoning his search for Ling Xiaoyu, he suddenly caught sight of a figure through the rain curtain ahead, someone clad in brown attire, braving the downpour. The person's clothing suggested they might be a martial artist, and it appeared they were carrying some weapon on their back. Perhaps due to the muddy conditions in the marsh after the rain, this individual was forced to leap awkwardly, pulling their legs from the muck. Yupeng's heart stirred at the sight. This person seemed to be a treasure-seeking martial artist as well. Though trust among individuals in such a place was hard to come by, it would not hurt to inquire whether they had seen a girl resembling Ling Xiaoyu. With this thought in mind, Yupeng exerted himself and employed his nimble lightness technique to approach the figure. "That friend, please wait," Yupeng called out, yet whether it was due to the thunder's clamor or the rain's obscuring veil, the brown-clad martial artist did not turn back, continuing deeper into the thousand-eyed marsh. "That friend?" Yupeng called again, now drawing closer to the individual, only to realize something was amiss. The person's clothing appeared severely tattered. As he approached, Yupeng discerned that the brown-clad figure was caked in mud, as if they had just emerged from the mire. Moreover, he noticed that this person walked with knees rigid, rising and falling straight without bending. As Yupeng contemplated further observation of this figure, he saw them come to a halt. "Can you hear what I am saying?" Yupeng inquired. The figure's stiff body slowly turned, revealing a ghastly visage. Its face pale and skeletal, adorned with white hair, and possessing a pair of eyes that had turned pale, along with elongated canine teeth protruding grotesquely. At that moment, it was its pair of pale eyes, twisted and rolling as it opened its gaping maw, fixating on Yupeng. "I truly cannot commend your appearance," Yupeng remarked, his unyielding sword already drawn in readiness. Roar! The martial artist garb-clad zombie lunged towards Yupeng with a deafening roar. Chapter 66. The true essence of the half-style sword technique amidst the curtain of rain. The brown-clad zombie turned and charged at Yupeng, who instinctively thrust his unyielding sword forward. However, upon striking the zombie, Yupeng felt as though he had struck a solid block of wood. The zombie's body was as resilient as hardwood, causing the sword to penetrate only slightly. Swiftly, Yupeng pivoted, his nimble movements far outpacing the zombie's. And he struck again. The words 9 popped up above the zombie's head, a mere flicker of damage, neither painful nor bothersome. Observing the damage inflicted, Yupeng's heart sank. This zombie possessed a natural resistance to blades, and his unyielding sword was not particularly sharp. It was evident that this creature lacked any visible weak points, and its constitution, if he was not mistaken, was far superior to that of an ordinary human. It seemed he was in for a challenging confrontation. Aiming his gaze at the zombie's head, Yupeng noted a light blue name hovering above. Zombie Songjong. What an exquisite name. Upon seeing it, Yupeng felt a slight sense of calm wash over him. If it was merely a deep blue-level monster, he believed he could handle it without much difficulty. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself and resolved to deal with the zombie first. Yupeng nimbly maneuvered around the creature, deftly thrusting, slashing, and prodding with his blunt sword, inflicting damage values of -7, -8, and a maximum of -10. The zombie, relentless in its assaults, possessed tremendous strength but lacked agility, rendering it unable to land a hit on Yupeng. Gradually, the initial shock of encountering the zombie faded, allowing Yupeng to regain his composure. He began to observe, contemplate, and calculate. The zombie's strength was formidable. Even with his arms infused with internal energy, its power seemed to surpass his own. While he could barely withstand its frontal charges, its might ultimately triumphed over him. Its speed was average, and its stiff leg joints limited its agility. When it fully unleashed its speed, it could only achieve a velocity akin to that of a 3- or 4-story building. While he could easily flee at any moment, the complex terrain posed a challenge. The zombie's immense power made it nearly impervious to being bogged down by the muddy ground. Though he could escape, he was uncertain if it could pursue him. Nevertheless, he did not consider himself in true peril. Whenever it approached him, the zombie's speed would suddenly double or triple. Yet, thanks to his versatile footwork, as long as he did not exhaust his internal energy, it could only trail behind, kicking up dust. Its attack patterns were remarkably simple, consisting of merely 4 moves: a leaping pounce, a forward lunge, a sweeping arm strike, and a downward arm swipe. It lacked any kicking techniques. However, the zombie's physical constitution was quite impressive. It likely possessed between 700 to 1,000 vitality points. Each of Su Peng's strikes merely chipped away at single-digit health values, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Even his charged counterattack from the half-style sword technique seemed elusive. At this moment, Su Peng recognized a flaw in his half-style sword technique. Originally designed for martial conflicts, particularly for absorbing attacks and executing counterkills, it was an invincible weapon in one-on-one encounters. However, its inefficiency in battles outside the realm of martial artists was glaringly apparent. For instance, while facing the zombie, he found that although he was not in immediate danger, he could not swiftly eliminate it using his half-style sword technique. After all, the zombie's attacks lacked finesse and were devoid of sophisticated martial arts. Even though the half-style sword technique boasted remarkable defensive capabilities and devastating counterattacks, the higher the opponent's martial level, the more significant the damage reflection parameters. Against such random assaults, even a charged killing move would not yield much impact. This was simply not what the half-style sword technique was designed for. It was intended merely to slightly surpass an opponent's singular half-style attack. In the future, he must acquire a sword technique capable of delivering high damage regardless of the circumstances. Using the dark gold sword technique against the zombie, with each strike dealing only single-digit damage, was utterly disheartening. Su Peng silently resolved to change this. Despite these thoughts, Su Peng's hands did not falter. He continued to strike the zombie with fervor. Though the zombie's body was rigid as if made of solid wood, it could not withstand Su Peng's relentless attacks. After a prolonged battle of over 10 minutes, he had whittled away nearly 300 points of the zombie's vitality. Its brown garments were tattered, revealing the decayed flesh beneath, marked with numerous sword wounds. Su Peng had grown increasingly assured. This creature, though fearsome in appearance, was of mediocre strength. Those with slightly weaker agility would find it troublesome, perhaps even fatal. But his golden footwork effectively countered the zombie. All he needed to do was patiently wear it down. However, would it truly be so simple? Just as Su Peng landed another strike on the zombie, dealing -16 critical damage, the creature suddenly reared back, mouth agape, and let out a chilling howl. Crack, crack. Before Su Peng's eyes, the zombie swelled in size, white fur erupting from its body, growing by the inch in an instant. The creature expanded and accelerated towards him. Su Peng raised his sword in defense, but was unexpectedly knocked back a step by the white-furred zombie. Alarmed, he glanced at the creature's head and saw that its name had turned deep blue. A second form? Su Peng's heart raced. This was a transformation typically reserved for many boss-level foes. The white-furred zombie, however, did not grant him the luxury of time to react as it lunged at him with renewed ferocity. The pressure on Su Peng escalated sharply as he invoked the half-style sword technique, hoping its absurd defensive capabilities would prove effective. Yet, the white-furred zombie's attacks became increasingly fierce, its speed enhanced by at least 30%, and it exhibited a semblance of strategy, appearing to possess a modicum of intelligence compared to before. Its strength was truly overwhelming. Even with the half-style sword technique in play, Su Peng felt the pressure mounting. The white-furred zombie charged relentlessly into his web of sword strikes, seemingly indifferent to its own injuries as it attempted to claw and bite him. This approach was far more daunting than his duel with Fu Zi. Su Peng felt as though his swift half-style sword technique was being crushed beneath the sheer force of the zombie's assault. Moreover, once it closed in, its speed surged, leaving him no opportunity to turn and flee. The defense was on the verge of collapse. The blunt sword collided with the white-furred zombie, whose immense power dwarfed Su Peng's own. he sensed his sword's momentum faltering against the brute force of the zombie's reckless onslaught. Was this the true strength of a deep blue monster? Was the dark gold sword technique ineffective? Su Peng was taken aback, and just then, the white-furred zombie lunged at him once more. Ding! At that moment, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Su Peng's mind. Fully focused on the advancing white-furred zombie, he instinctively swung his sword in response to the sound. Splash! A burst of raindrops scattered in midair as Su Peng executed what appeared to be an unremarkable strike. Yet it precisely struck the zombie's neck. The white-furred zombie, heavy and forceful in its leap, completely missed Su Peng, instead hurtling backward as a critical hit of -124 appeared above its head. What? Su Peng was momentarily stunned by his own attack. Was that a killing move from the half-style sword technique? They had barely fought for an hour. How could he have unleashed a lethal strike? The white-furred zombie struggled for a moment before rising again, devoid of fear, and charged at him once more. Su Peng quickly refocused, employing the half-style sword technique to defend against the relentless assault of the white-furred zombie. After barely 3 minutes, he sensed that his defensive technique was on the brink of being breached again. Yet at that moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he shouted, "Die!" Splash! Su Peng thrust his sword forward. The water droplets before the sword tip seemed to coalesce into a string, and as the white-furred zombie lunged, it was met with Su Peng's decisive strike. The blunt sword penetrated its skull, and with a resounding pop, the damage of -328 flashed as the creature's head exploded, brain matter splattering like rain. Thud! After the white-furred zombie's head was destroyed, its body stiffened and fell backward, lying motionless. Yet Su Peng did not even glance at the fallen creature. Instead, he gazed skyward and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! I understand now. I comprehend it all." The half-style sword technique was by no means as ineffectual as he had previously believed. The greater the force of the attack, the more pressure the half-style sword technique could withstand, thereby unleashing its latent power. The 1-hour critical threshold was merely a numerical limit. Utilizing the half-style sword technique, as long as he was pushed to the brink, with his sword momentum shattered, he could immediately unleash a counterattack. Though it might not possess the full power of a complete killing move, it was capable of instant retaliation. While the damage might not rival that of the full killing move, there was no time constraint. This meant that as long as the opponent's attacks were sufficiently ferocious, Su Peng could continuously employ effects akin to a killing move, an infinite-type killing move. What an astounding capability! His previous understanding of this technique had been entirely flawed. In the rain, Su Peng laughed heartily. After a minute, his excitement gradually subsided, and he looked down at the lifeless white-furred zombie. As the creature lay dead, the white fur quickly receded into its body or fell away, leaving behind an ordinary corpse. The deep blue monster should not possess such strength, or could it be that this creature holds the key? Su Peng pondered to himself. After a moment's thought, he crouched down and began to search the white-haired zombie. Indeed, it did not disappoint, Su Peng exclaimed, gazing at the items he had procured from the white-haired zombie, Song Zhong. Several strings of golden ornaments, appearing quite antique. This zombie must have been a martial artist who previously ventured into the ancient tomb's treasures. These gold pieces were likely his burial goods, yet the reason for his transformation into a zombie remains a mystery. Su Peng mused, contemplating placing the golden ornaments into his chinkuan pouch, estimating their worth to be several tens of taels of gold. Then, his gaze fell upon a pentagonal object resembling a token. What could this be? Su Peng examined the token-like item, noting its black-red hue, intricately engraved with a complex design that vaguely resembled flames. The sun and a serpent it seemed to be some sort of religious totem. Su Peng scrutinized it, lifting it in his hand. It felt heavy as if made of gold. Regardless of its nature, it was prudent to keep it. For the peculiar zombie surely had useful items. With this thought, he secured the token into his chinkuan pouch. Just as Su Peng was about to check for any other overlooked treasures, he suddenly heard a commanding voice nearby. Who could it be? Su Peng swiftly rose, gripping his woofing sword, and turned toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he spotted 6 figures running towards him from a distance. As Su Peng discerned their identities, joy surged within him, and he called out, "Xiaoyu, Zhang Jin." The 2 figures racing ahead in the rain were none other than Ling Xiaoyu and Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's arm appeared injured, stained with crimson. While Ling Xiaoyu supported him as they rushed towards Su Peng. Run! Go! Upon spotting Su Peng, Ling Xiaoyu's expression bore no joy, only anxiety and fear as she gestured frantically at him. Su Peng furrowed his brow, glancing behind the two, and saw a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, with an arm protruding from the chest of the martial artist who had been trailing Ling Xiaoyu and Zhang Jin. Roar! It was at that moment that Su Peng finally recognized the creature's visage, a zombie with long green fur, its head adorned with a silver nameplate reading Corpse General, Chapter 67. The Trap of the Corpse General, a silver monster. Su Peng's mind raced with clarity. If there were no surprises, this green-furred zombie was likely the boss from the Thousand-Eyed Swamp dungeon. At that moment, the green-furred zombie, crowned with the silver name Corpse General, thrust its arm directly through the chest of the martial artist who had been behind Ling Xiaoyu and Zhang Jin. Its arm was sharp as a blade, piercing through the man, who, despite being impaled, had not yet succumbed to death. He writhed and howled, desperately struggling to free himself from the grip of the green-furred zombie. Roar! The green-furred zombie bellowed, then opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into the man's neck. Instantly, it tore through flesh and veins, as if ripping apart chicken meat, revealing the man's cervical vertebrae, bones white and glistening, while blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Su Gu run. Now past Su Peng, Ling Xiaoyu could no longer conceal their identities. Shouting urgently to him, Su Peng's heart tightened. If the previous deep blue zombie, Song Zhong, represented the strength of an ordinary deep blue monster, then despite having grasped the essence of the half-style sword technique, he feared he would be no match for this silver-tier green-furred zombie. Moreover, he now noticed that not far behind the silver-tier green-furred zombie, 2 more zombies, seemingly of shallow blue rank, were jumping and pursuing them. The best course of action is to flee, Su Peng thought, employing his swift movement technique to pursue Ling Xiaoyu. Her agility was diminished due to her supporting the injured Zhang Jin, and it wasn't long before Su Peng caught up. He steadied the staggering Zhang Jin from behind and asked Ling Xiaoyu, "Are you all right? Have you been bitten?" "I'm fine. It's just that Brother Zhang was injured while protecting me. His arm was bitten by the 2 zombies that followed us. And he may have been infected with zombie poison. If we don't treat it quickly, he might not last much longer," Ling Xiaoyu replied, her complexion a mix of anxious red and pale white. Su Peng glanced at Zhang Jin, who indeed appeared slightly ashen, resembling someone poisoned, his consciousness seemingly hazy, yet he still managed to run, persistently saying, "Su Xiong, Su Gunyang, let go of Zhang Jin. I fear I cannot withstand this trial. Allow me to turn back and confront that zombie, even if it means sacrificing myself to buy time for you. Su Gunyang, you are noble-hearted, but I will not allow you to perish." Su Peng replied, then turned to Ling Xiaoyu. "What about the glutinous rice you both have? That might counteract the zombie poison." I completely forgot," Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, her spirits lifting momentarily. "Brother Zhang has already scattered the glutinous rice on that zombie, but it had no effect, only provoking its wrath. I still have 2 bags of glutinous rice on me, but right now, we can't spare a hand. Do not panic, stay calm, and there will be a way out," Su Peng urged as he ran. Suddenly, Zhang Jin stumbled and fell to the ground. "Watch out!" Su Peng helped Zhang Jin up while glancing back, only to find that the green-furred zombie had seemingly drained the blood from the fallen martial artist. Tossing his lifeless body aside, then bounding toward them, upon witnessing the speed of the green-furred zombie, Su Peng's heart sank. The creature possessed immense strength, expertly controlled. Each leap, though only half a meter high, propelled it several meters forward with astonishing speed. Although Su Peng could outpace it with all his might, Ling Xiaoyu and Zhang Jin would surely not be able to escape its pursuit. He couldn't fathom how they had made it this far. "Su Xiong, abandon me. Your agility is exceptional. Take only Su Gunyang and you might escape." Zhang Jin knelt in the mud, beseeching Su Peng, "Oh, not speak of surrender, Zhang Jin. I will find a way to ensure your safety," Su Peng declared, though his gaze remained fixed on the green-furred zombie. "Su Degu, what shall we do? At this rate, we cannot possibly escape, and this area is full of dark-eye swamps. One misstep and we could sink in. If we delay even slightly, none of us will escape," Ling Xiaoyu anxiously implored Su Peng, having deduced that apart from him, no one else possessed the speed to outrun the green-furred zombie, and they were bound to be caught. "Dark-eye swamp? As Su Peng anxiously contemplated a strategy, he suddenly had an epiphany upon hearing Ling Xiaoyu's words. Indeed, are we not currently in a swamp? This terrain presents both a disadvantage and an advantage. Depending on how we utilize it, in an instant, a plan formed in Su Peng's mind. Xiaoyu, quickly scan the surroundings for any particularly deep muddy swamps. Su Peng called out to Ling Xiaoyu. Swamp, swamp, yes. Ling Xiaoyu was not foolish but rather quite astute. Momentarily flustered, she quickly regained her composure upon hearing Su Peng's directive. Su de Gu. Not far behind us, there is a dark-eye swamp, roughly 3 meters in diameter. Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed, her keen eyes scanning the area. That will suffice, Xiaoyu. Do you understand my intent? Bring Zhang Jin to that swamp, Su Peng instructed, and Ling Xiaoyu complied, straining to drag Zhang Jin to the edge of the dark-eye swamp. Meanwhile, Su Peng drew his woofing sword. His gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching green-furred zombie, mentally strategizing. The 2 zombies trailing behind were at least of shallow blue rank. He wondered if they might undergo a second transformation. However, their speed was far inferior to that of the green-furred zombie. Based on the current distance, he would make contact with the green-furred zombie in 10 seconds, and in no more than 20 seconds. The 2 shallow blue zombies would catch up. Even with golden tier agility, he could not withstand an assault from 3 zombies, and Zhang Jin was quickly losing his ability to move. Thus, the success or failure of this endeavor hinged on a fleeting 10 seconds of battle. Half-style sword technique. Please do not betray my expectations. Su Peng gripped the woofing sword. Though tense, he entered a state of extreme focus, his attention solely on the green-furred zombie. Whether it was due to the intense pressure, Su Peng felt as if the raindrops around him were falling in slow motion. Roar. In Su Peng's vision, it seemed as though the world around him had slowed by a beat. He clearly saw the green-furred zombie closing in within a 7-meter range. Abandoning its energy-conserving leaps for a sudden, powerful jump, soaring 3 to 4 meters high, then tracing an arc through the air before crashing down towards him. The green fur, the grotesque decaying flesh, the pale eyes, and the long fangs of the zombie were vividly clear to Su Peng. Yet within his heart, an overwhelming calmness prevailed, as if he were a still pond. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly entered the mirror lake state described in his internal martial arts technique. The lava mirror lake method, enhancing his reaction speed. With a swift motion, Su Peng tilted his body, the blade of his unsheathed sword tracing a graceful arc as it met the descending green-haired zombie. This somewhat peculiar stance allowed Su Peng to maximize his resistance against the force of the zombie's onslaught, while simultaneously activating the defensive sword aura of the half-style sword technique. Bang! As the green-haired zombie lunged downwards, its arms thrusting down